say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
have Hailung and Kake to join us and teach them a little bit of Arabic. So maybe you guys can tell us what word you chose.
I choose underdog because I think we are like an underdog.
Okay.
I choose winner because I think we can win.
Okay, that's good. I love that. So winner in Arabic is faiz. 4 letters. It will be easy. I believe in you.
I don't have glasses.
Where's your glasses? He sit here. 看清了.
You start with like a circle, like that.
Circle.
And you put it up. And then the second letter, you do that. And then you do like a crescent shape, like this. You put 1 dot on the last letter. And for here, on the top, you do like that and a line.
Okay.
That's how you write winner. Oh, this one, I'm gonna write it down first.
So long.
This means champion, and this means unexpected. All together, we have underdog. But we'll start off with champion. First, you do 2 lines, and then in and up. For this letter, you go in like a balloon, kind of.
Okay.
And you put a little line up here, and then you do 1 straight line and a curve at the bottom. That's word number 1. And then the second word, you do this and a line. Perfect. And then you go up a little bit and back down. And then you do like that.
Okay.
And you do a small line and a circle. Another line up with 2 dots on it. You go from here and you do a circle down. Another circle, and you do this out. And then for the last letter, you go up, back, down, circle.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. What do we have? Okay, that's really good. You guys should be very proud of yourselves. Awesome.
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. We the kings with them all the show. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and today we are at Honor of Kings for EWC. We have invited some players to teach them a little bit of Arabic, starting off with Sheng and Ren from AG. Thank you guys so much for joining. You're already practicing a little bit. I will show you guys how to write it, and once you've written your words and you're comfortable, you can put them on the key cards and put a little signature under it. Pick the word love, which is hope in Arabic. Why did you choose that word?
因为它看起来比较简单一点。
Smart, very smart. And you picked batal, which is champion. Why did you choose that word?
因为我们来这里就为了拿冠军。
Okay, the same answers as well. That's so cool. I'll start with you. So one thing about the Arabic language is you write from right to left, not from left to right. So for your word, it has 2 letters. So the first letter that you write, you start at the top and you go down like this. You put a little line. So this is a leather hat. And then you go up a little bit, like that. And then for you, so if you want, we can do letter by letter. So this first. And then you do a line like that. And one here. And then another line. Awesome.
Oh.
You guys can practice a few more times, and when you are confident, you can write it on the cue cards.
OK，
Nice.
OK，
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Oh.
谢谢。
This is the semi-finals of the KWC, and we are starting off with a banger of a show match. Once again, I mean, this T1 looking like it's going to be the takedown here. What an impressive Beaver barrage, but it gets caught by Yowie, the control!
The road to the crown narrows. 2 teams will rise, and 2 teams will fall.
Fight coming into this jungle.
More fights coming into the jungle. I mean, they always say, welcome to the jungle, baby! On the side of TT Global, they're able to take 2, but can they get any more? Or else it's an ace here for the side of TT Global.
Here's Jungler Hall, and with them,
They go for the truth.
they fight him, they get the catch, but it's just wide. Looking to close out the game. These are the KPL champions, and they will take the game and the series that will beat TT Global in the Grand Finals.
Wait is over. Welcome to the Grand Finals of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. Today, history will be made as 2 titans collide on this very stage. AG.AL versus TT Global. But the question is, who will be throned? Who will be king of KWC? This isn't just a game. This is legacy in the making, with a prize pool of $3 million. So stay there and strap in and get loud, because we are about to witness greatness unfold. So welcome to Honor of Kings. Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds. All forces move out and let the Grand Finals begin.
CY gets engaged on.
Oh, the Dalton is trying to be on the run here as they're looking to get some more kills here onto the board.
Spot clean, continuing on, finding the back line, but where's the follow-up? The tower, though, and it looks like Twisted Mind, not enough damage. Hylon goes down.
Esports 10-0 into the T3. Splendid being used here by Crane. Winter is here.
Here's Jungler Hall, and with them, they go for the truth. They fight him, they get the catch.
It began with 18, and now only 2 remain. They fought through pressure, chaos, and the silence between each win. And now they are here to show us the best of the best. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Finals of the Honor of Kings KWC 2025. I am Isaac Peña. I'm going to be your host today, and I'm going to try to bring you the best action, the best analysis of this amazing last pages of this amazing story that we have had. First, let me introduce you to our analysts for today. Phil, Dave, how are we doing?
Feeling good today, guys. Absolutely cannot miss this day. This is the biggest day for KWC here. The best of the best are clashing now, and man, I cannot wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Today, you got 2 incredible matches that we'll talk about, and there are some other fun matches we'll talk about. I cannot wait to see every single one of them. The stage is set. If you're here live, you will see the audience lining up outside the venue. Everyone is ready. We're ready.
I'm telling you, boys, I'm actually a little bit sad. I'm very sad that this is going to come to an end. I have had amazing timing here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's been great. The people has been amazing. And the format in here has been top level. What about if you just review one last time the format of how we got here? It started in the group stages, then we went to Last Chance Group Kings. The playoffs gave us amazing games in quarterfinals, semifinals, and today we're gonna have the grand final, Fed.
Absolutely, one of the most cutthroat formats we see here. And because of this format here, the people that were, lost yesterday are not eliminated. They're going to be playing for 3rd and 4th today, along with our finalists here playing for 1st.
Now, I want to talk about the format. It's all about life choices, okay? We like cutthroat format because every step is an important life choice. You do or die, and the choice has consequences. It's so cool to see so much emotions flowing through the group stage, the group kings, last chance, all the way into the playoff, the grand finals. Man, what a format this is. It's so creative.
The format has just given us a lot of different challenges, different stages in order to look for what they're fighting for. Look at that. If you think about not only the bragging rights and the pride of being called the king, you want to be seeing the $750,000 US that the first place is gonna go home with.
These matches happening today have the biggest consequences, upsides, however you call it here. 3rd and 4th, the jump is $110,000. And oh my God, the jump from 2nd to 1st place, I can't even do math that quick. That's a lot of money.
That's $150. And from 1st to 2nd, $290,000, Phil. I mean, just that jump alone is like more than the 4th place.
Absolutely, yeah. Just the jump is crazy, but they're getting 1st. They deserve more than the 4th place.
I'm telling you, these teams, they want the pride. They want the honor of being called the champions. But at the end of the day, that big bag, that is a very big incentive, isn't it?
And it can only go to one team.
Hey, I'm okay with number 2, all right? Like, to be honest, the 2nd place back is not that bad. All right, it's still a lot of money. But more than the money itself, the teams are fighting for honor, the pride to be called the world best here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, in EWC. And I think that's more important than anything else because a lot of the players here, they have played in a lot of different tournaments. Getting that badge, getting the honor, getting the title of being called world number 1 again on the biggest stage is such different feeling.
The players have been doing their very best just to try to be able to move forward and try to be able to perform at their best way. We've seen a lot of top plays in these last days, and we've been able to see the clutch moments. We've got to see a pentakill. What about if we take a look at the Kidia top plays of yesterday?
Man,
look at that. Nice. Yeah, the insta-kill from Houyi, Ganamo. So many combinations and synergies happened yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen so many different combos, and that's the thing when you watch Honor King global tournament. There are different combos we saw, especially the Houyi and Ganamo we just saw in this specific highlights, and there are more, right, regarding Duendolia Long, with the Dolia and Long being brought by the KPL region. We've seen so many different synergies. There are also, by the way, my favorite, AG.AL and Fatih and Flowborn.
Ooh. That's a great one there. I watched some of these games live on the stage, seeing all these combos, seeing all the animations. Whenever there's a triple kill on the stage, it shows up on their side. It shows the player. It looks so nice. One of the plays that's notable here, the AG versus Twisted Minds match, I'm not sure it's coming up. I remember the players were mid-combat and both the Roam and the mid sold and bought Splendor to dodge a Liangpo Tremor Smash. I just thought that was so amazing how they perfectly did it in sync with full coordination.
You know what? There's a specific sequence how you can do that. You can practice in practice mode, watching it done live to teach you the possibility of what you can achieve and what the ceilings are in Honor of Kings. So you can go back home and go into practice mode and do something on your own. This is a specific game that showed how Twisted Mind is doing their best versus the best team in the world, AG.AL.
I got to give a lot of credit to Clean. You know, he pulled off such amazing plays there. It was not quite enough. And here you see some of the reactions from all the players there. Look at the intense comms, the focus coming out from TT Global.
Yesterday was a roller coaster in terms of just like the ups being really high and the downs being extremely low. You can see it right over there on our Crunchyroll reactions. The players that yesterday performed really well, they went home very happy. And those who didn't, they were very sad as well.
Absolutely. That bridge is crossed already, right? They can never get that first place. They are still going to be here fighting to reclaim some glory here, getting that third place. But those teams, they're not going to be able to get first anymore. Their key is crushed.
Their key is crushed, but you know what? They still have hope. They have the hope of being able today just to take that third place. Nova Esports is going to be playing against Twisted Minds for that third place of our tournament. And on the other side, for the big game of today, is going to be TT Global against AG.AL. What about we take a look at how the schedule is going to look for today? It is going to be really nice. We're going to have amazing performance. We're going to be having a lot of energy and a lot of matches.
I'm very excited for this Nova versus Twisted Minds match here. Both these teams got some pretty tough competition. Some might say the best in the world, right? So they were up against a really fearsome opponent. We're going to see in this match here, did they learn from it, right? Did they learn, pick up any tricks, and are they going to be using those today?
Yeah, needless to say, the importance and significance of the last Grand Final match, I want to highlight the Solo Kings. If you are not paying attention, this is going to be the best players from each team being picked out and playing a one-on-one scenario. If you want to learn the intricacies in hero mechanics, the micro details, this is it. To show you how you can maximize the effect of certain characters so you can go home and bully your friends. You can go away. Go away.
I hope that everyone at home is going to try that. Like, you could just have like a solo match just to be able to see like, okay, you know what? What about if we just come in and we try our best just to solo each other and just make a little bit of a tournament? Wouldn't that be nice?
Absolutely. And this tournament, while, we are talking about having some fun matches, these players are going to be trying hard. Yesterday, I got a little bit of insight from some players that do play the 1v1s here. And if you guys like marksmen, expect a lot of marksmen to be in the 1v1 matches here today.
It would be lovely just for the bragging rights of that. But at the same time, it's just for the pride and honor of being the best of the best. And the best of the best are fighting in here. The clubs have been really working on that. And it's going to be really hard for them. Just they really want their best of the best to be able to take that first spot. If you can see right over there on our STC Club Championship update, we have AG.AL coming in today for the Grand Final. Right now they're sitting 4th place. If they win today, they're going to get 1,000 points on that club championship. That would send them to 1st place. So they're fighting today, not only for being the best of the best here at the KWC 2025, they're fighting to take that 1st place in the whole EWC.
Well, not saying they're not going to fight for 1st place, but we ran the math, and even if they get 2nd, they're going to be 1st place as well.
Yeah, because they get 750 points a second. So you can add it up, it's going to be 2450 minimum. That's 50 points more than Vitality.
It is good days for AG.AL today. It's going to be an amazing day. They're hopefully going to be able just to come in and get that championship that they want. They want to be the KWC 2025 winners. And for that, They needed to prove to everyone, not only here, but before they arrived, that they were the top level of our competition. We did analyze all that before the KWC 2025 started, and we brought to you the different tiers in here in our Aramco Power Ranking. We said that the S tier was going to be AG.AL and TT Global, and look who is in the final.
Yeah, looking back at it, I think we were really accurate with the S tier here. But you know what? As Dave mentioned, we got to give credit to Nova, right? We put them in A tier, but they feel like they're a cut above. They're not quite S tier yet, but we put them at the top of A tier. And we've seen OG kind of, it did not have the best performance against them because they are a cut above. They're not just an average A tier team.
You know what? That's why I was saying that because of what we know, what we've seen historically, statistically, I put Nova A tier and everybody else at B. But to be honest, Twisted Mind have also shown a flexible play style.
Yes.
We're doing analysis on their draft. Well, isn't too much strategy, but when talking to coaches who are professionals from KPL regions, they were saying that Twisted Mind actually drafted really well.
Yes.
Because the best strategies have no strategy.
And they drafted really well because they understood the heroes, right? Like, they understood that the meta is always changing. The meta is always evolving. Before the KWC, we came up with what we thought it was going to be meta. So do you guys have some doctor's notes on that? What happened to that meta? What we thought it was going to be meta? What dropped off of it? And what is still going to be important for today?
Absolutely. Let me start us off with the washed up heroes here now, all right? These are characters that kind of fell off, I didn't really think about it too much until I looked at the stats. I'm like, wait, yeah, we didn't see some of these characters here. The Dune, the Monkey, they played a few games, but compared to, their former glory, where they used to be played almost every single game, I think they definitely fell off a bit here. And then what I want to mention is Zhong Fei, one of my favorites here, right? It's picked a good amount of times with, unfortunately, a really poor win rate too, so probably gonna be one of the weaker picks now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's because it's also due to the rise of Lianpo, the engage power and the immune to quad control, just quad control immunity in general. If you haven't tried it, because so many quad control in the game, and Wang Zhaojun, for example, aka Princess Frost, there's so many different CCs. So Lianpo definitely come to the rise for a reason, and now you're looking at all the top hero picks.
Well, those heroes, they're going to be, like, you have the most picked and the most banned right over there on your screens, and you can start making your own notes as well, right? Like, you need to be doing some meta checkups all the time. And what the best way to do that meta checkup than over here with the analysts on the meta checkup, your daily one, brought to you by the Al Habib Medical Group. All right. What about if we move forward and we start thinking about this first game that we're going to have? It's going to be Nova Esports against Twisted Minds. Let's talk Nova Esports first of all. Yesterday, super upset, 1-0 against TT Global first, and then after that, they kind of just went down and won 4-1 lost.
They kind of fizzled out a bit there, but today we're not playing best of sevens. We're playing best of fives. So while yesterday it seems like they didn't have enough gas left in the tank, there's not that far they got to go today, right? They just need to win a best of three in a row and seal it up. And I'm very interested to see the dynamic between Wendy and Hai Lang. Both extremely strong players, pivotal to their team, but they have different styles. Wendy, known for being the superstar carry of the team with these high damage mages and carry picks, whereas Hai Lang plays more of the supportive utility mid, right? Supports and sets up his team. And the dynamic between those two are going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and I have 2 points to make, right? To your point, it's best out of 5, so the mentality is going to be different. But now you have Twisted Mind. You mentioned Hailan versus Wendy. I want to talk about 90 versus Xun, the Clash laner. That's the true players, in my opinion, to watch because they make so much plays that have brought so much to the table in the mechanics, in the overall macro rotations. Now, Hailan definitely bring the mentality here. And best of 5, shorter series. Can they play different and show Nova something completely different, unique?
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen right now. The Amazon Arena is ready. These two teams, the dream of the crown, finished yesterday, but the pride is still online. Nova Esports against Twisted Minds. This is more than a fight for third. It's a final chance to leave Riyadh with their heads held high. Inside of the Amazon Arena, they'll battle one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The third place match begins right now.
The wait is over. Destiny calls. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. After intense battles, upsets, and unforgettable moments, we're now down to the last day. The stakes are sky high, and today, history will be written.
History indeed will be written. A new champion will be crowned, but that is for later on today. There's still a lot on the line in our bronze match, which is our kickoff here on the KWC Esports World Cup stage. There is over $100,000 difference between third and fourth place, and an extra 200 club championship points that have the potential to make or break teams, especially Twisted Minds, up in who can make the tippity top and a lot more money in the club championship.
And that's why today is really important. Everyone wants to fight for that club points. So the third place really matters. And I think the teams are ready.
I think they are. They've been itching for this for quite a bit now. Let's introduce them on stage, starting off with Nova Esports. Our MKL representatives, Shuen, CY, Wendy, Muchi, and Waypit. They carried the flame from home region all the way to KWC in Riyadh. They triumphed over OG and made history by taking a game off of a KPL ACL team for the first time ever. Can they cement their legacy in bronze today? We're about to find out.
Now they're going up against the opponent that initially they weren't part of the prediction, but they have changed the narratives. Coming up on stage, Twisted Minds, Nighty, Clean, Hailung, Shanks, and City Boy. Once underestimated, this team stormed through the competition with grit, skill, and sheer determination. They've taken down giants, turned heads, and earned their spot amongst the best. And now they fight for third place, not just for pride, but to prove the world that Twisted Minds should never be overlooked again.
I love these sorts of stories, Mara. They always make me tingle, and it's the perfect time for it. Please, Nova Esports, please, Twisted Minds, you may place your keys, take your seats, because our game is about to begin.
Nova Esports versus Twisted Minds, the fight for third. And now we're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for this. Twisted Minds against Nova Esports. They're going to be fighting for that third place. It's going to be a last fight for honor, boys.
You know what I want to see? I want to see them adjusting or learning, showing us what they have tried or, you know, what they experienced against the top from the KPL region. Have they adapted to their meta? Have they adapted to their picks? We've seen Zhuangzi, a unique pick. By the way, 100% win rate. Picked out once by AG.AL, once by TGG, won both games because there were certain characters really strong, like Dharma. And by the way, we forgot to mention Dharma. This character has one of the highest win rate in the entire meta in KWC. And if we're gonna see Dharma coming out again along with Mai Shiranui, is that a good time for Zhuangzi for someone like Nova?
That's definitely something about one of my favorite characters as well. While Dave is using the more serious characters, I want to bring up the Milady, okay? While I hate seeing it in my ranked games, I love seeing it on the stage here. Wendy busting out the Milady had a superstar performance against OG. Can they do the same against Twisted Minds?
Well, they are superstars. You know, this is supernova we're talking about, right? So at the same time, Yixing being Hailang's #1 mage. I mean, we're talking about mages now. Yesterday, we didn't see it at all, right? I want to see more Yixing coming out from Hailang. I want to see more of his favorite characters' comfort picks, because this is all about, in Honor of Kingdom's global ban pick, you can play so many different things. A lot of time, comfort pick matters. In a show match, for example, with BTK, I noticed that they were picking comfort picks, and it worked out, right? So maybe it's time to bust out Yixing and do something different.
That might be the play for sure. Yixing, you know, one of those characters that was a lot more meta back then, but now we actually still do seeing it getting banned against Hailang in particular, as he's known as one of the best Yixings.
I mean, Yixing just have so many different mechanics you can go with it. If you're at home, we got tutorials ready so you can play this character. It's so fun to set the board. The cooldown get reduced depending on the size of the board that you set. On top of it, there's so much different utility. You have slow, you have knock up, and you have, I would say, territorial control with the ultimate, right? A border. So that's so cool to have as a mechanic in Honor of Kings.
Absolutely. And Yixing's board, there's a lot of characters in Honor of Kings that in competitive are good, whereas at home, they're not as easy to execute on, right? But when you plop down a Yixing board and everyone on your team sees it, that's a go button. Everyone's going to jump in and team fight right there.
Yeah, and you talk about Milady. I also want to talk about Augur and Diadea. I haven't seen Augur and Diadea being picked together by Twisted Mind, by Nova that much. It's usually separated as individual picks. Is this a time that we've seen those two picks comboed and grouped together by either of these two teams? Because we've seen it from KPL teams, right? We've seen it from TTG, we've seen it from AG.AL. This might be the time that we see it from the global region as well.
It is one of the best combos, but usually using them both together is a bit expensive there, the Augur and Diadea. We've also seen in some matches, they completely forget about Diadea, right? And it completely went through drafts, bans, picks, 2-3 games before it ended up coming up. So I'm interested to see how they go ahead and pivot and use the Diadea this game, because I believe it's one of the strongest supports.
You know what? I mentioned in our earlier stages that I want to see AG.AL and Fatigue. Bro, and also Flowborn along with
tank,
it.
Right? Yeah.
For those who did not know, I have no idea why this is the case. Flowborn Tank and Flowborn Marksman have some of the most criminal win rates in this tournament so far. 20% on both, I think.
I think it is because they are still relatively new, right?
Yep.
These teams that have played with Flowborn Tank for a while, the KPL level teams, they know what it's good at. They know what its strengths are. Whereas it's just released on global. These international teams still got to go ahead and learn it, right? And know what matchups is good into and not. That's why when you see Flowborn Tank on these S-tier teams, it does extremely well.
But now you know. We always match Flowborn Tank as jungle along with AG.AL, because once the Flowborn dives in with multiple layers of CCs, the knockups, the crowd control, you got a circle right under you, right? You can teleport back, get your regen, and be summoned back to the team fight right after.
Probably one of the worst feelings is you spend like 20-30 seconds of a team fight taking down a Flowborn Tank, only for it to escape back into the base and return with full health with that eye.
Yeah, absolutely, because Flowborn Tank, for those who didn't know, is also really hard to kill.
Yeah.
Once you have the passive, you get so much regeneration just for hitting you. And it's such a big range, so it's extremely hard to escape from him. Also, the skill, too, is such a huge hit range. You can hit somebody from really, really far away.
Different heroes have different opportunities and different advantages. And I'm completely sure that the Nova Esports and Twisted Minds coaches are coming in here. I hope to see something different today. That's what I'm really looking forward to see. And something different is going to be our pair of casters for this third match. It's going to be Blam, Holler. Take it from here, boys.
I feel like we weren't too special there, Hall, and we didn't get a blurred from Isaac, but hey, we are going to be your casters today, and this is going to be the third place matchup. And again, thank you, Isaac, for introducing us, but it is Blam, and with me is Hauler. We're not at each of us throats today. KMW, KME are no longer on the board. We are here to just look at both of these teams do their best.
Yeah, but the KMW champion is still available here in Twisted Minds, really showing up. I need to apologize to them. I need to apologize to you. I need to apologize to a lot of people for this because, again, Twisted Minds was not on my list for the top 4. They made themselves known. They were the underdog story, and it's been the feel-good story. But can they take on the Titan that is Nova Esports here?
I mean, it's like Mara said, right? Like, nobody expected it, but they are here to be the team of the unexpected. So now, speaking of unexpected, they are going for a little bit more of an expected ban here and draft. So obviously, given Nighty the party in that first game, as well as obviously the Huan here, potentially going over to City Boy in the first part of this draft, because again, he likes to play those tankier picks into the bot side of the map, but Now, the Huan, we have sustainability, we have that HP regen from the Bati as well.
Yeah, and the Fatih has been kind of like the hero of the tournament thus far. Yes, it's not the most pick, it's actually the third most, but it's been it's a 19 and 16 in terms of win rate. That's like about 55%. It is actually really excelled. Teams have kind of grown to like it. It's very strong in not only lane, but it also can do some serious damage when that late game happens.
Yeah, when the late game happens, but I mean, it's also the access into the backline, right? But I mean, if we look over to Nova Esports, they aren't having much of a backline that's going to be able to get dived on top of easily, right? We're going to need some CC to get that set up for 90, because Lung here for Muchi, he's going to have the infinite vastness. He's going to be able to get out of jail free with that ultimate, and with Chuan on Byron, that's going to be a scary backline to try and dive.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. And of course, when we're going back, let's flash back to day 2 when these two teams first met. And Nova Esports 2-0 Twisted Minds, and that was actually one of the first losses for them. And they had that meteoric rise from the lower bracket, dare I say. But they definitely want revenge on this one. That one was last a BO3. This is a BO5, so things are definitely different.
It's definitely different. And I mean, if it does go along that same kind of narrative, it could still be that extra game, which could still make the difference, heads or tails, between Twisted Minds and Nova Esports. But looking at these bans here, Nova Esports are trying to get away some of those assassin-orientated jungle picks here from the side of Clean, because we saw him yesterday against AG.AL. I mean, getting a triple kill, that was flawless, man.
Very flawless, very quick, and plus you're kind of, you have the Luna, so you want to be the high-flying assassin, you want to be on that back line, and you want to kind of take it away. You don't want it to become a little bit of a rat race in terms of the jungle and that clear speed.
Yeah, the clear speed from obviously the side of Nova could be pretty crazy here. The Masashi being banned out, we saw really good performances from CY with that one as well. Maybe this is going to lead it to more of a frontline pick here for Clean, right? I mean, they definitely need some kind of tanky front line for the side of Twisted Minds. They do have the Huan to obviously try and go in with the Unending Sorrow, try and bait a lot of the damage from Nova Esports. So maybe potentially like an Orgrin here would be very nice into the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a pretty good attempt to go for that one. And now is definitely the time for something like that. I mean, the Ogren is the 7th most picked. It's about a 50% win rate. It's kind of been mixed bag in that sense, but teams are really kind of understanding how to play against it. But is the Luna really good enough to deal with this Ogren? If they go without.
I mean, it might do, right? Like, as long as they get the early game lead, they will be able to get such crucial dominance onto the Gorge in game number 1. But, I mean, we needed a little bit more control here for the side of Twisted Minds, and it's going to be Hai Lang picking up the share here for game number 1. A hero that has had a lot of dominance onto the Gorge, but hasn't come through too often, you know?
It's one of those moments where if your positioning is perfect and you're able to kind of hit your marks with those orbs and have that control, get the initial jump in, you're going to have a great time. But if you're not able to do it, the range that you have with your spells is kind of limited, so you're very vulnerable whenever you go in. So you have to be 100% on.
Yeah, it's definitely all about positioning as well, right, with that pick. And then, obviously, we see that Shanks has picked up the Duranger here, so he's going to be able to just sit down to the bot side of the map and kind of just carry himself within that early part of the game. But over to Nova Esports, they're going for some long-range artillery. The Ganamo and the Motsu pick up here, so they're going to have the Cannon Blast into the freshly forged daggers. It's going to be paying here. A lot of burst potential for the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, we saw that combination even in, but it's going to be the Swans' last pick with those hooks, the control, getting on top of them, and then maybe potentially getting onto the Lunar Luna. Might have a great time.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting pick the first time. I mean, we're getting all the way into the Grand Finals day, and we're still getting new heroes onto the Gorge. The Swans are coming through here. Again, for those at home that don't quite know of this hero, he wields 2 of those hooks. He can get you into place. He can flip you over, but still a very agile hero, so he can get in, get out, but also dictate and slow down the tempo of your enemy team's dive.
Yeah, it's really going to come back to Clean just to kind of really impress with this hero. Again, there's been a reason why we haven't seen this hero on. Yes, the potential is there. There's definitely a lot of squishy heroes on the side of Nova Esports, but to get there and to do it safely, especially when there's like a Gan and Mo, you're going to see Wendy hit some serious marks and just make it really difficult to kind of get into that team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the early game's really going to dictate this one for both of these teams, because if the side of Nova Esports with the Motsu gets ahead, and obviously the shot calling from Wei Pit is going to be pretty hard to kind of try and navigate, right? I mean, if you think about it, onto the side of Twisted Minds, there is quite a few vocal kind of heroes you want to be locking down when that Cannon Blast. Is Schwanzer going to be one of them? Absolutely. But I mean, they can't really be trying to get it over to the D-Ranger, obviously having the cleanse within his kit as well. So really just trying to lock down maybe the Vati, and the Schwanzer is going to be what they want to do here.
It's got to be huge, right? I mean, there's even more pressure on Clean to really perform this game because, again, the initiations have to be on point. I'm assuming that Schwanz will be going in with the Fatih to back up, and then she hitting those orbs to really pull them in so that the rest of the team can just kind of blow them up. I think it's going to provide CT Boy, he's got to get that vision, be that front liner, because the rest of the lineup, not very tanky.
Yeah, not very. I mean, like I said, they're really going to be relying here on City Boy, on the Huon, right, to try and get those big AoE ultimate, the crowd control already, and then obviously use the Unending Sorrow to try and just kind of mitigate those big plays from either those freshly forged daggers, the Cannon Blast coming through here. But I did like the fact that obviously the combo between the shirt and the Schwanzer could be a really good thing that we're going to be seeing here, right? Obviously the hook on, then the silk imprint. It could be what they need to get that distance for the shirt.
Yeah, the Wombo combo, that's exactly what you want. But I mean, looking at this one, I think that the biggest thing for this is that CY was like, I want that redemption game with the Luna. He didn't have the greatest one going up against TT Global. He missed some ults. There was like a session where there was a team fight and they missed like 3 or so in a row, which kind of put them in a bad spot. They had that opportunity, and I know that CY really wants to bounce back in this one.
I mean, is it the problem of CY here, or is it the micro play style of TT Global, right? I mean, he can't bear all that weight and responsibility on himself. I mean, that opponent right there was absolutely crazy. It was a really good series to watch, and the fact that obviously Nova Esports, for those watching at home, if they didn't see that or see any highlights, that we have one global team finally getting a round off of a KPL ACL team as well. So, I mean, and this is a Group S team as well, right? Like, that's really impressive to anybody that's watching out there. The fact that that is now an attainable standard or a goal is pretty crazy for these global teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge level up, and they've been very impressive. But, I mean, the biggest thing about this team is that this team has stuck around for quite some time. They had a kind of underwhelming 2024. They really just like took their losses. They really bounced back in 2025, and dare I say, they've been the team this year. They've been almost indestructible. I mean, almost undefeated going up all the way onto TT Global at that point. So they've really made a name for themselves of just being the top dogs. They've done that with that resolve, and this is a team that's only getting better, but it's Twisted Minds able to take them down in this one.
I mean, we do have to expect the unexpected here for Twisted Minds, but this is going to be game number 1 of the 3rd place matchup. So those at Dynamos Arena, those at home, we are getting into where we are trying to get the conclusion here for that 3rd place matchup within the KWC. And it is none other than Nova Esports and Twisted Minds. And as Hall has said, Nova Esports at this point have been kind of like the top dogs within the Global Esports 2025.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Twisted Minds want to ruin their day. They want to be like, hey, we are the big dogs. We should be number 1. Put some respect on our names.
They're going to try and get that respect, right? They're going to try and at least formulate some kind of win here over Nova Esports. It would definitely be the unexpected and kind of like topple the big dogs themselves, right? Like if they were able to get 3rd place, obviously 2nd place, 1st place isn't attainable for either of these two teams, but that 3rd place could mean that, hey, next international tournament, Nova's got to watch their back.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing, right? And being able to kind of shift things into another team, and then Nova Esports, that would be heartbreaking for them. So there's a lot of like reputation. Obviously, there's money, prestige, all of these things. That's part of the KWC to put them in here. So this game is going to be key, and game 1 sets the tone, especially in a best of 5.
In a best of 5. I mean, already in the side lanes, we're just kind of getting that kind of tit for tat between these 1v1s now that we see CY and Schwanzer, as well as Wavepit, trying to put the pressure on here to 90. But most times out of 10, obviously, in the early game, the Byron pick up against the Vati here is always going to be coming out on top, right? But they just want to make sure they get a bit more dominance, a little bit more easier leeway up into that top side of the map.
Yeah, and they're actually kind of like funneling a lot of those resources, players that is, into that top lane. They want to make sure that Nighty has a rough time, and he's kind of been pushed back and has to hide under the tower.
Yeah, same respect here for the side of Twisted Minds. They're able to obviously expand the flash here from Wendy, so that's going to be troublesome, right? I mean, now that Clean has that intel, He's going to be looking for that perfect hook as we speak. The hook comes through. It gets all over the wall there. They have to be careful, but oh! The double knock-up for Schwan is going to be leading a 2-0 there. I mean, that looked like it was going in favor of Twisted Minds to begin with.
That was such a great attack. I mean, understanding that the hook was potentially there, but the dash away by CUI, and then Schwan being in the perfect spot at the perfect time, that was like they knew the assault was going to happen.
Yeah, I think this is just clean kind of like Nova Esports MO, right? They go for kills, they try and convert it into another objective. They got the Azure Golem, so obviously you can see there clean on the screen for those at home and in the stadium that Schwanzer is one of those heroes that needs that mana.
He needs that mana, but he also at the same time, they were trying to accelerate, get that gank and that potential, first blood kill would have been huge for them, but unfortunately Nova Esports, like they totally sniffed that play out.
They sniffed it out, honestly. Like, they were able to get that great, obviously, rotation there from Schwan, but already we're seeing the City Boy, we're seeing the devastation of this Cannon Blast that can really set up and really complement Wendy on this kind of mode.
Yeah, Waypit just sticking around. They've had the buddy system with Wendy, and again, they've been doing a lot. You had that Cannon Blast, those blades, and literally you could 0 to 100 them.
0 to 100, I mean, is CY going to try and go 0 to 100 here? We are getting a dive on 290 as well. They're trying to get the freshly forged blades. Wendy picks up another kill.
Nice little rotation there, and again, just like the way that Wendy plays, his positioning with those blades, and just doing it from a safe spot. He's never really in danger, and yes, he's being backed up by Waypit, but Twisted Minds need to figure something out.
Oh, I mean, the feed in there, they're trying to get Waypit out. The thing inside the box is going to be the saving grace, and there it is. There's so much burst in the early game. Nova are really putting a stamp on this one.
I mean, they've had the buddy system. This entire team has just been on point. It's like, yeah, he's got the hook, but he's like, okay, perfect box. I've set you up for the rest of them. And with those blades from Wendy, the damage from Muchi coming on that rotation, just really well played by Nova here.
Yeah, I don't know if that was like a lack of intel or the fact that it was just like, can he really get that thing inside the box up if we have so much CC? But hey, there's the answer to the question for Twisted Minds. I don't think they'll be making that hoo-ha happen again.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds, like, this has got to affect their psyche in the sense that when they try to go for some sort of, a siege, they constantly just get countered.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to be on that end of the encounter, right? Just constantly just trying to go for these kills, trying to go for these pickoffs, and nothing just doesn't seem to be happening here. But right now, Tyrant getting taken here for the side of Nova Esports. A 3v1 dive into top side of the map. Schwan looking at the wrong side of the turret. Gets taken down here by 90. But Nova, classically, trading objectives.
Yeah, trading that one away. I mean, they're going to look to take the mid T2, the pull onto Muchi, but there's no tower.
No tower. I mean, that's really hard, right? We are 5 minutes in, Hauler. 5 minutes in, 2 T2s are going down into the, 2 turrets, sorry, into that mid lane, completely decimated here, and that 5k Goldie just about surmising here for the side of Nova Esports. What's Twisted Minds looking at here to try and make a comeback?
I mean, they need to figure something out because, like, every single gank attempt has been, like, easily defended. It's been repelled in that sense. And Nova Esports, it seems like, I mean, losing 4 games in a row against TT Global has really shaken them up, and they've been woken up, and they want that revenge story. And it seems like they're taking it out on Twisted Minds here.
They're trying to. They're at least trying to take it out on Twisted Minds. But, I mean, it's definitely apparent, right? It's really apparent here that Nova Esports, they weren't taking that loss well. They knew what they were going up against here, but right now, team fight potentially brewing up here for the side of Nova Esports. They get the flaming palms onto Shanks already. Highlang been taken down. Double kill, then Schwan with a rotation. They're still not done yet. Infinite Blast is being used here. Back down to the bot, mid lane, and looking to go for the high ground turret.
I mean, they had the Silky Orb, and they pulled in Schwan, and Schwan was like, actually, you're helping me. He flashes in, gets the 2-man Storm Strike, really setting up.
Really setting up that kill there onto 90. City Boy is going to be careful. Oh, gets hit by the Cannon Blast. It's going to be the force field suppression come through. Gets that knock on, but then ultimately Wendy with another kill. I want to know how many kills he's got on his board at this point. But I mean, is he going to get any more? He's looking to just run this crystal down. I mean, is this the quickest game within KWC? Pre-7 minutes.
That was actually crazy. Nova Esports angry, looking to go, and you could KWC. This is a team that's just like, hey, you want to come at us with the Schwans? Fine, we're able to counter this and just continue to take towers, and they just close out that game as quickly as possible. I think that was the fastest game.
Absolutely devastating game there for the side of Twisted Minds. But hey, I said it to you whilst we was in the casting booth, right? I mean, where's Vickery? Where is their little mascot for the side of Twisted Minds? They need him right now, because here, Nova Esports taking the quickest game within KWC. Pre-7 minutes, not even one of the KPL teams has managed to actually attain that speed.
Yeah, Nova Esports, just too much at the time. I mean, they were able to play that strategy perfectly, like the synergy, the coordination, and just going into this one, every single attempt, the pull in was actually in favor of Nova Esports. They actually wanted to be in those situations.
It's like, hey, I can see you've already got a goal lead. Let's get that a little bit further. Let's get the alley-oop. And then they tried to do that so many times. But it was the thing you were talking about in the game, right, Hola? The buddying system of Wendy, of Wei Pitt, with that long-range artillery was just such great setup here for Nova Esports, which was the result of the quickest game. And we're going to quickly throw it over to Isaac.
That was fast. That was so quick. I wasn't ready for this, you know?
Blink and you'll miss it. What was that, a 6-minute game?
No, come on. It made it was like 6:50, not even 7 minutes. Nova Esports coming with their guns blazing. They don't want to take no notes. They want to come in and just clean sweep 3-0 and then just go home.
I have my notes here, and all my notes are, Wendy is getting kills on Ganimo. Oh, he got another kill.
Yeah.
Oh, he got another kill. Oh, insta-kill on Ganimo there.
Yeah. Insane Wendy performance, right? Like, it was crazy.
And that's what we're talking about, the difference between Wendy and Hailang. Hailang picks the Shi, right? Playing around his team, you know, he was kind of starved for gold because he's feeding it to his team there. Whereas Wendy's like, give me all the gold, you know, takes all the gold, uses it for kills, and I couldn't even finish counting at the end there. I had to run back on stage. There were so many kills Wendy got.
It was such a great game. I'm really happy for Nova Esports. Really sad for Twisted Minds, because that was not the way that they wanted to start, right? Like, they had the Xuanzhe pick over there for the jungle, which is something that we don't see a lot.
Absolutely. I think the composition they were going for was the Shi with it, right? So they can pull back into another pullback and get people really out of position. But I really enjoyed the Motsu pick. As you see in one of the fights in the middle of the game here, maybe we'll break it down later on.
Yeah, of course.
They were flipping the Motsu and put it on their side, but he uses his box, and they actually pulled in like a pseudo bomb there. That was such a smart pickup, I think.
I loved it. I loved every single minute of that, even though it was very short. But at the end of the day, it was packed with energy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are not in here on our own. It's not only myself and Phil. We decided just to go there and invite one more of our BTK friends. Best Player One. Best Player One, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I am as good as I could be right now. Come on, man. It's the Grand Finals day. Have you been able to be there to the arena and watch some games, or it was too fast?
Yeah, I have. And yeah, a lot of the games are fast. A lot of the games are really dominant. It's really fun to see. It's really fun to see.
How was it playing on the stage? Because you played on stage yesterday.
Yeah, playing on stage was pretty fun. The team that we went versus was pretty easy though. Maybe next time we'll have a harder opponent, you know?
Are you enjoying this whole Honor of Kings journey, right? Like, come on, tell us a little bit about your experience with the game. Looking at here, like at the highlights right now. Have you ever been in a game where you're just like that, 7 minutes and then just gone?
I think that's the craziest part about HOK, is that the games end extremely fast. But I think like one of the most enjoyable series that I've watched was probably Pause versus Twisted Minds. Went to game 7 and like 4 games in a row. It was like Tempest Strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's really fun to watch.
But you see, like, I love the fact that it can be or very long or very short. It's very dynamic. It's always full of action. It's always full of energy. And even if the games are like this short, it doesn't matter. People come and they just try their best just to have fun.
Something to take a note of here. We're talking up Nova here. Yesterday, they had a similar performance versus TT. They had a game where their first game, their opponents were only able to get 1 kill, right? And they won. But then, as you mentioned, they kind of burnt out, right? The star kind of burnt out. Can they keep their foot on their gas and keep it going this time?
That's something that we're going to have to talk about in a little bit time, man, because I want to know what Best Player One feels about this. Come on, bro, like break it down for us. Like, what is your feeling of just seeing something third place match and then you see something like this? What do you think is, from a player standpoint, what do you think is happening?
Well, it's always nice to see teams that have already lost their chance to get number 1 still compete this hard to get number 3.
Of course.
So it's like the 6-minute game that we just witnessed was just so dominant, and they're ready for it. You know, they keep going. It's really nice to see.
If you were to give from your experience, just a tip, an advice for them, what would that advice be right now?
My advice would just be, just keep going. Just keep going.
They have to. No, they have to. They still have some more games, right? Remember, this is not a best of 1. At the end of the day, it's going to be a best of 5. They still have 2 more games just to turn things around. So I do believe that Twisted Minds still has an opportunity. For Nova Esports on the other side, as just Phil, you were mentioning, they should not do the same as yesterday. It cannot just be like a one first game activity and then after that just turn things.
Absolutely. They got to go ahead and keep that going here. And best player, looking at these drafts here, is there any characters you would like to see for game 2? They could either be, someone that you think they could need to go ahead and get a win, or maybe just a character you like. What would you like to see going forward?
Oh, I want to hear about this.
I would love to see Mankey. I love watching Mankey.
Why that? Why is that?
Well, Mankey is personally my favorite hero, and I enjoy him a lot. And I think he's somewhat in the meta. Seeing a Mankey would be really fun for me.
That would be really cool just to be able to see the Monkey in there, right? Like, Monkey is just such a versatile hero. It allows you just to tank some damage, and at the same time, you can use its ability just to find the back laners as well.
And it's really cute too, right? Is that a big reason you like Mankey?
Yeah, every time I play it, like if I stream HOK, all of my viewers are just like, oh, he's so cute, he's so cute. Yeah,
I hope that they're not talking about the hero and they're talking about you, man.
Nah, definitely Mankey.
You never know. You never know.
You never know. Come on, like, we are gonna jump into game 2. We need to know exactly what to do. Like, Twisted Minds needs the game plan. What didn't work in this first game, Phil?
I would say they were just really caught off guard by how fast and hard Nova strikes, right?
Yes.
Once they get going, they really get going. I was mentioning yesterday that teams could, get a little bit ahead of the KPL S-tier teams, but they're not able to maintain that lead. Why Nova was able to take a game off them, because when they get that lead, they keep pushing it. They go into your jungle. There was a play where Ganemo got an insta-kill on Hai Lang in his jungle. He didn't even notice probably. Right? They keep pushing, they keep their foot on the gas, and when they're winning, you really know it.
They're going to have to do something different, and right now Twisted Minds is going to be on the blue, and Nova Esports is going to be on the red side. What about if we toss it to the casters for them to give us a little bit more of their insights on how this game 2 is going to work?
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we go into game 2, Nova Esports with their foot on the gas, going full speed at Twisted Minds, and you see that car coming at you, Blam, what are you doing?
I mean, if I was Twisted Minds, I'd be dumping out the way. But I mean, that was never the case, right? They were throwing the civilians in front of the car with that Schwanzer, right? Like, that's exactly what they was doing. It's not a good look here for Twisted Minds in game number 1. But really, if we look at the draft as a whole for the side of Nova Esports from game number 1, there was a lot of expensive picks being taken there. But now we speak of expensive picks, it goes over to the side of Twisted Minds on that blue side, and they want to lock in that Dharma for 90.
Yeah, that Dharma has been the pick thus far of the tournament. Top 8, and it has 72% win rate. It's just been completely styling on people, and it looks like Twisted Minds really want to play this one for realsies.
Hopefully. I mean, they lost the party pick as well, right? So I can't really say that it was just kind of like a game 1 fluke. They definitely had something cooking there, but it just didn't have the time to get online. But speaking of getting online, we need that early into the late game. We have the early game power spike thanks to the Doomsday item, but pairing up that with the Diadem means that you take away one of those natural counters of the early and you give it over to yourself. A lot more sustain here. Maybe Nova Esports looking for some more team fight potential this time around.
Yeah, and the Diadem, yes, it has a lot of play, especially in your ranked games. I mean, it's very good with those stuns. There's a lot of control, but then you're like, Phil is actually liking this hero. And then you see the stats in the KWC thus far. It has a 39% win rate. It is actually very poor, or teams are just really attuned to understand how to counter it.
So we're no longer calling it the caster curse, it's a Phil curse. So he pointed out the Diadem pick, not coming through that much. It comes through, and it's not quite succeeding. But I mean, right here, Twisted Minds do get the decided counter here. The Chano up against the Ali in that lane-to-lane matchup is definitely one of the better counters when you're playing. I mean, especially when you don't have the D-Ranger as well, right?
Yes, for sure. And we're also going to see something, dare I say, this is the Xuan special of the Guan Yu. And the reason why they absolutely styled on TT Global in that first game, where they actually pulled out the victory, was because Xuan was an absolute menace on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. The thing is, he's all about, this character is all about building up his momentum bar, and then you kind of just get that kind of enhanced basic attacks, those enhanced abilities as well. So really, Guan Yu is just a hero that's all about momentum. I mean, he rides a horse, for goodness sake, right? He needs to have the momentum, he needs to have that speed. But once again, Nova Esports, second phase of the ban, looking to make sure that Clean doesn't have a clean job at trying to draft his hero here.
I mean, look at those. Nova Esports, 4 bans, all in the jungle. I think that they're like, let's make sure Clean has a bad time, or at least limit some of the heroes available. But at the same time, Nova Esports, I've kind of banned out so many that they're probably going to struggle a bit of finding somebody that, will suit this draft.
I mean, we got the Zhongfei, right? So obviously, in terms of front line, we're not looking too bad here for the side of Twisted Minds. They have the Dharma, they have the Unbridled Outburst. So even if that Truth Mantra doesn't hit onto the back line here, or is really hard to try and catch the Ali, we're going to have the setup here potentially from City Boy to get the Unbridled Outburst, lock her into place, then comes through 90 with that collision.
Yeah, that team fight is definitely going to be key for him. But Nova Esports, they're going to go with the Dune. And I know that on the panel, they were talking about the fact that Dune and Menki kind of have fallen off. We're not really in the tank meta anymore. It still definitely has its uses, but basically everyone else needs to really pick up the slack of the damage that was lacking as Dune got a little bit nerfed.
He got nerfed, but I mean, if we look at in terms of damage, right, and in terms of who is on the Ali at this point in the game for Nova Esports, it's going to be Muchi. Muchi on that Lung in game number 1 didn't take a single death. He was able to just get online, freely farm, get the itemization, and then get those brutal Flaming Palms. So I expect to see that same kind of flavor here. I mean, we do have the direct counter of the Chano, so it's up to Twisted Minds to see what they do here.
The Yukio and the Princess Frost being picked up to finalize this Twisted Minds draft. I mean, the damage from the Yukio is going to be quite on point, and you have a lot of team fight with the Dharma and Zhongfei, plus the Princess Frost to kind of add into this one. It seems like they really want to go with this team fight composition. I'm liking where their draft is thus far.
I like the Yukio pickup, but the problem is here is now that we're obviously within a best of 5, and say, for example, it doesn't go for a 3-0 here for Nova Esports, they pick up the pay, they've then got to try and find some other counter, because the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tachibana within the KWC has been one of those frightful pay counters, and now Twisted Minds are like, hey, they've banned out a lot of my heroes into the jungle, I need to find something else, and we're looking at damage when we have the Dune, and it's going to be Wendy on one of his signature picks. It's going to be that Kong Ming.
Kong Min, just like the absolute menace, the mage, the downtown, ultimate, the winning strategies are going to be quite key in terms of just setting things up. If he's able to blow them up, get onto the back line, I mean, the Channel, Princess Frost, Yukio to a certain degree, kind of squishier, so you have your abilities to really just turn the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they needed the damage, right? You can't really be relying on the Ali till the late game, because, I mean, if we're looking at what we've seen so far for Nova Esports, they ran that game down within 7 minutes, so maybe with this draft, they are looking to be a little bit more frightening, but in terms of control, it is a little bit less here. Obviously, they do have the Razor Cavalry, but that's the kind of control you want to be using into a team fight, not going for these single target pickoffs.
Yeah, and if I'm going to be the coach of Twisted Minds, I'm going to say, hey guys, we need to survive till at least 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a progression, right? They need to make a progression. I mean, it felt too soon, because, I mean, it felt like we've just still casting game number 1.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be the first match, second game, third place decider match on this one. It's a best of 5 going into this. Of course, Nova Esports up 1-0. Can Twisted Minds bounce back here?
Can they unravel that win on game number 1 for Twisted Minds? But we just, obviously, time will tell. Let's see, obviously, where that pressure comes. Can they put the pressure onto Muchi? Because, obviously, if they can, that's going to be one of that hard guaranteed damage outputs for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that Twisted Minds need to do, especially from game one, is that when they're going aggressive, they're looking for that gank, they convert it. And instead of just being an absolute disaster that Nova Esports had really put the fight on. But CT Boy taking a lot of damage, he's going to limp away.
I mean, this is the current point where you want to be taking out City Boy, right? If you want to be putting the pressure onto a Zhang Fei, it's pre-4 minutes. Pre-level 4, sorry. Because you don't have the Unbridled Outburst, you don't have that stacked shield come through when you use that ultimate. So at this point in the game, he's going to be able to not take a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's not going to take a lot. He's still tanky, you still have that Leaping Savior, so you can kind of work that through. But again, you really don't have too many skills, as you were rightly pointing out. So it's one of those things where he needs to worry about his positioning, ensure that he just kind of keeps his Shanks alive more than anything else in that bottom lane.
Keeping Shanks alive, obviously we are seeing two late game heroes go at it toe for toe. So we're really going to be looking here for both Twisted Minds and Nova Esports on who can get online quicker. We know, obviously, as we say in the draft, that Ali's really going to be looking for that Doomsday, and that's when that damage is going to start slowly but surely come through.
Yeah, and to Twisted Minds, another thing, they need to really focus on Wendy and Muchi. They need to figure out ways to kind of get those kills, ensure that they don't get a good early start so that they have that damage to just outscale and start taking towers like you saw in game one.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to be doing that, right? Like, especially that mid lane. That's exactly how Nova Esports got that dub in game number 1. They completely decimated that mid lane. But for the side of Twisted Mind, they need to make sure that they are stopping Nova Esports, at least converting one objective into another, because that's how they win games, right?
Yeah, they need to just slow the pace down more than anything else, right? Things got really out of control in that game 1, but this is a thing where you just protect your jungle, go 50-50, try to extract as much farm on the map, especially in, on your side of the map, and then look for that play at the 3 minutes and 30-second mark right before that Tyrant.
Yeah, it's all about getting that pressure in the early game, right? So we can set up those neutral objectives. But if we're looking, obviously, between lanes right now, Muchi is ahead by about 300 gold, so we can assume that he was able to get that Phoenix down to the bot side, which only spawns once, because that is going to be that crucial kind of pockets of gold that you need to get ahead in the early game.
Yeah, it's the small wins, right? Just being able to take those, like the Firehawk is, again, the sprites in the top right here. It looks like Twisted Minds have rotated and are looking to just ensure that Clean picks this one up.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of adjustment here. Obviously, Muchi actually going for the Sparkforged Dagger here first. So the thing about Chano is that obviously he's going to be able to kind of use that vaulting shot to get away. So what you're really going to be needing to get that is that electrifying hit from that Sparkforged Dagger, making that poke potential a little bit more harder here for Shanks to actually try and formulate around.
Yeah, and one thing also to take note of is that leader stance. Those wolves can be really annoying. They can really get on top of you. Muchi's very good in terms of the single target damage, but CT Boy getting gone on here by CY. They're putting the aggression on.
Putting the aggression on, but it's at level 4, right? I was mentioning it earlier. They are now at level 4 for City Boy. He has the Unbridled Outburst. He has that Rage Bar build, but I feel like if they were able to draw that from Twisted Minds, it would have been detrimental at that neutral objective team fight.
And look at how Schwan is in the top lane. He's all by himself. He needs to just ensure that the lane is pushing. He's going to make the rotation. The Tyrant is going to now spawn. This could be a potential for Nova Esports to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing here. They're going to procure that Assure Golem first for the side of Nova Esports, trying to get that CC down, cool reduction down for the side of CY, trying to bait it out of the pit so we can't get any dives on here. City Boy waiting in the wind.
Waiting, not going to go for it. He did have Smite if he wanted to go and his ult, but he doesn't want to risk it at this stage. You don't want to give up first blood, but Nova will take that one.
I mean, more importantly, you don't want to give up another game that's going to be 6 minutes, right? If they took a bad team fight there, it would have been scary, but Wave Pit actually mitigating that Unbridled Outburst.
And now they want revenge. Wendy looking to go in for this one, but I don't think they're going to get much out of this rotation here.
Not much. I mean, we've seen here Clean with 90 with the rotation here, going in with the dive. They are looking just keep Nova on a leash.
Yeah, it looks like the nice little Razor Cavalry. They find him. They get the knock up. They get Clean. First blood going the way of Wendy, making a double as they go on top of 90, and they want to get even more. Schwan, this is why he's so good on the Guan Yu.
Just like how I like my espressos, right? I like a double shot come through, but they're looking for a triple shot. They're awake this morning.
Not scared at all, but a high log just barely surviving. Waypit gets stuck out. Soaring signal onto Shanks. He gets the snipe and the return kill.
the return kill. I mean, they're able to draw it 2-2, but look what Nova's done again. They gave them the key into that mid lane, taking the T1 down. This is not what you want to be doing here. Twisted Mind's like, yes, we got 2 kills on the board.
Yep.
But really, they're like, guys, where's that T1 gone?
Yeah, it's gone at this point. No real chance at this point. But again, it was more about Schwan with those plays.
Yeah, I mean, here's the replay here. I mean, there was a lot of commitment, and to be honest, we are seeing here that Shank's high link was able to try and get out of there with very little health.
Yeah, very little indeed. Not really able to go. But again, just setting it up, just being able to get a couple kills. Yeah, they probably dove a little too far. That winter is here. It was just like way too cold for them. Nova, 2 members go down. But again, it was all about the towers more than anything else.
Yeah, again, just Nova Esports converting those objectives over and over again. But City Boy does have the embroidered layer bursting. Doesn't actually catch onto anybody.
The
So
wind slash will, they go right onto Hylong. He's a little bit low. He's going to get barely out of this one. But CT Boy with that Ferali form, it looks like they want to go for this. They're going to go in top of this. They're going to chase down. They find Waypit. They're not letting anyone go.
I mean, that was an overcommitment there by obviously Waypit and CY, right? They swung in and it was kind of like, guys, can somebody actually bail me out of this one? Because they weren't able to get out because of that clean rotation from 90.
Yeah, CY just way too far. Yes, they're being aggressive, but it almost seems like they're being a little impatient with some of these fights.
Patience is a virtue, and I mean, Twisted Minds, after that game number 1, they're like, you know what? We're not virtuous. We are just looking for some aggression here.
The Soaring Green Dragon right onto it. Nighty trying to flash away, but Juan now in a bad spot. He's going to walk into the winner is here. Needs to be careful. The Overlord had been picked up by Muchi.
Yeah, the flash being expanded here by AG.AL. That could be troublesome, right? Like, he could now get picked off. He's going to be a bit of a sit-in duck, especially with his ultimate being expanded there also. So, Intel over to Nova. If they've caught that, it could be crucial.
Yeah, and look at this. About a 1K net worth lead in favor of Nova Esports. Yes, they've been aggressive, but it's almost like they're throwing bodies at the problem, trying to solve this one, and it's not really going in their favor at times because Twisted Minds, they have the right counterpunch.
Yeah, they're throwing smoke at this point. It's like hoping it's like, hey, can they guys, can we see that fist? Can we get through this into the team fight? Maybe that's going to be the point here. Or maybe Twisted Minds have that clear through the smoke.
Yeah, and they're going to look to just hold this defensively, ensure that the T2s are staying alive. They're going to continue to farm here, but the Azure Golem about to get going on.
I mean, they don't want to lose it at this point, right? Twisted Minds, obviously clean, kind of needs that one with a cold air reduction come through, but they're like, hey, we're going to try and bait out the Azure Golem, then take the T2, because the Vanguard coming through, and none of the side of Twisted Minds was even trying to answer that call.
Yeah, CY actually didn't have the smite on that one, but Clean had to expend it to ensure that he gets it. You were talking about the blue buff being ever so key on the Yukio is going to be important. He secures it.
He does get it. I mean, that's the consolation prize that he needs, right? I mean, you don't want to lose your Azure Golem and your T2, because at that point, it's kind of like, guys, we need to reset. But down to the bot side, Muchi did a great effort there. That turret, that T1, looking like it's holding on with very little health.
Yeah, not really much at all. It's like literally all black at this point. But the Tyrant is going to be picked up here. Nova Esports, with all the space, going to take advantage of this map control, and they take yet another turn. Tyrant.
Do you think if I blow on the screen, I'll give the advantage over to Twisted Minds and it takes down the turret?
Let's not do it, just in case it might go down.
No outside interference. I get it. We're being completely non-biased here. But no, if we're looking between these both two teams, I do have to say, even though the Gorge doesn't look as pretty, still, game number 1, it's not looking too good.
Not good at all, but he's going for the truth. Oh, but Muchi with a light step away, he sidesteps it, and Nighty gets taken out.
Yeah, Wendy with the shimmy into the winning strategy there. That's going to get the takedown onto Nighty, which is pretty much a problem here.
Oh, but Clean going all in. He gets the burst, finds Muchi, and now here's even more Twisted Minds. Can they get anywhere else? No.
No, they're going to settle that one, right? They taking up Muchi off the board means that obviously at least 1 out of 2 of their damage potentials has been taken off for at least 10 to 15 seconds now.
Look at Wendy with his 40k damage. He's been just like on point in terms of just making it very uncomfortable for Clean, Hylong, and Shanks to even get anything going. I mean, his burst, and this is why he's like an absolute maestro on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see obviously the core is obviously Wendy and Muchi within this team composition because you saw there the gold is funneling in both of those, and that's what you really want. You want to get that damage online earlier, and we're seeing it with both these two picks. They just got to make sure they're not making mistakes like they did into that top side of the map.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught out. That's like the biggest thing. I mean, if Nighty finds you, you're grouped up and you're all together, he's going to make it a bad time in that sense with that flash truth. But again, the Shadow Tyrant is going to be picked up. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to take the Overlord at the same time.
Yeah, a bit of a spread for these neutral objectives. We are actually having a bit of a progress here for Twisted Minds. They made it into the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, a congrats to them. But the Overlord and Tyrant picked up as well. But it looks like they've gotten Shanks and Ilang, and they want to get more. Xuan with a perfect angle, looking to push back. CT Boy has a road charge. He will be chopped down.
I mean, the Unbridled Outburst, we have to say, it whiffed there, unfortunately, for the side of Twisted Minds. If they were able to land that, it would have been a problem. But now they approach the T3 into the mid lane, looking to take that down, get those empowered minions.
Yeah, the base is wide open. They have all 5 members. Nova Esports looking to close this game 2 out. They're doing some serious damage. They have the wind slashes. They're going to pad the KDAs. They take out Nighty and Clean, and it looks like they're going to take game 2 in a matter of time. All they need to do is wait for the minions. They're going to back off as they see that Shanks and Shailang, though, have respawned.
They've respawned, and they're a bit of a saving grace, right? They have the Shadow Vanguard if they really want to put it down into that mid lane, or are they going to salvage one of these side lanes? But no, it's not looking too good here for Twisted Minds in this game number 2, but they still have a comeback potential. They have 2 T2s. Let's make that now 1. We've now taken that away. That was a quick rate of interest there for Twisted Minds, but now here we look at City Boy. He gets dived in on. He's already used the Unbridled Outburst. He has no means of getting out of that team fight.
Yeah, no chance at that point. I mean, once the initial pickoffs were happening with Shanks down, it was going to be really tough for them to make any sort of progress into this. They had to have retreated, but with those Vanguards and the wave clear on the minions, again, just a small lifeline at this stage.
Again, a Hail Mary for them, like you're saying there, Holder. They're going to be trying to kind of like combat this at the Crystal. You can kind of see the replay still on the board, but overall, as the live footage comes through here, Twisted Minds has managed to salvage those higher ground turrets. Maybe able to keep onto that T2 down to the bot side for now, but that's really going to be the opening here for Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they have a 7K net worth lead. Like, they have so many openings. As long as they don't, like, just sacrifice themselves and just kind of, you know, get out of position. But look at how they're grouped up. And again, these slow sieges are just really on point for Nova Esports. Very clean.
Yeah, they kind of having to play at this base, right? Twisted Minds, if they step over, they're going to get punished either by Xuan on the Guan Yu, dived on by CY, and then even Wei Pei. He's been very aggressive on this Diadea.
Yeah, as he needs to be, right? I think that a good Diadea hero or player will be able to be aggressive, understanding when you need to go in, and he's always had Muchi, so when he needs to connect and heal him, you have that life step to get out of jail.
Yeah, the life link is going to be a great sign here for the side of Nova Esports. Obviously, Destiny Counter use that to push them away, Twisted Minds from that T3. The Winter is here, is going to wipe out those minions, so they have exhausted a great team fight potential here for the side of Twisted Minds.
It's all about slowing the pace of the game down. Use whatever you can to wave clear. Ensure that those towers are not taking any damage, especially with those minions. It's got to be key for them. Twisted Minds need a little bit more time, and you're thinking, but you know, Nova Esports can kind of just slowly choke them out. Yes, but at the same time, some of the guys from Twisted Minds can get some of that farm and to potentially win this next team fight with some of those towers.
Yeah, we speak about time, but obviously now Highlang does have that Winters here back online again, obviously using the Frigid Prison to try and take out these minions, keep them frozen in place whilst the rest of the team just does the damage and clears out that minion wave. But if we're looking realistically here, Nova Esports at the 13-minute mark, slowly approaching that 14-minute mark, they're looking at around about an 8K goal lead, right? That's going to take some heck of a team fight, some great micro playstyle from the side of Twisted Minds to navigate such a team fight that's going to get them back onto the gorge.
Yeah, but at the same time, Twisted Minds, if you go out of your base and somebody gets caught out and then Nova has that man advantage, they're just going to take you down. So you have to be careful with how you approach, but it looks like they're going to give up a Shadow Tyrant for free yet again to Nova.
Yeah, not only is the man advantage that potentially could come through if Twisted Minds does overstep, they now have the Shadow Tyrant, and they're looking potentially here to go for the Shadow Overlord. Maybe try and bait Twisted Minds to say, hey, look, you've got the minion waves pushed halfway. Are you going to come and try and test us?
Yeah, they're so far up, you know, at this point, and Xuan still up there providing that vision. Yeah. If anybody wants to come in the neighborhood, they're going to be in a world of hurt, or Nova Esports actually realize that, and the alarm bells will sound.
Yeah, he's the toll man. You've got to pay Xuan to get out of your base if you are daring enough to. So you can see on that mini-map, he has been down to the bot side of the map because obviously we don't really need the Guan Yu into those neutral objective pits to make it sure it's a secure objective. They have the damage from Muji, they have the damage from Wendy.
Yeah, the biggest thing is like, it's pressure from all 3 lanes. Where are you going to go? And Twisted Minds, I mean, they can find CY, but he's just so tanky, they really can't deal with him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're going to dive onto somebody, you're not really going to be trying to commit all your exhaustions to trying to get to take down on CY.
Yeah, all T3s are taken. The base wide open at this stage. Nova Nova Esports looking for the right angle. The winning strategy is going to be connected. CY going in, he has that Blood Rage. The Wind Slash is going to be a little off the mark, but the Frigid Prison, and they're locking him in. Here comes the Umbrella Outburst. Schwan looking for that perfect rear attack. He's not able to find it, and he finds Nighty. The Stampede on forward. CT Boy just trying to take it out, but Hailong is going to be the first to fall. Schwan, though, is continuing on, and they have that damage. They find CT Boy, and Nova Esports will take game 2.
Game 2, not as clean as game number 1, but it's going to be Nova Esports with the 2-0, which, again, like I was saying, Twisted Minds definitely had a little bit more of a tit for tat with that one. They weren't able to get that bot side T1 after all, even though it was barely holding on for its dear life. And like I said, hey, maybe I should have blown on the screen hauler just to give them the extra little bit of gold, a little bit more leeway down to that side lane.
All right, you can't cheat for them, okay? That's not fair. That's not fair. And but I mean, at this point, Twisted Minds need all the help they can do, can get, right? I mean, you saw it in the game when they were playing against AG.AL. They actually like threw out some flies to attack Yunua in real life. Unfortunately, that didn't pay off as well. But Twisted Minds, again, they need some way to kind of bounce back in this series.
Use some kind of jutsu to summon flies, and he was like, whoa, whoa, get away from me. What's this? And finally got a kill on him, but still wasn't enough to actually get the takedown. But yeah, Twisted Minds here, they need to make sure that they're drafting a lot better, right? But it's the fact that Clean is being so targeted in that ban phase. It's scary. He has to resource to the Yu-Gi-Oh! He has to resort to the Schwanze. Not saying that these are bad heroes, but into the team comp, in what they need to provide in terms of frontline and damage, they aren't the ones.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to disagree with you. I do think that the Schwanze is not that good. I think going into this one, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, it was more of a niche pick and a more of a counter pick more than anything else. But I do totally agree with the fact that, yeah, Nova Esports are like, Clean is the guy. We're going to lock him down. But again, that's just our opinion. Let's see what the desk has to say about game 2 here.
Nova Esports showing that they should be in that grand final. They're showing that they're in a completely different league of their own, and Twisted Minds is unable to answer to any of the questions that Nova Esports is putting out there. That Guan Yu, a top pick, it was yesterday a great performance, comes in today, a same exact thing. What is going on?
Every single time you see Juan on the Guan Yu, he has some of the craziest levels of impact I've seen. There was a fight in the mid game I saw where he solo disrupted the entire enemy team while they're doing Overlord and let their Arlie go ahead and sneak it over. It's just he has so much impact, whether it's fighting, disrupting, right, and doing all that. And I didn't even mention Wendy yet. Oh my God, Wendy, once again, call me the CEO of the Wendy fan club here, all right? Wendy on the Kong Ming here, another insane performance. The damage numbers we're going to show up here shortly. You're going to see a really big number here on the Kong Ming. And something interesting to know here, on HOK Camp, you can go ahead and search characters, right? You can search them by win rate, and you can search them by damage. And how Wendy goes ahead and decides his next pick is he goes to damage dealt per game, and he sorts them highest to lowest. Number 1, Ganon mode. Number 2,
like, give me that.
Kong Ming. Yep, and he just picks those characters.
I mean, absolutely. One thing that I would say, I like to give phrases to each match.
Yeah, yes, you do. We have realized that, mate. We have realized.
Last game, I would say it's over your head for Team Nova, actually. And in fact, they're so over their head. It's like the head is like a dot, and the horizon's so far away you can't even see it anymore. Because they're so chaotic. Team fight is so chaotic. You feel like everyone's all over the place. There are certain kills that shouldn't have been chased. But on the other side, I mean, to your point, Isaac, what is going on? Twisted Minds draft in this game. I mean, I got this whole draft analysis paper right here.
Yes, you do. I'm sad that people at home cannot see it. It's like piles and piles of paper going on in here.
We have Paging. We have all for all the top tier jungle options. Yeah. And then, yet we're going for the options that I didn't even write on the paper.
I think Twisted Minds here is making a little bit of a misstep on the draft. It is a best of 5. You gotta put your best foot forward.
That's it. Yeah.
You can't be worried about running out of gas. You're at match point already.
That shouldn't be happening. It should not be a 2-0 because I'm telling you right now, the pressure is on. Before, when we talked about it, it was like, it's a best of 5. It's all right. You can come in and then you can enjoy a little bit of the match and it's going to be nice. But right now, 2-0, like the pressure is back on, and this is not supposed to be like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is match point already for Team Nova. Team Nova has played with a lot of momentum today. They're going for the 3rd place for sure, but Twisted Minds is known to be resilient. Yes. They're known to play from behind. So, although the first 2 games, is I would say interesting as it was, there's still
course.
3 more games to go if they seize this opportunity.
Absolutely. The drafts for Nova were extremely aggressive and very, similar to their playstyle. They want to get the first early wins and ride that momentum. So they had some expensive drafts here. Now, this is a very dangerous game Twisted Minds is playing here,
Yes.
They were kind of pulling a little bit of punches, using some stuff like the Okio jungle here. Whereas now, going into these latter games, they have a lot of strong options available. If they play their cards right, they might be able to turn this around.
I hope that they will, because we do not want this to finish in a 3-0. I know that we want this just to last as long as possible. It's our last day of the KWC 2025. Please give us some more minutes of action, please. But you know what? Let's take a little break in here. Let's give Twisted Mind some time for them to realize what the plan is going to be. And after the break, we'll be back and we'll keep it breaking it for you.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Let's go, boys, all together. Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds. All right, come on, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be game 3 of this best of 5. We are trying to go all the way. Please, 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 please. We have we have so much respect for Nova Esports, man. Like, we love Nova Esports. But at the same time, we love all the fans that flew all the way here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and they want to see a little bit more. It's not about just seeing Nova losing. It's about just giving the players and giving the people over there just one more game and another one and another one. I'm fine with working the whole day. You know what? I'm fine just doing 8-9 hours. I'm cool as long as we have one more game, please.
If there was a time to launch a counterattack, now would be it. Twisted Minds has a lot of solid picks left available. We've seen Nova specifically targeting Clean in particular.
Of course.
We have 4 jungle bans. They've seen what he has done yesterday in the match versus AG there, and they do not want to replicate that.
They don't want him to have a clean performance, right?
Absolutely. We want to see Twisted Minds here go ahead and see if they can draft around Clean, and if they can't, maybe give a powerful pick over to some of the other members on their team. Nightly, give Nightly a strong pick here. Shanks, but this is do or die match point for them now.
You know what, Phil? Why don't you just toss it to the casters? Go ahead, give it a try.
I think it is Hauler and Blam, right? Hauler and Blam, take it away.
Thank you, CEO of Phil and the Guan Yu pick. Throwing it over there. I mean, he's getting more experience every day, right? Like, Isaac's just giving him too much power. I think this could be a crazy turn of events if he gets too much power here. But we are going to get into match point potentially here between Nova Esports and Twisted Minds. Hauler, what do Twisted Minds need to do?
Well, the biggest thing they need to do is work on their trash talk. You're looking at the Honor of Kings global page. I saw Hailong putting up a 0-3. And this is obviously right before they did the walk-in, and the teams were definitely, for Nova 0, Twisted Minds 3, but he might have gotten those teams reversed.
Maybe he was looking in the mirror. He's a little
confused.
He got it around. Yeah, exactly. But hey, we love the confidence here from Twisted Minds. Maybe they can get a point onto the board, but we are looking here at Nova Esports. Prio blue pick going over to Wendy, the Mai Shiranui. He's had one big pick already. The Kong Ming, one of his carries. He's now got another.
Yeah, Wendy is just like an absolute all-star in that mid lane, and there's a reason why Nova Esports are so good. It's just that they've kind of revolved around his play. Literally one of the best Mai players on the global stage. This is a guy that, again, you need to be very careful about, and you need the proper counters to deal with this because you're going to be constantly pressured, especially in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're seeing Twisted Minds. Hailang gets the Yixing pick. Obviously, the analyst desk was talking about this all day at the beginning part of the broadcast, and we're going to be seeing some boards being placed down. Maybe trying to catch out here the Mai Shiranui. Maybe just trying to make sure that Twisted Minds plays on their grounds. But with the Lung here, we are going to be getting some burst damage come through. That late game cash-in potential here for the side of Twisted Minds Shanks.
Yeah, and they're countering Nova Esports, that is. The Lung pick exactly how Twisted Minds did when they picked the Lung, and they've gone with this Chano Zhangfei combination. It has that combination in terms of like the damage and the control, things that you need to have a really good team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here already, Clean's like, lads, you've got to let me have third pick because I've been absolutely abused in the banning phase. And I mean, they get the Ogren, they ban out the Musashi, CY having a dominant performance on the Musashi, but more importantly, the Musashi being one of the better counters, as well as the Agudo here as well for the Ogren.
Yeah, and the Ogren has been, this is pretty much it for Twisted Minds. Backs on the wall, elimination game for that third place, extra 110,000 would be huge for this team. They would have a 310,000 USD for winning third place, would be massive for them. But this is the lineup. If they're going to win any game, this is it, at least looking at this first 3 picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking very strong, right? I mean, persistently within the series, Twisted Minds have really been kind of going for the not so cleanest of drafts. They have expanded some expensive picks, but so has Nova Esports, right? I mean, their first game draft was very expensive. Their second game draft was also expensive in terms of comfort picks onto Wendy with the Kong Ming. So really, Nova Esports, in their big interest, needs to run this out in a 3-0 because if they keep going at this pace, it's going to be harder and harder for them to draft into the latter part of the series.
Yeah, the reverse sweep, Twisted Minds. I think the fans out there need to start sending them your energy. Let them get going. Because again, all it takes is just one more game, as the panel was saying, but it can really snowball into many.
It can snowball into many. Exactly. Momentum has been such a crazy effect within the KWC. We've seen teams go all the way from day one of group stage, go all the way down to the lower brackets, climb into the lower brackets. Twisted Minds is one of those success stories, but best player with the best prediction predicts the Monkey coming through here for the side of CY. So they really need a little bit more access into the backline, especially trying to catch out Yixing, especially trying to get on top of Lung, maybe trying to expand that infinite vastness earlier than they were really hoping for, but also backline access this Fatih pick here.
Yeah, the Fatih and Monkey, just a nice little 1-2 combination, solidifying that top lane, very tanky and things, and it just adds on to what the Zhang Fei wants to do. You know you have that damage from the Mai and the Chano, so you're just going to be able to find the right moments, but are they able to kind of use these two guys to really kind of, you know, put Ogren in a bad spot where he doesn't really want to engage at times?
Oh, okay, CEO Phil gets his pick come through again. The Guan Yu here goes over to the side of Twisted Minds this time, but I really want to give a bit of a highlight here to Monkey. I don't feel like we give this hero enough shine, especially for those new at home, right? Like, they don't probably necessarily see, oh, it's quite a cute looking pick. Surely that cannot have devastating impact onto my enemy team. But let me tell you, as a Monkey main, it is definitely one of the most devastating picks, especially in terms of that tank meta that we were talking about earlier. Yes, obviously within competitive, the assassins rule the gorge, but in ranked, you can still pick a tank pick into the jungle and it's still going to be able to kind of create success. I mean, me and Phil was watching Eric in the crowd of the AG.AL game, and he would pick the Monkey and he cleaned up shop.
Yeah, it was just he's actually very good on the Monkey. He was kind of flexing on that one, doing a great job with that hero. I mean, the amount of control that you can provide, but you do need damage. That's the biggest thing, is that, you know, the support here from the Mai and the Chano gonna be key. It's gonna come up to Wendy and Muchi. Again, we've seen this already in 2 games where they've been able to kind of get that farm. They've been able to do that damage, and Twisted Minds know that going into game 3, they need to stop them.
They need to stop that, and they also need to stop the devastation of Nova Esports. At match point, can Twisted Minds turn this all around? And those at the Amazon Arena, let's hear a gyro for both of these teams as we get into game number 3.
Twisted Minds here need to be aggressive early, try to set the tone. They haven't really been lucky in terms of getting these like first bloods and kind of being aggressive when they need to. They tried in game 1 and unfortunately they fell flat on their faces, but this is one where, again, everything on the line, you gotta go for it.
You gotta go for it. But I mean, I don't want to say it here, but Nova Esports, we've seen from obviously the KPL teams, when they get to that last match of the series, they go hard, right? So I'm really hoping here, for the sake of Twisted Minds, that is not going to be the case.
But you're the KMW, you know, caster. You should be the believer in them. You should be like pumping them up. You should be all about this Twisted Minds lineup.
They forgot the MVP. Vickery is not on the board. He's not on the stage. I mean, you can't have a team and give the hype over to Twisted Minds if they're not fully suited within their unit.
Yeah, but I do think that this draft is going to be better for Twisted Minds. This is definitely something that they're comfortable with. Clean on this Ogren. This is the moment. Yes, he's been targeted in terms of the bans and the drafts and all that, but this is the time where you need to really pick up the team.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see here, obviously Clean was able to actually maintain an XP lead here over to CY, hence the help and the rotation here from Wendy, because one of the things about Monkey, yes, obviously, like I said, he can be tanky, they can be tanky into the game, but in the early game, their clear is not as fast as an Ogre.
Yeah, not as fast, unfortunately, but he just needs to stay alive. Let the rest of your team do that damage.
The one weak spot of obviously the Monkey as well for those at home is kind of just having that consistent damage going on to him. Some high pressure, some high intake of damage is what's going to be able to take out CY onto this pick, but you're really going to be spamming that first skill, right? Making sure that shield is stacked so you can have a great team fight. But speaking of team fight here, Schwan getting picked up here. There's too much CC, and first blood goes over to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Schwan was just like on a leisurely stroll in the river, and the mean old Twisted Minds found him, caught him out, 3-on-1 advantage as well, and Schwan, unfortunately, he's going to give up first blood there.
He was having a leisurely time, right? I mean, they definitely took a bit of a misuse over him there into that river. I mean, definitely a brutal one here, but maybe trying to get the payback here. Shanks looking pretty low, but he is level 4. He has the infinite vastness, and the board being committed here. Is he going to turn the tide here for Twisted Minds? Oh my goodness! The vaulted shot into the backline takes down City Boy.
Yeah, he gets that one soaring signal just right on top. CT Boy thought he was fine. He actually flashed away. He was going to be in a great spot, but that brush just not enough. Just enough vision to get that one final shot. Muchi just gets that snipe.
That's a clean thing about the Chano as well, right? Like, as soon as that shot is literally, like, programmed onto that hero, it's not giving up. It's going in like a homing missile and gets the pick up there. So they really were like, hey, you could take out Schwan, but we're going to take out City Boy, which within that bot side of the map, we're really looking at sustained capability here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, if anyone's going to go down, though, you probably want the Roamer to go, so it's not the worst thing. Shanks is still there in the bottom lane, continuing to farm. He needs to keep on pace. He needs to step up this game because they really need some damage to help supplement what Clean is bringing.
Clean is bringing, obviously, the terms of the aggression here, trying to maintain that gold lead into somewhat of a margin here between both Nova Esports and Twisted Minds. It's really going to be the key here. So if he gets taken off, it's going to be scary. But Wendy flipping around at the gorge here, trying to get the pick up onto Highlang. He commits the board. No one gets catch other than Wei Pit. And now the passive has been expanded here by the side of Twisted Minds. Unbridled Outburst is going to be able to catch two. Can they catch Shanks? He has the infinite vastness.
I mean, CT Boy with a Mulberry power right onto CY, just barely able to just keep enough stuns for Highlang.
Oh, 90 here to the backline, trying to completely upset the tempo here of the team fight. Dream Roam used defensively, gets CY out of that one. Really good disengage.
Oh, what a great team fight right there. I mean, everybody was throwing out all their spells, but understanding and just trying to navigate the other one and getting to safety, absolutely huge for CY here.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to be even huge is obviously trying to get the takedown of this Tyrant into the first part of the game of this number 3, right? Like, if they are able to get that extra bit of damage, not quite as clean as they would normally like it to be, because they have reset that Tyrant that was really kind of anticipating potentially Twisted Minds going for a good team fight.
Yeah, just a great attempt here, but it looks like Highlang has the flash.
Has the flash, gets out of the board, but now Highlang's a little bit too deep into it. The Mulberry power is going to be enough to get him out alive. Obviously, healing from those Fireflies, but also the dodge out of that CC is what was going to be that enough to kind of push away Nova Esports.
Yeah, Muchi was waiting the brush, wanted somebody to kind of just make their way closer so that he could get the snipe shot, but then Clean showed up, and Muchi was like, no, we got to get out of here. He's the actual nightmare that we need to get away from. We need to stay alive. But CT Boy, his Mulberry powers have actually been quite successful, and he's had some great disruption with that.
I mean, this is the whole point of obviously the Sakira, right? Using that first skill to just kind of completely disrupt the flow of the enemy team. But speaking of nightmares, we saw there that CY built the Blazing Cape, which is now going to be the anti-heal item into those team fights. It's going to stop the sustainability of the Ogryn, stop the healing, and reduce the healing of City Boy.
Yeah, just limit what Clean brings to the table as much as possible. But Twisted Mind's doing a great job. Looks like they're going to secure the first Tyrant here.
Big pick up for the Tyrant, right? I mean, I think this is like, I feel like it's Twisted Mind's first Tyrant of the series. We're able to get the pick up there. So now the extra bit of damage for the next 75 seconds. Nova Esports, are they going to go for obviously pressure into the top side of the map we can see here from Schwan, or are they going to be able to kind of get that micro play ability into these team fights and then mitigate a lot of those damaging skills?
You can see how the play style of Twisted Minds has really changed. They've been way more aggressive. Yeah, taking that first neutral was huge for them.
Oh, okay, yep, the Embroidered Levers catches on to 3. The Leaping Savior onto City Boy. He gets taken down. 90 tries to come in with a save, pushes away Nova, but they have the foot on the gas. They're pushing past that T1, waiting for that minion wave to come crashing through here.
CT Boy, the only one to have fallen yet again. I mean, yes, there's 2 kills to Nova's name, but they've gone directly for CT Boy. Again, not the worst thing for Twisted Minds. It's just a roam lives, and yes, they do matter, but I mean, it's better him than anyone else. Everyone else was on a sliver of life.
That felt really weird for you to, that felt really hard to hear that, right? I mean, as a Pinky, I was like, Hall is a roam main and he's committed that they're not actually matters, but then he brings it back around. It makes sense. I mean, I felt like normality has been brought back into my life here. A little bit of a contention there for the Crimson Golden, but it does go over to the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, they're taking everything, right?
Yeah.
When you have that lead, you want to just continue to put the pressure on, take advantage of the map control that you can provide, like being able to stick it through. And look at how Twisted Minds have to react. They're down about 2K. This is not something that is insurmountable to this team.
Yeah.
But again, they've been losing throughout this entire series. They really need to get something to kind of get this team really started.
I feel like if Twisted Minds can keep this game going, if they can stall and get Shanks aligned with the Lung, it could be trouble here for the side of Nova Esports. But once again, another fantastic Unbridled Airburst into the backline. Board being committed there is going to be enough to keep out Highlang. He does get that passive stack and off. He is keeping there because of that invincibility, going back to base, trying to formulate some more health before we go for another team fight here, potentially.
Highlang is just barely hung on multiple times already, and he's like playing with fire in that sense. But Nighty,
speaking of playing with fire, Nighty is definitely playing with fire. He was caught into the backline there, tries to push. Nova Esports tries to find that defining angle to get them into that T2 turret to take the damage out from there, but just wasn't quite clean enough. He was stuck in there with them, not the other way around.
Yeah, he was not able to find that right angle, and it was a little aggressive in that sense. I mean, if you go in, you got to just, ensure that you get the push off. You just got to go for it at that point, and he kind of was looking, he was like holding it even longer, the Razor Cavalry at that point, and he paid with his sins.
He paid for his sins indeed. I mean, right now, in terms of the Gorge domination, Twisted Minds actually be able to put a bit of pressure into the top side of the map, but it was thanks to obviously Schwan that was pushing that T1 as well and mitigated that, but it's that detrimental mid lane holder. It's been taken down once again.
It's been taken down quite a lot. Hailong has always been defensively just like pushed back. Wendy's been very aggressive, and he's, again, why he excels on this hero is providing that damage and that burst. And Twisted Minds have really no answers. They need a little bit more time for Clean to get some of that farm.
Yeah, again, they need to get, obviously, itemization through here. You can kind of see that, regardless, Clean is actually ahead of CY in the jungle, because you can kind of see that that's where it's all funneling into. If it's not going into Shanks, it's going into Clean. Blazing Cape's built. I had the Phoenix built here. So they have the HP regen, they have the anti-heal properties from the Blazing Cape. So really, we're going to be looking at maybe potentially being the Blood Rage being that third item.
Yeah, and look at how Nova Esports are moving across the map. Yeah, they're not really looking to engage, but by threatening certain positions, even with Waypit providing that vision, it's pushing Twisted Minds back. This is opening up space. The top T2 already been taken down. This is perfectly playing in the hands of Nova Esports.
It is, but I want to revisit that point that I was making, right? That if we can get Twisted Minds to stall, they can then get the City Boy Shanks online. But you can kind of see here, he's gone for that very expensive itemization. He's completely skipped the Meteor, completely skipped the Axe of Torment. He's gone for the Siegebreaker. He's gone for the Eternity Blade, and even the Sky Piercer, the second tier item of the Daybreaker. So trying to get that itemization, that damage online early, could be potentially a way in for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they need whatever they can do. I mean, it might not be the most conventional, but just getting those right items, because they need to fight now, right? They don't really have a whole lot more time. The first Shadow Tyrant was picked up by Nova Esports, and now they're taking the Crimson buff away from you. It's going to be a tough situation for Twisted Minds to hold here.
Yeah, they're just kind of taking all the resources, like you were saying earlier, Holep. I mean, they have access to it. It'd be silly for them, Nova Esports, to not do that. They have the golden ticket. They need to cash it in and keep getting and putting that pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, that T3 in the mid lane needs a little bit of defending here from Twisted Minds.
You got to deal with those minions. You got to figure out some way to just slow it down. It's all about that breathing space at this point. But Nova Esports, look at how they've been pushing. And the Clean, yeah, he's up in front, but he's kind of playing scared.
He's playing very scared. I mean, I would, right? I mean, definitely the damage output, the DPS from the side of Nova Esports is definitely something, even if I was an Ogre, and I'd be like, lads, we got to kind of play this one a little bit more micro.
Yeah, more micro indeed. I mean, Clean here, finding CY.
Oh, no, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. We wanted Shanks to come out on top of that one, but it was Mucci with the soaring shot that got the kill there onto Shanks. Got the T3 into the mid lane. You can kind of see here, Clean just trying to clean up these minion waves once again.
The movement, the positioning, just how up front they are. It's suffocating for Twisted Minds to find any sort of jump in.
Oh, the jump in, as you called it there, Ola. The Wendy into the backline with the contussions, with the knockups, thanks to that unbridled outburst as well, pushing City Boy and Clean back into the base as the minion waves come through. Game 3, third place is winning it up, Supernova!
Just really well played there. Perfect game, a perfect series. Exactly what you expected from the MKL champions. And going into against Twisted Minds, who was like upsetting a lot of the other teams, but they just had no answers. Nova Esports are on another level.
I mean, after taking that win from TT Global, right, they have to be on another level. They have to maintain that presence and that popularity. They need to drive this narrative that, like, hey, we are the only team to do it this far this yet. So they really are showing and putting respect on their names. And Supernova, Nova Esports will be the KWC third place team. And I mean, looking at there, Hailong is just stressed about this matchup. I mean, it's after that 6-minute wipe down, I'd be looking like that too.
Yeah, it was absolutely rough. I mean, they didn't really have any openings. Yes, they started off strong. They had a great first blood. They turned it into the first tyrant of the game. But then Nova Esports were just like the clean, calculated movements, finding the pickoffs, getting in and out, finding 90. He has to just barely just limp away on those moments. And Twisted Minds really had no openings in this game.
They didn't. I mean, they really were looking for them, obviously, especially with this Game 3 draft as well. We see more of a return to Twisted Minds as a normal draft, right? The Orgren, the Yixing, the Lung, the Sakir, and the Guan Yu. I mean, we didn't really get that Lian Po come through here for City Boy, which has been one of his most performed picks. But when you look at that draft, they needed sustainability. They needed the healing, not the tank.
Yeah, not at that moment. So questions in the draft, obviously they could have done better, but it was more about the execution, especially if we're looking at Game 1 and that Schwann's pick. But let's see what the players have to think about that one. Let's see what Mara has to say here.
And now we're here with Shwan. Congratulations, the pride of Malaysia. You have done incredible in this competition. From start to finish, how much do you think your team has grown? What are you most proud of?
就是成长量。
对对对。
我觉得最大的成长就是我们面对到 KPL 队伍不会太缩吧，就是有敢打的画面，然后去突破自己吧，我觉得。
So what Shen say is, even we meet the KPL team, we will never give up, and then we are very brave to face them. Yeah, this is why we go through the tournament.
And you've definitely shown that Nova Esports is a threat. Now, what can we expect from Nova Esports after this?
希望在不久的将来，可以在 KPL 手上拿到不止1分吧，而是一个大场。
So we hope that we can win KPL team, not just a small game. It's a match in the future.
Now, Malaysia is watching you. The entire world is watching you. What would you like to say to everybody who's been supporting your journey all throughout?
就是你有什么想要跟马来西亚，就是一直在支持我们跟观看我们的观众说？
我觉得继续支持我们 Nova Esports 嘛，然后我们会不让大家失望的。
So, terima kasih kepada semua Malaysia punya fans memberi sokongan kepada kita. Kita akan berusaha untuk the next game. Thank you.
Congratulations! You have proven that Nova Esports is amongst the top teams in the world. And we're going to see you in the next international tournament. Now we're going to be talking about that a little bit more. So we're going to head back to our panel. Lead the Gorge.
Our KWC 2025 third place is gonna be Nova Esports. Congratulations to Nova Esports coming in here, taking a 3-0 victory and telling us that they are the closest to that S tier. At the same time, congratulations to Twisted Minds on going at the 4th place. It is not an easy task. It is not easy for them to come here and to try to perform. You gotta remember, they faced Nova on day 1. They lost that game and they went to the lower bracket, and then after that they won and won and won and won all the way until top 4. Congratulations to Twisted Minds. Sometimes it's not about the outcome only. Sometimes it's about the process, and sometimes it's about the genes that you set right over there. We know that in Twisted Minds, in their blood is gonna be fight, and in their soul they can go home as champions as well. Congratulations to both of them. Boys, it's been a great third match. You know, it's been a great match. Phil, Dave, it's been amazing, but right now I'm not gonna talk to you. I want to talk with Moba Zane, the one and only. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
How was the show match yesterday? I know that you had a show match before and then another show match, and right now you're 2 victories in there, mate.
Yeah, I'm the only person who played in the show matches.
Wow.
That's 2-0.
I'm telling you, invincible.
It's true.
It shouldn't be Mobile Zane. It should be invincible Zane. It should be like that. Did you guys know Mobile Zane before?
Face of NA, right here. Why is that? There's a Mobile Zane effect. Every time he's on the team, he just wins.
Yo, really?
It's true.
If that is actually true, no, that's gonna just up your value a lot, man. Come on, that is top notch. I want a tag like that. Just like as long as Isaac is around, we always win. I want a tag like that as well, mate.
That is definitely a great effect here. Great to have you on here, Zane. All right, we actually just had Best Player on here earlier, and he mentioned, what was his favorite character? Mankey, right?
Yes.
And Mankey actually showed up. Is there any character that you say is your favorite that you want to show up or you want to talk about here today in HOK?
I would probably say Marco Polo is probably my favorite. Thing is, he's just not played too much. I think we saw him pretty early on in the knockouts, just once.
Yeah,
though.
we saw him a
it was
little bit.
combined with the Yaria, and unfortunately, it didn't win. But that was the only game that we saw.
Pause has won with it though. They
I
won
know.
with Marco Polo Yaria, yeah.
And they played the Marco Polo Yaria combo that was actually really good. Dave, do you want to open that?
Yeah, like, okay, so what do you like about Marco Polo?
I just like that he's basically the most unique marksman, you know what I mean? Because usually if you're playing something like marksman or something like that, you're usually in the back, being very passive. But
Yeah.
Marco, as soon as you get Spark Forge, and especially Doomsday, you could just ult in on
Flips
as many
scripts.
people as you want. Yep.
Absolutely.
Just being able just to build those items just gets Marco Polo is his first just power spike, right?
I also thought he said Marco Polo because he's a cowboy, and we seen in the BTK reveal video, the BTK members were all Western themed, right?
By the way, who has the best costumes in your opinion?
Oh, me, no doubt. No doubt me.
Of course.
You've got the best posture and everything, man. So I'm completely sure that if we dress you up as a cowboy, I'm totally sure that the fans are gonna love that. Would you be up for that?
I would love it too.
A
go back
Marco
in the
Polo
hat.
costume, man. We gotta give him one of those. We gotta give him one of those. What has been the most interesting thing that you have had in these last 3 days, 4 days that you've been here in Saudi Arabia?
I would probably say yesterday's match with AG involved. I mean, the crowd was just insane.
Yeah, that's
And,
different, isn't it?
It just brings everything is so lively when AG is playing. So I could only imagine, when they're on their home court, just how crazy the fans probably are at the KPL finals. And
Yes.
just, even before the finals, just in the regular matches. I bet the fans and crowd there are amazing. I hope one day I can see it in person.
You know what? Like Dave and myself, we have had the opportunity just to cast over just some of AG.AL's games before, right? And it is just like how Moma Zane just mentioned it, right? It's just electric.
Bro, have you seen the announcement? I think this year's Grand Final might be in National Stadium, which is insane. The biggest stadium I've ever seen. I'm really excited to be part of it. If there's an opportunity, and you just mentioned you wanted to go.
Well, yeah, but we are here just to make dreams come true. So what about if we just talk to the producers and we just get Moma Zane to come with us all the way there for that final? That would be actually really nice. Phil, how did you get to meet Moma Zane?
Oh, it's hard to not know Moma Zane, right? Being, as Dave said, the face of NA here. I watch all these videos. Recently, Moma Zane came over to HOK. I had to check out some of his content and his Marco Polo, right? And, he's being very humble, but he's a great Marco Polo player.
Well, what about if we just solo right now?
Yeah.
Marco Polo's battle of no, we cannot do that right now though.
I have a question. So you play with Cat. So he obviously, you mentioned in the post-game interview, there's a communication barrier. Like, what happened at the time? Like, how did it feel to play with Cat?
I mean, it's kind of crazy, It's kind of crazy being able to play with one of the most well-known HOK players,
legend.
Yeah, right off the bat, it's just a whole different experience, and yeah, it was really fun.
You know what, Zane? One of the things that I like about people just playing with Cat is that not only they get to see the player that he is, right? Like, because we have all had an opportunity to see Cat in the past, and it's great. And if you haven't, then you can just go and watch the highlight reels. They're insane. But on the other side, did you get a chance to talk to him before or after the game and actually just kind of interact with him?
Yeah, I would try interacting with him a little bit. He's a really nice guy, but the problem is he doesn't speak English too much. So I would have to have everything translated. But overall, yeah, he just seems like a really genuine and nice guy.
And that's one of the interesting things, right? Like, you get to see like one of the OG GOATs, and then he is acting just like a normal human being, just coming in and just be like, hey, you know what? Like, you should do this or you should do that. We have had a lot of that chat in between teams in this kind of game, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. And the entire, I would say, Honor of King global ecosystem, the community. This is such a community-based game.
Of course.
And I think Zane, for you, you enjoy the game the most when you play with the entire BDK. Now, who would you say like you enjoy the most to play with on the BDK roster?
Putting him on the spot here.
Zane,
Who's your favorite?
Zane, as your lawyer, I'm
Who's your
going to
favorite?
say that you can just keep quiet right now if you want to.
Who needs
Do
to
not
improve the
incriminate
most?
yourself. He's baiting you.
I think everyone, on a serious note, everyone needs to improve. You know, we've only started playing maybe like about a month ago.
Yeah.
And a lot of that month has just been, you know, coming to,
of course,
KWC, and you know, we just need to play more. Honestly,
but I'm telling you, if you're telling me that you've been just playing the game in such a short span of time, and you can already perform at the level that you showed us yesterday, I'm telling you, if they keep this pace, in 12 months, we might see them over there in the stage, not as invited, but actually qualified for the tournament. Don't you think, Phil?
Absolutely. Yesterday we were watching the show match and we were saying, wait, this is a really serious looking game.
Yes.
They got the rotations down and such. And as Zane just mentioned, he's only been playing for a month and he knows all these amazing rotations, working as a team. That just shows the veterancy of him as a MOBA player and how easily he can pick up and adapt to this game here.
On the same note, I want to mention that with BTK now in Honor of Kings, we've seen a huge wave of community building.
That's
in the
lovely.
Entire Honor
That
of
is
Kings.
lovely.
So, like, would you have anything that you want to say to the fans that now, you know, trying Honor of King along with you and all that?
You know, I'm honestly surprised, and like I'm very grateful that a lot of the players that I've played other games with actually switched along and went to try HOK or still play it to this day, you know, and I'm really grateful for all of the people that did, you know, join BTK on this journey.
That is the main idea, right? Like the main idea is just to be able just to create a community with friends. Just coming in here and then everyone that you've played with before and they just tell you that, you know what, I am doing Honor of Kings right now. You guys should come and just watch the game, watch some of the EWC, KWC games. It is actually really cool. It is really, really nice. And we actually are very grateful to you because of that. Right now, moving a little bit into this third place match, what about if we just take a look at the highlights of it? And we try just to decompose a little bit on why Nova Esports is being able just to go all the way as third place and sending Twisted Minds to fourth. Third and fourth, that's different, right? And there's a gap. How big is that gap right now?
That gap from what we've seen today looks pretty big here. Nova was speed running here. It looks like first game was a record, I think, for KWC. 6 minutes, 23 seconds every single game. Nova's Wendy gone ahead and absolutely demolished the competition here, being, you know, obviously enabled by Swan here. And we mentioned prior to the games, a big difference we're gonna see here playing out is the difference between Hai Lang and Wendy, and how Wendy prefers to play the carries and Hai Lang plays the more utility mages. And I think because of that difference there, they're not able to really control Wendy, and they can't remove all the picks, right? If you want ban the junglers, Wendy's gonna get pocket picks.
Zane, you actually predicted a different result, right?
Oh, all right.
So
did you say that it was going to be Twisted Minds?
I actually did think Twisted Minds was gonna show out a bit more impressively than what they did just
all right.
now.
But why? What made you think like that?
I actually really enjoyed their games versus AG. I thought a lot of the games they were putting up some decent fights. Of course, during the end of that series, Twisted Minds started to fall apart versus AG. But at the beginning phases of that series, I actually really enjoyed how Twisted Minds was playing and drafting, and I thought they would have a pretty good chance.
Yeah, to be honest, I had a similar feeling. Like, at least today we thought it was going to be a full 5-game series, but Nova really showed up, you know, with their performance, with a Game 1 history-making.
Yes, of
Game
course.
1, 6 minutes. That was absolutely insane, so no one expected that.
I think Nova did a lot of homework. They saw the games versus the AG and noticed how impressively Clean performed. And going into matches today, they targeted him heavily. A lot of drafts banning 2 junglers minimum, if not 4 at sometimes as well.
They did not want to do the OT. They didn't want the overtime. Like, they just wanted to be like, you know what? Let's finish this clean 3-0 and let's just head back to the hotel. Or even just go and take a seat right over in the Amazon Arena, because the Grand Finals today are going to be epic.
True. They're getting ready to watch the Grand Finals. I mean, they do not want to drag out this match any further. And to be honest, we talked the entire playoff being leveling up, stepping up, going to the next level, learning from the best regions in the world, using this platform, KWC. And Nova really did that. They pull off the game versus TTG, and today they have shown how much have learned and progressed.
Look at the fans just right over there. Everyone is just being so into this whole game. Everyone's been so into this whole experience of the KWC 2025. Sadly for Highland, like, sometimes you just need to stretch, man. Don't burn him like that. Come on. And talking about the reaction, sometimes in life, you just need to just go in and relax a little bit. They came in, and I do believe that Nova Esports, their shoulders felt a little bit more loose than for Twisted Minds.
While Twisted Minds did not succeed, they made it all the way to the final day of the KWC.
Yes!
And that's an achievement in itself. And they've earned themselves a nice, relax now.
I would say, look at a draft. I mean, is there anything that stands out for you, Zane? Like, is there any heroes that you think, like, just anything that you want to say about this?
I'm surprised about the Zwans pick in game 1. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but honestly, like, I see the idea with trying to crowd control the Luna, but unfortunately, a lot of those early hooks that the Zwans was getting just did not work out. You would have Biren with a 2-man knock-up on one of them. You would have Mosey. She could hook Mosey, and then instantly the 2-man ultimate to suppress 2 people. I mean, it was a good attempt with the Zwans. It just didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to.
The Shensue's strategy was really good, right? Like, if the chain would have actually worked out, just like what Mama Zane just mentioned, it would have actually worked really well. The problem is that when you see on the other side, it was just burst after burst after burst, and there was no way to start the chain.
The idea was there for sure. The idea was there. You can see the thinking process. You can see the game plan. It didn't work out. On that note, I have another question. What do you think about global ban pick in general?
Honestly, I really enjoy it. It brings a lot of new variety into the game. I mean, as the series goes longer, you start to see wackier and wackier heroes. If you don't have global ban pick, people will always be playing just the best heroes in the meta at the current pack.
It would limit the experience for the viewers as well, right? Like, not only the experience for the players, but for the viewers just watching the same heroes again and again and again. But we come to global ban pick, and it just spotlights the coaches.
Absolutely. And Zane, as a player yourself, do you like the idea that you got to play multiple heroes? Or do you prefer to, focus on more on 1 or 2 heroes and really master them? Or do you like the fact that you make your enemies have to pick multiple different heroes and be good at everything to defeat you?
I definitely prefer to have like a few super strong picks, but at the same time, I also like the global ban pick idea because, as you were saying, like, even for the viewers, like, of course, you get to see your favorite hero a lot more often, whereas if you didn't have global ban pick, people would just be playing the same exact heroes, and a lot of viewers are never going to see, the hero they main perhaps on the actual main stage.
It's one of the beautiful things about our game, right? Like, we get to see more heroes, we get to see different playstyles, and we get to see different players, and different players coming up and just making the difference in our tournament. What about we look at that? That's going to be our Sony MVP for this series. Is going to be from Nova Esports, Xuan. The Clash laner not only came in on top today, but it's been an amazing tournament for him. 2 weeks full of highlights for Xuan.
Bro, did you see that Byron engage us right there? Like the flash knock-up combo. I mean, by the way, I think Chicken is watching this right now. Do you have anything you want to say to Chicken?
You should be watching and learning, man. I mean,
come on, don't burn Chicken like that. Bro came in.
Love you, Chicken.
Bro came in yesterday. He was actually really nice. I love talking to Chicken, man. But yeah, everyone should go and learn. You know what, Dave? You should go and learn from them as well.
Absolutely. This Shen is one of my favorite players. To be honest, this guy is so cool and collected.
Yes.
We interview him. He didn't have too many words, but he get to the point. And look at the gameplay he makes. He's definitely, you can see the path. You can see that, like, he's learning from the best because he's engaged. His pathing of flanking is just so incredible.
I was really hyping up Wendy here throughout the entirety series, but every time Wendy was there to collect some kills, right, it was Juan setting it up for him.
Exactly. It's because it's not only about whoever that takes the kills. Killing is just being the last one just to make that little poke, right? But how do we get there? Who made the chip of the HP bars? Who made the opening? Who initiated? Sometimes the most important part of a team fight is just the first person that jumps in and most likely is not gonna get out of there alive.
Yep, and Clash lane is probably the most macro-intensive lane.
Yeah.
You're in charge of one of the most important things, which is a teleportation portal, to get a lane priority so you can acquire the lane rotation for the entire team. The macro control for the entire team is so important. And Xuan demonstrated that in a dominating fashion this entire KWC journey.
Saying if you were to have like a teammate that would have one quality that would say like, okay, that quality works the best for me, what quality you will be looking for that?
Probably aggression.
Okay.
Aggression.
So you would like someone that is very aggressive so you can actually just come in after and just collect, or how is that? just saying. I'm trying to break the code. I'm trying to break the code.
Just someone who's very decisive in a game. You know, a lot of the things about competing at this level is you have to be like, you have to do something and you have to really go with it. You can't be wishy-washy. You can't be like, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? You really have to go for something and stick to it.
I really love that answer from Zane. As a player myself in the past, I've played with some fairly aggressive players, right? And what it does is you could also follow it up and be aggressive as well, but it gives you room to breathe because the enemies are busy on their toes from your teammates. It gives you more time to plan out your attack, what you guys want to do, and I really like the answer from Zane.
We're gonna move into the Solo Kings.
Oh.
Solo is a 1v1 kind of game. So it just depends on you and your own ability on that hero. Just being faster than the other person. Now let's imagine that right now we were to do a Solo Kings tournament right over here. If you were to pick one hero, let's say that all heroes are open for grabs. What would you take and why? Let's go Dave, Phil, and then we're gonna finish with Baba Zane.
It depends on who I'm fighting against, right?
Yes.
If I'm fighting Zane, I would have picked like a mid laner. But at the same time, I know not just Marco Polo, you also play some other marksmen. Like I think your favorite is probably like Alessio or maybe like Luara.
No, absolutely not.
Dave did not do his research.
So you changed?
Yeah.
Okay, well like what would be your pick for solo?
Geez, marksmen aren't too good for it.
Marksmen are actually pretty good in 1v1s in this game, I think.
Go ahead, Phil. You cannot just say like, marksmen are really good. Like you need to say why. Come on.
Okay, I'll explain it here. There were some 1v1s in the recent S3 tournament here.
All right.
And the most picked character is DRenji. He has that range, but he also has the ability to cleanse CC if he gets jumped on by a diver and such. It did not win, but it was the most picked.
All right, so Phil, you're saying that if you were to go into Solo Kings right now, the three of you would take DRenji. That would be your pick?
Nope, I'm terrible at DRenji. I would probably pick Miyu, my signature.
All right, so going there with the Miyu, right? Miyu is actually a really interesting hero, and it has showed up in the last 2 days, right? So it's important that everyone pays attention to that. Dave, did you make your pick? Or did you just tell me something like, I will wait to see what they pick? Nah, come on, you got to pick something.
I would have picked, if I would have one-on-one, I would have played Fatih. Fatih is the GOAT, okay? I would have won anyone was Fatih, even Phil's Miyu, all right? Easy dubs.
I'm telling you, Fatih in this KWC 2025 has just jumped into the meta. We did not have him in the cards at the beginning, but then through these last days, it's been just very clear that Fatih is really on top. Zane, did you make your pick?
I'm taking the Flowborn.
Flowborn? Yes, sir. Let's go.
Which
Let's
class?
go.
Marksman, of course.
Of course. What kind of a question? Of course, Flowborn Marksman. And I would love to see your highlights on that. We have some highlights in here from Mobile Zane's yesterday's performance, and we're going to play it for you. And then I want you guys just to talk a little bit about that. What about we just see some highlights from yesterday's showdown? Oh, look at that.
That's
the
a highlight right there.
Mask of Agony. Love it.
That's Dave's face after he plays my Miyu 1v1.
No, I was saying, oh, how weak that Miyu really was, all right?
All right, dudes, we start the highlights and then Zane is already gone. What happened in there, my guy? What's up?
Yeah, it wasn't my best game.
No, what happened in the game specifically? Like, what happened within the team? Is it like tense? Is it fun? How was how do you feel?
We know it's for fun, but also we really wanted to win. So it was a little bit tense, but nothing too crazy, you know?
I saw in the game that you guys actually got wombo comboed a lot. How did that feel there in the game?
It did not feel good at all, to be honest. I mean, yeah, the Dharma and the Mosey. I mean,
yeah, they comboed really well together.
Yeah, Renegade on the Dharma was actually playing very well with all the flickering gauges. And then Mosey would always be following it up, so...
I remember making a note that was probably the most crucial crowd controls I've seen in a single game from that Dharma there.
Yeah, I've never seen that many wombo combos. I think they were practicing that. That's why they ended up picking it up. But your Marco Polo, oh, by the way, the one-on-one.
Oh, don't do that, Dave. Dave, don't do that.
Did you see what happened?
Yeah, I saw what happened. Like,
Not before Solo Kings Day.
That was bad.
Yeah, I mean,
was
but
bad.
it was a fun attempt. It was a fun attempt versus Consort U.
I will have to note, though, before he did lose that one, he did solo Consort U behind Tier 2 tower. I got your back, Zane.
Thank you.
It's 1-1, actually.
You
It's
see,
1-1.
like, you need to be looking at the whole game, right? Like you cannot just only look at the final results over there. You need to look at the whole game. And what about if we just look right now at the bracket of our KWC 2025 and how everything is just right over there? There's just one last piece to this whole KWC 2025 puzzle, which is going to be that grand final. Nova Esports already cemented that third place with a 3-0 win against Twisted Minds. And then we're going to have the grand final for today. TT Global against AG.AL, our last best of 7 in this great tournament. Let's just start wrapping it up with our feelings towards this afternoon. What can we look for? We have two things. We don't have only the grand final, we have the Solo Kings. So what are your thoughts on what's going to happen in Solo Kings, and what are your thoughts on what's going to happen in the final?
I'm very excited for the appetizer coming up here, which is Solo Kings. It's going to be a great appetizer. We've seen players from teams that have already been eliminated before, fan favorites, go at it here. I'm excited to see who wins. I'm excited to see what they pick, actually.
Of course.
And see if the 1v1 meta has changed or does it stay the same.
All right, Dave.
So for me personally, I'm looking forward to the main dish. AG.AL versus TTG. There's a lot of history, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
Leading up to KWC, TTG has just recently defeated AG.AL in a very, very close fashion. I think 3-2.
Yes, sir.
By one small match. This is a statement match coming back on the biggest stage in the world. So AG.AL, and also at the same time, AG.AL has a lot more experienced players on this mega stage, whereas TTG have a lot of young, new upcoming players. So how are experience going to bash against like passion or just like, new exciting feelings? I'm looking forward to that.
I am really looking forward to that. Mama Zane, I'm going to have to put you on the spot on this one, buddy. TT Global or AG.AL. You gotta choose one. You cannot come up with here just in the day fashion and say like, it depends. No, come on, you gotta take a statement. What do you think?
AG.AL.
AG.AL? Yeah? All right. If they do win, I'm gonna come back and look for you and and give you one of my host cards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. We're going to go to a short break, and after we come back, it's gonna be the Solo Kings tournament.
Activating Warp Jump. Destination? The brightest star. We the kings with them all the show. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
上次在 KPL 版本我们3-2赢下成都一场会，我觉得这是在 AWC 决赛上我们也能赢。
联赛上也刚输一次 TDG， 所以说这次我们肯定要重视这个对手，然后肯定要一举击败他，拿下冠军。
The build to the depth committed on CY is not going to be great. The healing reduction come through, and Waypit is trying to be on the run here.
Nice little knock-up. Yuno is not in a great spot. Hylon goes down.
就是 AG 在这次比赛中也都是碾压对手获胜的吧，然后他们也主要以野射双核，所以说我们局内的话也要多关照一下。
我觉得比分的话是4-1吧，因为我觉得我们做足准备，什么样的对手我们都可以轻松拿下。
That is a wipe here for AG.AL.
就呈现一场很好看的决赛给大家吧。
He's able to get the knock on the 2, but now comes in Showmatch with the
我想对 TDG 说，成神之路上总会牺牲点什么。
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. We the kings, it's all the show. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the KWC 2025, the top-level competition of Honor of Kings worldwide. Thank you very much for being here. I am Isaac Peña, gonna be your host. We just had the third place match in which Nova Esports took a 3-0 victory on top of Twisted Minds. Congratulations to Nova Esports on that victory, and congratulations to Twisted Minds on making it to the fourth place. With us right now is going to be Manjin. Manjin, Phil, and Dave, thank you very much for being here, Manjin.
What's good? What's good? It's a fast game. The third battle for third was fast. Congratulations to Nova, and still congratulations to Twisted Minds. But now we're gonna have fun. I like this. I'm a huge 1v1 type of guy. You know?
You're a fun guy. That's what it is.
And you know what? Before we talk into the 1v1s, what about we just talk about the person that we just had? We just had Mobazane here, and I really like him. He was actually really nice, wasn't he?
Dude, Mobazane's great. And speaking of 1v1s, if we do have something similar in the future, I tell you, Mobazane is going to enjoy that tournament because he has no teammates to hold him back, all right? He's going to be able to 1v1 and win or lose, it's all him.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All the men that have come here in these last 2-3 days, all of them from BTK, have been really nice. Like all of them, they come here and they just showed us different perspectives, different angles of how people around the world are actually enjoying playing Honor of Kings.
You know what? Like I don't want to brag too much about Bloodthirsty Kings.
I know that when you say I don't want to brag too much, you're just gonna brag.
Yeah, but I'm about to brag about Bloodthirsty Kings, all right? Because this team is probably the definition of defining their own destiny.
Okay.
They've always tried their best. They've always represented. Never really got a coach. They coach themselves. Because in a North America region, it's it's different dynamics how esports team is raised and grow up as a team.
Explain to us, man, because not all of us have had the opportunity just to be so involved in the North American region, so why don't you just tell everyone how it actually works?
There's market dynamics, because the country is so large in general, the territory, the continent, right? Think about Canada, United States, all those big regions. And North American players have tried their hard. They usually play a game because of passion.
Of course.
And these players are passionate. You know, ever since they started playing Honor of Kings, I see them grinding days after nights and just discussing. Our group chat has been blowing up of like hero discussions. Why am I getting bullied by this Luna 1v9? Like, what is going on? You know? And they're thinking about how to. They're trying to find the solutions on it, right? And we just say, yo, pick Liang. You're good to go. But these teams are passionate and they're learning fast. So watch out for Bloodthirsty Kings because not just here as influencers. They're here as contenders. They want to bring something new, fresh, and passionate to this community.
From what we saw yesterday with BTK against all the other teams, like I do believe that they do have something. They have the understanding, and it's just going to be a matter of time. Do you agree, Manjin?
Yeah, what I like about BTK is their character, right? Like every time you like see NA, especially in this type of setup, MOBA Zane is kind of known to be a heel type of character, especially for a lot of Southeast Asian like us in our region, right? So yeah, and because of his height and everything, but if you talk to him, he's very sweet. He's a sweet type of guy.
He's a really cool lad. He came in and he sat here with us for a while, and it was really easy to talk to him as well.
And what I like also is that he knows, he's fully aware of the responsibility that he has, like to bring it that type of character, to the trash talky type of character that everyone loves. Also, that helps us in our storytelling as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I want to bring back one of my favorite moments I noticed of MOBA Zane here, right? So he mentions he's like a trash talky kind of, like fun character. And then when you watch the streams, like Dave mentioned, there's this clip where he gets hit by a across the map Hou-Yi arrow and he's stunned there for 5 seconds and he's still relatively new to the game. He doesn't know what's going on.
Of course.
And people just surround him and kill him. I thought this was just so funny, man. They're so entertaining, the BTK team.
I'm loving this. I'm loving that they are joining us over here in the Honor of Kings community. Dave, I heard that they do not have a coach, man. Why don't you just jump in there?
Hey.
You've been doctor, professor. Why don't you just be Coach Dave?
Hey, I provide a lot of great help. I've said, yo, pick Liang versus Luna. You're good to go. All right.
I know, but it's different just to come and give advice and just being called the coach, right? Like when you're the coach, there's a responsibility over your advice. So why don't you just take the role, mate?
You know what? You know what? Watch out for Bloodthirsty Kings. And you know what's more interesting? To Phil's point, you gotta watch their stream because BTK learning Honor of King is a journey. And then obviously the community has seen a huge increase in size. A lot of passionate players come into the community. They try to learn the game. And you want to watch their streams and watch how they play and play the game along with them. You know what's most interesting? Because these boys, they've been trying the Peak Tournament, which is something very, very unique to Honor of King. Everyone's solo and they're enjoying the game, right? So it's probably the least toxic format in mobile MOBA.
Yeah.
Because like you cannot all chat, you cannot see each other's names, so you can't remember, oh, this guy, he sucked last game, right?
Of course,
Let me trash talk this game. You know, it doesn't happen here. So they've been enjoying that mode. They've been sniping each other in that mode as well.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you want to join BTK along the journey and try to snipe them, you could.
It is part of the uniqueness of our community and the uniqueness of our game, right? Like it is really nice when things are just so unique.
Yeah, the big three like H2O, Renny J, and Yawi. I was with them yesterday. We were playing in the HOK booth, and they were talking about the peak rank tournament that they always play. Because I was asking, hey, can you guys play with me? Like carry me in your rank games? And they were like, no, man, we just do the peak rank. And you know what? They love the mystery behind it. Like you don't know your allies, you don't know who your teammates are, and who knows, maybe your teammates is actually your friend. Like you're kind of like trash talking him inside your head, but who knows, maybe it's you. Right?
Whoa, hey now. Hey,
that Zhang Yu is problematic, all right?
But then it's Phil.
Who is playing that Miyue?
It was Phil.
What is going on?
It's all right. Phil, come on, defend yourself, buddy. Don't let them just poke you.
Hey, Dave, you better watch out. I might have to take you up on that challenge you mentioned with the Fati, all right? You offered me a challenge for push-ups earlier for the final day. We might have to do another challenge here.
Hey, you know what? The Honor of King booth is right here in the boulevard. We might have to go there and...
Yeah, we can play.
Bring it on.
Hey, guys, hold him accountable for that, all right? He held me accountable for the push-ups. I'm going to have to hold him accountable
tonight. Yeah, tonight after the show.
Let's go.
Book it. Shout out.
After party, me and Dave Wave 1v1.
Shout out to the content team, to the production team. You book this now. You book this now. They have a like a mini tournament in the HOK booth. We can play a lobby game. Come on.
I would love to do that. I would really love to do that. And since we're talking over here about who is better than the other and who is stronger than the other, today we're going to have the semifinals of our Solo Kings tournament. We talked about uniqueness, and this is really unique. Let's look at that bracket, because let's not analyze only the semifinals. Look at those quarterfinals. We had some big upsets in there.
Yes, Phil.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at who, is already in there. I want to first look at who lost. Look at these players that lost. Snowy went ahead and lost. Lost. Like, it's crazy. Some of the matches here.
That was
I'm sorry.
That was big. Look at that. Look at that lower left side of your screen. Lost to Danny, and it's not broadcasted.
I know.
I know. I want to see that so bad, because the interesting thing about solo is there are a lot more different mechanics, and you're obviously aiming for a different goal. But end of the day, it's more for fun and exchange of skills.
It's a matter of just coming in and just demonstrating that you're better than whoever is in front of you. A lot of people are always talking like, oh, it's because my teammates, it's because they don't understand. All right, boy, let's go. Solo, let's go. Just 1v1 and let's see what's going to happen. Semifinals first today. Tubbs against Coco. And Shanks against Danny. There's no Inwo, there's no Xuan, there's no Snow, there's no Snowy. All of them gone in quarterfinals. These four are going to bring us the semifinals of the Solo Kings today.
Kaka is definitely going to be a player to watch. I've mentioned the S3 1v1 tournament before.
Yeah.
Kaka is actually the winner of that. And he won it with an unconventional pick as well, too. Everyone's playing marksmans. He played something like Mulan. In our tournament today, you get two options. You get Flowborn Marksman or Flowborn Tank. I'm thinking Flowborn Marksman is going to be favored, but will Kaka go ahead and take that? I don't know.
That's going to be interesting. What I like about these players is that they can play a different role this time. Like, for example, Tops also, I think... these guys are clash laners, and actually if you're a clash laner, you can definitely go for those 1v1 micro mechanics that you want, like waiting for the skill to get on cooldown, something like that. So going also to the Flowborn, I kind of feel that they're going Flowborn tank here.
We haven't seen a lot of successful Flowborn tank.
Hey, 20% win rate.
But I'm telling you, it's different. It is a completely different thing. Like, we saw a lot of Flowborn Marksman, and it actually worked out really well. The Flowborn tank in the first group stage, every single time that it was picked, you already knew what was going to be the outcome of the match.
Hey, that's because the AG.AL and Flowborn wasn't introduced then, okay?
Yeah.
Ever since we got AG.AL, we got TDG coming in, demonstrate how to play the AG.AL and Flowborn tank combo, the win rate has gone from 0 to 20%. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's pretty good statement.
That's an improvement. That's an improvement.
Yeah. Thank you, AG. Thank you, TT. Yeah, for proving to everyone that Flowborn is good.
I'm certain that 20 is bigger than 0. Of that,
yes,
I'm certain.
Absolutely.
Of that, I'm completely sure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being right over here with us. I know that you want to watch the Solo Kings, and we're going to bring them to you in a short moment. What about if we just go for a short break, and when we come back, we can just have our last thoughts, and then we're going to toss it to the Solo Kings fans. Welcome back. It's me, Isaac Peña, and we're gonna keep you the Solo Kings tournament coming in roughly 5 more minutes. Before that, we want to really just talk about Flowborn. We talked a lot about that Flowborn marksman, Flowborn tank. As we move into the Solo Kings, only Flowborn is going to be able to be used in here. Now, who do you think is going to be better? Is it going to be better Flowborn marksman or Flowborn tank? Each one of you, I want to get your takes.
Well, if I start with me, to be honest, in a solo scenario, I think Flowborn marksman might have just a slight advantage. But at the same time, depends on what build you go with Flowborn tank. If Flowborn tank is obviously a tank used in most competitive or 5-man or ranking up scenario, but you can obviously build him different ways. You can build Flowborn tank, or it might be a hurt. By the way, the customization for Flowborn is insane.
So
you can
cool.
customize this character however you want, gender, you have clothing. It's so awesome to your own liking. And Flowborn tank, you can play Flowborn with damage item as well, and which just make this character insane.
All right, so Dave, Flowborn tank or Flowborn marksman?
Flowborn marksman.
Thank you very much. You see, it wasn't that hard. Go ahead, Phil. Flowborn tanks or marksman?
I think most of us are in consensus here that Flowborn marksman has a little bit of an edge, but I think it's a great point that Dave brought up here that Flowborn tank could go a more damage style build, right? Maybe with the Axe of Torment going for a burst, because you know, we're gonna go into the rules later on. All you need is a kill, right?
That's it.
If you can just force a kill early into the game, and that's something that, you know, a tank could really do against a marksman, it could win. I think marksman is favored, but I wouldn't count tank out.
Yeah, I kind of feel that a Flowborn tank is a better Flowborn 1v1, especially with the rules that we have that we're going to explain later. Because, of course, first of all, it naturally is tanky, like what you said, and you can actually build like a little bit of damage in the early stages, or maybe you can either you choose a boots maybe for you to maneuver yourselves. But what I'm interested is that the convergence for skill of the Flowborn really depends on the units that you have also. So it might affect like all of the laning prowess that you have. So I kind of say, like, to answer the question, defense is the best offense here, so I'm going Flowborn
I like
tank.
that. I like that. Defense is the best offense, right? They've made something super interesting about the way that you can just personalize your character, right? Like you can just go with Flowborn and they just decide exactly the customization of it. Dave, if you were to customize yours, what would it look like?
Oh, if you've been following my live stream, and why wouldn't you? You would have seen it, okay? I got the best clothing. By the way, there are a lot of free clothing that are given out in-game. And all you have to do is log in and click on it, and you will get it daily. So it's great, and I love my outfit personally. Let me say that Flowborn, I think this entire contest, the reason why Marksman has a little bit of lead is because how the passive works.
Yeah.
And when Menjin was mentioning, like, you don't have ally next to you. This is solo king. So you have to leverage the minions to get a passive stack.
Of course.
If you get 9 stack of passive, that's when your skill 2 can do 3 stacks instead of just 2.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing about that is, if you're a Flowborn tank building damage, getting 3 stacks of it will certainly means doom for the other side, because you can dash, and the third knockup is insane.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to get. See, you have to leverage the minions and leverage the passive cooldown to get that passive stack. And by the way, if you want to watch a tutorial, make sure to go ahead and do that. All of these guys here make content. Follow, learn, and play some Flowborn so you understand how the passive works.
Yes.
But it's an intricate thing, because if you don't know how to get that passive, it's gonna be kind of hard. And a marksman, see, the thing is, if you're a tank and a marksman constantly poking you, it's kind of hard to accumulate the passive in 9 stacks. And that's what makes the marksman have a slight lead in this one-on-one trade, in my opinion.
Well, great debrief right over there. Like, great breakdown. I love that, Dave.
Doc.
you know your things, man. You should make a video about just how Flowborn tank and Flowborn marksman
don't get
are different. No, come on. Like, he needs to put that out there. Like, we need to educate the family right up here of Honor of Kings, right? What about we talk a little bit about the rules? So what we're going to have is very simple. All heroes are going to be Flowborn. Flowborn either tank or marksman. So that's actually really okay. Now, the goal of the game, you can win in 3 different ways. You can either, number 1, take the kill. If you are able just to take that first kill, you won the game immediately.
Yes, sir.
Number 2, you can take the turret. If you are able to take that turret, then done. You don't even need to take the kill. And number 3, If by 7 minutes you have more gold than the person in front of you, then you can win as well. So either go aggressive and get the kill, go aggressive and get the turret, or try just to get more gold than the other person. Remember that the jungle is completely out of bounds. You are not able just to go and capitalize on that jungle. You can only get the gold that you can get from the lane.
This is going to be interesting. I've been seeing a lot of one-on-one tournaments lately, and the main goal is to clear the waves as much as possible.
Of course.
And as early as possible for that timer. Just make sure that you have the gold lead. Just make sure that you get like all of the last hits, because the last hits matter also here in HOK. It's kind of like low key, right? So just get all of the wave clear and you're good to go, and don't die.
We are about to jump into that competition. What about if we just recap a little bit on who is going to be playing whom? Let's take a look at the bracket. We're going to have 4 top players over here in our 2 semifinals. The first is going to be Tubbs against Coco, and then we're going to have Shanks against Danny. A Team Vitality against OG Esports, and a Twisted Minds against Alpha 7 Esports. All right, let's go. Predictions. Tubbs or Coco, Manjin?
I saw Tops last night, and he told me, hey, Manjin, I know you. I'm going to give you some ball, and I'm going for Tops.
Tops or Coco? Phil?
I'm going to have to go Coco here.
All right, Tops, Coco. Dave?
I would have to go for Coco as well.
All right, so 2v1 over here, just saying that OG Esports is going to have a representative over there in the finals. Now, on the other side, we have Shanks against Danny. And that wasn't easy for Danny, wasn't easy for Shanks. If you guys would need to pick one of those two, who do you think is going to have the upper hand? Let's go from Dave first.
Man, I'm a fan of both, but I have to go with my boy Danny.
I would have to agree here. Danny takes down what some would say is the best player in the world. You know here? I'm going to have to go with Danny.
Let's go.
Danny gets the dub for me too.
Okay. So we're predicting a Coco against Danny final right over there. And when the time gets there, we're going to talk about that. Right now, I know that the players are ready to start. They're just kind of like stretching their fingers, trying to get everything in set, trying to warm up mentally and physically for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our Solo Kings semifinals. We're going to have 2 matches in the way that we just explained you, with the rules that we just explained you. We're gonna have the top level flow-born action right over there. What about if we go to the Amazon Arena, to Milos and Mara? They've got it right over there. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready. Here we go.
Welcome back to the Amazon Arena. Now it's time to find out who truly reigns supreme when they're on their own. This is the Solo Kings Challenge. My name is Mara Aquino. Milosh, we're gonna have another challenge on this stage. That's right, Milosh. And you know what? This is gonna be very interesting because we only have a 1v1. No teammate gonna be on their own. So they can only use a flowborn marksman or a flowborn tank. And at stake is 1,000 USD for the winner. So any move could be their last.
It absolutely could be. See, my microphone is so excited, it just ran out of juice. And on top of it, it is a fight. If you defeat your opponent's tower in mid lane, it's all good. If you take out your opponent, you win. And if you decide to stall it out for more than 7 minutes, whoever has more gold, well, they're declared winners.
And how about let's get this started? I know the players are ready for this bragging right. Let's start with Vitality.
Yeah, let's introduce Tufts. Our first player, Clash Laner from Team Vitality. It's Tufts.
And now introducing Kaka. Kaka is the Clash Laner of OG Esports. He's the defending champion of the Solo Kings and is known for his unpredictability. So we're gonna find out which one will reign supreme.
I can't wait to see this one. It's the real challenge in 1v1.
So how about let's turn it over to our caster for more of this matchup. Casters, lead the gorge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. The Amazon Arena is set for these 1v1s. There is no team that can save you. There are no teammates that can initiate for you. This is going to be about mechanics. This is going to be a matter of just being good with that hero, being faster than the other one, and having a better strat, right?
Absolutely. As Manjin mentioned, a lot of these games are likely to go to 7 minutes here, and we're going to be counting gold. But I would like to see them end earlier in solo kills, though, for SOLOKING.
Kaka actually has a good motivation here for not actually getting the win that he wants in the playoffs, I think, last time. But then again, my bias is Tubbs is gonna give me some ball, bro. Shout out to the AG.AL teams right there. Go Tubbs.
Yeah, but Coco got experience. Remember, solo is all about details. Because the second way of ending the game is getting the first tower. And Flowborn Marksman, once you get the passive, the enhanced auto can hit the tower out of the range. So if you are able to pressure your opponent to go back to base, that might be the lead that you might gain. You know, slowly chipping away the turret until you get it down. So
yeah,
there you go. It's all about the details.
Yeah, details like the timing, of course. Like after you wave clear, you can actually go back and then go with the minions. Just make sure that the minion waves is still always in the mid part of the mid lane, if you know what I mean, right?
Absolutely. And another thing that's going to be very important here is how these guys trade. Do you focus on clearing the wave and backing up and getting your heals? Or do you just focus on, taking out the enemy? As Dave said, if you can force your enemy to go all the way back to base, that's valuable time you could be using to pressure that tower.
Yeah, and remember, there's some resources available to each player. There is that regeneration pot behind the tower that spawns every 75 seconds. So if you can pressure your enemy to take that early on, if you find a preferable poke, I would say, right? Something that's in your favor, and you get it, you get your opponent to take that, and you come back, you actually stop it. Because if you see the pro players, they will save one of the range skills right after opposition try to get that regeneration, because it takes a little bit to get that entire HP back. And they will stop that regeneration to just those details. I mean, a tiny thing really matters, especially in the one-on-one.
There's so many little details that can just decide a game of 1v1, and just mastering those little details is going to be what's going to make one of these two persons just to be victorious. I know your opinions, but I want to hear from the casters as well. I know that Kin, Sagi, and Eruption are right over there at the casters booth. Boys, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, let me start the countdown. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? We have 6 members now on the desk. So it's myself, Sagi, as well as Eruption joining the desk.
Oh my gosh, is this my go now? Is it my turn? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. SOLOKING's tournament. This is worth $1,000. So that's the winner. We got 4 semifinalists. We have Tufts from Vitality, he's a Clash laner. Then we also have KK, I'm sure I got that right, KK from OG, and he's also a Clash laner. And that's the first game right now. Later on, we have Shanks from Twisted Minds, and then also from A7, we have Danny. Mate, it's going to be a great matchup today, especially this first one right now. We've got 2 Clash laners. I wonder who they're going to pick.
I wonder who they're gonna pick. I think Clash laners, they don't really touch the Floorborn Marksman. They're probably gonna be touching on the Floorborn tank here. And especially when we talked about the rules, like just our dear panelists mentioned, it's either you get 7 minutes with the most farms, or you get the first blood, or you get the first tower.
Okay, so we were talking about the stakes for this, right? $1,000 on the line. On the desk, Manjin, we heard you. You're supporting Tufts. Right, and the rest of the members are going for KK. How about our side? Who are we thinking is going to win this 1v1?
Well, I'm looking at Sagi. He actually looks like KK right now with his hairstyle. It's amazing. I don't know how you did it. That's why you were gone for an hour, were you?
Ooh, yeah, I was gone for an hour there, but doesn't mean that I'm supporting KK here. Vitality Tufts, my boy. I'm supporting him in this 1v1.
Okay.
Wow. For me, I'm definitely going with KK because I'm an OG fan. All the way from other games, the OG team, we're on.
Okay, double that because Kindofu is going to go with KK as well. K for the K. We're going to take the Ks in this match, and we're going to take your towers as well.
Ooh, I love it.
1,000 prize on the line here. First blood, 1 kill, best of 1 here. Stakes are relatively high, especially for these two players here. So I'm really stoked to see what they have in store for us as we move on to the best of 1 between Vitality Tufts and OG KWC.
And here we go. That's right. They're running in. Oh, he's got a bit of a bow and arrow right there.
Okay.
Oh, so it's a mirror match.
Yes, it is going to be a mirror
right
match.
now. Okay. Here we go. So do we have any items on the board yet?
Not yet. I mean, this first wave is going to be very important, right? So KWC against Tufts is really about who can land more hits here, and they're going for that 1v1.
They are indeed going for the 1v1, but look at the common spell difference here. Tufts, he went for the traditional flash here, but look at KWC. He has that frenzy. If it's an all full blown out team fight, 1v1, KWC is definitely coming on top here.
You know what that means? It means KWC is much more confident.
Oh, mate, I'm just watching, guys. it is great, but I've noticed that KWC was level 2 first, so it was ahead, but not anymore. It's quite even right now. What do you think, what type of items do you reckon they'll get for the first or 2?
I think...
What do you think they'll prioritize?
If we look at the state right now, right, Lifesteal is definitely the name of the game because it removes the need of you having to recall, right? So you either go Lifesteal or like the Blood Reaper or the Doomsday here, so you can benefit from sustaining in lane, but you gotta think of one more item. Boots of Fortitude, the armor boots.
Okay, so for me, I go a little greedier. I want max damage. I want the Swift Strike Lance. I want extra attack speed so that I can bully that person in lane. But for now, I mean, okay, look, both of them are professionals, so it really is about the inches at this point.
It is indeed about the inches here as KWC props the frenzy here, but Tufts pulls back. I'm loving what Tufts is doing here. So, for those who have never played full-blown marksman here, the more minions nearby, it gives you more full stacks. And look at Tufts here. He's managing the minions so well into this mid lane, so he always get the max flow stacks.
Okay, so we'll look for the arrow storm, right? That kind of triangle thing when he shoots his arrow. That's the one we're waiting for. And then we really get to see whose positioning is better, because KWC's build, in terms of common spells, is a little bit more greedy. Tufts is able to kind of reposition himself. There we go, first one on the board.
Ooh, Arrow Storm. Arrow Storm comes.
Tufts still has a flicker.
Yes, Flash
so
indeed.
he can, yep.
Flash indeed still available for Tufts here as the wave is strategically frozen in front of the tower here. He has no healing due, he has no form of healing here, so Tufts is in a very awkward situation right now.
Yeah, he wants to force him away. The flash committed, and I think KWC got the better one out of that engage. This means KWC has an advantage. He has the frenzy as well.
He has the frenzy as well here, so right now KWC is at a very advantageous spot here right now. Ooh, what are we looking at, boys? This is very close between these two players.
Yeah, I think it really will come down to one split second. KWC missed all of his shots. Yeah, he missed everything.
Well, he cleared the lane at least.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
that was so close,
almost there. So you can actually TP back.
You can, but you're taking a risk, right? Because if you TP back, you can't clear the waves, and he's gonna... Okay, he's not gonna miss out on any minions, so that's good for him.
But one thing's for sure, guys, if he recalls back, there is only one bad part of the game. If within 7 minutes, there's no first blood, there's no first tower, they are gonna be winning based on whoever has the most farm.
Okay. So we're kind of halfway there. Tufts, he's gonna try and freeze the lane, right? How you freeze the lane here is that you push them back with damage, so that they are not in range of getting the EXP from the minion. And looks like it didn't work out for Tufts. He's kind of suffering a little bit now.
He's indeed suffering a little bit, but thankfully from the flow burns first spell, stacking the flow, you still get a decent amount of healing here. He's playing it very strategically. He knows that KWC has this advantage. He chooses to back off, and he's healed to full with that healing due.
Okay, I'm gonna need a favor from you, Eruption. When this game ends, I want you to erupt as well.
There we go. This isn't. Oh, that was almost there.
Yeah, super close, right? I mean, Tufts, like the standing on thin ice, both sides.
Well, you could say that it's still much even right now.
It's pretty much even right now, but when we talk about the final fight coming into the 7-minute mark, if let's say Tufts has a strategic advantage, he doesn't have to farm here, but look at Tufts here. He's extremely low.
Oh no! There's the potential first blood. Oh, Tufts is so low. 1 pixel away from getting taken down. And KWC has a great advantage here. He can take some licks onto the turret.
And look, he doesn't want to recall.
If he recalls here, his turret is going to go kaboom here, so he cannot be recalling right now. Look at Tufts here.
Oh no!
He's having so much pressure right now. The tower goes down to KWC.
There we go. That's it. The game goes to
Kuka, there we go. My gosh, look at the hairstyle. My good-looking guy. He deserves the win there. And he put the pressure, even though he did do that recall. He came back and regained his confidence in the lane.
Okay.
And came out with the win.
That's great, right? So at this point, Kuka takes a step forward, one step closer towards that 1,000 USD in dollars, of course. But of course, their next match is going to be Shanks from Twisted Minds against Danny from Alpha 7. Thoughts on that?
Thoughts on that? I gotta say here, man. Are we gonna see another floorborne marksman matchup? Because, man, these two kind of boring. It's not like the matchup that I'm looking for, right? It's not like the brawl, the 1v1. Really close in terms of combat. This is just like, you know, I'll poke you a bit. I'll poke him a bit. But let's hear more from Milosh and Mara at the stage.
Oh my goodness, Milosh, that was so exciting. I was literally at the edge of my seats there.
1 health left there at the very end, but still, it's Kuka that experienced the timing. He was able to recall at the right time, heal back up, and really not miss out on the next creep wave. So excellently timed.
And in this challenge, you can see that anything can happen. One mistake, and that could be your final. So how about let's start with the next set of our players. Up first, Shanks. Shanks is the farm laner of Twisted Minds. He defeated a KPL player in the quarterfinals to make it here in the semis.
Maybe we'll get another tight matchup between these two, just like we had in the first game. It all depends on how on point both of our players will be, and of course, his opponent. Joining us, it's Danny! Representing Alpha 7 Esports is, of course, their jungler. Well, here, he won't be able to play in the jungle because that would be against the rules if you would just go around and farm gold for the rest of the game, but he's going to have to prove his mettle in mid lane. Will he take out the tower? Will he bring his opponent down in Shanks? Or will he just out-farm him until the 7-minute mark?
And it's interesting what kind of techniques they'll be using for this one. And I think they're both ready. So we're going to head back to our caster. Shanks versus Danny. Lead the gorge.
All right, so we had right over there an amazing match between Tufts and Kuka. And Kuka is going to make it to the final. And he's going to be waiting for the winner in between these two people. Right over here is going to be Shanks against Danny. You can see Danny right over there on the screen. He is locked in.
Wow.
It is just lovely right over there. Shanks on the other side. You can see his fingers. He's got the hot hands going on in there, right?
I know Sagi mentioned he didn't want to see Marksman v Marksman again. And there's a good chance here that it is going to be Marksman v Marksman.
Yeah.
But if there's anyone that plays Flowborn Tank, it's going to be the jungler for A7, Danny.
It's got to be like that, right?
Yes,
like Danny might have just like that little extra factor, the X factor that he's going to need for the win.
X factor for sure, but I'm going here for Shanks, man. I was hearing Eruption talking about the hairdo and the hairstyle, of course, and Shanks, of course, look at that swag, man.
Drippy lad.
Drippy lad.
Completely.
Come
All right.
on.
What about we talk a little bit about the winning conditioning here? We said that you got 3 ways to win. Turret, kill, gold. Now, we saw a lot of the strategy in there was just to let the minion waves clash against each other, and then after that, just in the last moment, just kind of like take the minion.
Yeah.
What is going on in there?
Absolutely. Last hitting is extremely important. If you do not want to win via combat, you need to have the most gold at 7 minutes.
True.
And to have the most gold, you need to last hit every single minion there.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you're in an advantage situation in lane, you want to freeze your wave so the enemy has to walk up and get the minions.
Yeah.
That way, they have to put themselves at danger.
The freezing of the lane actually benefits with your first skill also, like the convergence, the extra units that you need to get those stacks. But also, we've been talking about this. We didn't actually consider the frenzy being used here, which is actually for me the best spell that you can have, especially if you're gonna do the marksman flowborn hero here. And with that frenzy, I think it gave the opportunity for Keke to win that fight. The Tufts really didn't consider it. Yeah,
it gave Keke the extra juice he needed there. Frenzy gives you a little bit of a damage amp, a little bit of lifesteal, a little bit of attack speed, a little bit of everything, right? And in a 1v1 situation, when you guys are standing still shooting each other, all those extra stats add up.
You can spam it. You can spam it. Actually, if you're gonna go like level 1, no minions whatsoever, level 1, go for trades. Just pop that frenzy, and you definitely win.
I love the way that Manjin sees the game, man. Like he's just like, you know what, minions, who care about that? Let's go and throw hands. Let's throw hands. You know what? I love to see, and I love playing with Sagi together because Sagi's always carrying me over there in rank. Sagi, what are your thoughts on this? But come on, I want to hear from you a little bit.
My thoughts onto this? Of course, I'm definitely stoked for the 1v1, and I really agree with Manjin there. Very good point out on that frenzy there, because man, that gave Coco so much lifesteal and defensive stats, and that was really the case that won him that 1v1.
Wait, I need to ask Isaac, hey, what about me? I was in your ranked games too.
Yo, Ken, no. Hold up. Ken, Sagi, Blam, and Holler, and myself, that's the OG 5v5, right? That is the OG 5v5, but I'm telling you, man, Ken, if you don't up your game, I'm gonna have to just bring Phil or Manjin in the truck, man.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
Ken, I'm actually marksman too, so you know. It fits, right?
You guys are gonna regret you said that. I was the top OE in the server for a short amount of time.
Short amount of time?
Yeah,
How short? How short?
One day.
You see, that's the problem when you bring receipts, man. Like you bring the receipts and it's like, oh, how long time was that? A couple hours. But yeah, you know what? It's a matter of the intention. Ken, what do you think is going to happen in here, man? Like we've got Danny and we've got Shanks on the other side. Like you already saw the first game. What can we expect different for this one?
I think, you know what? I want Danny to be the baddie here. I want him to come up with the floor-borne tank and show us those outplays.
Ooh, that would be really nice, but that would make him different to the rest, right? And being different sometimes is great, but some other times being different might not work and it might just blow on your face.
Yeah, I think the poke matters here also, right? Like after the first kill, you can definitely poke with those extra piercing damage that the Flowborn has. But yeah, I do agree. Maybe we can see some Flowborn tanks now. Come on, Danny, Shanks, talk to the production.
Yeah. Eruption!
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me, buddy.
I am here and I am present.
I really want to hear from you, mate. Like I saw that you were super excited about that first match. We were here just like enjoying your casting. How is the whole experience going in there, mate?
It's amazing, actually, and it's also good to work with, you know, alongside great casters and analysts like yourself, so it's good to be in the box right now. Oh, we have the draft already.
Yeah, I mean, TT Global, you know, 冲吧, I see that, all right? We see you fans out there. 我们看得到你, don't worry, 加油, 加油, right? That we want to also give support to the teams competing at the Grand Finals today. But before we go there, right, look, everyone is born normal, but only a few are destined for greatness. And right now, Danny as well as Shanks, one of them can be one step closer to greatness and also have 1,000 USD in the bank.
It would be lovely just for them just to be able to head to the greatness, to be able to just write their names on the history of our KWC 2025 as a finalist in our solo challenge. Well, boys, what about if the casters take control of this? They're going to bring us all the action. Here over there at the analyst desk, we're going to sit down, watch the game, and enjoy the show. Take it from here, boys.
Thank you, brothers in the analyst desk. Okay, here we go. This is round number 2, semifinals of the SOLOKING tournament.
1v1.
1v1, here we go. And now we're seeing something slightly different. We have Flowborn versus...
He's going for the tank. He went for the tank.
He went for the box tank.
He went for the tank. Here we go.
So for those who don't really understand how Flowborn works, you have two versions right now in this tournament server. It is the Flowborn Marksman and it is the Flowborn Tank here. So Danny, being the Danny he is, he went for the tank version.
I know why. He's a jungler. So as a jungler, I'm a jungle main, so you'd want to go with more of a melee stance.
Okay, I like it. Look, early game, I think Danny's going to suffer a lot. But then, as a jungler, you know, right? Once you hit that power spike, maybe level 4, then Shanks is not going to have a great time at all.
Indeed, not going to have a great time at all. We're going to see Danny jumping in, doing the multi-man knockup onto Shanks here, but the early game is the key part that Danny has to control here because he's getting outranged by Shanks here so far.
Yeah, the last hits once again matter, right? And Danny has not gotten too many last hits at this point. So Shanks is on a timer because once Danny comes online, you know, Shanks might go offline here.
No, that's correct. And you can see Danny just healed up because he was taking so much damage. He tried to get close, but it was not even close at all. So being a melee hero, you're going to get damaged and then you're going to be kited. So that's what's happening here.
That is indeed what's happening here right now. Shang's giving it a bit of a poke here, but the tower shield is still up and alive 3-4 minutes here. After that 4 minutes here, we're going to see a lot of turret damage here coming in from Shanks towards it.
Yes, he still has that armor, right? So for now, Danny, he understands. Let's play the timing first, right? Against Shanks, you get a couple of free hits, no problem. I'm going to get the waves, and then I'm going to hit level 4. But for now, that backdoor protection coming in before the 4-minute mark.
Ooh, look at the poke here coming in from Shanks here. And another interesting thing we can point out here, Shanks, once again, following Kirka's footstep, went for the frenzy take here. So that is so much compatibility onto this hero.
Yep, and right now, I think Danny will hit level 4, and he might jump in with a flash and do some damage. And that's what we kind of want to see right now.
Shanks having a very substantial lead. Look at the pokes, the arrow shower. This is not the kind of shower you want to experience in life.
No, not at all.
That looks painful, man, especially 2 minutes 30 seconds in. The tower is already at half HP now. So no engage yet coming in from Danny. There's no angle here. Shanks is extremely tanky. I believe that he went for some lifesteal setup here because look at him. Unscratched, still full health. What are thoughts if you're Danny?
I think patience is key. Patience is a virtue, right? So as Danny, I'm okay, right? We haven't had too much damage that is threatening on that T1 in the mid, but Danny needs to go in soon. He does have the flash and his ultimate.
And look at the tower. The tower's almost quarter. Oh, good heal right there.
Ooh, that is pre-4 minute here. If Danny doesn't pull the trigger past the 4th minute mark, where the tower plate will go down here, I gotta say here, we might see a repeat of what happened back in game 1 here, kid.
Yeah, look at Danny. He's purposely not standing in front of the tower, so the piercing shots don't really hit the turret. But Danny goes in!
Oh, Danny goes in, gets the knockback onto Shanks here, but Shanks with the frenzy is relatively tanky here. That is a golden opportunity being missed out by Danny here. He needs to figure out what comes next because he is dangerously low right now.
Yeah, that was the one opportunity for him, right? If he had gotten that kill there, it would have been great. But he missed the deal. He got the deal, but instantly got touched by Shanks, which means that healing factor is gone. Danny in a very horrible position. Is he gonna try? He's getting shot.
He's getting shot, and right now, 4th minute onto tower right now. The tower's extremely low. Danny low as well, too low, going down. Towers goes towards to Shanks.
Oh my goodness. Patience was a virtue, as you said, Kin, but patience also can ruin your game. But hey, that's what happens when you go against a range hero versus a melee. You're gonna get and suffer those consequences of going through with that. So.
Yes. He needed to buy more time, but unfortunately, time is one of the things that you can't really buy, especially in a 1v1, right? 7 minutes, that was the time limit. And with that, we will have our grand finals between Kirka from OG, as well as Shanks from Twisted Minds.
Once again, these two players coming in from these two distinct teams from the KMW, they are long-term rivals now. And what better way of showing who's better through a 1v1?
Yes, and I think Blam is very happy with this, right? Him being the, cheerleader of KMW, it's okay, we got it. We know that they have had very strong performances in this KWC. But once again, are we going to see an upset? Because Kirka and Shanks, they have been going at it in their 5v5s. I want to see the 1v1s, but let's take a look at Sky on the stage. What do you have for us?
Welcome back, everybody. And yes, we have our grand finalists ready to go for our Solo Kings Challenge, Sky.
Whoever wins in this final not only will take a lot of honor back because he will be the Solo King, of course, but also with a $1,000 prize. Imagine that.
Not bad for fleeing a few 1v1s here on stage. So let's introduce our finalists one more time. First up, it's Kirka. A much beloved player from OG Esports, beating Tufts in their first game, in the first 1v1 of the Solo Kings Challenge on stage. A close matchup. He was able to clutch it back near the end of those 7 minutes. Close to it. I can't wait to see what he can play here.
I think he's fully ready for that. And let's welcome his opponent, Shanks from Twisted Minds. Shanks just finished his battle with Danny, and surprisingly, in the very first round of the qualifiers, actually Danny beats Eno from AG.AL. What a surprise. I believe that Shanks is ready and the battlefield is already ignited.
I think I know exactly what heroes they're going to play and how this is
Of
going to
course.
play out. It's just kind of a coin toss. Hopefully no melee for this time around. Our grand final for the Solo Kings Challenge is ready to go. Let's send it back.
The arena is ignited. The Amazon Arena is ready to take us into the final of this Solo Kings. This is gonna be Kaka from OG Esports battling out against Twisted Minds Shanks. Who's gonna take the dub? Who's gonna go home with that 1K bag, mate?
Bro, this is the West Regional Finals here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the rematch. There you go. And plus all of their hairdos, man. That's all about it, man.
It's about the drip. I'm telling
it's about
you.
the drip. It's
about the drip.
Both of them use the Frenzy and the Flowborn Marksman as well, and so I'm here to be entertained. Come on.
I'm not sure who wins this one, but I know it's going to be Flowborn Marksman, as we've seen in the last game here.
100%.
Yo, let's talk about that, man,
100%.
because we did call for it. We wanted to see the Flowborn tank, right? Like, we're like, oh yeah, give us Flowborn tank, and they just came and just died. What was the reason? What is the ups and downs of just having Flowborn tank against Flowborn Marksman, Phil?
Realistically, we were being really nice on the desk here about Flowborn Tank, but that matchup is honestly unplayable. The only way you will win is if you catch them off guard, and Danny did catch Shanks off guard,
yeah.
but it did not have enough gas in the tank to take him out, unfortunately.
That was a nice attempt coming out from Danny. Again, the range and the poke at level 1. It's really a massacre right there that Shanks did to Danny. But then again, the attempt was made. I kind of feel like the reason why Danny got the victory against was with that
With a
that play,
as
yeah,
well,
because
right? Yeah.
he uses the tower damage to get a little bit of chunk of the HP. But then again, Shanks actually managed to get out of the tower range, and then it's over from
It is
there.
part of the strat,
Yeah.
man. It's part of the
Part of
strat.
the
You
strat.
cannot just lure him inside of the turret, and then you're like, okay, yeah, oh no, I'm gonna die. Boom, poke him in, get him in the turret, and it's not a 1v1 no more. It's a 2v1 with the turret coming in.
Flowborn Tank definitely a little bit more gimmicky here because of that. Another thing to take note of here, we noticed early on in that 1v1 there, Flowborn Tank, you're going to be down on money. So that means if it goes to 7 minutes, you're guaranteed going to lose.
GG.
And because of that, if the Flowborn Marksman itemizes defensively, there's nothing stopping Flowborn Marksman from building tank as well.
Yeah.
They can just stall you out and then they can win by time.
So 100% for sure they're going to be Flowborn tank. But now I think the game will depend on the first itemization. Are they going for that extra armor, or are they going for the extra movement speed, or are they going damage? I'm so curious.
Yo, Manjin, what about if we just get Kin in here on this one? Because Kin, I know that he knows the items all the way through. He's just like through, just going and reading about the items. What's gonna be the first item right over there, Kin?
The first item is gonna be hairspray. Because at this point, it really depends on whose hair is better at this point. I want you guys, Saki's gonna be loitering around the arena, I presume, later on. Compare his hairstyle with Shanks, as well as Kaka. The three of them should go up on stage and take a photo because they look so good today.
Shanks came in on the saggy skin, man. That's true. That's lovely. I love that. Saggy, what do you think is gonna be the first item, mate?
Okay, realistically speaking, first item. Aside from hairspray there, they are definitely dripped out in their own jerseys. But okay, in-game item. Boots of Fortitude. So far we see both of these matches, if you go the armor boots, you definitely have more of a winning edge here because you can tag so much damage here.
Okay, I need to add on that. I think one of the main items you will see is also the Doomsday. This is the black sword covered in red blood or whatever it is. This is the item that will help you to deal percentage-based damage. Or you could go for the red orb, which is called the Meteor.
Okay.
And this can help you get a little bit more armor piercing, which adds to your attack. So it depends, right? Do you want to go defensive? Do you want to go aggressive? My personal choice, I like to go aggressive because I want to show you that I'm better.
Ken, I actually like a lot that you mentioned over there the choice of just buying Meteor first, right? Like, it is not even a matter of thinking like, okay, yeah, let's get to Doomsday. Doomsday is a very expensive item, right? Like, so you need to start thinking about like, okay, which is the cheapest that I can get that is going to give me the most advantage at the moment. Sagi, if you were to go over there under that idea, okay, you already talked to us about the boots. What goes after the boots?
Ooh, I think Blood Weaver is exceptionally good because if you imagine what happened back in the first series, Tubbs had to back off because he couldn't defend the tower. He had no lifesteal. So lifesteal is the name of the game as we go towards this grand finals between OG Keke and Twisted Minds Shanks. Let's go.
Okay, big start. And I want to add on, there is also another potential item, the Spark Forge Dagger. You get the deal, so buy one Vampiric Scythe, right? That's the half item for lifesteal, you get 8%. And then you add on the Spark Forge Dagger, increase attack speed, magic chain lightning damage as well, so you can clear the lanes faster.
Well, that is a certain potential here as we see both these two players just duke it out towards the mid lane here. Both, as we mentioned, as we've seen from the semifinals, are going for the Frenzy here, as Frenzy has been popped by both sides.
Actually, that's what I've been wanting to watch. I wanted to see it right then and there. They went head to head, toe to toe. Left, right, 1, 2, 3, uppercut, and that's the champion right there.
So Keke with the K. What did Kindofu tell you? It is about the K. So Grand Finals winner Keke from OG, Dream OG, wins this entire Solo Kings, takes home 1,000 USD.
That was so quick coming in from Keke. That immediate 1 minute, immediate towards the first blood. Then, man, compared to the last two games here, this was definitely a fast one.
Yes, and you know what? I feel like Keke has a chip on his shoulder from what happened 2 days ago, how they were, exited, and now he's like, you know what? I want revenge. I interviewed him, and I see the not so much anger in his face, but frustration. And now he came in to prove himself that, hey, don't leave me. Don't leave those stones unturned. I got to come in, and I will attack, and I will assassinate.
Okay, so bottom line, Keke has better hair.
Yep, today the person with the better hair has won the game here. So, as you mentioned, it was not about the boots. It was not about the lifesteal. None of that matters. It was about the hairspray.
Yes, and look, Keke, you have a new challenger coming up. Sagi also has hairspray today on his hair. We want that 1v1 caster versus talent. Let's go. But first, let's go to that interview.
All right, here we go. We're now at the Amazon's Arena, and standing beside me will be our champion in our Solo King Challenge. Keke, what just happened? It was so quick. What happened? 刚才发生了什么？
可能，就可能是我铭文带的有点优势吧，因为我带了点肉铭文，然后他对点会点不过我。
So I do have a little tricks for myself because I have those HP cranes inside, so that I think if we are only doing the auto attacks towards each other, I will be having those advantages. So congratulations one more time on winning to be the Solo King champions, and you're also getting that award with a trophy and $1,000 prize. Look at that. Check this out. And your award will be presented by Fane, the head of Esports, for Honor of Kings. What a prize. Let's take a picture together to memorize this cherished moment. Thank you so much. As we see this prize, I was super curious. What you gonna do with a $1,000 as a prize? Maybe I will just together with my teammates enjoy a wonderful meal together with them. And one more time, speak some Italian to your fans and family over there. What will be the things you want to share with them at this very moment?
Qua grazie a tutti che quelli mi hanno aiutato e miei famiglie.
All right, hope you enjoy your vacation here in KWC, and this will be all from the stage. Back to you, studio.
Congratulations to Coco from OG Esports taking the victory on that final on the SOLOKINGs. We're talking about a lot about like the items. We're talking a lot about like the process of it, just solo hit, just that last hitting at the end. And it just came down just to go and throw hands. That's it. That's it. It's a solo. Let's just throw hands. There's not that much strategy. Just come in and let's just fight. Done.
That's actually awesome that we're talking about all these different options here. They're like, yo, we can go Spot Forge, Doomsday, Bloodweeper, and I think it ended before either of them even got 500 gold. First minion wave there, they just shot each other until one died. I do want to make a point that it's important that when you are doing the 1v1 fight, that you're not only hitting your enemy, but the minions. And because of that, Kuka got level 2 and won that game.
Especially for the people out there, if you want to do like a trade in your lane, if you get level 2, you will definitely have the upper hand on that fight. And man, that was fast.
It was.
That was super fast. It ended quickly, like right
we
there.
weren't expecting that fast, right? Like, we were expecting that for it to be a little bit more methodical and just being a little bit more surgical about it.
Yeah.
But no, they just decided just to go all in and just finish this. And luckily for Coco, he's gonna go home $1,000, a little bit richer.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
take that. I'll take
Yes,
that 1,000 bag.
And I like the motivation as well. Eruption was talking about it. He interviewed Kaka last time, and we saw the sadness in his face. He actually didn't want to get interviewed when that time because the performance that he had against Sanova was really underwhelming, right? So with this, at least he got a little bit of a token. Like maybe, okay, I got 1K. I got the dub. Let's go home happy.
At the end of the day, it's not even just about that, right? Like, it was a matter of just understanding, if I cannot win with my teammates, at least I'm going to bring some glory to my club. Going to bring glory to my club. And right now, OG Esports, right now, they can say that they have the best of the best right over there.
Absolutely there. And then Kaka there, actually, we saw he mentioned that he's going to take his team out for dinner. So even though, you know, he didn't really win with them, he's going to celebrate with them, and that's what matters.
Fine. I'm gonna do it myself.
That's pretty good.
That was the line of Coco right there. Come on, man. Bang! There you go, Flowborn. And I learned a lot from this, right? Of course, to the new players, if you wanna go Flowborn, because again, he's the newest hero in game. He is in the front of the client. If you want to go 1v1, you immediately pop your frenzy, then you instantly have the advantage. That's basically the tip. If I'm gonna give the tip, come on.
Like, what about if you just check on some of these highlights, right? Like, we have some of the highlights, and I want the two of you to help me just to break it down so people understand. Like, it was such a nice activity. It was only 3 matches, but the 3 matches, all of them, they had some of the details that we want to tell everyone at home.
I want to talk about Danny, of course, that attempt on that pushback onto the tower of using the tower damage to probably get a win. But then again, in that situation, melee versus range always wins.
This one right over here, look at that. Tubbs just kind of like only very close to losing. He wanted to clean the minion wave and he was unable to do that, sending Coco straight to the final.
I think this game, if it does not end in a flash like we've seen here in the finals, it really comes down to economy here, right? Yeah. How you get the minions, are you able to get all of them? Because the second you have more gold and last is an
Danny here, look at that. The flash comes in, pushes against the turret, but then the damage is not lethal. And Danny knew that in that moment that he missed that flash, there was no coming back.
I saw it. Unfortunately, there was the second skill still. The second dash was online for Shanks to get away right after that extra hit. It could have been a better choice if Danny went in without like Shanks having the dash, but man, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Part of me wants to see a reality where Danny actually fully committed there anyway, right? And tried his best to chase down Shanks to see if he can get that dash online quick enough to take him out there, because retreating there sealed his fate.
OG Coco is going to go home with $1,000 right over there. It was such a nice bracket, man. A lot of people were expecting, and I'm telling you, this is what I heard from a lot of people, that it was going to end up being a Snowy against Inuo kind of thing. That's what everyone that I asked what they said. They said, yeah, no, it's gonna end up being snowy against Inwo. And look at that, they did not even make it to the semifinals, allowing us to see a lot of all the other players, because we know that Snow and Inwo, they still have the grand final coming up.
Yeah, props to these players for being such sport, and of course, shout outs to all of the organizers here of the 1v1. Hopefully, we get to do it ourselves. You know what? I have an idea. Maybe some of the players can do the panel. They can do the shoutcast, and we ourselves can do the one-on-one, right?
Look at the reactions right over there, man. Like, do you think that they would that the audience would prefer to see us there than seeing Coco and Tufts and Shanks over there? Come on. I think that they pay their tickets to see the stars that they love.
Yeah.
Another thing to note here, Kaka undefeated in the 1v1s now. He won the last one. He won it again. Who can take him down? I don't know.
Invincible.
Undisputed 1v1 champion.
Absolutely. What a title too, huh?
It is one of those things, like when you cannot just imagine yourself becoming the champion of the whole KWC 2025. If you have a chance for silverware, if you have a chance just to get some trophy, you need to go all in, no?
That's the amazing thing about HOK, right? We can really split it up. Unfortunately, they could not win KWC, right? But he's able to crown himself #1 of the Solo Kings. Just like how in Honor of Kings, you may not be the highest rank in the world, but if you keep playing your favorite hero, you could be #1 in your state, #1 in your town, your county, whatever. And that's a really nice achievement to have, I think. And that's one of my favorite parts of Honor of Kings.
I am #1 in Barangay 20. AR na is Pasay City. Shout out to all of the people there. It's good to be #1. I love the titles that the game gives you, right? It gives you this kind of like ego, small ego, like, hey, I'm #1 in my city, you know.
I'm number one in my neighborhood.
I'm #1 in my neighborhood, you know. Like, you can't beat my Arlie, you can't beat my Flowborn. And then tomorrow, wait, why am I #2? Who's #1 now? And then you will immediately play to get that rank up, right? That's so good.
The same as how Kin just bragged that he was like top level Hoi for about a couple hours, and then it just went away. I hope that he took a screenshot of that, because I'm not believing that story right now.
He turns out he played right on the reset before anyone else played, and he ended the game. Boom, #1.
Boys, it was really nice just to see a tournament like the Solo Kings, right? Like, a lot of tournaments come in and they just want to see the 5v5s, and they're thinking just about that. And we're trying just to create a different thing. The format this year was different. Right now with the Solo Kings, we're trying to add up a lot more shows for everyone, so you can actually understand the game. Not only from an area of an academia, just to kind of like listen to us break it down, but for you to try it at home. Wouldn't it be really nice just to go ahead against your friends, not only in a 5v5, but in a 1v1? When we think about these Solo Kings, what do you think is the value for the viewer right now in an activity like this?
I think something they can definitely learn about this is how you manage your wave, right, and get your levels. Now, for mid lane, it's not as important, but for something like Clash lane, my main role here, it is very important to get that level 2. As we've seen here from Kaka, level 2 changes the game. You get another skill, and you get to go ahead and commit into that fight and win. And how you manage that first wave usually dictates the first 5 minutes of the game, depending on your role.
Yeah, I think a lot of esports players and pro players will agree to this. There's this phrase they always say, like, 1v1 proves nothing unless it's in Solo Kings, right? Unless it is Solo Kings, like 1K USD, you can definitely prove a thing or two, right? And what I like about this is that you can study like little details in terms of the early game laning that you need in game. Like, for example, for me, I am the #1 marksman in Pasay City, Barangay 120. Anyways, you can definitely go know what are the little details that you need to go for trades, any cooldowns that you want to time, especially in the hero mastery. That's the benefit that you get for these types of 1v1 games.
Boys, thank you very much on this breakup of how did this whole Solo Kings tournament work. What about if we go a little bit to a break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the award ceremony.
I'm Noah Wipit. Now I'm here in KWC. So my left side is Muchi. Okay, so how do you feel in KWC?
因为这是我第一次来参加 KWC 嘛，我觉得这里蛮不错的吧，就吃的也有很多种，然后还有个选手休息室，可以让选手下来休息下来玩，就我认为这是一个很不错的体验吧。 请问你在 KWC 的体验怎么样？
Sini feeling environment sangat bagus lah. Tu bagus lah, makanan pun bagus, semua bagus lah so far. Apa yang kamu experience di ini KWC?
About all the experience, like the hotel, everything is very good. But sometimes, maybe has all experience in EWC is all good, very good. Danny, how your experience in KWC?
My experience in KWC is almost perfect. Like this event is like really big. I like this event so much. I like to play in the international stage, and now we'll play against AG. So will be like really hard moment for me, but I will enjoy it, and I really enjoyed this moment too. So yeah, everything perfect for me. And thank you KWC for everything. I love it.
Hi everyone, we're joined here with Ching and Joy from TT Global, and we're going to be teaching them some Arabic words. Could you guys let us know which words you chose?
我选的是强大，因为我希望自己能够更强一点，然后也可以更加强壮一点。
我选的是冠军，因为来打比赛最希望就拿冠军。
Okay, cool, amazing. So we're going to start with strong. Strong in Arabic is qawi, and that has 3 letters in it. And in Arabic, we begin from right to left. Okay. The first letter is qaf, and you would go like this, with 2 dots. And then you go like that, like a triangle.
Yeah.
And you do like this. And then you have like so. And you do this with 2 dots. Yes. And then you chose champion, which is batal. So you start with that. And then you go this way with. And then here you do 1 line. And
算了，我再练一下吧。
好了。
写的也不是特别好吧，不太标准。
我给个6分吧，应该能及格。
no, it's really good. I would give it like 8 out of 10. Yes, I think it's good. Thank you guys so much. 谢谢。
冠军。
Eu tenho um sonho, estar onde as lendas estão.
Ini adalah jalan untuk membuktikan bahwa kami layak berada di puncak.
Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki. 站在世界之巅，才配称为冠军。
Nos chamam de azarões tantas vezes, sempre presentes, nunca temidos, mas isso vai mudar agora. Quero provar que o Brasil pode estar lado a lado com os melhores. Cada derrota me ensinou o quão longe estamos do topo, mas também o quanto já subimos. Estamos escalando. E sei que um dia alcançaremos o cume e enfrentaremos jogadores como Yuno em nível de igualdade.
Saya tahu bagaimana rasanya kalah di panggung dunia. Saya telah melihat apa yang membuat tim KPL begitu tangguh. Saya meninggalkan rumah untuk berkembang, untuk membuktikan bahwa bahkan dewa pun bisa dikalahkan. Dan saya ingin melakukannya saat berdiri di hadapan Ino, pemain yang saya hormati. Saya di sini bersama tim ini untuk membawa kebanggaan, bukan sekadar bersaing, tapi untuk menang.
Kami kami pernah berasa bagaimana rasanya ditakuti, tapi belum lagi dihormati. Untuk benar-benar dihormati, kami perlu gerakan yang terbaik. Dan itu adalah Ino, lawan yang paling kami hormati, dan gunung yang perlu kami daki. Perjalanan ke puncak bermula dengannya. Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki. 去年的职业生涯让我经历了太多，身边的队友都各奔东西，唯有我坚守此地。如今我们已臻于完美之境，铸就属于 AG 的王朝。金色的雨已为我们的荣耀而落下，但我们的梦想还没结束。我将带领 AG 建立属于我们的王朝。当别人提到王者荣耀，你会立刻想到一诺这个名字。无懈可击，这就是我。准备好再次向我发起挑战了吗？
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2025. I'm here right now in Saudi Arabia in the city of Riyadh. Amazing, beautiful Riyadh that has been our home in the last 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since we started this KWC 2025 group stage, last chance, group kings and playoffs. And I'm telling you, this city has been amazing with us. It's been friendly, it's been lovely, and we're counting the days to come back. Now, talking about coming back, we brought back Blam to join us right now over here at the desk. Blam, you've been doing a lot of casting right now. You get to be at the desk. How does it feel right now that you get to sit at the couch? Because these couches are comfy, mate.
I mean, as you can tell by my posture, I'm just like, oh, this is so good. It's so much better than one of the caster chairs. Being locked in that dingy room. I'm free, man. I'm free.
Shout out to you, Sam. Look at him. Like he's, trying to...
He's gonna keep this way, by the way.
Yeah.
But the entire time he's here, yeah.
That is lovely. You feel comfortable about it, Blam, because we want to spotlight a little bit just that, right? Like the whole casting of this. It is just the storytelling of the KWC 2025. You've been able to hear Blam a lot. You get to hear his voice, and right now I want to know a little bit about your story, right? Like when you think about the KWC 2025 and you go back all the way before we got here to Riyadh, how has been the journey, man?
I mean, it's been a very long one, right? Like for not just like any singular region, be MKL, PKL, IKL, the KME, the KMW, the WKS. It's been a long journey, but it's been a journey not just for us casters, as a narrative, but these players have just progressed so quickly in a short amount of time as well.
It is just like we bring to you only the 2 weeks of KWC 2025, but this whole road started a long time ago. A lot of these teams have been fighting for a long time just to get a chance to be here in these 2 weeks, right, Manjin?
Yeah, it's definitely a journey for every team, also for us, and also for the all of the community, all of the region. It is such a wonderful celebration of not just being like the best, of course, but of course celebrating the game itself.
You know what, Manjin? I want to know a little bit more about how the PKL right over there, how the whole qualifiers went. How was the feeling right over there, the PKL just on its way to the KWC 2025?
Yeah, because everything is quite new, and we were kind of lucky. Like we have 3 representatives, but unfortunately those 3 representatives lost, and I was like, hey, I'm happy, I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna be biased, I'm gonna cheer for them no matter what they've said.
They didn't give you a chance.
They didn't give me a chance to even cheer. But anyways, it was so heartwarming, especially for HOK, giving a lot of opportunities in the PKL to a lot of the Filipino pro players, because we're gonna have an open qualifier soon, all of that. And the competition is just beginning. It's gonna be tighter for sure.
PKL, we're really looking forward just to see if next time that we have the KWC, those PKL teams can become stronger and they can come in and just move further over there in the whole format of the next tournament. Dave, which region is your favorite region if you would have to choose one?
Well, I gotta say, I'm biased.
Go ahead. It's not like it's gonna be like the first time, or that we just actually figured that out.
First, okay. Well, I would say it's King Major West.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. Now, King Major West has many different layers to it.
Go ahead.
You first, for example, you first play the Open Series, which compete against some of the best community teams, right? And only one team makes it out from each region, and then they go to one offline location. Last year was Malaysia, I believe, and then they play another tournament, the King Major West qualifier. If you win that, only one slot gets to come to KWC. Now, obviously, this time there's a last call, right? That's why there are 2 teams.
Yes.
OG and Twisted Mind both made it, and they are insanely strong. Now, OG, could I play a little bit stronger against Nova, to be honest? Wink, wink. Maybe next time, right? At the same time, I was at King Major West. It's probably the most fun to watch.
And this is the region that he likes. Imagine the region that he does not like. Wow, that is tough. But you know what? Like, the main idea of having so many regions is because we can move the game worldwide, right? Like Honor of Kings, it is in so many different regions. Right over here, we have the PKL. We have in the Malaysian Kings League as well, right? Like we have the MKL. We have the KPL that is going to bring us the 2 teams that we're going to see in the finals. we are just moving abroad. Like we're moving around the world, showing that Honor of Kings is an activity for everyone. And Blam, I know that you started just first like playing Honor of Kings, and then you decided to become a caster. How was the whole journey about becoming one more of the family of talents here at Honor of Kings, man?
I mean, I wasn't playing at first. The first thing was the playing was part of the preparation to becoming part of the caster. So I was learning the role, learning the game all at the same time, all the way since Season 1 Invitational, which seems like ages away.
That feels such a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad right now that you're right over here and you're one of the official voices of Honor of Kings abroad, right? Like when you listen to the English cast, it's almost all the time Blam being right over there, just bringing you the best action of Honor of Kings. So he's seen so many clutch moments. He's seen some emotional moments as well. If we talk about just the mechanics, one moment from this KWC 2025 that you would say, okay, that is going to be carved in my memory for a long time, what would that be?
I mean, there's so much, right? There's so many. But, I mean, I do have to give it over. Obviously, we saw the pentakill yesterday from TT Global. That was so clean to finish off the game, get a pentakill. It's like, that's the dream, baby. That's the dream.
The only pentakill here in the KWC 2025 as well, right?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I looked at Liquipedia last night, and if you get a pentakill, you get awarded by a little bit of cash, you know?
Yeah, of course. Like yesterday, that person was awarded with that with that title as well. Dave, best moment of KWC 2025, if you were to think about it, right? Because we did some casting back in the day, right, together. And right now, like if you were a caster, from a caster standpoint, which would you think it would be like the best moment to cast?
First of all, I am very grateful to be on this stage, to be honest. This is such a warm feeling.
Agree.
And then big shout out to Isaac for making me feel right at home. This has been incredible experience. So
thanks, mate.
Big shout out for the entire team to make this happen for me. Thank you so much. Now, the memorable moments. Mine's a little bit different, okay? I'm a little bit off the stage moment. It's something most memorable. It's the draw. When they were drawing the playoff, we were at the venue and we saw the emotions. We're recording shorts. Oh my goodness. You have to be here to see it live, to understand the complexity of emotions that was going on in that night.
Yeah,
it's overwhelming.
I'm telling you, like, no, it was interesting because we had over there in that draw, we had everyone. We got the champions from all the different leagues, right? Like from MKL, we got in there people from IKL, from PKL, from KPL. We got all the different regions right over there, and they're just having like the whole family in there. Just like when you go for New Year's and then you have an opportunity to be with your family, and they just be able just to really enjoy in there. That was one of the memorable moments for me as well. What about you, Manjin?
I think, well, of course, I'm gonna say the show match was so fun. Right? Like, there you go. We're actually memes right now. Like Amara and Hoon also are memes right now in social media. But it's my first time really seeing the KPL teams in action. You know, like that serves for me as, hey, these are the teams that we need to reach. These are the teams that we need to study. These are the goats of this game. And like seeing the secret levels, like we were talking about, really like put something in me that, okay, we need more time to study. We need to practice. We need to get back to that drawing board, and we can still make this happen in the future. The future is bright. The future is definitely looking bright.
It is lovely just because as you see the game right now just evolving as what it is right now, we're all really looking forward for the whole ecosystem to evolve. And we had some very big announcements telling us that the ecosystem is just going to keep just snowballing. The ecosystem just got a little advantage in the early game, and right now we're just trying to snowball, if you know what I mean. It is just trying its best just to give everyone an opportunity. Could you imagine just yourself just being able just to be playing at home, just playing games with your friends, and then in 12 months' time, come over here and be part of the KWC? I cannot imagine myself, but I can know that a lot of people at home would love to have that dream.
They really would, honestly. I mean, we had two teams all the way from the Open Series, right? I mean, one of them was Twisted Minds. They got 4th place. And then one of them was ACT. I mean, they went toe-to-toe with Nongshim, almost knocked them out, which was crazy to think. Like, 5 guys at home,
of course.
Open Series, PKL, into the KWC in Riyadh, baby. It's like, what more could you ask for?
I loved watching ACT because in both of the games they played, even though they two matches that they were a defeat, in both of them it was never 2-0. In both of those games, they were able just to take one game from their opponents, and just to know that this was a team that came just directly from the Open Series, that's gotta be magnificent feeling.
And to that exact point, Honor of King ecosystem made it so readily available for the entire community to join.
Yes.
If you want to play, there's always a position for you to join. There's always room for you to join. And most important thing is, this entire ecosystem encourages you to play with your friends. You should get 5 people to watch KWC and learn from the best. And so you can get a better position in Open Series and go from the grassroots, the upcoming KCS, and have the opportunity to go to Worlds.
Yeah.
It's so available. And mentioning to your point about, the standard of who you can learn from, the content are also readily available.
Yeah,
right? The entire community made it so easy to access, and you can go learn from them and truly improve your gameplay. And that's what makes this game so fun.
Yeah, and also the fact that you can actually meet, greet, and play with some of the pro players in the HOK showroom, in the HOK booth outside of the Esports inside of the Esports Boulevard, outside of the arena. Last night we were playing and we were trash talking each other together with the Filipinos. We won, by the way. Yeah, I think AG.AL was there on the second day. TT was there also. OG was there, and they got to play with the new players here in Saudi Arabia also, who wants to try out the game, like trying the settings and everything, trying heroes and everything. And the ushers are so helpful, like helping them, hey, you should try this, giving them some advice and tips on how to play the game.
That HOK booth is just popping, and I'm loving just passing by. I haven't had much time just to go in and just kind of like play games, since I need to be right over here bringing you all the action. But you know what? Just passing by and seeing everyone just over there with a smile, it is amazing. What about if we just take a little break? We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to bring closer and closer to that award ceremony that we promised.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the KWC 2025. We're live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and we are very close to that award ceremony. And since I know that everybody wants to move into that, I was deciding, you know what? Why don't we just bring all the casters in here? Blam was so good at this. What about you just bring Holler? So I went to the green room, got myself Holler, and brought him back. Holler, thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. I was in the middle of my lunch and I was like, I can get on stage. This is an opportunity unlike others. Finally, I'm outside of the box. I'm actually being shown right now, and I'm very tan, actually.
I love how you put it, man. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Blam as you got here. What do you think about the sofa?
Actually, it's very comfortable, right? And especially from last year's, the big difference, right? Where we were kind of standing around and I was kind of like wobbly, but this chair is very comfortable and I love it.
I'm telling you, last year we were standing, this year we're sitting. I am voting that next year we should get a bedding here and I'm just going to present to all of you from a lovely pillow. Just kind of just lying down in there.
Side view. Side view perspective, you know?
Side view perspective of everything. Boys, we're going to move together into the awards ceremony. This award ceremony is going to give the awards for favorite team, favorite player, and favorite voice. And we all know that when we talked about favorite voice, we analyzed that together. I think that we were at the hotel like 2 weeks ago, and then we were just kind of like having breakfast, and then we were saying like, oh, who's gonna win this thing? Probably Dave is going to win that. Can we go to the white shot right now? You know that Dave is here, right? So we know that Dave did not win. So Dave, what happened in there? You had such a big lead and then you just missed the dunk. What is going on, guy?
Let me tell you, it was a crazy time, all right? A thunderstorm came in, the building just went down without a warning. We did not know about it. You know, it just so happened.
Actually, the worst part about it is that I voted for you. So I waited to vote on you, Dave. And, I mean, I was alphabetical. I thought it was very easy, the top left corner. But unfortunately, just too strong at the end of the day.
Listen, I voted for myself, too.
Every day with like 30 accounts, right?
Blam, when you thought like a favorite voice, did you vote for yourself or did you vote for Dave?
I'm British, of course I did, you know? I mean, okay, give the honest answer.
Go for it.
Always vote 8 times for myself and 1 time for Holler and 1 time for Kid.
Really? Just once?
Yeah.
Once a day, though?
All the time. Every day.
Okay. That's actually pretty good. I did vote for myself, and the only reason I did in the early part was because I was afraid I was going to be last place.
Yes,
but
exactly.
once I was like, I'm pretty comfortable. I got a bit of a lead. I'm okay. I'm going to start voting for everyone else. And yes, I did vote for both of you guys here.
You know what's funny? I thought it was a one-time vote. It turned out to be a daily vote thing.
Oh.
And then you get like 10 votes per day.
Yeah.
So initially, I just thought, okay, it was for all I got. I'm going to vote like 1, 1, 1, 1. You know, I basically pick out all of our talents, start voting everybody. And then I realized this is every day.
So that's the reason why you didn't win.
True.
Consistency.
I had no choice. I didn't realize it was like every day. You're absolutely right. That might be the reason. Because when Mara find out about it,
I'm telling you,
it's over.
Mara came in and it was a storm. Boom. Like we were having this conversation and Mara was like, oh no, I'm so far away from Dave. And we were like, yeah, sorry, Mara, Dave is going to win this. And she was like, what? You know what? Challenge accepted. And then she came in and it was just game on from there.
I heard she was like 10 days late.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty crazy. Like the power, her influence, and able to just like sway everybody's vote. Actually, I started to vote for her when she went to.
No, I remember it clearly. We was at dinner. She was just like, okay, hold my pomegranate juice. And then that's it. She recorded the video and the rest is history.
Hey, no fault taken. Because when she started making social posts, I started voting for her as well. I mean, I started voting for her because her Mara's voice packing game. Okay, if I vote, do I get it?
I don't know, man. I can talk to the producers and get you hooked on that one, man. Well, favorite team. We don't know yet who's going to win favorite team and who's going to be favorite player. But if we will be favorite team and you think about like, okay, not from the side of I prefer this team, but in terms of performance, who would you be voting for?
I mean, if we're looking at the KPL teams aside, I did vote for Nova Esports at one point, but I really liked Alpha 7. I just like the flair that they bring, plus the whole thing about being alphabetical and voting for Assassin Day. It was the same idea, the same strategy there.
Blam, what about you?
Me? I mean, I've not got small thumbs like Horler, so I wasn't going A or B.
How dare you?
Called you out on that one. I actually put a bit of effort. I scrolled through and I voted for Twisted Minds. Because honestly, I feel like they deserve it right. They lost their first game in the group stages, rided all the way up to the lower brackets to get 4th place. They deserve it.
Dave, talk to us.
Well, again, I'm biased, right?
We know.
I've been a fan for AG.AL for quite some time. And then I've been making videos about it. I've been like shadowing, learning from every single player. I made a video about Shunran, aka AG.AL Run, as well as Zoe. And I was like, man, this is a no-brainer. Every single one of these players in this team are goated. Coming to KWC, I have no choice. They're so goated. The thing about this team is just so to the book, standard. Like there are the benchmark if you want to learn Honor of King competitive. I think every team should study their gameplay to the core and break it down detail by detail, minute by minute, and see how their rotation, how their draft strategy works. This is how you improve.
I'm telling you, if it would be me, I would need to go for my Latino roots. My Latino roots tell me Alpha 7 Esports. I just love the passion that the boys just bring into the stage. I love every single win. It's a big reaction from them. I am just in love with that is part of our culture. You know what? What about if we just get the final results of our awards ceremony? Favorite team, favorite character, no, favorite player, sorry about that, and favorite voice. What about if we toss it to the Amazon Arena? What about if Sky and Milos take it from here and they take us into the award ceremony? Amazon Arena, we're here waiting for you. Tell us who's going to take home silverware.
We always love having silverware shared around, especially when it's such a momentous occasion. For the first time ever at KWC, this is our award ceremony here at KWC 25.
Just imagine how proud we'll actually feel when all the dedication, all the efforts have finally paid off and will be praised with a prize and an award. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We are going to be starting the 2025 KWC Award Ceremony. So the very first prize and the very first award will be given you will be the Honor of Kings World Cup Fan Favorite Team. And the award goes to AG.AL. Congratulations! They've clinched countless champions across major tournaments. As one of the most popular teams in KPL, their electrifying performances and aggressive gameplays have captivated all the fans from the globe. Congratulations one more time, birthday Faye.
There you go. This award will be presented by Mr. Rex Wong, the Game Operation Director of Honor of Kings Publishing Level Infinite.
We can take a picture together to memorize this cherished moment. All right, speaking of the award, let's have a little conversation with Feifei, the CEO from AG.AL. So, being awarded with this trophy right here, what do you feel at this very moment? 所以这一次来到我们王者荣耀电竞世界杯的现场，拿到了最受观众和粉丝喜爱战队这个称号，现在的心情是怎样的呢？菲姐？
首先是很荣幸，并且很感谢在海外有那么多粉丝喜欢 AG。其次就是，AG 能发展到今天，并且 AG 能站在这个领奖台上，是很感谢来到现场和屏幕前的所有的粉丝还有朋友们的一路支持和陪伴。希望今天的比赛也能给大家带来一个好的结果。今天比赛加油，心怀荣耀，勇往直前！谢谢。
All right, thank you so much, sir. First of all, we are really honored to be here. And second, we couldn't make it so far without all the fans from overseas and, of course, China. Your support means everything for us. And for today's matchups, we're fully ready. We hope that we can bring the best stage for all the audiences. And one last time, the slogan, please. 心怀荣耀! All right. Thank you so much, Feifei. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. That's one of our 3 trophies that have already been awarded here at our ceremony, and we have a second one. We went from the most favorite team. Now we go to the Honor of Kings World Cup fan favorite
player.
So, who will that be? Join me for it. It's Yinwo! Yinwo also, of course, playing for AG.AL, one of the best and most beloved KPL players and the MVP of KWC 2024, joining us on stage.
Of course, we all love Ino for his very cute and adorable personality, and of course with outstanding skills. 来 Ino 非常恭喜你获得这个奖项，可以在这样子的一个舞台上面呢，获得最受欢迎、最受粉丝喜爱选手这个荣誉，你感觉怎么样呢？
感觉很开心吧，在海外也有这么多粉丝支持，谢谢他们为我投票。
I feel really happy about this because we went from China to overseas and we still see so many fans over there voting for me. Thank you so much. I would like to express our gratitude and sincere gratitude towards your support.
Mr. Rex Wong also will be delivering our second trophy one more time for Yinwo.
Thank you so much. We can take a picture together. 看那边，进行一个合影。Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is 2 awards out of 3, Sky.
The last one. Wow, I'm really excited for this because we have already got the answer, but we still have to make it very formal, right?
Of course.
Okay.
This is our fan favorite voice. For Honor of Kings. Should we say it together?
Of course.
3, 2, 1.
Mara!
Woo! The hostess with the mostest. You used to seeing her on stage. You can hear her in game. And of course, she is our fan favorite voice in Honor of Kings. Congratulations to Mara!
Her voice travels through distance and her enthusiasm light up the entire gorge. Congratulations one more time, Mara. I feel so happy for you. It will be your time now.
Oh, first of all, thank you so much to everybody who voted for me. To be able to win Best Voice globally and to represent the Philippines on this stage is such an honor. This moment proves that Honor of Kings belong in the Philippines and that the Filipino talent has a place in the global spotlight. So thank you so much. My vision is for Honor of Kings to be known all over the world. And my goal is to use my voice to help Honor of Kings grow, not just in the Philippines, but in all regions. So thank you to our great leaders for your bold vision. Thank you to the players and the fans for your passion. Mabuhay Pilipinas! Ito ang bagong Liga ng Bayan.
Congratulations one more time to Mara. And of course, our third and final award will be awarded by Mr. Rex Wong. Again, Game Operation Director for Honor of Kings.
All right, I think it's about time that we let our award receivers and our VIPs back to the stage. We take a group photo together and cherish this very precious moment together.
Some wonderful champions that we see on here in their own way. It's not just in the game,
of course, you know.
It's outside of it.
It is a beginning of a new chapter. We're now witnessing what will be the history, and I feel so honored to be here as well, and feel extremely excited for my friends over there, right?
It's incredible. It really is incredible how Honor of Kings had brought everybody on here together to celebrate these wonderful people and what they've had to add to the game. What a way to kind of get the emotions high and really excited before our grand final.
Of course. Okay, that will be the end of our ceremony, and the studio, back to you. Take it over.
Thank you very much, Sky. Thank you very much, Milos. And congratulations. Congratulations to AG.AL, favorite team. Congratulations to Ino, favorite player. And congratulations to Mara as the favorite voice. The voice of the people has spoken and has been Mara taking the dub. Sorry about that, Dave. You came up second. It was still a pretty good run. We still love you, buddy.
Oh my God, bro. Dude, watching that was so hilarious because I did not know that was the award. Did you see that mini trophy?
Yes.
If I knew the mini trophy was the actual award,
you would have worked harder?
I would have not sleep. I would have posted every minute. Go vote, guys. This is it, okay?
Oh, God.
Congratulations to Mara. She deserves it. She has a great voice, and personally, I'm a big fan of Mara, and I think she's probably the best person to get the award.
Amazing. Boys, before we let you go, because I know that you need to go back to the booth and then you need to get ready, thoughts on AG.AL against TT Global? Holler.
I think it's going to be a great series, right? AG.AL, though, they're the only team to not have lost a game to the global team. I'm going to give them props.
All right. Blam?
I'm going to go to the other side of the conversation. It's going to be TT Global. They've lost a round. They've got something to prove, man.
And you're going to be wrong again.
All right.
KME.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that everybody is just waiting impatiently right over there for the game to start. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to jump into the pre-match of our grand final for the KWC 2025.
Activating Warp Jump. Destination? The brightest star. We the kings with them all the show. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Right in the core!
And when the jacket is on, you know that the game is on. We're into serious business, ladies and gentlemen. KWC 2025 Grand Final between TT Global and AG.AL. let's jump into the pre-match because this is the match that everyone has been waiting for. And thank you very much for being online, for being here with us, and to be here with me and all of the analysts. For this grand final, we're going to have Phil, we're going to have Manjin, and we're going to have Dave. Boys, this is it. The final showdown between the top two teams of our tournament.
It's such an honor to get to see this. Of course, like it's for me, it's the first time seeing a real match coming out from the KPL teams. But then again, everything is reset, right? This is a different meta that they're playing. We've been talking about it last time. They were quite nervous. They respect all of the teams that are here. They don't really want to give away anything. And what I like about both of these squads is that they really dominated all of the games that they had. 4-1, 4-0. Easy.
For the other one, it was not that easy, right? It was a 4-1 for TT Global. If they come up and they make that same mistake in the first game, it might just cost them a lot more in here against AG.AL, right?
That could be the difference right here. Both these teams are touted as some of the best. 4-0s all around, and the 4-1 there against Nova here. I'm very interested to see how they will do these matches. Will we see something a lot quicker? Will it go to ultimate battle here? I think there's a potential for both because both teams are very steamrolly and they learn their opponents, right? If one team can figure out the other one before they can catch on, it could very easily not go to ultimate battle.
I'm telling you, as you see the players just arriving into the Amazon arena, when people tell you like, oh yeah, they're not nervous, they're professional, they're used to this. It's not a matter of not having nerves. It's a matter that you've been in this position so many times that you just get used to the feeling. The nerves never go away. It's just that you become better, stronger, and used to that.
Man, when I talk about this type of feelings, I mean, I used to play pro and I was a nervous player, so I can feel the heartbeat just speeding up, ramping up when I get closer to stage step by step. And looking at these players, the best thing is when I watch KPL region play, they had the heart rate monitor.
Of course.
As I mentioned last time, AG.AL is known as a team that doesn't change their heartbeat rate. It just stays the same. No matter they die, they go into a team fight.
Cold.
It's always the same. And you know the thing is working because go from like what 84 to 83.
Yeah.
It actually goes down. Like what just happened? Did he just die in a most intensive team fight? So these players are trained, they're disciplined, and I want to see some top action today.
We're going to have TT Global on one side, Sunrise, Crane, Tsing, Joy, and Snowy. TT Global, the Thunder threat. They're going to come here and become more than a threat. They need to become the champions of the KWC. And if they want to be champions, they need to beat AG.AL. What does TT Global have that they can actually use to beat AG.AL?
I think TT Global and also AG.AL, they're both known for having this extensive playbook, right? That we mentioned, they're S tier, they have a bigger playbook than the other teams. But now they're against each other. How will they go ahead and counter out each other's tactics? For TT, I think their advantage could be in the invasions. Sure, AG is good at those early game invasions as well too. But TT is more known for taking control of the early game, getting in the jungle, stealing the stuff, and that could be the edge they need.
AG.AL on the other side, Ran, Zoe, Inuo, Sheng, and Shuai. The Galactic Warship, AG.AL. We know that AG.AL and TT Global, they have some recent history, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. Leading up to KWC, we just had TT Global actually defeating AG.AL in a 3-2 fashion, a full best of 5 series.
Yeah.
And it was the most intensive game. If you haven't gone watch that, I recommend you go search out those series and watch it because there are a lot of history and competition and rivalry between the two teams. And today is a chance for them to do it again. But like Manjin was saying, they're playing a completely different meta.
Of course.
They're playing an Honor of Kings.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see how can they adapt. We're going to adapt faster and show us something different.
Talking about adapting in there, right? Like we need to adapt to what the meta is talking about. The meta talks about junglers. It talks about them being very fast, them just the early game, the pace. When we analyze both junglers from both teams, which one do you think that can take a little bit of an advantage? Because if the difference is going to be marginal, making that margin become bigger and bigger is going to be important, right?
You know what? I kind of feel like game number 1 in a best of 7 scenario is kind of like testing a waters type of field because,
of course,
given both teams in their previous playoff matches, it's like game number 1 there. What I like about them is that for the first phase of their draft, they kind of like try to give away a certain strategy already. It's not really a flex pick that they're going for. Like, they're really going for, okay, this time we're going for heals. What's your answer? And we will counter it.
Of course.
I'm really interested about the last 2 picks here because there's a pattern here for both of these squads. They know the ins and outs of every hero there is in HOK, and I would love to see how will they counter each other in the last 2 picks.
The battle of the coaches as well, Dave. Like, you already thought also a lot about the BPs. What do you need to pick first? What do you need to pick second? How to counter? How do you think that the coaches are going to plan this game?
Oh my God, we've seen a KPL, I would say a pattern of draft is it will start with the core.
Yes.
Because that's usually harder to counter. Because once you pick out the core, you save the clash lane, you save sometimes the mid lane or the jungle, depending on what serves as the core. For example, we say the Long and Dodia. And that combo works in every scenario. And then you fill in the Fatigue or the Miyu to counter the Fatigue, right? You will fill in the mid lane to counter the other side. It's such a mastery of, I would say, IQs, right? Like a strategy. You have to think about what card plays the most. What impressed me the most is KPL teams, the KPL coaches, like Jojo, for example, no matter, we talk about being flexible with your draft, no matter how little options you have or, what kind of scenario you're in, not only do they pick to win the draft, they also pick to play towards their own strategies. They'll always have a combination, a strategy, a composition they're playing towards.
Phil, how can they just use that in order to take advantage? Because we know it's going to be difficult for them. The difference is just so small. How do you think that BP is going to go and what's going to be different?
Something we noticed about both these teams here is recently they've been playing very quick matches, right? They've not been going the distance. I guess the TT one went a little bit longer. So they had to save some of their picks for the later matches in the past. Even though their matches went quick, they always saved and left some in return. So I think it's going to really matter which team overextends, right? And even if they do get the win, did they sacrifice too much to do it, right? Because it is the best of 7 at the end of the day.
We're going to jump very quickly into the Amazon Arena. Boys, predictions for today, real short, real quick. Phil?
AG 4-2.
AG 4-2.
Dave?
Oh man, I was going to say the same. AG 4-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Amazon Arena is ready. 1 region, 2 champions. Only one will be victorious today. AG.AL, the KPL champions. TT Global, the ACL champions. Are you ready for this? The grand final is right over here with you right now.
上次在 KPL 版本，我们3-2赢下成都一场会，我觉得这是在 AWC 决赛上我们也能赢。
联赛上也刚输一次 TDG， 所以说这次我们肯定要重视这个对手，然后肯定要一举击败他，拿下冠军。
The build to the depth committee, CY is not going to be great. The healing reduction come through, and Waypit is trying to be on the run here.
Nice little knock-up. Yuno is not in a great spot. Hylon goes down.
就是 AG 在这次比赛中也都是碾压对手获胜的吧，然后他们也主要以野射双核，所以说我们局内的话也要多关照一下。
我觉得比分的话是4-1吧，因为我觉得我们做足准备，什么样的对手我们都可以轻松拿下。
That is a wipe here for AG.AL.
就呈现一场很好看的决赛给大家吧。
我想对 TTG 说，成神之路上总会牺牲点什么。
18 teams have entered the gauntlet, and they've made it through. After 2 weeks of grueling competition in Riyadh, it is time to close this chapter. 2 more are left. 1 best of 7 dividing them from our trophy, and it all happens here at the KWC 25 Grand Finals.
Tonight, we reveal the mystery. Tonight, we're going to be witnessing together the history. And here we go. We still have 2 teams fighting together for the same mission, to be the new world champions, to fight for this trophy. Who will get this back? Let's find out.
I think there is a lot to tell here, and we're going to introduce our squads. Our first one is up and ready for you. Let's welcome TT Global! In the top lane, King. In the jungle, Sunrise. In the mid lane, it's Crane. In the farm lane, it's Snowy. And the roamer, Joy. A club with so much HOK history and a set of 5 young players looking to make a new dynasty. They're known as Young Blood. They're known as the Rising Phoenix of KPL. Today, they want to be known formally as KWC Kings and Champions.
Well, their opponents. Let's welcome AG.AL. Clash Lane, Zhan. Jungle, Zoe. Mid Lane, Shen. Farm Lane, Yino. Roamer, Shuai. 0 defeats, 0 doubts. They are the undisputed top team around the globe. This team carries an impressive legacy of 6 championship titles, but they're not resting anymore. They're here forging a new dynasty with the World Cup Championship right on their side.
I can't believe it. 10 days to get to this point. So, TT Global, please, AG.AL, you may place your keys and take your seat. Gentlemen, please, all yours.
And people in Riyadh, for the very last time, 你们准备好了吗?
Hadid!
The stage is set. The world is watching. Who will write their own legend in 2025 KWC? Let's find out. The game starts now.
If you wanted to be ready, if you are not ready, it is here. The Grand Finals of our KWC 2025. TT Global against AG.AL. The Amazon Arena is packed. You saw there's no space for one more soul in there. The fans want their team's favorites to be able to take the trophy home. But you know what? Their opponents, they're not gonna let them. You can see all the seats are taken. It is packed right over here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. From the KWC 2025, we tell you thank you for being right over here on set, online. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a feast.
This is what we've been building up for all KWC. Both teams are getting ready to get into matches. Look at those cute little pandas here. The fans are getting ready to cheer for their respective teams. Both sides have a lot of fans flowing in from all over the world here. Man, this is going to be insane.
I kind of want to see the respect bands here. I think Pati is highly contested in this game, and also for sure you have a lot of Arlies being banned right here, and even the long, right, like contesting the Yinuo's capability to outplay and everything and such. Again, like what I said, game number 1 is gonna be like a testing of waters type of thing.
I don't know about you, Manjin, but I am super excited about this. I'm really just counting the seconds for the game to start. I don't want no VP. Just send me to the gorge. I really want this to start right now, Dave. Please.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. If you're here, what we want you to do is feel the energy in the stadium, in the Amazon Arena. You're here to support your favorite team, and I want you to shout at your loudest when they are playing. 谢谢大家到来.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
David bringing out the big guns, huh?
Dude, they're flying from all over the world just to come here to support these players.
I know, man.
You gotta understand the amount of passion that they're putting into this team, putting this game, putting the KWC. I'm honored to be here. I know every single one here is happy. And I'm excited to see these matches, man.
I'm excited just to see everyone playing in there. I was in the arena just a few minutes ago, and it felt like the aura in there. I'm telling you, you step in there and you can feel not only the players' aura, but the fans. They're so into this. They have their eyes over there on the screens, and everyone at home really wants this to start.
The fans, they're very excited to cheer for the teams, but also a little bit nervous because they know this game could go either way. Their favorite team could go home not victorious.
So much at stake. So much at stake. Like everybody in there, look at them. Everyone's super happy.
Wow,
everyone's super happy. They just want this to start right now. They want this to start, Manjin.
It is a full house. Aren't we just gonna watch? Can we watch in the arena? Come on, man.
Yeah,
Can we do this thing in the arena?
True, I want allies in the arena.
The aura, you know?
I want to stand next to the panda. You know, look at the audience just waving. I don't know if they're waving at us or waving at the panda.
Show the panda.
Show the panda. We love the panda. We got a pro player. Oh, see the BDK boys.
Look at BDK
you
watching.
got Danny.
Where's Doggy? Why aren't you guys watching? Come on.
Yeah, you got all sitting in the audience watching.
Oh, there's the panda.
Oh
There's
my
the panda.
god, that's a great panda. By the way, when AG played Aguro, they only use the panda skin.
Oh, really?
It's gotta be a must. It's gotta be a must,
It
man.
has
Come
to be
on.
the panda.
It's on brand.
It's not for contesting that. They need to have that. AG.AL and TT Global, they're going to bring us the top level competition. You can see the people keep coming in.
Yeah.
I just keep seeing, like, I don't know even where they're going to sit. Did you see that? People just coming into the arena. We don't have any more space. I wanted to go and watch the game right over there, but you know what? I think I'm going to stay right over here because they won't let me in.
Yeah, me too. Earlier I was going there, and the security guard was like, "Sir, where are you going?" "Oh, I left my ID on the green room and I need to go back." Anyways, yeah, we're in full house. It is not just us watching this. Huge shout outs to the other regions, IKL, MKL, PKL, of course. You guys, Blacklist International, Boom, and ACT. Better watch this. This is it. The main event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is starting. Last match of our KWC 2025. The champion of this tournament is going to be decided right over here. Game 1, TT Global on the blue, AG.AL on the red. Casters, take it from here.
Thank you very much. Two of the biggest titans in the world of Honor of Kings. We are at KWC 2025, the Grand Finals. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. And today it is your favorite kind of tofu with me, Sagi and Blam. Let's get it going, boys.
Man, tofu, 2 weeks of build-up in KWC. The last remaining two teams being TT Global and AG.AL. And we're talking about this. The first game BP has commenced right now, and we're seeing some form of bans targeted towards Eno and towards the farmland pool already.
Okay, straight away, TT Global against AG.AL. This match is going to be a big one because both teams are very aggressive in that starting point, right? Jungles will be invaded, so it really is a guessing game. Do you know which side they're going to first?
Oh, that's definitely the main question that both Sunrise and Zhongyi has to figure out. And for the side of AG.AL, they lock in the Long and the Dolia here. We saw before how deadly Yino is on this Long. He can find these crazy backline assassinations.
Yes, AG.AL, very famous for funneling farms, sharing it across the team, but most of it filtering it into the one-time hero, Enor. He's no longer just a player, he is the hero of AG.
He is indeed the hero of AG right now. Following the bans, we see Zhuangzi, we see Ho Yi here coming in from TT Global. They want one thing, the Dharma onto Ching, he's looking for big engages.
That's right, Teamfight, the name of the game for TT Global, right? With the additional initial pierce coming on from the Allgrin, this is going to force the team back on the side of AG.AL, hopefully setting up the stuns from the Yihuan and the Dharma. So Teamfight composition straight away in the first half from TT Global.
I'm loving the Ladies pickup here coming in from AG.AL. It is an extremely good pick to disengage from the Ogren, and it is one of the best anti-heal builders here in the mage role to counter heroes like the Yuhuan here. So this pick here, a very smart pickup here coming in from AG.AL.
To add on to that 4-minute mark, that first Tyrant, both teams will definitely tussle over it, and Lady Chen loves this because it's a tight corner, and with her ultimate, she's able to freeze everyone and hopefully give AG.AL that first neutral objective.
This is the thing we talked about, right, Kin? TT Global, AG.AL, the best teams coming in from the KPL region. their objective take, their objective control on how they formulate team fights around it is just so darn good. So I really want to see this 4th minute mark that you talked about, how they really play around the team fights, how they set up for that Tyrant.
This is all going to be set up in the first part of the game, right? So invading your jungle or protecting your camps from them being taken by your opponents is going to be very crucial, which is why at this point the second half of the pick phase is going to be started. GT Global, they're taking out a lot of backline access. I'm talking about the Fatih, I'm talking about the Elaine, all of these out of the picture for the side of AG.AL.
Ron's hero pool is once again being targeted by the side of TT Global here, and you're talking about all these backline accesses, right? Exactly, they want to make sure that, hey, Zoe, you gotta be packing up all these roams before your teammate here, because if we see Ron on all these clash lanes here, boy, you're gonna see multi-man dives coming in from Ron here.
Yes, AG.AL, they really need a frontline tank as a jungle. And right now, they're gonna save it as their last pick, a potential counter pick. So, Charlotte being the opponent for the Dharma in the clash lane.
KPL Charlottes, I gotta say, are very, very scary here. This hero, slightly weak towards the early game, but once she starts getting that Pure Sky, that Frostcast Embrace towards the mid game here, man, this hero is a beast in the side lane and so easy to catch onto the back line.
So this is going to be a challenge, right, for both Ran as well as Ching. How do you keep each other in check? And when do you leave the fight to go to look for the back lines of your opponents?
We gotta see the top 2 players coming in from the KPL region. The clash lanes are always coined as the miracle workers here. When in doubt, we rely on the clash lanes for all these miracle moments here. And TT Global, they lock in their farm lane on Snowy, which is the Concert U and Mozi combo here. That's gonna be a lot of lane pressure here for Yino.
I love this strategy coming out from TT Global. Another strength on the side of Consort U is her ultimate. With the vaulting shot, you actually have to chase back into her, which is exactly what Ching wants on the side of TT Global.
Of course, and Snowy with this Concert U, the spell 2, the blessing of the winter, it blocks the physical damage, the burst coming in from Yino here, so that's at least a safety net that they can bank on.
Which means timing is very important, not only during the team fights, but right from the get-go, that first initial invasion, will either one of them do it?
Well, I gotta see, right? TT Global, you've drafted the All-Ground here. We'll definitely see some form of engage, be it the board, be it like what Dave say, the mid-wave clear without buying the jungle item. So they clear out the mid-wave and we might see the first initial invade.
A lot of questions to be answered here by both of the Titans coming from KPL region. Now, with this being said, you know, the last series that they played against each other, it was TT Global that took full control of the initial jungle timings on the side of AG.AL. Can they do it again today?
If they want to win against the best team in KPL AG.AL, TT Global has to repeat that success that they found in the regular season. So, man, this is gonna be a blast of a series because this is the first time in KWC that we see these 2 teams go head-to-head.
I'm pretty sure TT Global will go for the initial Crimson Challenge. Now, I'm not talking about stealing because AG.AL, TT Global, they are teams that know about the potential of each lineup. They will defend their buffs.
They will indeed defend their buffs. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of the best of 7 series, the Grand Finals between TT Global and AG.AL. 让我们听见观众们的欢呼声 Let's go!
Alright, so Blam, let's get you in on this. Any thoughts on the start of this game?
I mean, the starts on it, I mean, I'm really liking TT Global's draft here. Obviously, the Orgrin with the Huan, a lot of sustainability into the team fights, and then you got Ching on the Dharma, looking for that catch onto the backline, right?
Exactly, and just looking at the early game here, the invade that Ken was mentioning about was neutralized from the side of Zoe here. Zoe with the Superior Smite gets the Wild Boar Camp.
That's a horrible start, if I may, for the side of TT Global. Now, not only is Sunrise behind in terms of EXP, he's also behind in timings, which is why Crane is helping his support with the Azure take. Hopefully, you know, Sunrise is going to reach that on time.
That is the importance coming in from these top tier teams. 1 second, 5 seconds difference will make a very huge difference here, especially we see that all these neutral objectives towards the top side will be contested as Ching take a bit of a damage.
This is a nice situation for the side of AG. On both lanes, top and the bottom, Clash and Farm already having the numbers advantage, allowing Zoe to also feed on that middle lane wave.
But look at Sunrise though. Sunrise is here to forbid the River Sprite to being taken away here. And light up the cheer. 一诺比赛加油！这个夏天期待你再次闪耀沙特。So fighting coming in from the light of the chair.
They need to give maximum support. There's a lot of AG.AL fans in the arena right now, but they are not alone. TT Global as well, they are showing up. And right away, 3-on-3 in the mid.
A fast clear here coming in from both teams here, as once again, the objectives that we talked about here will be this wild boar camp here. They want to secure every single resource that's available on the map.
That's why this year we say nothing is granted. Everything has to be earned. You have to fight and defend for your camps. You have to go and aggress to get those advantages in this game.
And that is the beauty of these two teams here. They are fighting neck and neck in this early game to really look for these secures here. And towards the top side, we are seeing Ron dominating this lane on the Charlotte.
So smart, right? They actually rotate Sheng down, who does magic damage, so Snowy's not going to have a good time. Now, Eno has a little bit more time to push the waves. They can start rotating early. That Horntail Beast at the bottom side will go into the hands shared by 3 different members of AG.AL.
I'm loving what AG.AL is doing. They're splitting so much resource, and the goal efficiency is so top tier coming in from AG.AL. You see Eno literally going from mid lane to bot lane to mid lane, and getting so much gold onto this lane.
And this is a AG.AL specialty, right? So Joy catches a glimpse of what's happening on the side of AG.AL's jungle, and now the rotations will be made by AG. They need to protect this Azure Golem.
And it seems to be the case, right? TT Global, they're formulating an invade here right now, and usually we see these top tier teams, AG.AL, TT Global, they love to fight around the buff. But fighting around the enemy jungle pre-4 minutes, you will be punished heavily because there is a defensive mechanism.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, right? So right now, Sunrise gets 1 steal. It's a small advantage. Once again, this is a game of very minor margins. Whoever edges it out will have that lead, and that can snowball really quickly.
And that is exactly the case here, but we want to be looking at these win conditions here coming in from both teams here. TT Global, I am looking at Ching with the Dharma to look for these big engages here. Sunrise, to get enough gold to be this unstoppable front line here. So that is Ching's and TT Global's late game, right? You have Snowy as well. This construct view that scales exceptionally well. On the side of AG.AL, you're banking on Ron and Eno's skill towards the late game so they can be this late game demon.
Yes, the mind games have already started, right? On the side of TT Global, is all about control, get the stuns, and hopefully we put you in the corner, which is going to be Ching's favorite situation to find himself in.
And look at Ching right now. He's slowly looking for the flank angle here. He's behind Zoe. Zoe is forced to use the Dream Roam here. They do not have the position for this Tyrant.
Yeah, TT Global, they start off well. The first Tyrant of the game will go into their hands. This is going to allow them the ability to take good fights against AG.AL, which you can tell. AG says, it's okay, we'll let you poke, we won't let you take the actual fight.
Exactly, this is why Tyrant is so important and key. It gives you so much damage, it allows you to fast push these waves. What does that accomplish? It allows you to rotate even faster, get more of these neutral resources.
But exactly, AG.AL knows this. So take a look at what they're doing, right? They're putting numbers as a defense. You have the advantage, we'll even that out with manpower.
Exactly, and look at that. Like you mentioned there, manpower, making sure that Eno gets a safe laning phase, but Snowy and Joy, spell after spell, cannon blast after oak bolts. The health bars are just taking low from the side of AG.
Yeah, this is a power spike you definitely want to have, right? This is why draft is so important. The BPs setting up situations to make it easier to play your game, and straight away, TT Global, they're looking for that advantage.
And look at Zoe though, he's looking for a flank angle here. Sunrise, he's going in deep as the cannon blast has landed.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much trouble for the side of AG.AL, but still, that is your Golem is under pressure. Zoe, forced to use the Dream Roam, actually turns around at this point. The refresh allowing him to be in a safe position if he moves a little bit too far forward.
And look at Rondo, he's being surrounded by 4 members coming in from TT Global here. He's playing around his capabilities. He's making sure that he's stalling enough time for the side of AG.AL to secure the Azure Golem.
Not only stalling time, Ron is also baiting out skills. So this buys a lot more time for the side of AG.AL to make those rotations coming in. Take a look at Joy's positioning. He wants to catch them out, but it's always AG.AL that has superior positioning.
I'm loving AG.AL's play here, but Snowy here gets first blooded by Ron!
And Ron, he makes it out. The stun does come in. He will be in the face, and they have to commit this big ultimate. Joy, he's going to run and try and get the chase, and they should be able to get this kill. Crane, a beautiful comeback for the side of TT Global.
And let's check out a replay real quick on how the first blood actually happened here.
I mean, yeah, this one was a difficult one because they actually forced out the flash from Snowy, right? A beautiful movement coming in, and there's another fight coming in.
Another fight coming in here. Obviously, the Destructive Deluge has been placed down. Zoe got the kill onto Jing, so obviously playmaking potential right now for the side of TT Global is going to be a little bit less impactful for the side of their team.
Okay, so a Clash laner trade, not the biggest, but in terms of advantage, AG.AL, they have taken that T1 at the top, and this is a very difficult situation because it means you need to double down your efforts to recover in gold and map as well.
Talking about gold here, with that 2 kills on the board, AG.AL is securing almost a 2,000 goldie as Ron once again goes in for the dive.
Yeah, Joey looking here, using the think inside the box. It's not going to be enough to keep him away. Jai gets taken down again. So a cannon blast coming through. So impressive. The Motsu really serving his purpose.
I mean, this is all about positioning. And once again, AG.AL playing the very simple game. You can see it right away. Manpower advantage. You're never in a 1v1 situation, right? There's always one extra member putting pressure on you.
And also, one thing's for sure, Ron is having an exceptional game on this Charlotte here. He's single-handedly finding these multiple angles, making sure that he gets to jump onto the backline here. He knows for a fact that, Joy, you committed your flash last fight, so I am going to punish you right now.
Yeah, green.
Taking a lot of damage, man. Taking a lot of damage. I mean, I really enjoy how Zoe's playing this monkey, right? Like, he is always just at the front of the team fights, soaking a lot of damage, and just waiting for the prime moment for the rest of the boys on AG.AL to come into this team fight.
It's really just understanding, right? What is my strength here? What do I provide for the team? And Zoe, he's the attention seeker. He wants all of your focus. And when you're too focused, that's where Sheng, that's where Rod, they're going to have the freedom to choose and pick the appropriate targets.
And look at mid lane tower though, as we see a siege here coming in from AG. They're not here for the fight, they're here for the mid tower. And once again, mid tower, a zero golem, a rotation towards the Clash lane to further push down this tier 2.
They can't do anything, right? At the same time, on the farm lane, there is no advantage for the side of TT Global. They are being pushed back. And this is due to the vision that Zoe is providing. And look, it's a 2-on-1 on the top once again. And this time, Crane, no defense. He has to back off.
He has to back off, losing out the tier 2 here. I'm loving what Zoe is doing on this monkey here. Single-handedly marking 3 members coming in for the side of TT Global here. And check out the gold chart here, Ken.
This is the highest we've ever seen. Ron is at 7,000 gold. There is no one he cannot touch. And this is a big problem for the side of TT Global.
And we talk about this back into the draft, right? If you give Ron, this Charlotte, so much resources, your backline coming in from TT Global is just gonna have such a tough time here. Look at the goalie here. 3 minutes ago, we were talking about, just a 2,000 goalie. TT Global can manage it, but look at it now. 9 minutes in, 5,000 goalie for AG.AL.
And what this translates to, the pure sky, that blue color sword that you see equipped by Ron, very shortly will be equipped by Zoe as well. Now this is a damage reduction item. So Zoe, look at the damage charts. He was the one with the greatest hits. He dealt the most damage on the team. In fact, Eno is pretty low on that chart. But it does not matter. It means Zoe is providing space for AG.AL.
I have to agree with you, but look at Eno's build right here coming in from Long. Not the Axe of Torment, not the Starbreaker here. He's going for the most expensive build with the most damage here, but Chingo might be engaged.
Yeah, the Dream Bomb does come in. It does obviously land onto Ching. He is forced out to use the flash for now. Cannon Blast lands onto Inua into the backline now. Ultful does land. A little bit of pressure here for the side of TT Global, but for now, they are able to bait them up.
It's just a jab, right? And they can go in.
They're trying to go in yet. The unending sorrow does come through here for Crane, but Ron is on the way back, gets the T2. So again, AG.AL are just looking to just create more pressure with these objectives.
So beautiful coming in from the side of AG.AL, right? This is peak HOK. What they're doing is that throw jabs is not an actual punch yet. Once they buy you enough time, they burn out your common spells. No flash, no radiance. That is when they find themselves in the optimum solution. And this is what AG.AL stands for. Optimization.
Optimization, the best way of playing Honor of Kings here. It's not always about the kills here. Look at Zoe here. Man marking 4 members coming from TT Global, allowing AG.AL to secure the Shadow Tyrant. That is game breaking.
And out of blue, 7,000 gold lead. Zoe, he doesn't even care. Look, you can throw so many stuns, but until you deal with Zoe, the rest of AG.AL are free to choose.
And we have to see here what AG.AL has in store.
With the Troop Launcher as well. It's going to be Jig. It gets a kill onto Ron. Traded over. Sunrise goes down. Joy as well. T3 into that bot side of the map being taken down. They need to keep this Crystal alive. but also they have the task of wiping out that minion. So for now, TT Global can rest.
We're not done yet. AG.AL looking for the second T3. It's a double wound for the side of TT Global's base, and they're not done. Eno gets that burst in, will be able to support them. It could be the end of the game.
Yeah, Infinite Masters does come crashing in. Obviously, we do see the destructive loops into the backline just to take Crane off, and game number 1 goes to AG.AL.
What a clean game here coming in from AG.AL. So dominant, so clean. Zoe, Ron, Eno, Shuai, everybody, even Sheng, they did so well.
A game, also known as AG at this point. A-star at this first game performance. AG.AL fans are very pleased with this. TT Global, they need to step up.
But we gotta say here, TT Global had a similar fate yesterday when they were against Nova Esports. They dropped one game, but they bounced back fearsomely in the following games. So we gotta see how this TT Global and Jose coach really manage this.
Okay, so you're saying that AG.AL will lose 4-1?
Nah, we gotta see how they recuperate, man. Don't put me on the spot here, but let's check back the winner's highlight real quick. I gotta say, man, Ron is such a pivotal player here. He was the anchor, the engine of all these early game plays.
Yes, look, it also started because they were very successful at defending their jungle, right? Not only that, once we have the defense going, hey, it's time to turn that into an advantage. Go for the steals. And Ron, the solo player, I know a lot of people score me online when I play Clash because this is what I do. But you know what? I need backup. Ron always has the backup of AG.AL.
He has the back of AG.AL. He knows his limits. He's always looking for designs. Look at him. He's just dashing, going in with all these skills, baiting so much spell, providing Eno, Shuai, Sheng, Zoe all the room that they need for these team fights.
And it's not just about power, right? AG.AL, so smart. They're always reserving their skills, the restraint, to hold on, wait for their Joy ultimate. So what if you have the box, right? They will get the stuns in. But let's hear from Isaac and the Des. Boys, what do you think of game number 1?
Thank you very much, Kin. 1-0 advantage right now for AG.AL. They took it in the same fashion that they have already been playing in the last 2 days. This was a really good game. It was different to what we have been seeing in these last 2 weeks. But in the other side, TT Global did not have the best performance right now. They started slow yesterday, so can they come back? We will have to see about that. But you know what? Let's analyze a little bit and let's break the game. What happened in this game in the early stages, mid, and the late?
This game is definitely very different, as you mentioned. The games we've seen in the past, there was a lot of combat. This game probably had the least combat we've seen all series. Every move was calculated. And what I mean by combat, I mean player versus player, right? They were always maneuvering around, getting the farm, getting the jungle, but never really going for these fights. They only fought when there's an important objective around, and both teams know well enough that, like, if we could win this fight, we get the objective. If we can't, we back up. Therefore, in the early mid game, there's not much kills going down.
It was not only about 7 minutes and a half in the game that AG.AL actually started trying to just to build that gap. They started to try to go in and try to start getting some kills, right? But when they got some kills, it's not because they want to fight, right? They're thinking about, like, how do I actually get the turret? So they go in, they get the fight, they get the turret, and then they actually push forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when I talked to AG.AL Cat a while back, he said the thing about AG.AL that does so well is they focus on the tiny camp, they focus on farm. Just when there's nothing going on, there's actually the most important thing going on, which is farming, accumulating gold. You just need one team fight, one objective C to break the game, to break the balance of the skill, and that's what AG.AL did. The first blood started on the bottom lane with Charlotte on the Consoryu, and ever since then the towers start going down one after another. And I want you to focus on what Ran did on pushing the tower, the positioning, the angle of attack. It's a masterclass.
Building on top of what Dave just mentioned, right? The importance of just the small jungle camps, right? And we call them small jungle camps because when we think about jungle, everyone is just thinking like, oh yeah, the Azure Golem, or like we need to go and we need to invite and take everything. It's not about that. If you analyze the TT Global, the opening that they had, the first thing that they do is that Ogren comes in and he tries to take the wild boar. that's exactly the first thing that you want to do. He didn't go for red. He went just for the small camps, because from small wins, you actually take it into a big win. Sadly for him, it did not work out.
Maybe they kind of like expecting for AG to invade. And by the way, if you're gonna look at it, I want to see this in a different perspective. Like all of the lanes, AG actually was dominant, of course. And I have two words to say for this game. Ran happened. He is a pivotal factor for this game. Right after getting that power spike of that Pure Sky item, he definitely owned Consortio in the bottom side.
That's one of the interesting things about that hero Charlotte, right? It's very item dependent. Without the items, you do not have the damage, and it's very difficult just to take on the 1v1s. But as you just mentioned, in the moment that that Pure Sky was on, it was no coming back.
I really want to highlight Ron and Ching matchup there. You would think, looking at this draft, that Charlotte is there for the split push, right? It's better than Dharma for split push. But Dharma actually didn't even team fight that whole game. They were stuck in the side lane, forced to farm under tower, and Charlotte was the one moving around the map and helping out the team.
And the rotations. What is interesting for me is that Ran was always together with Chuai in the first stages of the game. Yinuo was together with the other support, which is the Lady Zhen, and they dominated lanes. Maybe that's the reason also why they banned out the Sunbeam, so that they cannot get countered in any lane that they want.
Because they rotate really fast. And the thing about Sunbeam is it helps rotate speed. And so they want to make sure they carry the pace off the game, the tempo off the game. That's what they did. To be honest, Shry was not just with Ran. He was with the mid, he was with the jungle.
With everyone.
They were rotating together the whole time. So it was actually just quite insane to see it happen. Actually, he was rotating with Ino a lot of times as well. So Ino was the mid lane because the Consortio. They don't want to have the Consortio counter the lone. So instead they have Ino go into mid lane and rotate with Shry.
I just love the way that you can see like all the players and the audience right over there at the Amazon Arena on their seats. Look at her. She's just elated. She's having the time of her life. And we are enjoying a lot this game as well. Right now it's AG.AL. They have the advantage. And that advantage, Dave, do you think that it came out of the heroes or it came out of the players? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of both.
Okay.
For hero side, they definitely pick out Charlotte to, I would say, hold Dharma in the lane, just like Bill was pointing out. Dharma couldn't join teamfight, and there wasn't much teamfight. It was mostly just macro advantage. AG.AL took the game, and they played to their own strategy, and I felt like TTG was following the footsteps of AG.AL in the game one. Now, for the player side, I think they adjusted the meta a little bit better. You know, you do have the game one, you have a long Dola immediately taken out, and look at TTG. They were not able to find a strategy of their own in game one, in my opinion. They mostly a reactional pick that they think is the best in that strategy, but AG.AL definitely took it home.
Absolutely. I would definitely say it's more on the player side, because I really liked TT's draft there. The Consortio pick, I think, was actually super amazing. The Charlotte is known for split push. They picked a marksman that's able to stand up to the Charlotte here.
Of course,
We noticed that it didn't at the end, at the bottom there, but usually if they're around equal farm, Consortio is known to be able to hold and split push and hold their own.
Yeah, what I like is that both of these teams, they definitely cashed in immediately all of these expensive heroes. Ogran, Dharma, and Yohan, of course, for the side of TT Global, the Dharma was trapped. He was suppressed with, of course, the Charlotte last pick of team AG.AL. And what's interesting is that for AG.AL, Ran, he actually he knows his power spike, right?
Yes.
He dominated with his power spike. Pure Sky together with the Frostcar's Embrace. For instant first hit, instant slow, there's no going back. You're gonna get killed.
It is very interesting just for us to analyze the decisions that the players are making on the go. Because that's what happens. Like, we get to the top level of the competition and it's on the go. On the go, they can just make decisions on what they want to do, what items to buy, what is going to allow them just to turn the game in their favor. You can see a lot of the TT Global fans right over there on your screens. They're really looking forward to see what's going to happen in Game 2. Because we know that in this tournament, TT Global has not had the best starts. But when it comes to Game 2, they always come back, always with the punches.
Absolutely. During the game, I noticed one key play here. The Motsu, when they were catching the Charlotte after killing the concert, he landed the Cannon Blast and immediately, no hesitation, ultimate flash on him. That tells me these teams are here, they're warmed up, they're ready to play, and they're not going to hesitate when to make the play.
He did not want to let that one go, right? He did not, like, you came in, you took the kill, you're not going back home with your life.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the combo. It's all about like the synergy. And I think that TTG, with a bunch of young players now led by Ching, they have the energy come into the series.
Yeah, I can really say that TTG was composed in this game, even though they were behind in terms of the farm and everything, because what they want to do is to get an equal trade every time Ran gets something, right? Like maybe kill him equally or get some push right there.
You can see the fans, they're really excited about this. Yes, hi to you as well. Thanks to you very much for interacting with us. It is really sad for us not to be able to be right over there next to you watching the games. But you know what? Thanks for just waving at us. Thank you for flying all the way here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is the KWC 2025 AG.AL. I like that.
I like
that. That was actually pretty strong.
It means AG.AL win the game.
Okay.
That's what a banner means. They're on track. Yeah, they're on track.
All right, let's jump into game 2. This is going to be AG.AL on the blue side, TT Global on the red. Casters, tell us what does need to happen in this one for TT Global to turn things around, please.
A lot that needs to happen, but AG.AL up 1-0 over TT Global. Sagi, what do they need to do to get back in this series?
First things first, contesting these neutral objectives is the name of the game from TT Global. But I gotta say, Xuan Ran's game 1 was so good. His Charlotte was peak performance here, but Game 2 is always a fresh game when we talk about KPL teams because they're so used to playing these long formats, best of 5, best of 7s in the global ban picks. So we gotta see what does Coach Jose have in store for TT Global.
For sure, reset, right? Right now it is be the pressure, don't feel the pressure. TT Global, look, it's just one game. It's a best of 7 series. And right away, AG.AL already has a good grasp of what TT Global wants to do. They want to group up, maybe pick up the Princess Frost and Liang combination, which AG.AL pick up for themselves, which is why the Guan Yu is banned.
Exactly, we talked about this. AG.AL or any teams, if they want to play the Liang, they will have to blend away the Guan Yu because the Guan Yu coming in with the flank really disrupts this Liang's ultimate power control here. And on the side, TT Global here, they really love Ho Yi onto Snowy here. This pick, we saw Yino, Snowy, they are Burning Sun arrows, global ultimate, always land on the crucial targets.
Yes, and this opens up the doors to the gun and Mo, right? I'm not sure whether this is going to be something that AG.AL wants to try because it means you sacrifice the Princess Frost pick. Holy! They actually sacrifice it. So Gun and Mo, they're looking for the perfect setup. AG.AL, these are 2 engages that are going to be very scary to TT Global if they allow it. Number 1, the Jing is going to use that mirror domain. You have a mini stun when you dash onto that person, which allows the Gun and Mo. We've already seen Sheng do it once. He's definitely going to be able to do it today again.
Especially so compatible with the Liang as well. Landing the javelins, landing the freshly forged, making sure that they always hit here. And a KPL favorite, the pick that they have a lot of success with, Flowborn Tank has been locked in for the side of Sunrise.
So smart, because if you take a look at the KPL region, this is normally paired up with the Da Qiao. But AG.AL, do you really want to waste a ban on a Da Qiao? There's no way you ban a Da Qiao out here, right?
Ooh, it's kind of hard to say because, kid, one thing's for sure, if you are altered by the Liang, you can use the Sea of Fate to send your tank back here, and a pick coming in with this the Xiao Qiao being banned by AG.AL. Yes, not a common pick in the global server, but this Xiao Qiao pick has increased popularity and play rate in the KPL recently.
Because she has good setup, she has good stuns, and big burst. 4 hits, you're down. And with that Flowborn Tank, we know the win rate hasn't been great in KWC, but that's why the Titans of KPL are here to show you how it's played.
How it's played, how it's done here. So we gotta see what Coach Jose has in mind for TT Global here. They're banning out a lot of picks here. Yino's signature early, a lot of picks going to the Xuan Ran pool as well. A lot of these side lane picks has been banned for both sides here. So right now, if you're TT Global, you're thinking a bit more on the burst side to pair up this Ho Yi.
I believe so. At the same time, maybe provide a little bit more room, right? Because the Fatih is definitely one of the big win conditions coming out from TT Global here. We've already seen Ching's Fatih, not bad, right? for KBL level teams, right? He is defeatable on the side of AG.AL. But right now, I'm curious to see because a lot of the disruptive heroes have been banned out by TT Global. This is not just to save the whole E, it's also to save Ching on this Fatih.
Exactly the case, right? We talk about this Fatih, right? You have to get access towards the backline here. But right now, AG.AL, they have the Liang. It can have total lockdown onto the Fatih here. So we have to see how Ching, with this Fatih, find these backline accesses. And we saw this combo yesterday for TT Global. The whole Yi into the Shi. Arrow into the pole here. Are we gonna see a Mozi last pick coming in for TT Global?
I'm not sure. It's still a risk, right? Because they don't exactly have a very tanky lineup. Yes, you have the Flowborn tank. Fatih can sustain pretty long, but he needs to be able to land his hits in order to do so. So AG.AL, they'll be definitely looking for some counter engage. Will the Zhuangzi come out again? No, it's not. They're looking for the kite. The airing comes through. Another pick that is new for KWC. Not debut, we've seen it before, but this game, this one piloted by Enoa, is it going to be a demon against the side of TT Global?
I am loving this airing pick coming from AG.AL. The one of the few marksmen that can involve a Splendor in her build. And what does Splendor do? Provides invulnerability, provides stasis here. And if you can really utilize that Splendor, you can really mitigate the dive potential coming in from the Fatih on the hands of Ching.
Okay, I know this is like a TikTok trend or whatsoever, but you can actually use the Aaron's ultimate on Sun Ce's ultimate as well, and kind of like, you know, ride the ship around and shoot people around, so it increases your mobility and damage potential. And this is also why TT Global, they have picked up the Lianpo as the last pick. Another ultimate disruptor. You want to be able to stop the Liang, you need to stop the Gun and Mo. Aaron, someone else has to care about him. Hopefully on the side of Snowy, he'll be able to, you know, dilute that damage coming out from Enoa.
Exactly, and we talked about this. We saw from the past few series here, Snowy, when he plays the Hou Yi, he doesn't go for the semi-tank build. He goes for the full damage build. He is the late game damage coming in from the side of TT Global because of how good he is in terms of positioning.
So we know the drafts, we know the players, we know what they're going to be playing on. And going into the situation, TT Global down a game at this point. They were in the same situation with Nova Esports yesterday. Is this going to happen again where TT Global are able to run the tables and win 4 straight on AG?
I truly doubt so. Today is a day where at KWC, many people will fall multiple times. It's not about how many times you fall, it's how many times you get up. And we want them to rise above.
Rise above. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned for the side of both these two teams. If they want a shot at the title of KWC 2025 champions, they gotta prove it with whatever they have. AG.AL versus TT Global.
And we're going to go into Game 2 Grand Finals. AG.AL struck first. Going into this one, it's got to be key. TT Global does not want to lose this game and be behind at 0-2 at this stage.
In fact, based on the draft, I think TT Global, they have a slight advantage because Gun and Mo is a very expensive mid laner, right? We don't need exactly too much equipment on the side of Shi. That's going to be played by Crane. He just needs to land the catches. That's all that is required.
That is all that is required. He will utilize that resource, and we have to see the resource distribution coming in from the side of AG.AL. That is their strong suit coming into the series.
Curiously, they don't actually go for the initial pressure in the mid lane. They're looking for pressure on the bot side. So a very stock standard gameplay. No invasions by either side.
Interestingly enough, they went for the 2v2 towards the bottom side. They are looking to secure this fire peak here as a 3v3 towards the bot side is the main objective of this fire peak.
And timing is very important, right? So right away, both junglers understand why do they not invade? Because if you lose the invade, you give a kill. The instant snowball on the other side is monstrous.
And KPL teams, you know for a fact that if you give them a hole, they're going to be punching it, tearing it apart, and making sure that they leverage the most benefit out of it.
Yes, digging your grave, but that is a hallmark trait of all KPL teams, regardless of their power rankings. Now, in this game, so far, AG.AL, they have gotten a small win in terms of camp objectives. There are 5 different parts of the map you can win in Advantage, and this is one of them, the Space Sprite.
The Space Sprite. Look at how many members are rotating towards the top side here. If you look at the map, there seems to be more commitment.
Here's the mirror domain who finds Ching. He's actually trying to just get to safety. He's at about half life. But now here comes the reinforcement. Sunrise looking to go on to Joey. Joey actually just dodging it throughout. And Joey with that first ram. And it's going to be a disengage here.
And look at the bottom side right now. While this is happening right now, Stowy is getting punished for being in a 2v1 situation. Yes, TT Global, you secure the Space Sprite, the River Sprite. But Snowy, this late game potential that you have is getting pressured so hard.
Okay, let me explain to the new players what just happened at the top side of the map. What both TT Global and AG.AL were trying to do was not to actually win the fight. It's to force out your common spells, force out your ultimates, force out the flashes as well. And then they really want to fight because you're in a horrible position.
Exactly, and when you expand the common spell, it's a very long duration. Yeah, look at bottom side.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to give up first blood, but Yuno will be traded away, so it's a 1-for-1, but still, Yuno with first blood here.
It's a big advantage for the side of Yuno, right? Because he gave away that kill, but at this point, I mean, he took that first blood. Even though he gave his life after that, Snowy did not benefit from the EXP game.
Oh, look at that wall. It's connected right onto Snowy. And yes, he trades his life away, but I mean, he's going to take that any day of the week.
Exactly. You even lose out the minions here coming in from Snowy here. And Ching, good reaction time, knowing for the fact that Swai and team is coming in from AG.AL.
But he burned his flash. Ching now in a horrible and uncomfortable situation. At the same time, Joy has been spotted out by Swai. Numbers advantage on the side of AG, now evened out by the presence of Crane.
Ooh, look at the map state right now. That's why we talked about this. Objective is the key. It's the essence of the early game here. Hence why there's so many players coming in from both teams at the Clash lane.
Yes, so a lot of players, I know you guys are new, you're in the chat, we're reading the comments as well. How are KPL teams actually getting gold even though they're losing fights and whatnot? It's really those minor objectives, those small camps, the boars, the horntail beasts, and even the sprites. These are all the little things that you might not notice on screen, but that's exactly what both teams are fighting for.
Exactly, and that's how you build a goalie here. It's not by these major team fights. Yes, that's a way, but look at Ching.
Control. Here's with the set sail. The connection is on point with those blades, and Sheng will get that kill.
Rinse and repeat. Sheng this time gets that. He doesn't even have to commit his ultimate, and this puts Eno at risk.
In at risk right now, with that Tremor Smash right on top, but they're under the tower. Yuno will be fine. Ron had teleported in.
The damage calculation here coming in from Yuno is just picture perfect here. AG.AL coming in clutch, making sure their farm lane does not get converged by 4 people. Yes, you get the Tyrant here, but look at your top side.
I mean, this is why TT Global is also so smart, right? They make a fight at the top lane. They also put pressure on the bottom lane. The response from Ran, hang on.
No, it looks like Sunrise will just dash on out of that one. Staying alive, that's the biggest thing, but he's contesting and it's making it uncomfortable for AG.AL.
It's a trade-off KPL team, right? It's about pulling attention away. What you're actually looking at is not the true objective here. They want something else off the map. If they get what's on the screen that you're watching, that's a perk. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter indeed, and look at Yino and Ran here, securing the bottom tower and instantly driving that set sail, sending Yino to another puddle of farm at the Clash lane here, making sure that this Aaron gets the most gold.
Yep, the small actions do matter. Zoe does catch eyes on Joy, but he doesn't want to get him.
Yeah, but the mirror domain with that control, that should be enough, and it looks like he's got the shield and the flash away, and Joy surviving.
Ooh, almost an attempt here coming in from AG there, but they only expanded their ultimates here. On the side of TT Global, their Roma's common spell flash is on cooldown for the next 2 minutes.
My friends, these are the situations you need to pay attention to because they will present themselves frequently in high-tier, high-level gameplay, right? Making it out by the pixel of your health.
And exactly the case, right? Look at the goalie right now. We talked about it. 5 minutes in, almost 6. Just a 1 kill differential here, but thanks to the objective take, the neutral objective securing coming in from AG.AL, they're looking at a healthy 1,000 goal lead.
In fact, this 1,000 goal lead means they have probably stolen about 4 or 5 camps away from the side of TT Global. And 4 or 5 might not seem like a lot, but when you have that advantage now, AG might oblige. They might say, okay, we'll take a fight, and it all depends on Swai. Who does he want to get his ultimate on?
Sunrise decides to go in, the Burning Sun arrow right on point, but they had the Silky Orb, they pull him away, and they get the connection, and they find Ron. But they're going to continue on, the mirror domain, Sunrise getting a little bit low, you know, with that pickoff.
You know, with that pickoff, and right now, if your jungler is down, once again, rinse and repeat, your jungle will be on fire right now.
They've got the first ram, Joy is still there, the Crimson Golem had been stolen away, but Joy in a bad spot, and Joy makes him pay.
But Ching looking for an opening, he might be caught in the middle though.
Yeah, Ching, he's going to go there, you know, with the flash away. Crane tried to go for the Silky Orb, now gets the pull and gets the pick.
Oh, Crane with the crucial spells here.
Here's the mirror domain yet again, and they find him under tower. Enjoy with that one, and now here's the set sail, gets the connection, and he goes right in, and Ron blows him up.
And this is a perfect initiation. Target Prio is very strong on the side of AG.AL. Look, he even shifted the boat to go on the other member on the side of TT Global, and the rewards are well worth it.
Control right on point, and they're going to get the steal as well with those blades, and Sunrise is down for the count. 4 members.
That's a big killing spree to have, and Sheng, we talked about it, the Gun and Mo, a potential pick coming out from AG.AL. Monstrous in yesterday's games, even more of a demon today.
This is AG.AL's strong suit. You want to be fighting them in these key corners, and look at this right now. Yino, yes, forces the flash here. Gotta give props to Crane here, landing the silk imprints, getting the kill here. But look at the re-engage here coming in from AG.AL. Immediate jump here coming in from Stry and Zoe to secure 1 kill. And look at the boat here traveling immediately, landing on the Snowy here, and all members of TT Global were taken down.
Great comms, great coordination as well. And what does that do? It doubles up their lead. It's a 3,000 goal lead going to the side of AG.AL. TT Global, they know they have to figure something out here.
The arrow goes wide here. It does not hit anyone here, but look at Ron. He's looking for engage.
Yeah, so he's going to go in. He goes with the mirror domain, finding Joy. Joy's just trying to stay alive. He's going to be picked, but the control is right on top of Sunrise, who has to dash away. The top T2 is taken out. Sunrise been picked as well, but it looks like Ron will trade his life away for that 2-for-1 trade.
They're too far behind. It is a 5,000 goal lead right now. TT Global, T3 under pressure. This should be a clean one from the side of AG.AL, but there is more to obtain across the map.
More to obtain across the map here. Get the buffs, get the minion here. Look at the damage out here coming in from Zoe here. This is why he is so monstrous on this Jing. He is on fire.
Exactly. This is one of the strengths of Jing, right? You want to be able to find the appropriate target. And with the range, the extended reach that Zoe on this Jing has, there is no one on the side of TT Global he cannot touch.
And look at the gold chart right now. We talked about like why does he do so much damage here? It's thanks to the gold here. Our boy Zoe from AG.AL, he is farming money, almost 1,000 GPM.
Burning Sun Arrow does connect and doesn't have the orb though. And now Joey on the backside looking to go for the ambush, but Joey in a bad spot. He gets picked off. Snowy with that damage. The nice Tremor Smash on the 3, but TT Global are going to disengage now.
Game-saving play by Shuai. I'm not sure whether you noticed. He actually stopped Joy with his ultimate. If he had not stopped Joy, the backline of AG.AL was going to be exposed, and that was a potential turnaround for TT Global.
I'm starting to understand more of why teams really prefer this floorborne tank pick, because look at this team fight right here. Yes, the arrow connects, Shuai stops the engage from coming in. Look at Zoe. He found a perfect backline here, but look at what the tank is doing. Floorborne tank, triple knockup, making sure that Zoe onto this Jing had no room for mechanic.
Exactly. I mean, Qing was close by. Qing needed to be in a better position. He was a little bit too late engaging in the fight. Joy was the one that engaged first. Unfortunately, stopped. And because of his positioning, Qing could not help the team.
That's exactly the case here. And look at the goal lead coming in from the side of AG.AL. Yes, it comes to 3,000, but we are looking at the 10th minute mark, the shadow variant of these objectives here. We are looking at Snowy looking even more healthy as the game goes on.
Tyrant's right about to go down and wants to go in. The Burning Sun Arrow will connect, but Joey already takes the Tyrant. That's the first one of the game, and now Ron on the backside. He's going to be running, and Joey in a bad spot. He does take out Snowy before he goes down. Now Joey trying to run away, but they do have the stuns. Those blades are just doing way too much damage, all under 3, but they're not getting the pick. Sunrise is still up in front, and now AG, they want Sunrise. They're trying to find him, and they're not able to catch him with those blades.
Just a little bit shy, but AG.AL, that was a win for them no matter the cost. They got Snowy down. That turnaround was not available. And once again, I have to highlight Qing. He is in such a difficult position. There is no one he can touch on the side of AG.
AG, I gotta tell you, their positioning is so crucial here. Look at what Shuai did here. Burning Sun Arrow. He was using power control. He dodges it with the flash here. He fully utilized the power control here, and Zoe finding the perfect backline engage onto Snowy, the person on TT Global we talked about, the main damage output.
This is the choice, and right now, Qing under pressure.
Yeah, he's going to be running away. I think he's going to be just fine. Nope, he will not reforge blades. My bad. And here comes the boat, and that's not really required.
And the boat is going to be a scouting one. They're looking for that engage, because right now, they're trying to sneak it. That Overlord, Shadow Overlord, is going to be attempted by the side of TT Global. They will get it, but at the cost of pressure, flying down the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to cut off the angle of retreat. The burst ram on 4. They're going to find Joy in a bad spot. He's going to go down. Sheng's got that damage, and now the rest of TT Global on the retreat.
So much damage incoming in from AG.AL there. That's a Liam Poe we're talking about, and he got melted easily.
The Burning Sun arrow is going to connect with those blades, trying to cover the retreat, but Sunrise goes in, gets the pick off, and he's going to walk away.
Okay, they buy themselves a lifeline, right? But this is a very short, very thin lifeline on the side of TT Global. Once again, the jungle is completely empty, barren for the side of TT Global. AG.AL, they survive this, no problem. Maybe Sunrise can get that 8-7 seconds worth of Azure that's coming up.
Well, one thing's for sure, guys. We are looking at TT Global's win percentage here. It's not looking good, but they have to rely on Snowy here. He's already 3 items working towards Succubus Cloak here. If he can survive in these team fights, he's gonna be a big deal.
Also, take a look at the gold difference here. Zoe, number 1, a 3,000 gold advantage. But the player I want to talk about is Inwa. He already has the Savant's Wrath, the Void Staff. There's a lot of armor penetration, magic damage as well.
And look at the lead here coming in from TT. They know for a fact that they have the location here.
It's not going to be an easy one for the side of TT Global. They get one small win in the form of the mid T1. This opens up vision for the map. TT Global, they can start to aggress here. Maybe set up something against Zoe.
And look at the jungle that's coming in for the side of TT Global here. They know as of this point, they are strong. They have skill in towards the comfort zone that they truly require here. And look at this mid game here. I'm telling you, TT Global has it, but look at Try.
Try looking for that catch. He might be looking to go. He does have the connection, but Sunrise is going to be right in front. The orb is going to pull Ron in a bad spot. He's going to go down. And now with that stun, and here we go. Ching with that damage. And the blades, not enough to kill Sunrise, though.
They need to protect that T3 in the middle, though. Crane is going to make his attempt. But for now, it's looking like it's a little low. One more hit is going to do it. Oh, so right now, TT Global on knife's edge. They have to protect all the tier 3s with their lives.
But still, it's very good here coming in from TT Global here as a 4v5 here coming in towards the series here. We are looking at a Shadow Tyrant that's potentially be spawning soon because right now, TT Global, you have a man's advantage.
Man's advantage is definitely very strong, and with this Shadow Tyrant, they need the Tyrant buff, they need to get the fight, but the T2 on the bottom being pushed in.
They're going to look to go for this one. The Tyrant is going to get a little bit low. They've got the connection, they've got the control, they do have the burst damage. Sunrise, he just gets instantly deleted, and now Ching is on the run, but Snowy got the Tyrants. Joy is looking to go down as well, and they've got Yinua.
Okay, nice catch, but Snowy, he does the win, he will survive, gives his life, but it doesn't matter. Only one member on the side of AG is left. Shung, legendary, he is going to bring this game for AG.AL.
But a quadra kill here coming in from Snowy though, the late game insurance we talked about coming in from TT Global here. And even though they lost the team fight, they still secured the Shadow Tyrant here.
Yeah, and Ching, he's going to have a good one of this.
And look at this team fight here. 4v5 incoming in from AG.AL. Very good damage here, but look at the position of this whole Yi. He was untouched the entire team fight, and the supreme positioning. DPS nailed it, but a misplay here coming from Ron. Mistime the spell one, gets pulled in by Crane on the Shi.
AG.AL play very well in setting up Shung, right? All of those couple blades dealing a lot of damage. But there's one trait that AG.AL does the best, which is Inwa and Shung never ever stand together. And that was the only time they stuck together where Snowy benefited off of that.
Exactly, but we gotta see one thing's for sure right now. 15 minutes on the clock here, 4,000-5,000 gold, healthy towards AG.AL. But if we think about the late game scenario here, I gotta say TT Global is in a comfortable situation.
They've got the control, but they don't actually have enough damage. And Joy somehow barely staying alive, even in the mirror domain. They're not gonna get that pick off.
And T3's in the middle, now under pressure. Not gonna be taking too much damage, but TT Global, this is a window of opportunity. They can come back into this. Do they really want to try on the side of AG?
Oh, AG here, they are getting poked down extremely hard by the Overlord
they
here.
They got the bolt, they go right into Sunrise with those Reforged Blades doing some work, but not enough damage onto Sunrise. He's just a tanky boy. And now they're going to look to kind of, again, have this Mexican standoff here.
Yeah, they can't take too much damage, right? This is a trait that you have to learn from the KPL Titans here. The stun,
they got the Burning Sun arrow, they find him, but Ron flashes away. He's going to get to safety, and now TT Global have to find somewhere else.
You see how they're avoiding the waves, right? They want to force them out into uncomfortable positions, get the numbers advantage.
And look at Zoe's position though. He's looking at this big flank coming in from behind here. He's potentially found himself some members of
Control, they
TT.
have it with that burning sun arrow. So he's going to be right there on top. And now Sunrise is on the run. They've already gotten Joy and Zoe trying to get to the back line, but Yuno does fall as well.
Yeah, they haven't got Ching just yet. He is that potential turnaround. Sunrise is still alive. He does have his smite. Potential still on the way.
So he takes that one with that Overlord, and now Sunrise taking some damage. Snowy with that crucial initiate was a nice one for him.
Okay, it's a good trade, right? They give Joy's life, but they take out Enoa. Yes, they did lose kind of that Shadow Overlord, so there is a little bit of breathing space for AG.AL. But with the state of the game, TT Global definitely back having a chance.
Yeah, definitely having a chance here, and all these team fights, we are looking at TT Global having much more control compared to 10 minutes before. And as of this point here, look at the map state.
Ching looking to go in. He's going to get on his boat, and they're going to get on out of there. But they find, looks like they're about to knock up onto Shuai. He's in a bad spot. He's going to be picked off.
That's not a great situation. They don't have the suppression anymore. TT Global, this is a good chance to take control of the map with the Shadow Tyrant coming up in about 6 seconds. If they have this, TT Global, they can fight.
They can fight, and they are winning all these pickoffs here. Snowy, we talk about this whole pick here. Look at the gold shot here. He's scaled into fruition, and right now, he is on the driver's seat, the main guy to lead TT Global on this game too.
We talked about the ability to buy time, and time has been bought. Snowy now, 13,000. He is 6 slotted with the Sun Chaser as well. Once we hit that 20-minute mark, he will have access to Sun Pool, the Tempest item, to extend his range like crazy.
But look at Zoe here. He knows for a fact that he is the one to really take down Snowy in the backline here. So he has to find these flank angles here. And look at the positioning coming in from Zoe and team.
There is no information. TT Global are hiding in the shadows. Zoe, he's hunting.
Oh, he finds him. He finds Snowy. He tries to flash away, but that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Reinforcements are on the way, but at what cost? Zoe actually with the turnaround. He's going to go down with the Sage's Sanctuary. Oh, no. It looks like he's going to get killed first. And now the boat does connect, and Ron might have been going into a suicide mission. He's going to be picked off as well.
AG, they messed up, and this is the turnaround that TT Global have been looking for. They will try and secure this Azure buff for themselves. Sheng, he is the lifeline. Once he's taken down, TT Global will take over.
Snowy played that so tremendously well, making sure that he stalled enough time for the cavalry of TT Global to assist him. Look at Crane though, flashing in, forces the flash out of Strike here. 15 seconds on the clock. Wave clear is looking good for the side of AG there. Back onto our point for TT though.
They're gonna reset everything. TT Global, they have lasted this long, less than a minute away from the Tempest Dragon. Friends and fans of HOK, we are going to that final showdown.
Tempest Dragon will be shortly spawned onto the Hero Scorch here. Both teams here, as of this point, goal lead is nothing as of this minute now. We are looking at how these two KPL giants formulate around this major objective.
I want to point you guys in the direction of Joy. He was having a horrible game, 1-5 and 11. A lot of assists, but he gave a lot of kills as well. Now, fully recovered. TT Global playing the game as a team. And with this survival chance, can they take the Tempest? Or more importantly, can they take down Sheng?
We gotta see how they formulate around it, because waves will be excruciatingly important as it will lead to backdoors of the minions. And look at TT Global. They have started Tempest Dragon. Where is AG.AL?
Completely blind. TT Global, they have to look for information on the map. Zoe, he's pushing the lanes on the top as well. They want to push them back. It's not about the fight, it's about wave management. What options do you have to explore if you're on the side of TT Global? There is an open wound on the middle, and right now the top is being pushed as well.
And that top tier 3 might be just going down here. They sound the alarm here. Set Sail is looking for a target here. Zoe dancing at knife's edge, barely getting hit by the Burning Sun arrow.
Yeah, but the Tempest Dragon, it's about half-life. This is going to be the potential one. Joy looking to go in with that Tremor Smash, trying to get in, but Joey actually gets the Tempest, and Shang with that passive just barely staying alive, but Joey's going to be killed. Ching is going to use his Sage's Sanctuary. Sunrise still up in front. He's trying to work on the Shuai just to take him down, but Snowy has to flash away. He's going to back off, but he's going to get focused down. Try to kite out Ron with that pull, and it looks like TT Global with a 4-1 advantage continuing on. They want to go for Yinua, and they will get the ace.
They survive, but it's not over yet. TT Global, all they need to do is to protect that wave coming down that middle. there is one more. Sunrise leads the charge for TT Global. They get rid of this Tempest Vanguard. Can they go for the win? The wave is crashing in. TT Global, they're doing it. They are coming back. Game number 2, 1-1.
Game 2 goes over to TT Global. Snowy and Sunrise were pivotal in making this comeback come to life here.
Beautiful game, right? If you're a fan of TT Global, this is the standards you expect. This is supposed to happen. It doesn't matter how you start the game, it's how you finish it. And now AG.AL, they kind of quiver for a little bit. There is no easy path. Every king has to come at a sacrifice.
This is the mountain that they have to climb to claim the trophy of being the KWC 2025 champion. So, I gotta say, TT Global, they played that mid to late game to a perfection, even after this disastrous early game.
Look, it was so clean. AG.AL, they know about the compositions, they know who to go for. They do not waste resources or skills, and that's the beauty of AG.AL. But this is then becoming the strength of TT Global as well. Look, Ching, I have to highlight him. He had a horrible start to the game. His positioning was off. He wasn't able to catch the appropriate members on the side of AG.AL. But at the end game, this is why Fatih is so strong. Him and Snowy standing side by side but far apart. Who do you choose? If you don't choose, you die.
You don't choose, you die. Exactly the case here. And at the late game here, Snowy was just so crucial here. This fight alone, his Sage Sanctuary swap was so damn fast, baiting so many members of AG.AL, further pushing the game towards the palms of TT Global.
It's rare, but it happens. AG.AL, Zoe made one wrong decision, got punished, got pummeled, and even with the Tempest buff, they couldn't do anything.
They couldn't do anything. They were just getting out DPS by Snowy and Ching here. That is the late game potential that we discussed during the pre-draft here. But I want to hear more from Isaac and friends here at the panelist desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Sagi. We are elated with that game. We're super excited. It is 1-1. TT Global with a great comeback sends us to 1-1 after game 2. AG.AL, they thought that they had it in there, but TT Global just teaching us that it is not done until it is done. And knowing their composition, they were pushing for the late game. They knew that the Tempest Dragon was the way to go. And look at that. They take the victory 1-1. Boys, break it down for us, please.
Absolutely insane game, guys. We all just watched it, right?
Yeah, it was really good.
You're using the tablet now, bro.
Yeah, I have so many points here to break down. But before we get into the game, let's go ahead and quickly glance through draft. I thought AG's draft here, the first 3 character core was so beautiful, actually, right? The Liang, Ganon, Mo, and Jing. The Liang pick here is so beautiful because it first enables the Ganon Mo. It holds down a target for him to one-shot, but it also removes the counter to Jing. It doesn't let the enemy hold down their Jing. I thought that was just poetry in draft.
It was really good, right? Because as long as the coordination is there, then you have the burst damage and then you don't need to be thinking about that Hoi. The problem is that they never had an access to that Hoi. It was really difficult for them, right, Manjin?
This is so fascinating because we were talking about actually the Hoi being a flavor pick of course, for all the marksmen here. Like it's either banned or it's pick, and it's second pick for the side of a TT Global. But the TT Global, they prioritize the Fatih because they want a strong clash laner together with it. The answer for AG is they stole away the Gan and Mo for that combo. So you have a Liang and Gan and Mo, like what he said, you have your burst damage now. It was supposed to be TT Global's global threat game, but then again, AG, they answered with the steal, plus they answered with the Sanse. So it's time for AG to do the global threat, and they can get kills and kills after kills. It was supposed to be TT, but no, TT shifted to the team fight type of comp.
I love the way that you put it, Manjin, because it is just like a chess game. I make a move, you respond with a different one. I make another move, you respond and you try to force me into your game. It was very well orchestrated.
I want to add to the draft that TT Global core strategy this game was unbreakable frontline. Yeah. You got a Hoi, you got a Lian Po, you got a Flowborn tank. Just sit in there. Obviously, Fatih, with many different interceptions that he can do, many teamfight, you notice there are a lot of baits for Liang's ultimate.
Yes, exactly.
Liang was ulting the Lian Po or ulting the Fatih, but they couldn't kill them. Right? Yeah. Somehow, you will always have the front line who will survive because they're so tanky. Not to mention have to worry about the re-engage, a secondary engage, a third engage coming out from the entire side of TT Global. So the entire draft, initially I was like, oh, what is the strategy? What does it come here? There seems like more synergy from AG Global, but from AG.AL. But TT Global strategy was just that we are unkillable.
Of course, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it all carried on the Snowy's back. Everything just came on the Snowy's back. He came in and he did that quadra kill. And that's going to be really beautiful. And because Snowy was untouchable, that's the reason why TT Global are able just to push the game and push and push and push. Because at the end of the day, it's not a matter about how fast you win it. It's a matter about just pushing the crystal at the last minute.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait any longer. We gotta talk about Snowy's clutch there.
Yeah,
at the
go
end.
for it. Go for it.
Zoe set up really far into the enemy base there, right? Waited a long time just to go ahead and catch out the Hou-Yi. But when it caught him out, they did a quick master armor there. I don't know if they got it in-game, but I would consider that a master armor. Sells on him, gets the Sanctuary, buys enough time for his team to huddle around and protect him, and turns a disastrous situation into a positive one.
And it's very difficult for Hou-Yi to survive, right?
Yeah.
And then he knows that as long as he's just making that little move, he's just a little to the right, a little to the left, a little bit back, and you just keep dealing damage, he's always going to survive in there.
You know what, Phil? The master armor you're talking about in the PKL, it's called buy and sell. That's really hard to do, especially for the hashtags slow hands like Dave here, right? Like it's hard to do the buy and sell, right? Anyways,
no, come on, I have to defend Dave on this one because I've seen Dave's fingers playing, and it's actually pretty
I might
clutch.
have fat fingers, but it's not slow. Let me guarantee that.
For sure. Anyways, yeah, I kind of agree with Dave. Again, I've talked about how TT Global shifted their gears into a sustain type, protect Snowy in the late game. All they need to do was to be patient with everything that AG wants to land. Like, get all of those defensive items. We were talking about it. Like, that's a problem, I think, if you have a farm lane who relies too much on magic damage. Also, you have magic on the Ganmo, you have magic on the Aryan. What do you counter with it? Magic resistance. Succubus Cloak, easy, right?
But it wasn't just that. Like I said, it's how tanky TT really is. And how not tanky, how fragile the entire set of AG.AL was. They couldn't survive the amount of tankiness in the front. They couldn't survive the amount of damage coming from Hou-Yi as well as the rest of the team. So, end of the day, when you look at Honor of Key in general, I think a balanced draft should have someone to tank the damage. But Sun Ce just wasn't it. They picked Sun Ce mostly realizing that game just for the ultimate itself.
Yeah, they were traveling around. I did like that in the early game, they were ulting around and grabbing the Aryan here, and then farming 2 waves at once. And that was a great strategy there, but they had to end that game early. As Manjeet mentioned there, Succubus, if you guys didn't know, is the GOAT magic resist item of HOK.
Yes.
It is so overstated, and when 3 characters on your team do magic damage, everyone on the enemy team can go ahead and build that Succubus and be a pseudo tank.
It needs to be like that, right? Like, you need to understand how to balance your damaged items and your defensive items as well. And Snowy did really well on that, right? And that's the reason why he was able to survive and at the same time just to deal some damage. He came up with the quadra kill, right? And as you know, we've been always tracking all the clutch moments since the beginning of the KWC. And thanks to Honor, we have our Honor triple tracker. Our Honor triple tracker is allowing us just to count all of those clutch moments, or the triple kills, the quadra kills, the penta kills, and they just come to put them as the rank. Right now, for Blacklist, Joshi is the one that is at the top of that tracker with 4 of them, and if he finishes like that today, he's gonna go home with an Honor device for this winner.
Whoa.
Whoa. Yo, shout out to my boys, Joshi and Carl. Come on.
I want to give credit to Snowy, though, because they just started playing the tournament.
Yeah.
He already had 3.
Brother, I'm telling you. Like Joshi right now is watching this, and he's like, come on, Snowy. Please, brother. Like, allow a mana phone, please.
But yeah, absolutely. Snowy here coming in for just 2 matches, right? And he's already has 3. And we have a lot of games to go. And if he keeps up his current pace, he's set to take number 1.
I am really looking forward for that, man. The same as I'm looking forward for this game 3. We already have game 1 and game 2. I know that for a lot of the players and for a lot of the fans that they're new to Honor of Kings and they watched that AG.AL performance, they were just like, okay, yeah, AG.AL got it in the bag. That's it. At 11 minutes, 12 minutes, they already had a good advantage. They were thinking about the fact that they already got the win, but TT Global showing us how to really push the game. It's not only about just trying to win quickly. It's a matter of understanding if I do not have an advantage, I gotta push for the timer.
Absolutely. And they got to the power spike where Hoyi got enough item to be really relevant, right? When all attacks start hurting, not just like kind of chipping away your health, but really taking away your life. You know, that's when it really matters. And again, the front line was unkillable. I want to touch up on the magic damage thing. We saw two major things in that game. Number one is Aaron was doing the magic build, right? Aaron can build physical and magic. With magic, is mostly rely on skills, the skill 1 and the ultimate. The reason why that is, if you go back to watch that game, up until 7 minutes, there's really no magic defense item. Because it's usually not prioritizing a game. And another thing that I want to talk about is Gon and Mole having the Ardent Dominator. That item is so crucial for those who are watching at home. The reason why that is to counter Hoyi's ultimate. If Hoyi lands an ult on you, Ardent Dominator will cleanse that if you drop under a certain amount of health. And this way you have a chance to get away.
So with that, you already kind of like minimize the initiation coming in from the other team.
Exactly.
One of the interesting things about this, when I was just counting, it was just so much initiation from them, right? Like you can initiate with Liam Po, you can initiate with Hoyi. They got the Shuri in there that just able just to find the right place. It can be initiated as well.
I also want to highlight the Fatih pick here. Absolutely one of the strongest scaling Clash laners here. That's why they kind of struggled early game, right? He was busy scaling up, the Sunset was moving around the map and providing pressure. But once the mid to late game hits, you see Ron really fell off in impact. He was really there to just do the CC, drop some ships off, whereas Fatih was able to carry these fights.
The Amazon Arena right now, you can see it right over there. Everyone, the vibe just kind of changed a little bit, right? At the beginning, you could see a lot of the fans just like really excited about it. Right now, it's more like, oh, hold up. This is actually not that easy.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought that it was going to come in, it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you, these two teams, the difference in between them are marginal. As you can see, everyone in there in the Amazon Arena, the fans are just looking at the screens, really looking forward to see who's going to be the champion of this edition of the KWC 2025. After Game 2, it comes Game 3. What can we expect for Game 3, boys?
I kind of feel that the Hoyi is going to be banned here, or maybe going to be stolen right now for the side of Team AG. I kind of feel that the Arlie also is a perma-ban already. Like, you don't want to really give away that Arlie to Yuno. But then again, I expect bloodbath. I expect a lot of team skirmishes. Just basing from that game number 2, we have ourselves a ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys, I have so many different combos available.
All right, go for it, Dave. Tell us, what are the combos out there?
For AG.AL, I have Pei, Byron, Ogren, Diadea. All those combos can be used, right? AG.AL, Fatigue, they still have it. They haven't used Flowborn yet. It's 100% win rate so far played by these two teams, okay? Whoever takes out wins. And on the other side, we got Duen Dolia as well. The same combos all available, and they still have Liang available as well.
Phil, what do you think is going to happen?
I'm not sure what's going to happen, but you know what I want to see? The Mai come out and break out of jail.
Oh, yeah.
That would be really nice to see. Let's wait and see if they're going to allow that super clutch pick. AG.AL is going to take the blue. TT Global is going to take the red. Casters, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for taking that one for us. We are going to be getting into game number 3 between AG.AL and TT Global. Already nullifying those match points to 1-1. I am with Kindofu and Sagi. They're going to take us through the BP.
Okay, so right away we were talking about the Arlie and instantly banned out by the side of TT Global, right? That is one of Ino's specialty signature heroes, but they do let go of one of the win conditions that happened in game number 2, which is the Fatih.
The Fatih has been locked in for the side of AG.AL. We saw from last game how strong this pick is when it gets to scale towards the mid-late stages of the game here. So that will go towards the hands of AG Ron. For the side of TT Global here, we gotta see here. It is what Dave mentioned. The Duen Dolia combo has been locked in.
Not only that, this opens up so many doors to the side of TT Global, right? This is a flex pick. There's so many other heroes that can complement the Dolia pick as well. So AG.AL, this time it's not about disrupting the picks on TT Global. You need to make sure you have a very strong composition right off the bat.
I have to agree with you. It's not about disrupting the enemy composition. It's about rounding yourself up, making sure that this Dolia gets more and more value as the draft goes on.
Straight away, this is the first answer. The Agudo, very good and adept at melting tanks. But also, with the help of Chano, these are the two turret masters. They will take down towers in a flash.
Definitely the case here. Agudo and Chano here, the critters, the wolf pack, making sure that your tower goes out immediately. But what better way to target your backline than double annihilation here coming in from the Nuwa on the hands of TT Crane.
We've already seen some spectacular steals or spectacular attempts with the Annihilation, the ultimate of Nuwa, to steal objectives or get kills. Now, TT Global, they're going to show you a brand new world as we sit on the carpet, take to the skies and see what TT Global has to offer.
What TT Global has to offer, we gotta find out here. But if you're AG.AL, you're definitely going to be thinking, Snowy had a fantastic game back in Game 2 here. Are we looking at Snowy for more of these bans here, or are we limiting more and more of these Dolia compositions, just like the Elaine?
I think you can't ban everything, right? At this point, maybe just ban something that works against your lineup. I think Princess Frost is going to be a very good answer for TT Global, because this then, when the emergence comes, the TP from Nuwa comes, when Dune jumps in, you can get the Frigid Prison, get that stun in as well. Extra damage for you. Guan Yu, great ban on the side of AG.AL.
Very great ban. You want to be making sure that Yinor on this late game carry channel gets more room to farm and play the game here. So banning out all these backline accesses coming in from AG.AL makes sure that Yinor, their star player, gets enough space.
True. TT Global, they haven't picked up the Charlotte yet, which I think Ran has already showed us how powerful that composition is going to be. And TT Global, they want to go for, this is a core basic in professional gameplay. Protect your farm laner, he's going to deal the damage for you. And based on how Snowy was playing in game number 2, TT Global definitely can play this strategy.
I have to agree with you, and we are looking at two very similar team compositions. You have the playmaking clash lanes, you have the jungle tank, and you have a late game marksman on both of these farm laners, being AG.AL's Yinor, TT Global Snowy here. It comes down to execution here. Who can make their farm lane play with lesser worry?
And I'm going to tell you the difficulties that AG.AL are facing now. They've already used Lady Chen. There is no combination against the Dun with the Lady Chen, no more freezes. So they have to pick something a little bit riskier. They need more dive. They say, okay, look, there is a preparation. We might have to play late game. Let me get the wave clear, faster rotation, Zhou Yu in the mid, and going to be helped out by Dia.
But I want to point out one thing as well, Kin. Zhou Yu, Channel, Agudo. They melt down towers extremely fast. And you're talking about TT Global here. We want Snowy to scale towards the late game here. But if you have no tower, you're not going to be having this room to farm here. AG.AL will look to hunt your turrets down. For TT Global, you need to play defense.
Yes, and what this means, you need faster rotations, faster pacing, and if you get the chance, you want to kill them, lock them down, and that is the job of the Fuzi here. Ching, one of the godly players coming out from TT Global this time, trying to lock in that lead for TT Global.
I'm loving this from TT Global here. They have played this before during the Nova Esports series here. The Dolia and Fuzi combo. Double lockdown here. Whatever frontline you have, if you go in the face of the Fuzi here, you're gonna be experiencing total lockdown.
It really is giving your teams options, right? How many chances can you give your team to lead the game, to win the series, and get your hands on that lion's share of the $3 million USD prize pool, which is going to be $750,000.
That's a lot of money, and also the pride of being the best KPL teams, the best team in KWC 2025 is at stake at this series. We are almost ready to go into game number 3 here, Ken.
I love this. We want the bragging rights for this game. And now, this is the time where both teams have the chance to move forward and stay ahead of the competition again.
Exactly the case here, and as we look at towards the series here, I'm starting to think here Snowy has been so consistent here, but I want to point out as well, Crane with his mid lane is so crucial and fundamental coming in from TT Global here. He was making so many plays.
Okay, so let me give you the options available for AG.AL at the start of the game. You have two choices to make if you want to be aggressive. Number 1, you go and contest this Azure Golem because Dune definitely needs it level 1, or you go and steal the red.
But both of those might be the winning opportunities here for both of these teams. But we are getting into game number 3. Onto the gorge is AG.AL and TT Global. What are the winning conditions here for these two teams?
For me, definitely, if you're AG.AL, you want to be looking at the early game here. Make sure that Zoe, Sheng, Yino on this try-push strategy gets value. For the side of TT Global here, your side lane will be detrimental in your mid to late game.
Yes, look, I think we need to focus on Crane here. He's not going to have a good time. Sheng has one of the best wave clears in the early starts of the game, so Crane is not going to be able to clear as fast. He needs to then provide value in another way. Maybe help to take a few licks onto the buffs for his jungler.
And just look at Sheng's rotation here coming in from AG.AL. He knows for a fact that Yino is 1v2. He's coming in to force out some of these spells coming in from TT.
You can see Sheng already being very aggressive, right? This is where you want to go, but Joy, not the best position to be in.
Yeah, not the best position to be in. Ian the River here gets burned down immediately. Check out the trio real quick. Another Yino trio coming in. Yino, go shine on the biggest stage. We're excited for your amazing performance.
And definitely, but for now, it's not a good situation, right? They have already rotated their third member down into the farm lane. So TT Global, they get the fire beak on that bottom. This is, like you mentioned many times across KWC, a one-time chance to get the advantage. It's now in TT Global's hands.
That is how you cement the early game advantages here. You steal the camps away, you secure the neutral objectives here, and TT Global is doing a pretty good job coming into the series.
In fact, they've taken every single marker in the farm lane here. There is nothing for them to look forward to.
Nothing to look forward to, but the engage goes through mid-side.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit too thick here. The emergence just come through from Crane, and there it is! The Wind Slash, as well as the Unruly Blade, onto the back line of AG.AL.
Ooh, too deep there coming in from Sheng. He wants to use the Winds of War to push back Sunrise here, but Sunrise, he is so tanky onto this dune, survives the push-up, and makes it out alive while taking down AG.AL Sheng.
Okay, before I make my point, I know you guys were asking for it. Clash for Fame, that's your code. Go and key it in, get your rewards. And of course now, the reward for Sunrise, that first blood, extra EXP, extra gold, and he's going to be extra tanky.
Extra tanky is the name of the game coming in from the side of the Dune Dolia of TT Global here. But we want to see the game plan here coming in from AG.AL. Where is the push potential? Where is the pressure onto Snowy?
It has to be from manpower advantage, right? Because there's nothing they're winning on the map right now. TT Global, they've defended their camps, they've stolen camps, they've taken every single objective across the map, across all 3 lanes. And now TT, they feel the advantage.
They are looking at the advantage right now, and look at the bottom side. Yino is getting pressure. With more and more members are being committed towards this top side as the River Sprite is almost about to spawn.
Once again, this is an important marker. This is a free gold, free XP. TT Global, they want to force this out. And the rotations. Now, we talked about Sheng having a good rotation, good wave clearing. They are behind. Even with that fast clear, he cannot do much.
He cannot do much indeed, especially when you're against the best of the best 2 teams here. The map awareness, the rotation, the manpower, it comes immediately. It comes super fast here. So if you want to find mistakes that's happening on the map, you gotta be quick.
Look at how Joy has rotated, achieving so many things at the same time. Number 1, running through the river. You have a lead, you get vision, you know where they are not at on the side of AG.AL. You are also able to back up Sunrise if there is an invasion on the Azure Golem. So many things just by walking down that river.
That is the job of a rover, right? You're providing intel, as we mentioned from time to time. Intel is wintel. If you give information, you give it to your teammate.
I mean, Joy here looking a little bit worse for wear, using the Heartlink to get out. I mean, right now, they're going to need every man on deck when this neutral objective comes up in 1 second.
It doesn't feel like they have a huge gold advantage. In fact, there is none at all. But TT Global, this is a great start for them. No steal available. First time of the game goes to TT Global.
Very clean stuff here coming in from TT Global here. They force out Shuai's common spell here. Super low. Shuai is not able to precipitate the team fight. Hence, they have to give away this tyrant that has been spawned onto the map here. And right now, if you look at the map state here, TT Global, they're invading hard towards the bot side.
They want to make a trade. Right now, Ching, he's not in a position to contest. The information is given over. But at the same time, look, I think what Sunrise doesn't care. They know about the Azure the Crimson Golem coming up in 5 seconds, and this will be funneled into the hands of Snowy.
It will be funneled, but look at the bottom side once again here. They are pressuring the red side. They are looking to pressure this tower here. Ron teleports to the bottom side, looks to defend this, but he will be met by multiple members of the side of TT.
Okay, right now they want to match pace, but they also want to be ahead. Sunrise takes that buff instead. He rushes to his Azure Golem. So TT Global playing the map so well. Furball going to be dropped, but there's nothing that AG.AL can do at this point.
But look at the goalie here, Ken. 5 minutes in, we talk about how TT Global is amazing in securing these like early game objective. AG.AL is in the goal lead right now.
I mean, that's how you keep on pace, right? Steal the camps, make sure you get a good fight as well. Right now, they're still poking and prodding.
Oh, the Unruly Blade is going to be in. Obviously, the Celestial LED just used for the refresh here for now. Looking pretty low is going to be Zoe into the back of that T1. Team fights are looking pretty hairy. Sunrise is in the enemy jungle. Maybe looking to contest this Azure Golem. It's going to be Sunrise. He's able to get it. He claims it for himself.
Not a good situation for the side of AG.AL. Not the position they want to find themselves in. But you play the card you're dealt with, and TT Global, they're playing it well.
So much damage here coming in from the side of TT Global here. The value coming in from a Fedun here, going in with the Unruly Blade, gets the refresh from the Doliac here, gets back out, and that provides so much mobility on this Dune.
And I want you guys to notice something, right? We're talking about all the other members, and there's one member we don't really talk about, and that is Snowy. And that's a bad sign for the side of AG.AL fans, because that means Snowy has been farming. And when you give him a lot of farm, and there's a big shield in front, in the form of Sunrise and Ching, there is no escape.
This goes back to the pick and ban that we talked about here.
Wait there, the Unruly Blade is going to be committed once more. The Destiny encounter does come through for the side of AG.AL. The Annihilation comes through. We do get a kill onto Sunrise. He got a little bit too close to the sun and got burned by Shang.
And this is where Shang provides so much value. The wave clear. If you stay and fight in the domains of AG.AL, you will be burnt alive. And TT Global, they're kind of licking their wounds. They might have to give away this Azure Golem.
Oh, the Azure Golem does get secured by Joy. They're not the best person you wanted to be here, but AG.AL, with that one kill there, gets the bottom tower, gets back the control of the game here. We talked about this in the pick and bans here. If you're looking at the backline access here, Ron single-handedly zone out 3 members of the side of TT.
At the same time, this is the turret push strat, right? You have the Akudo and Zoe. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of burst. You have Zoe, you have Shang, and they are target takers.
Snowy over the wall gets the takedown onto Shang. We have the artillery coming through here as well. Maybe a bit of a dive here from Sunrise. Looking to try and contest that Azure Golem. We use the Unbridled Abrams to go in and just clear that team fight.
So smart. Look, Joy had to protect the team by stealing his own team's Azure Golem. So they made the call. We need a buff for the side of Sunrise. He needs the CDR. He needs the mana regeneration. And right now, TT under fire.
Under fire indeed. Snowy is not looking too good here. He does get one out by Inwar. And then it is the Annihilation. It's on the backline. Crane just going to be used there to push away AG.AL. I mean, imagine that Annihilation landed. That would have been clean.
But it landed on no one, and AG.AL comes up clean, gets the kill onto Snowy, who has expended his flash from the previous fight here. And right now, we look at the goalie here. It's looking dead even, but slightly towards advantage.
Oh! Rain from downtown. The Annihilation is going to just get that pressure off to that mid lane. And right now, Ron may have to run at some point. This is a 2v1. Sages might be committed, and he gets taken out.
This is not late game. You cannot get this kill. Shang, they get a consolation prize in the form of the Tyrant. It's not even a shadow version at this point, but TT Global, they're feeling strong. They see the advantage. Ching playing the split push as well. T1 in the mid, under fire.
Wei having to use the TP out of there, but that is going to be the Unruly Blade being committed as well. Can he get out? There's a lot of slow for Sunrise to be contested with. There it is. He gets out of jail free.
So much damage coming in from Yino onto this channel here. He's slowly scaling towards this late game giant that AG.AL need here. Game is dead even between both of these two teams here. And man, TT Global, they had an amazing 2 catches.
Learn the tips. This is where you recover from the game. Do not force unnecessary team fights. Play the map, clear the waves, get the turrets. And right now, TT Global, they recovered. And with that growth, late game, TT Global going to be extremely scary with Snowy and Crane.
And the first fighting point that we have to see, and we will be seeing, will be the Shadow Tyrant. That will be spawning in the less than 30 seconds here. Look at both teams here. They are looking to clear out these waves here. Have a neutral wave state to see who can get an advantage positioning on this team fight.
Yep, AG.AL, they want to realize the strength, their potential, taking turrets, but they're not allowed to because TT keeps poking and prodding. And Ching, late game, he is almost unkillable. They're going on him.
Ooh, the flash, yeah, having to be used there by Ching. I mean, is there going to be a bit of a dive here? We see a bit of a pincer movement from the side of TT Global. But now they're just trying to position this Shadow Tyrant fight.
Howl has been committed from the side of TT Global here. They're looking for a positioning coming in for this team fight. AG.AL repositioning the wraparound. Look at Sunrise. He's face checking to Ron.
Yeah, the Annihilation just come through. A bit of a bait and switch there for Crane on the side of TT Global, but still very aggressive with this team fight. A lot of flashes going on right now.
Unless Sunrise or Ching falls, there is no way they win this fight against TT Global. And right now, they're already starting Sunrise. They're giving them options. They're giving choices. What do you want to do? Do you want a Tyrant or the kills?
Yeah, there it is. Obviously, Furball being committed into the backline. Shui gets taken down. Sunrise cleaning up shop here. The sustain, but can Ron get access into the backline? He thought twice about that. He was going to go in, but he was like, if I go in, can I get out?
He can't. Snowy has the Crimson Golem. And look, they make the call. They want to go for more. It's not about the Tyrant. It's about the map control. T1 in the mid. They've lost this. They need to restore control across the map.
They need to restore control about the map here. And look at the side of TT Global here. They know for a fact that AG, wow, another snipe here coming in. But man, TT Global doing such a good job here. AG.AL, they want to sneak away this Shadow Overlord here, but the positioning coming in from Ching and Joy, just neutralizing that potential.
The shovel is in the hands of TT Global. They're digging treasures across the map. A Tyrant, a kill on a Shang, everything going in the way of TT Global.
TT Global, they are in the driver's seat right now, and I gotta say here, Crane, once again, the man himself to make all these snipes, all these plays here. He's having such a fantastic game.
Yeah, the pressure being put in here to the mid lane. I mean, this is going to be 4 men on 1. There is no real kind of collapse here for the side of AG.AL as they lose their T3, T2 in the mid lane.
Yep, and right away they can make a trade at the bottom lane as well. But for now, it's not the trade you want. You want more gold in your pockets because TT Global, they have a very slight lead. And we have seen when Titans get the gold lead, they get an advantage. They will dominate with that advantage.
Okay, let's talk about team fighting here. We have yet to see Ron find a very big backline access thanks to Ching onto this Fuzi. If Ching never uses the ultimate, Ron can never go in. And TT Global will always have the range advantage to poke you guys down.
So many effects, right? Multifaceted factors coming in for the side of TT Global with not just the draft, but the kits and the timings as well. And straight away, they occupy the territory of the jungle of AG.AL. And they're working on that Overlord.
Yeah, indeed working with the Overlord. Primal Bond is up, Shadow Tyrant is over. No more debuffs here, and TT makes light work of this Shadow Overlord here. If you're AG.AL, you gotta formulate a game plan as they're looking for this push.
Maybe this team fight here could be the potential. I mean, obviously baiting out the emergence. This could be the Sage Smite being committed early with the Destiny counter already used into the team fight.
Backline, Ron!
Shrag goes down, but into the backline, Ron gets the access that he needs onto Crane with a takedown. Sunrise as well. Where is your tag on the side of TT Global?
Okay, they catch eyes on Zoe as well. One more.
Link does be used in here as well. Inuo looking pretty low. He has to flash over the wall for now. I mean, there it is. Zoe overextended. Snowy gets the takedown.
And look at this Fuzi pick providing so much value there. The intuition, the spell 2, damage reduction, tanking so much damage from the side of AG.AL. Look at this replay there as we break it down. TT procs the Howl, looks for the engage here, gets the engage onto the members of AG.AL. But the healing coming in from Strike is just too major. Ron looking for that 2-man backline access.
In live though, I mean, we've lost 2 lives already, 2 for 1 trade for the side of TT Global as they're trying to get that T3 in that bot side of the map. These Vanguards are doing the work. We just need to make sure that Ron is putting the pressure on.
It's a double whammy. Inuo gets taken down, right? They did trade the life with Joy, but who cares? Not that his life is not important, but Joy at this point, his value here is providing space for the team. Let's take a look at how that fight went down.
Well, definitely a bit of a misstep here, gets locked down by the Sage Smite, and the damage just comes bombarding in from Snowy on this Meng. Yeah, so much damage.
It's late game,
yes, in the live part here as well. Was they able to get the Azure Golem? Yes, Crane steals it.
Yep, not an ideal situation for the side of AG.AL. They are suffering at this point. 5-9 in KDA, but just 1,000 gold that sets them apart. Barely at this point. TT Global, next objective. 6 seconds ago, Shadow Tyrant number 3.
Shadow Tyrant number 3 has been spawned onto the map here. Ching the man of TT Global, is so consistent onto this Fuzi. The brick wall. Now, we have to see here, can Ron find another miracle engage here?
I mean, they're just trying to check out on Jing here, right? I mean, there's the hard link onto Jing as well. We're going to be seeing him maybe use a Sage's Might there, just able to lock their Ron, so he cannot have a clear access onto the backline of TT Global. Sunrise looking to put pressure onto Zoe, just really just kind of denying the access onto TT Global at this point.
Do you see where Ron is going? He's trying to find Snowy, but he cannot find him, and Snowy's just dealing damage on the backline. Ching!
Oh, yep, verbal beacon there. It was able to actually get onto Zoe, but not actually get the CC that was needed. Destiny counter once again, trying to apply the healing, trying to play the zone in, but here it is. Ching into the backline. Ron is really looking for access here into the team fight, but the Sages might be committed. But we are getting a takedown onto Sunrise into the team fight because it is split on two fronts.
Another Sage might be committed from the side of TT here. Sun goes down once again. 2-for-1 exchange in favor of TT Global.
They know that Zoe does not have smite. They're pushing the anti here. Ching looking for an opening on the backlines at the same time. Buying time for Snowy. He gets that Shadow Tyrant. And once again, AG.AL just suffering at the hands of TT Global.
Yeah, I mean, TT Global had the pressure into the top side of the map, right? We had the minion wave just giving that clear pressure, and it meant that AG.AL was like, do we take the fight? Do we give them the Tyrant? And the question was, yes, give them the Tyrant, but now is that T3 going to fall?
That T3 is definitely going to fall towards the hands of TT as another Annihilation goes through mid lane. So much pressure coming in from Crane, coming in from Ching here. I gotta say, Ching onto this Fuzi, immediate. So much constant lockdown onto Ron.
Yeah, it's all about the options that AG.AL have to choose from, right? You have to go for Snowy, but you have to go for Ching as well. And this was how the fight went down. I mean, nice catch by the backlines on the side of Ching. I thought it was going to be a 5v1. They tried to get the advantage, but the Annihilation really changed the state of that fight. And once you get Ching back onto your faces, there is no way to run.
There is no way to run indeed, and we see, even under the presence of Primal Bond here, TT Global so ahead in map control. Gets the second Shadow variant of the map here, and they are looking hands down strong right now.
This is what you want to see if you're a TT Global fan. Crane and Snowy, the both of them over 120,000 worth of damage dealt to the side of AG.AL, and there's going to be plenty more coming.
Yeah, a lot of damage already been built up in the stock market for the side of TT Global. With the minion wave in the mid and the bot and the top, is this going to be the final frontier for the side of AG.AL?
It's looking like it. The T3s at the bottom are falling. There is no more pressure coming in for the moment on the side of TT Global. But that is a short-lived moment.
Ooh, okay. Yes, Destiny can be traded for the Annihilation there as well. Obviously, two ultimates being expanded, but we do have the Dolia on the side of TT Global.
And Shadow Vanguards are slowly marching towards this final tier 3 of the side of TT right now. TT is looking for the push here. Snowy is super fat, and he is full stock right now into this fight.
Yep, he has the Crimson Golem looking for the opening. It's all about poking. They're going in.
Jing into the backline onto Ron. Obviously, just making sure that the Ron does not have the access once again. He got the takedown. Annihilation putting so much damage and so much pressure onto the side of AG.AL. Zoe looking to be the next victim come down. And the Crystal gain number 3, 2-1 to TT Global.
What a way to do it. Even at death's door, even with his death, the mid laner on the side of TT Global, Crane, he got the kill on the Eno, and there was no more chance. AG.AL fall for the first time.
AG.AL fall, and TT comes up clutch with 2 consecutive wins. Right now, they're 2-1 on the board. I gotta say, Crane and Ching is having a field day.
It's at this point, right? Do your hearts shake? Because confidence is definitely shaken at this point for AG.AL. They had a decent draft, right? We talked about it. The strength of tower turret taking. This is where they wanted to be at. But TT Global kept forcing them into fights because they had the goalie. They got the steals.
They got the goalie, they got the steals, and the Fuzi coming in from Ching is so darn crucial here. Every team fight we see this Fuzi finding opportunities, and Crane, he is so good onto this new wall here. Snipes after snipes after snipes.
He was the Ching in their armor.
He is their Ching in their armor indeed, but look at these team fights real quick here, as even if Ron gets caught out, Ron is always being caught out by Ching here. Ching is always looking for these opportunities to give total lockdown control here. If Ron is on the map, Ching will always be there to put him on lockdown.
That's why you are so scared of a late game Fuzi, right? Because you need more than one member to handle him. And TT Global, knowing the strength. So let's take a look at the desk. Boys, what do you have for us after this exciting game number 3?
TT Global showing us that this is not going to be a one-sided match. They come in and you know that Xing and the boys, they want to put their hands on the trophy. 2-1 advantage on top of AG.AL. A lot of people did not think about this, and I'm telling you, they might have lost the first one. But TT Global, after the first one is gone, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, they want to go for all of them. We are 2-1 ahead, TT Global on top of AG.AL. Boys, break it down for me because this was a very interesting game.
TT Global definitely kicks it into overdrive. It seems like their first game is their feeler game, you know? They feel down feel out their opponent, dissect it, and then now like, okay, we understand. Here's what we're gonna do. And me and Dave were talking about the games afterwards, and as we're watching it, we're noticing, wait, this composition, we thought it was kind of bad at first, and then we're seeing it work, and it's all clicking. And we wanted to nominate the MVP if we could to the coach. The composition for TT Global was insane.
It would be lovely if one day we can just give the coaches MVPs, right? But talk to a little bit about that. You guys thought that the composition was not gonna work. Why did you guys have that feeling?
This is a 2000 IQ draft. Initially, when you see the Mengya, you're like, yo, this is new, right?
It's not a KWC 2025.
Right. And initially, when you saw the Nua instead of mine, you're like, oh, wait, this is different. And then it all makes sense. The entire push comp from AG.AL side summons a lot of monsters. You got Channels Dogs, you got Zoe, summons a lot of different jungle monsters to help you push. Guess what stops all of that? Nua and Dolia, right? On top of it, you also have the Mengya throwing bullets in a line, killing everything all at once. Man, 2000 IQ, Coach Jojo is on a different level.
I'm telling you, that's why he's called the best coach in KPL, right? Like he's one of the top persons in honor of Kings, not only in KPL, but I would even say worldwide.
This is so interesting. I think that the game that we saw was so sweet. We all of us saw a chip type of game, like chipping each other out, you know. But what I like about TT Global is that they were actually letting AG.AL to react to their draft also, because AG.AL actually opted to go for the siege type of comp, right? Units after units, let's push and let's push. So they picked up the Nua, they banned out the Maishri and Nui to protect the Nua, and then they finally saw, okay, they're gonna go for the siege, let's pick up the Mengya. Plus, what's interesting is, yes, we're having the chip type of game, right? But the only difference for me I saw was for Team TT Global, they have a finisher, which is actually the trap of the Fuzi together with the burst of the burst of the Nua and the underrated damage of the Mengya.
I am thinking that in terms of global ban picks, the heroes that we've played, the heroes that are out there, since we have seen so many not KWC 2025 comps, I do believe that even though it's already 3 games into this global ban pick, there's still a lot of options out there, right?
While we've seen a lot of powerful drafts, I think the most powerful drafts and why coaches matter so much is when you're able to get a win with a composition like this. Look at the characters using. Futsu, Nua, Mingye. These are not your traditionally powerful characters. And being able to add all these together and make it work makes it one of the best drafts because you win and you don't really lose anything.
I think this goes to show how masterful TT and AG are in terms of the ins and outs of the every little detail of the heroes we're seeing, right? For example, who would have thought that we're gonna see the Fuzi as the last pick? We were like, Fuzi, but you have so many units. You were like, how can you actually trap someone? But okay, it is for the Nua and it is for the Mengya. And plus, you can actually reset the ultimate of the Mengya to goes well together with the Nua.
All right, you know what? I think that composition coming in for TT Global, it was just masterful. It was really on point. And I know that Dave wants to talk to us a little bit about the game. I know that Professor Dave is going to explain to us a little bit. Come on, Professor Dave. Get the whole setup.
Oh man, I'm gonna hold the mic for you.
You know what? I was gonna talk about global ban draft first. You know the 2 games in a row they have the tanks, but guys, this is a class lesson.
Class is in session, baby.
Class is in session. Number 1 thing is how to team fight properly, featuring TT Global. Watch this clip right here. First, you have the Hoi ult. I'm gonna pause right here. You can see there are 4 people from AG and Zoe's cutting in from this side, right? And look at the entire TT Global. They will now shift their focus towards Zoe right here, and you only have Lianpo stay in the front to zone the entire follow-up of AG.
Yes.
And this is how they're able to turn this fight around after Hou-Yi was trying to flank the backline. Look at this immediate focus onto Zoe when Zoe coming in, right? Zoe got killed, and rather than Zoe get killed, look at Lianpo right here. He's now in one versus 3, knocking them up, intercepting the follow-up that AG will usually do, and then he gets away!
I know that Joy had a very tough game in there, but the way that he jumped in that one and goes out, amazing.
How does he get away, right? And then, you see, this type of like master play is not just like by one team. Let's look at another team fight, and let's see if I can open this clip.
You got this, Professor.
Yeah, it seems like we might be waiting for the clip just slightly, but yeah, I think that should be enough for now.
Yeah,
exactly. when you're team fighting, when you're learning, it's very, very important to understand how to focus on one target at a time. And it's such a clean execution from TT Global side. When you have the front line, and this is what I was talking about regarding the draft, you need to have some sort of front line in the current Honor of King meta.
Yes.
And we have something like Lianpo that's untargetable. Uninterruptible when he's ulting. When you have something like Duen who can soak insane amount of damage. Last game you saw the stats. He was soaking 36%. He was unkillable. Yeah, that's why every single trade, you feel like entire AG.AL was just focusing on Duen, still fighting him, while the backline, their entire flank is already gone.
I think that is just the positioning, right? Like I think that TT Global has done so well in terms of positioning before the fight starts, just allowing Snowy just to get amazing positions in there, no?
As a tank player, I really respect that play from Lianpo there. Of course. Being able to go in, land a 3-man Tremor Smash, and as you guys say, get out. Even if he died in that play, it would have been okay.
Yeah, of course.
He made space for his team, you know? But the fact that he can do all that, distract 3 people, and get out and turn a lost fight is just amazing.
It is just the difference between the people who are really good at Honor of Kings and the professionals that are at the top of the game. That's for sure that there is a gap in between them.
This is so good. I kind of feel like Team TT Global got the power spike in advance. Right after that, around 7 minutes, well, Snowy got ahead and managed to pick off a mispositioned Zhou on around in the middle part. That's why he immediately got like extra damage out there, like extra Shadow Reaper to defend every push that is Team AG is doing. Team AG, the pressure was on Ran actually to get a flank. It's so hard to do with all of these tanks around, and it was easier for the Fuzi. The Fuzi can just target easily, get one in the box, and then Nua will just do all of it. Yeah.
I do believe that Clash Laners fight in there, that 1v1s, it was critical for TT Global to be able to take the win in there, right?
Absolutely. The Futsu, we saw at the end of the game, didn't do much damage. But I don't want to call it a support Futsu, but he was mainly there just to trap people with that ultimate.
I agree. Yeah,
And the Dolia was important because if the enemies want to stay far away, okay, we're going to go ahead and reset that Annihilation and poke you from afar. But if you want to get up in our face, we have the Futsu being able to trap you guys 2 times. It's actually a beautiful draft.
Beautiful draft. Beautiful, amazing Amazon Arena right over there. Look at that. The screens, the lights, everything. Ooh. I'm telling you, it's been by far one of the most beautiful stages that we have had in such a long time. When you come over here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and you see the quality of the stage, it is a top level.
My favorite thing about the stage here is when you actually watch the games go on. And that middle screen there shows the game. The sides show both teams and their picks and a live real-time counter of the gold, the kills, the assists. And whenever one player gets a double kill and one player...
the animations, right?
Yeah, it pops up. But the best part was, I think yesterday, there's a fight where both players got like a triple kill or a double kill. And then both sides, the players pop up on each individual screen. It's amazing.
It is lovely. I hope that everyone at home can have a chance to come in here and watch the games with us. Let's jump into game 4. TT Global is gonna be taking the blue. AG.AL is gonna take the red. Casters, come on, let's go.
Thank you so much, Isaac. TT Global up 2-1 over AG.AL, who had taken the first game, but somehow TT Global took it a little personally. They bounced back with 2. Kindofu, your thoughts? What does TT Global need to do better here?
I think they just need to be a little bit more careful in terms of positioning. I mean, okay, look, they have been really great. The 2 players, Ching as well as Snowy, playing in good synergy to be able to split the team fight for AG.AL, give them too many choices to choose from. But it has not been clean. TT Global, I think they can be even cleaner because I voted for them to win. I want TT Global to win.
All right, your bias is showing a little bit, unfortunately. But I think Hisaki was also thinking that, like, you know, AG.AL, very strong team. What does this team need to do to really bounce back? Because it seems like TT Global have their number with this whole map control.
We gotta see what they're gonna be planning on their draft right now. Yino is definitely not having a very comfortable environment to be really carrying the team. As we mentioned, we want to see more and more tempo here. And what's a better way than doing that is on the hands of Zoe. His pay is just insane.
Okay, I instantly regret my decision to say bite me because Pei is now on the board for the side of AG.AL. A very striking start here with the Byron. This clash lane on the side, Ching is not gonna have a good time.
Exactly the case here, and we talked about this. Pei and Byron, a staple pick in the global scenario here. All these teams, if they want to play fast tempo here, we saw AG.AL, when they play the fast tempo, it really favors them. But when it goes towards the late game here, TT Global, they activate and they activate hard.
Yes, now AG.AL, they will pick up one of the most disruptive mid laners here. Hano in the mid lane, meant to protect against the Mai's aggression, also save and recover those towers across the map if he can activate his ultimate 5 seconds within its takedown.
Exactly, and right now, if you look at TT Global's draft here, I'm especially wanting to put my focus onto TT Global's player called Crane here. This guy in the mid lane here, he had so many fantastic and key plays here coming into game 2 and game 3 of the series there. He was always the anchor, the player to make key plays, ensuring Snowy and Ching had the environment to play in.
Yes, and with that space he is able to buy for them, TT Global, I think they can actually finish this draft up with a big tank coming in for the side of TT Global. They can consider the Lady Sun as well. Actually, it's a double-edged sword, right? Does well against Pei if she's ahead, but also gets destroyed by Pei because of his mobility as well.
I have to agree with you, and we talked about mobility here. Mai Shiranui as well. High burst potential. Can instantly look for the assassination here. And what's the anti-burst hero coming in for the mid lane? It gotta be Hino here.
Yep, the Guiku Japan, very smart against AG.AL. It's a one team that suffers against crowd control and even make it safer for the team. The Sun Bin comes, we talked about it. Dave, thank you for that insight into Sun Bin. Number 1, rotations are faster. You get a rebate on your health bars when you get damage, and that ultimate, the ultimate silence. Speak no words, we will let the actions talk.
We will let the action talk. And one more point that we can add on to Sun Bin here. If you time your spell to time flux correctly, you refund HP back to your teammates here. It is a very good anti-burst mechanic here. And also, key point here, Sun Bin's rewind is not affected by heal reduction like the Venomous Staff.
Yes, this is a very important marker here, which means Sheng is going to be a player of choice. AG.AL, their win heavily depends on the success of this Hano. And what does Hano hate? He hates a burst, and that's exactly what TT Global offer. Number 1, that lockdown by Diadea, no skills to use, and so yeah, big burst.
And you want to see something interesting? AG.AL's team composition. They are running it back. They are making a double side lane team composition here. I am looking who gets the Byron, who gets the Baiti here, because man, it's been a while since we've seen this composition.
Look at Eno Small. You know for a fact that he is going to get the Baiti on his hands. And that's going to be a very difficult lane because he's aided by the Sun Bin.
If you know one thing for sure, Yino used to be that man in the clash lane there before role swapping to the farm lane here. So, talking about hero mastery here, Yino as a player, he definitely has the experience, has the fundamentals on this hero.
I really like this AG.AL draft, right? It looks very strong, very sustainable, and also they have decent damage because they have burst in the form of the Pei as well as the Byron. So, very big, strong lanes coming in for the side of AG.AL. But execution needs to match the BP.
It has to match the BP. It's not an easy hero to pull off, let alone an easy draft here. I believe that is our first Baiti of this KWC 2025 tournament here. I gotta see how one of the best KPL teams AG.AL pull it off here because it is not going to be an easy feat.
We are in for such a treat to see this sort of lineup. The Bai Chi being pulled out by Yinuo of all people, and to pull it out on a game 4. This is going to be pivotal. You lose this game, you're going to be down 1-3. You're going to be in a world of hurts.
Yes, it's going to be series point for the side of TT Global if they can take this win. But AG, this is one of the biggest lineups you will see. I'm not sure how you're supposed to break through. There is no chink in the armor here.
Yeah, Grand Finals, game 4. I would say that this has got to be a must-win for AG.AL. Do they have the draft? Is this going to be good enough to really strike back into TT Global?
I don't know, but the audience, 现场的观众们，声音借我一点好吗？ Wish your best team luck, TT Global, AG.AL, let's go!
Let's go. Game number 4. This one decides the destiny. You can carve your way towards the trophy of being a king.
You gotta be a king, and as you mentioned here, Yino gets the head onto the Bai here, but an engage goes through.
They find Shang. He's in a world of hurt right now, in a bad spot. He's gonna give up first blood to Crane.
And that's not the only painful experience. They also give away the Azure Golem. This is TT Global Sunrise's dream here.
But AG relying onto this pace mobility here. They get a trade across the map, making sure that they lose as minimal as possible. I gotta give props to Joy here. He was the one who found and punished Shang heavily.
They knew that they will have their jungle side cleared on the right-hand side, so they actually make the call on the side of AG.AL. Let's follow up as well. Now, he should be able to do well in this lane for now. It's really just about sustaining. Stay safe.
Staying safe, sustaining. Once you hit that 4th minute mark onto this hero here, you're definitely gonna be online. But look at the cheer here coming in from Jiang Beibei. 青青加油 ，TTG 加油，一路来不容易，希望你们发挥满载而归。
Oh, beautiful. Give it your all. I know it has been a tough road, and truly it has been. TT Global, a team that has gone through the lower brackets in order to beat, 4 teams in a row, 4 series in a row to reach this place as #1 from ACL. And for now, they are leading the charge with a 2-1 lead against AG.AL.
It is not an easy feat. It is definitely not easy because you are against AG.AL, one of the most prestigious organizations out there in the honor of King's World. And looking at this mid rotation here, Ching Ching looks to help clean this lane, and he makes his way back to the Clash lane.
This game really is about Sheng, man. If Sheng has a successful game, hang on.
Has to just dash away. Flash that is. He's going to be chased down, and Snowy gets the snipe out.
Everything going wrong once again for the side of AG.AL. TT Global hitting the box.
Oh, Ron is going to get going on as well. The rotation from Crane. He's been an all-star this series.
Ooh, TT Global left, right, top, bottom, plays across the map. Check out the replay of what happened here. It engaged with Ching, getting the lockdown here. Immediate CC chain. No room for a flash here coming in from Ron.
And look at the timing of this, right? In Chinese, we call it 五马分尸. You are pulled apart by 5 different horses in 5 different directions. And it is a painful experience because that kill came right after Eno fell.
Right after Eno fell and the waves are sacrificed towards the tower here, they suffer a very big gold gap, a 1,000 gold gap. This is not usual for AG.AL.
Not usual at all. TT Global, they are facing a power spike and they're showing that they are here to contest at KWC 2025.
Nice little knockup onto Shang here. He's going to have to just use his Fate Rewind. He will unwind and take away all of that damage. But let's talk a little bit about Zoe here. He's that pay. He's got that fast-paced timer in terms of just farming, but he's kind of falling behind in the sense of the overall team.
Well, I gotta say, if he falls behind, that's gonna be a big trouble coming in from AG.AL. They need this pay to be the secondary marksman here, but looking towards the farm lane, looking towards the clash lane right now. Zoe is making sure that he gets as much gold as possible as Sheng gets engaged on.
Engine right on point. They find Shang, they have the knockup, but he's not able to survive. He's gonna go down.
It's all about the timing at this point, and this could be TT Global's time. They know that Sheng doesn't have the ultimate, and what a time to get it as well. The first tyrant of the game goes to TT Global.
I mean, they knew the ult was on cooldown, and they went directly on him. They ensured that they got those knockups, and they got the stuns right onto Sheng, and they've turned it into the first tyrant of the game.
Perfect execution here coming in from Crane. We gave him so much praise, and look at this bot side as a potential fight might break out, but Swai Really gets caught out.
Oh, they find Shuai. They do have the connection. Crane making moves across the map. Another knock-up, another kill.
And a great trade. They get the Zero Golem. What do they have to trade for? The T1 on the top. Does TT Global care? They do not. They also take their own Zero Golem.
Exactly. That is the only job they need to care about, because if they do not get a lead with the double fighter, double tag team composition, you're going to be falling much more behind here. Gold lead is similar in both team comps, but Eno is getting further and further behind.
And also, Crane is getting further and further in front, right? Success begets success. Crane now already has the insatiable tome. That is the full core lifesteal item.
They find Yuno. They're looking to pull him back. He's going to actually dash forward. Zoe wants to go aggressive, but Crane has to get back with that heart link, and it looks like TT Global, again, avert all this.
There's not enough damage. They're too far behind. 2,000 at the peak of tournament in HOK is a big marker of difference. And AG.AL once again find themselves trailing.
We have to see if AG.AL Zoe can find more resources here. They need to make sure that this page get more gold and get more of these items here. But TT Global are not allowing it to happen.
But how are you able to get all that farm? Your Crimson Golem is going to be contested. Everything that you move or you do around the jungle is going to be very uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. They want to force the skills out, right? This is why TT Global, they're not really exactly pushing too much. They want to force these common spells out, the flashes, the ultimates, but it's not working.
They find him. They get the little taunt onto Joy, who heartlinks back to safety, but AG.AL not able to find the pickoff. They're going to have to retreat yet again.
But still, one thing's for sure, AG.AL team composition, the double fighter with a pay, it activates extremely well towards mid game here. But if TT Global can really expand this lead, this team composition coming in from AG.AL is just gonna be outscaled.
It is very difficult because at the late game, AG.AL, they also have some late game compositions, right? It's gonna be very hard to kill Inoue. But at the late game, they have an answer. They have Snowy. Nobody wins a late game Shouyue.
Exactly the case here. Shouyue has one of the best late game coming in honor of Kings here. Once he hits that Daybreaker, he's gonna be hitting hard, but then Case goes in.
Looking to go in for that one. Not able to get the charge, not able to get the connection or the hook back. Crane is on the run, and they're looking to turn that Joy, that is. He tried to go in and just slow everybody down, but he sacrifices his own life away.
All right, that's a present for the side of AG.AL. They recover 1 kill. They have a score on the board, but
they find Shuai, and they have the connection. Crane with that damage, but now it looks like he's going to turn. They've got even more. Shake is not able to fate rewind, not able to go 88 miles an hour fast enough.
I mean, that's why you want him to tank. That's why Sheng needs a good game, but he's having the absolute banter taken out of it.
Yeah, Yunuo is going to just get the taunt onto Sunrise. Yes, he's the tanky boy, but Yunuo looking to take more of that damage, and Sunrise makes him pay, and they get a double kill going the way of Sunrise.
That's why they're called TT Global. Global damage, and Snowy, he is online, level 10, 7.5 minutes in the T1, wide open for the taking. Jungle also open for exploration.
TT Global is online as they are looking at the series point here. They are looking extremely well for 5,000 gold lead as they knock onto the second tower.
Sheng cannot save this. He does not have his ultimate. He's taking too much damage, and once again, Azure Golem, a present from the future for the side of TT Global. 8 minutes in, we have another Tyrant for the taking.
We are talking about the mid game here being more rewarding for AG.AL, but look at how proactive Ching with these engages here. And even if you get a kill back, it doesn't matter because the Mai Shiranui, the team composition is just so good coming in for the side of TT. They're getting kills after kills after kills because Eno and Ron are not getting the resources.
Look at the timing of when they engage for fights. TT Global, they're fighting every single time. Sheng does not have flash. Shuai does not have ulti. He does not have heals. Everything in accordance to advantage to TT Global, they then strike. And AG.AL have been caught multiple times. Total 9 kills, but about 4 incidents throughout this 9-minute mark.
And that's the danger of KPL teams, that they always know when you do not have the flash. They know your exact buff timers. That's why they get to pick the team fights when they are ahead.
But do they know how much money I have in my wallet right now?
I think they do. Yes.
Definitely they have more than you, right? Look, they're very comfortable. They have a 3-1-1 composition, right? We have Ching split pushing on the top, you have Snowy split pushing on the bottom, and then you have Sunrise, Crane, and Joy having the time of their lives. This is not a jungle exploration, this is a camping trip.
This is indeed a camping trip, and all these towers are slowly going down one by one. Not even till the Shadow variant spawn yet, guys. 30 seconds on the clock here. If TT finds more of these resources, I gotta tell you, it's looking bad for AG.AL.
They want to look for that entry point, but they're not going to find anything.
They take it away yet again. The furball's going to chase them away. The dash away from Ching. He stays alive. And again, they're not able to take anything. But Yunuo looking to go in, find Sunrise, but there's no actual damage to take him down. He gets back.
Yep, and this fight is without Snowy. Snowy was waiting on the backlines. He did not even lay a single bullet yet. And still, AG.AL are in danger right now. Sheng might be in trouble.
Oh, they're looking to turn the fate rewind. Not enough. Sheng is going to be killed. And they're going to take Yunuo as well. And TT Global baited him out. Gets 2 kills.
Man, I gotta tell you one thing for sure. AG.AL, you're not scaling because TT Global, they are scaling so hard and you do not have the damage to take down any members on the side of TT.
Lightning fast, and the timing is in perfection for the side of TT Global. The base is wide open.
Oh, they find him, and Crane just goes right in and instantly deletes Ron. TT Global taking out the mid T3. They want more. They're going to go on to Shuai. They're going to take him down as well, but here come reinforcements. Zoe and Shang are now here. They're going to slow siege. Snowy's still up in front with that damage. Very scary on that front line.
Until Sheng can land his Scepter of Fate, there is no way Snowy's going back for now. They know, let's not put too much pressure, take too much risk. They take the Crimson Golem and they go for the Shadow Overlord.
They are so ahead, they can do anything they want because Zoe, as of this point, he does not have enough gold to out-damage Snowy. He does not have enough damage to take down all these pseudo tanks here. Coming in from Ching, coming in from Sunrise here. TT are in absolute control.
TT Global, for now, very strong. They have the lead, they have the map control. This setup by the side of Crane, he is insane today. And what a time to hit this monster strength.
He is locked in and he is in flow right now. He is doing so much for the side of TT Global. Every single engage is by Crane, and Crane is on fire.
They don't even care the fact about the T2 in the top lane. They just went for his life. And right now, with absolute control, a vice grip over the map, TT Global, they have the Shadow Vanguard and the Overlord flying down on the top.
Only time is the essence right now for the side of TT Global here. AG.AL, they are running empty on this time because looking at the current map state right now, they are no longer in control.
Yeah, time is of the essence, and AG.AL, they are running out of time. The Shadow Overlord approaches on the T3 at the top.
Look at how they're perfectly timing it with the Shadow Vanguard. The Furball is going to be right on top, and they find Yunuo, who actually has to flash away. He gets back to safety. The top T3 is under siege, though, and they get what they wanted.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Sheng, once again, no ultimate, and still they can't fight.
They can't fight, but the bottom T3, they don't have any more minions. It looks like that's going to be the end of this assault.
Oh my goodness, TT Global 10,000 gold lead against AG.AL at 12 minutes right now. One more Overlord matches down the bottom side as they look for a potential siege.
Yep, TT Global, do you believe in this victory? This is series point if they win. TT Global, the map is theirs to conquer. They have conquered most of it, but the crystal is that final reward that you want.
I love the fact that TT Global are playing so patiently, not looking to rush this. They understand the game situation where they have so much control. They're up about 10k at this point, and it looks like AG.AL can't even get their own Azure Golem here. But Joy up in front, just pushing them away. AG.AL running scared.
For me, right now, TT Global, there is no rush. You have the scaling advantage, you have the Shouyue, you have all these tools to really close out the game. What do you have to do? Wait for the Shadow Tyrant, wait for the Shadow Overlord. Just look at Snowy right now, 11,000 gold, almost full build.
You want to defuse the situation, but it's not happening. TT Global, they have hit their timings, and what a way to do it. 13 to 2 kills in this game. A lot of people were commenting, where are the kills? Here are the kills, 13 to the side of TT Global.
And 6-0 and 5 on that Maestro Nui. Crane has set up all these plays here. Ardent Dominator as well has been picked up by the Maestro Nui here. More survivability in here coming in for this mine. And right now, Shadow Tyrant has spawned onto the map here. They're looking for a potential play.
Look, AG.AL, the game plan here, they want to try and last for the Tempest Dragon, but that is less than 6 minutes away. And right now, TT Global, they are in full control. All of these traps, devices set up by Snowy, giving them vital information about the numbers that AG.AL are bringing across the gorge.
Reinforce the Gorge, and look at them right now, securing the Shadow Tyrant. What's the next plan here? Look for an engage, or they can play the safe path, get another Overlord, and slowly pace towards the end game, because what can AG.AL do? They are already outscaled. They have no space for Zoe to do damage, because you are getting out damaged by Snowy as he is full slotted right now.
And this is the risk that they took with the draft, right? You need control, you need to survive the damage, but with the help of Crane, with the help of Sunrise and Snowy, these 3 burst heroes, how are you supposed to deal with it? Zoe, if he dies here, the game is over. They have no burst damage.
I have to agree with you, so we have to see AG.AL, the final defense here coming in from this potential final setup coming in from TT, because they have to find that one golden opportunity if they need to.
And here we go. Tournament alive on the line. AG.AL looking for scraps, not finding anything across the gorge.
Here's the wild growth. It's going to start with the initiation, just pushing them back more than anything else. They really want this bottom T3. Sheng is about half-life. They need to be careful. Sunrise gets knocked back. It looks like they're going to continue on. Ching is doing a little bit more, and they've got the pushback. Crane looking to go in, but Ron with that force field suppression, keeping himself alive. He's going to go back into the fountain. But now with this crystal and those minions that have been pushed, it looks like TT Global not able to find anything else.
But still, the map state looks extremely good coming in from TT Global as the Overlord and the heals are coming in. This may potentially be the final push here.
They're looking to go. Sunrise still up there. Ron actually looking to go for Crane, but Crane is all the way in the back, just baiting them out. Yinuo getting solo. He gets picked off. Snowy with that damage is starting to make it work.
Okay, Sheng was the lifeline. This is exactly what the composition was drafted for. Sheng is meant to be the damage dealer over time. You can't burst them down. The longer the fight goes, the more strength and the more strength AG has, right? They will swing that fight over. But they only lost Sunrise until they get
they're going in, they get the pullback, they find Shuai, but they don't have the damage, and they need to back off yet again. AG.AL dodge a bullet.
Oh man, it's so close coming in from both of these two teams here, just like Kin said. Sheng onto this high note has been the lifeline of the side of AG.AL. If he gets to stack all these scepters onto the members of TT, that may be a game-winning opportunity for AG.AL.
It's all about the timing of the setup, right? Take a look, the flash committed by Ron, he wanted to force Crane out because he is the only member that's capable to catch multiple people on the backlines besides Ching. Now, with Sunrise dead, you then realize, hey, we don't exactly have the tankiness. Snowy is now in danger. So on the side of TT Global, they cannot allow Sunrise to die like that. And at the same time, it is all about the timing of Snowy.
Yeah, that was actually a perfect disengage. I mean, you just keep yourself alive. You can fight another day. It's a great situation for TT Global at this point as they look to push at this point.
But AG.AL is holding the fort extremely well right now. 17 minutes onto the clock right here. The Haino is getting more and more stronger as the time is progressing onto the clock right here. 30 seconds onto the Tyrant here. What is the TT Global call here?
I think they have to try and rush this, but at the same time, you can't be impatient, right? I think AG.AL, they will be successful in holding on to the Tempest Dragon, but they will have to trade out the Shadow Tyrant for this particular survivability.
That is definitely the case here, and I have to agree with you, but if you have to take a look at AG.AL, the game plan is awfully familiar here. As long as Sheng doesn't get one-shotted, there is always a breath of life from AG.AL, because this high note is the key difference maker coming in from AG.AL.
They also have not used any Sage's Sanctuary on the side of AG. If they get a nice catch now, they could turn this around.
Furball on the 3, that's a nice initiation. Crane on the side, he's gonna push it, put them away. Yinuo gets a little bit careful. The heal is gonna be used here, but Sunrise taking a lot of this one. He's being focused down. He needs to back off. He gets the safety, but TT Global, all of them are so low, and AG.AL finding the play, finding the pick off, getting Sunrise.
Good pressure, but they need to watch the map as well. Tyrant available for the taking, but they need to secure the resources. Positioning is super vital in this game because it's a barren base on the side of AG.AL.
And look at the base right now. It is not looking good coming in from AG.AL. An engage coming in from Yinuo, gets his tree.
They get it onto 3, but Joy is looking to turn this. Yinuo gets knocked off. He's going to be pulled around. Do they have the damage? No, they don't, but they find Ron. Yinuo is going to limp away.
And still, they can't catch Snowy, and that's a huge problem. He's going to start working on the Shadow Tyrant. He has lifesteal to be able to do this, and the waves are crashing in every corner on the side of AG.AL is in pain.
It is in pain, but AG.AL, can you fend off the final push here? Because once again, 19 minutes on the clock here. All these members coming in from both teams are starting to rack up the full item here. And look at this team fight here. Dino gets an initiation onto the side of Crane here, but Snowy was untouched the full fight. He was shooting down all these members off the side of AG.AL.
Yeah, but very early ultimate coming out from Shuai there. I think that was a lifesaver actually because they kind of deterred the side of TT Global from jumping in too deep. Because they have the damage, they don't really have to be too careful about the life. There isn't a lot of burst available on AG.
But look at the wave state right now. As we talked about, once it hits the 20-minute clock, these minions will start getting progressively stronger as the time goes on. But they are not allowing that to happen as the waves are slowly crashing from all three sides.
Oh, Zoe is falling a bit low. This time it's a pressurizing situation.
Yuno gets knocked up. Ching is looking to just start this. They've got the pullback. Yuno is very tanky though. The heal is going to be used on this one, keeping him alive. They're still going to stay under the tower. The Vanguards are there, but the Tempest Dragon is up.
The Scepters are hitting extremely hard coming in from Sheng right now. This Kaino has scaled towards the late game. 20 minutes on the clock. Tempest has been spawned. All these upgraded items, the Sky Dome, the Phantom has been clocked in for both teams.
Yes, this is a time where Sage's Sanctuaries are very important. You don't want to waste them unnecessarily. Eno does have one on his hand. Joy also has it. Snowy here needs to find a good positioning for the fight.
I have to see Eno here. He may be the key difference maker coming in from AG.AL. If he can find the ultimate flash onto Snowy, that may be game-breaking as Snowy does not have the flash.
Flux is going to be used. They're going to be speeding up, just kind of, again, sticking together, which has been the biggest thing. AG.AL not getting cut off one by one.
Right. Sheng is going to be able to land those scepters, right? Every scepter is an additional advantage for their win probability, but Crane is out hiding the sidelines.
Nice furball onto 4. Yuno is still up in front. He's going to go back. Sunrise has these blood rays, trying to out-heal most of this and just stay alive. Yuno taking so much damage, and he's sticking around. He's underneath. The passive is keeping at least Ching alive. They're going to be back up. No, he needs to be careful. He's got that Heartlink. That Scepter barely missing on that one.
Yep, they don't need to over-aggress, right? TT Global, they have the map advantage. They just need to take this slow. Be patient about it. Eno has not burned his Sage's Sanctuary yet. Snowy needs to be very careful of where he's standing.
But this Bai Chi, this Sun Bing is coming into fruition right now. So tanky, so little damage now coming in from TT Global. Yes, you have to show it, but it's a singular damage output. Who can realistically take down this team if Ron gets engaged on?
Yeah, Ching finds him, but it looks like Ron will get back to safety. He has that time flux. He's going to group up the rest of his team here.
Okay, so take a look at the positioning on the side of TTG. This is very vital. Crane, if he gets a very nice knockup along with Ching in collaboration, they will be able to kind of burst down the lineup of AG.AL. But for now, AG.AL, they have good positioning. They will push them away from the Tempest Dragon.
And Tempest Dragon has been started by the AG.AL. They are under a ticking time bomb because look at the bottom wave. It is Super Minions pushing in, but Engage goes in.
It looks like they're going to go in. He gets a little bit serious. The favorite one is going to be used by Sheng. He will get back to safety, but Yuno solo as well, but he's so tanky. He's sticking around TT Global, realizing that Tempest Dragon is still at risk. They're going to continue on, at least poke and prod here.
If the reset is going to be available, it's not a good situation. AG.AL, they have to figure something out. They need to clear the waves. This is, if they don't get the Tempest Dragon, it's a horrible situation to be in. There is a wave pushing in on the bottom side. They have sent Ron to try and deal with it.
Yeah, but TT Global, like, kind of on the lower side, but they find 3. They're going to have a numbers advantage. They get the knock up. They find Sheng. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. He's going to come right back up. Yuno is going to be there as well. Sunrise is at half as well. With those scepters, it looks like they're going to back.
Yeah, it's a 4v5. They did manage to survive. Ron in charge of saving the game from the Winions at this point. But still, it really is about positioning because it is not about timing. AG.AL, they can't survive a long, drawn fight here.
Exactly, the minions will be so strong as of that point, and Ron will take so much time to clear them. Right now, 23 minutes onto the clock. Baron base for AG.AL. Goal lead no longer matters as of this point. Sage Sanctuary will be the key difference maker coming into these fights. That's going to be happening real soon.
Tempest Dragon steps out of his lair. Sunrise is going to provide that vision. Yuno gets knocked up. He's going to go in for this one. Gets the taunt on, but do they have the damage onto Joy? No, they do not. Crane is going to be here. The Fate Rhyme is going to be used as well. Ching now on the run. They find Crane. They get the pick, and this is a numbers advantage for AG.AL.
They should be able to do this if they play the cards right. Sunrise is still alive. He does have Smite though. He wants to take that Tempest Dragon out of the lair. Buy some time with the reset.
Yes, Snowy has been caught out from the vision right now. AG has the support superior map state right now. They have started this Tempest Dragon, but it will be a 50-50 between Sunrise and Zoe.
King, look at the game. Sirius goes in, finds a blow up on the run. They get the kill on the Shang as well. What an initiation. Absolutely on point. King continuing to chase on, gets the pick off on the Zoe and TT Global looking to take this game. Series in sight, it's gone like for the side of Snowy. It is all almost over by AG.AL. Slide the biggest brains. It is not enough. One man against the world as TT Global. Series point is gonna go into the hands for TT Global.
3-1 for TT Global. TT Ching with such a crucial backline access. He was the key difference maker.
Big game for the side of TT Global. Now guys, did you expect that? I did, but for AG.AL, what a surprise. They need more. And the confidence, like I said, game number 2, game number 3 has been shaken. This time, they need a quick recovery. Something needs to change.
Something needs to change, and the primary thing that we're looking at potentially has to be the draft and the early game, because Crane, my goodness, this man on the Maestro is so deadly in the early to mid phase.
Such an impact. He was always up in front, getting so many pickoffs, and the reason why they took down those T3s very early, they had a huge lead. All of that pressure made it difficult for AG.AL to even leave their base, and they couldn't even contest on that Tempest.
Exactly, and one of the things that you notice about the composition on the side of AG.AL is the fact that they like to group up, because that's where their strength comes from. And TT Global, they said, I understand this is your strength, so let me turn it into your weakness as well. A double-edged sword. If it goes well, AG.AL crushes the entire team of TT Global as a death ball. But when you're caught out like this,
wow,
Snowy, so much space, even though he got taunted, Enoa, he can't do everything alone.
This fight, Ching decides to initiate 4 versus 5. Crane was down for 30 seconds, an absolute maestro in terms of initiation, but let's see what Isaac and the panel have to think about.
Woohoo! We've got ourselves such a great game right over there in the game 4. TT Global coming in control of the game since the early, mid, and late. But as we jumped into that Tempest Dragon, it was a 50-50, boys. I told everyone that if we moved over there, we were gonna make it to AG.AL. But TT Global, they did not allow the Tempest Dragon. They did not allow the fight. They just went in there and they want to take the trophy. Right now, it's a 3-1 advantage for TT Global. We're seeing AG.AL being put in a corner, and we're not used to this. How do you guys feel about all this after that amazing game, boys?
I don't think AG is also used to getting put in a corner like this. Being down 2 games, they're kind of getting flashbacks because last time they played, TT won, so they need to really start switching it up here.
Again, it's a different meta for them, right? But man, amaze balls. All I can say is that TT Global is playing it simple. Like, of course, you have AG with an interesting farm lane pick, a fighter farm lane pick. We were questioning it, but you kind of see it in the late game. Like, okay, they want to sustain game.
It does make sense.
They want the defense, right?
Yeah.
But for us, it was too late because Crane in this game, Crane was insane.
Yeah, of course.
It rhymes.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Crane was insane.
Crane was insane. 6-0 and 5.
That rhymes.
6-0 and 5. All he needs to do was dive.
Man, bro, that game, Sun Bin is such a crucial pick.
Absolutely.
It got to 20 minutes where Isaac were in the back. We're like, oh man, like we're talking about how crucial Sun Bin is. People are understanding like Sun Bin's engage. The key of a Sun Bin is ultimate and skill 2. The skill 2 allows you to engage so fast, and then people are worried about like the Baiqi pick or thinking about why Baiqi for Enoa is because of engage timers, and you have the high note dishing out damage. The issue that I see in this game overall is that AG.AL reached their power spike way too late.
Yeah.
If they got to this point with one more high ground up,
of course,
this could be a completely different game.
And I think that was the problem, no? The problem was not like, okay, yes, they played for the late game, and then we made it to the late game. The problem in here is that since the early and the mid, they were very behind. There was a moment they were like 11 or 12,000 gold behind. And you cannot expect that you're going to get to the late game with no waves, with no turrets and still have the advantage.
Yeah.
I'd say that game here, let me break down the Bai Chi pick a little bit more here. A lot of people are at home probably confused why Yinoa picked up the Bai Chi here. From my perspective here, it's because they don't want to give TT a target. Look at TT. They have the Mei Yin, they have the Mai. You don't want to pick someone squishy, right, a traditional marksman, to just, give them a target to go ahead and assassinate. They pick the Bai Chi, which is a good matchup. They can get the taunt on them that are melees and such. But when you pick a fighter in the marksman role, you really hamper your late game. Sure, this game went on really late, but I'd say they kind of lost it at like the 15, 16 minute mark. Yeah. If you don't win the game by then, you don't have a marksman, right? They have a show you a daybreak in hand, nailing you guys down from range, and all they really had was Heino, and there's not enough firepower in the late game.
I think that was one of the big problems in here, right? That Heino pick. That Heino pick, like before he could actually proc his ulti, he was already gone, burst out.
Yeah,
that was the problem. Like it was a problem not of sustainability, it was a problem with not even existing right over there. Not being able to use his ultimate just took away one of the shields that AG.AL was trying to capitalize on.
And I do feel that's the dilemma of this type of lineup that AG has. You got a lot of a laundry list to actually check for you to execute the early game advantage that you want. We get it, like the sustain and then the damage that they want. But then again, it was simple. It was simple HOK for TT Global. Get your marksman long range, get your assassin mid damage, get your utility tank jungle, and just snowball from there. Their problem first was Crane, right? Then again, in the late game, you have Snowy, who is for me like so masterful with this type of backline type of heroes, like the Shoyue, perfect example. Right? He doesn't need the snipe, he just needs the critical and the normal hits. The Renji, for example, that's why it got banned also. Like masterful usage of positioning yourselves to outplay your opponents.
It was a very interesting way how TT Global just played this game. And I know that Professor Dave wants to introduce us a little bit more about this, right? You got your tech ready right now, Professor Dave?
Ready, bro? You ready,
you know what? May not be for exactly last game, but we have so much things to share, okay?
Go for it. Right, go for it, Professor. Go.
This entire series has been a master class to learn everything about it. And the first clip that we want to learn from is actually how it's a masterful of like tactics. First, you see on the minimap, you see like right now there is Zoe camping on the top side bush right there, right on the minimap, right there. He's camping. The top high ground tower is 1 HP. There are many different things that could have gone down here. If there's more vision for AG.AL side, he could have just go straight for the high ground tower and then just secure the high ground tower to get a team more advantage. But what he decided to do was to camp and find a better flank position for Hou Yi, because they know the win condition for them in this game is somehow break into Snowy. So that's the plan. And let's quickly speed up, how he decided to do it. You can see he waits, he gets some kind of vision for the team, he took a look.
The patience in there, right?
Patience. And then here she finds him. But this is what Phil was saying about
Master Armor.
Yes.
Buy and sell.
Instant buy and sell, right? Get the Sage Sanctuary, and he baits Zoe. Because he know like Zoe's gonna get to him, so he waited and he used a flash towards the team, right? So this way, Zoe, he eventually didn't get to find the kill. Nope. The team had to come in for the help, but at what cost, right? This is a 2-to-1 trade just to get to Snowy on the Hou Yi.
Snowy right over there, just in that moment that he just comes up, like it's again immediate blood weeper immediately just to come back and then you start just restoring health as well.
Absolutely. So man, this is just like when you play and when you're behind in ranked game, you have to find those sneaky plays, and that's how you can possibly come back. The next play I want to talk about is how to juggle aggro. And this is featuring TT Global, right? Let's take a look at this AG.AL's engage right here. They're trying to find a flank. They know that TT is doing the Overlord, so they have the entire team try to camp around this bush area. But obviously TT Global noticed that, so look what they did. They started engaging, and you have a cluster of fight right here. And Fatih, if I can zoom in on the screen right here, you have Fatih's position now looking to engage, like from the top side, right? He's looking at flank, and this is where the team fight becomes really fun. Look at Fatih. going to the back line. This one a feature. Obviously, there's a cluster of fights on this side.
Yes.
And Petit going for the back line. But check out the aggro juggling. You know, they're trying to fight together. And now you have Zoe try to flank. You have a front line here, and this three people fighting together. And this is one a feature. Check this out. The three people is kind of low. You might seem like, okay, this is a team fight for sure. The three are gone, right?
Yeah.
In your head, the three are gone. But they are fighting. They're taking damage one after another, and eventually all three lived. Look, they baited this two, pushed this guys away, and then it's turned the attention onto the panda here. So let me go ahead and play. And this is how they got the comeback. So let's go ahead and find a play one more time. Check this out. Just when Zoe was engaging, you have instant turnaround. You have obviously Mengya push everybody away, and then they focus on Zoe. What a masterful juggle, aggro juggle. So if you can do this, this is why the team is so good. And that's it. In a team fight, obviously it's harder to explain with the Telestrator, but I gotta say, going home, learning how to bait out skill one after another, and then going to the team fight like this is how you improve your team to the next level.
Professor Dave, I did take a lot of notes. I hope that all of this content is going to be coming over there in the finals at the end of the semester. So thank you very much on that. Ladies and gentlemen, 3-1 TT Global on top of AG.AL. One more game and they're gonna go home with the trophy as champions of KWC 2025. Let's see what's gonna happen. We'll be back after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That was like the shortest break ever, because just after that video from Dave, I was just kind of just putting together all my notes, and then it just did not make any sense. So I'm telling you, if that comes out in the finals, I'm not passing, man. I am really not passing this class.
It might be too complex for lesson 1, all right? So, to my defense, you gotta clip that and go back and restudy it.
We got word from production. Dave has lost his telestrator privileges.
Don't worry, Dave. We forgive you. We forgive you.
It's all right, Professor. Not everyone has a great lesson all the time.
But to be honest, the top teams, how they juggle aggro is such a masterclass.
I'm telling you, yes.
Like, you can see everybody escaping with 1 HP, how they're able to survive that. That was insane.
Look at that, man. Like the whole people at home and in the arena are so excited about this game because of what you just explained, right? Like it's just the details in there, the quality of the game, like how they run and move around. Even for the players, look at her. She's going to lose her breath, man. Like she can barely just stand in there.
When you go ahead and play the game at the highest level, that means using your health as a resource, right? As Dave mentioned, they're juggling. It makes the fights interesting as well, too, right? Everyone's getting really low HP. It could go either way.
You know what? If ever AG gets a 3-1 comeback, they will cement themselves right now as the GGGOAT.
Let's wait and see if that's going to happen. AG.AL, they have one more chance just to push this to the next game. TT Global, they want to snatch that ticket that's going to send them to the champions. AG.AL, TT Global, casters, take it from here, please.
AG.AL, one shot, one opportunity at this moment. They are 1 point to 3 of TT Global. Can they draft this winning game to try and get another point on the board, to try and get a reverse sweep here? I'm once again with Kindofu and Sagi. They're going to take us through the BP.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu and TT Global. Let us remind you, series point. This one matters for TT Global fans. 让我听你们的叫声吧!
Woohoo! Alright, going to draft AG.AL. Da-Qiao has been locked in for their side here. We might be seeing a Da-Qiao with a Floorborn tank here, a standard meta composition that has been shown throughout the series here. On the side TT Global here, we are familiar with this pickup if you're coming in from a global team. Zhang Fei, Direnjie, a very standard early game team composition.
Okay, and right away we get the Elaine and the Floorborn tank. This one we expected, maybe not the Elaine, but we have seen AG.AL run. He wants to be aggressive. He has been put down onto the floor multiple times by his counterpart Ching on TT Global. Can he rise above?
If he does not rise now, he will never have a chance in this tournament. So he definitely has to find that moment right now. On the side, TT Global here, they lock in the Xiao Qiao.
Xiao Qiao, oh my goodness, this is going to be a big one. Insane knockup, insane burst potential, but only if she has the lead.
Only if she has the lead. Well said, she needs so much items to be that front core carry that TT Global needs here. And going into the second phase ban here, TT Global, they are so targeting Yinor onto this draft here. Fuzi being banned out, they are aware. Yinor has the potential of playing this Fuzi farm lane.
Not only them, AG.AL also places Ching now in their eyes. The Miyu has been banned. Actually one of the perfect answers against an Elaine. Both of them have that invulnerable ultimate to exchange, and they want to make it unfair advantage for Ran in that clash lane.
Exactly the case here. And Ching, from the previous game, he is on fire. He has had such an amazing performance here. We have to see if Ran can really get back the momentum onto this Elaine pick. And furthermore, as you mentioned, AG.AL bans another clash laner.
No more Ching in your armor. AG.AL, they want to strike back. They want to strike back strong as well. TT Global gonna have that second last pick before AG.AL gets a lock in their prior picks.
Their prior picks right now might be on the focus of selecting a jungler or a clash lane right now coming in from TT Global. They might be lacking a form of engager, be it the Monkey, being another clash lane, maybe potentially the Charlotte that has yet to be picked up by TT Global.
That's true. Charlotte would be a stab in the heart to the side of AG.AL fans. But of course, we have to see TT Global. What is the strong pick? Do you get the jungle or the Clash Lane counter pick? It's going to be the Clash Lane counter pick because Menki will be the jungler for TT Global.
That is a very good hero being locked in here for TT Global here. A very consistent pick here to provide so much room for the Xiao Qiao, for the Direnjie here. On the side, AG.AL here. You gotta think here, what is your late game answer here against the Direnjie and Xiao Qiao here? What does Yinor have in store for us and the audience?
Yes, AG.AL already have a pretty decent answer, right? The lane will be able to access the backlines if given a choice. It kind of ignore the Zhang Fei, ignore the Menki front line, right? So TT Global, I think for them, it'll be smart to kind of get a counter engage. And here we go. AG.AL, a very strong, disruptive lineup. Marco Polo and the Lianpo, both of which can deal damage and disrupt at the same time.
I'm loving this Marco Polo coming in from Yinor here. A very decisive pick at such an important series marker here. And we get the Lu Bu being locked in here by Qing.
Debut pick, the Lu Bu comes out. This one, the Demon King is ready to make waves. Tremble Mortals. This time, TT Global, they want to finish the series.
They want to finish the series and they are eyeing on that KWC 2025 trophy, and this is their potential moment, but they are against AG.AL, the kings of KPL. This is their only shot to do so.
Yes, and this one, Liu Bu is going to be a very big pick because he deals true damage. And against a Flowborn tank, it doesn't matter. Against a Lianpo, as long as every cleave hits you, it is one chunk of your health that's going to be gone.
That is so true here, but that is the good and bad of the Lu Bu pick here. If you do not hit your spell one, you lose out the bonus true damage here. So that's gonna be key here coming in from Qing onto this Lu Bu pick.
Okay, so the whole roles, you have to deal with the thorns. Can they deal with the thorn? That is TT Global.
That's exactly it. The BPs have been locked in. A lot of aggression, a lot of disruption between these two teams. But who is going to disrupt the best? Will it be the AG.AL or will it be TT Global going into what potentially could be match point?
Okay, so stock standard from both teams, right? They will play that farm lane matchup, the clash lane matchup as well. This one is a very skill-based, positioning-based matchup in the lanes for both teams.
But what's not normal here is Yinor being swapped towards the mid lane here, mitigating the laning capability from Snowy on this Direnjie here. And to add on note to that, Zoe has decided to start from the farm lane here, and a lot of pressure has been confirmed onto this Flowborn tank.
Okay, they need to get this Fire Beak at the bottom here. This is where it's so important. The Smite not going to be available.
Oh no! It goes over to Snowy here as Zoe does not get the auto attack here, but Yinor on AG.AL still gets a lot of farming tempo, a lot of room to scale on this Marco Polo.
So he did steal that ball, right? So this ball camp is actually feeding Yinor quite a bit. He does have an advantage, slight one, albeit against Snowy. So for now, Snowy straight away boosts a 40 deal to make sure he has physical defense.
Oh, you gotta see one thing for sure here. Sunrise is slowly going towards level 4 here, and Zoe yet to clear his Azure Golem here. Sunrise definitely going to look at this invade.
Yes, he's going to be 4. He does have the Dream Roam, but no need to take extra risks, right? We already have that slight advantage. Actually, it's not that slight, it's about 600 gold.
Ooh, big poke here onto Zoe on this Flowborn tank here. So, spectators, if you're watching this game in the in-game map, check out and get that spectator gift, the KWC Recall.
The poke potentially the Xiao Qiao, man, it's just so crazy. Like, you think you're safe into the backline, like Shui there, and he just gets chonked down. I mean, Lianpo at low level is definitely going to be taking a beating here.
And good Xiao Qiao players kind of maximize the range, right? Because at max range, it does the double hit on you. And I think that's going to be a big game changer for the side of TT Global. For now, I think they can't catch Yinor out that much for now, but I think with the goal lead, they can kind of secure a couple of advantages across the map. 1,000 in the lead for TT Global.
That is a very healthy lead here coming in from TT Global, but good news here for AG fans, Tremble Mortals has been expended by Qing towards the clash lane here, so Ran on this lane has more room to breathe towards the mid game.
Okay, look at what Joy is doing. He's buying time by moving into the jungle on the side of AG.AL. He now knows the timing of that Crimson Golem. So let's see what they do with that information.
I'm liking what AG is doing here as well, right? They are making so much room for Eno to farm here. Ultimate has been popped towards the mid lane. Live from Yuyan on that screen here, fans are cheering for TT and AG.AL.
All right, put up your hands. And take a look at who is watching as well. BTK, they are looking to be the new kings. But for now, TT Global, well on their way to be on that throne.
On that throne, and look at Joy and Sly as they are looking to get control of the map right now. Crane steals away that Fire Phoenix camp. Right now, Snowy, Crane funneling farm towards each other, making sure that they have enough gold. Shun gets caught out.
Oh, the Bridal Air versus Wallaby. CFA is going to come in clutch. No! Shun gets taken down as well here. Shui maybe a little bit too late, but that 4-minute mark is going to keep that T1 alive.
Not exactly the best situation. Shui did burn out his flash as well. So this is a fight I think AG.AL might not be in favor for the Tempest, for the Tyrant.
Snowy is so on point right now. That flash ultimate coming in from the D-Ren really caught Shun off guard. And the follow-up damage was just so clean coming in from TT Global.
Okay, positional advantage for the side of TT Global. Joy does not have his passive yet, so there is a chance for a steal.
Chance for a steal here. We do see Zoe into the backline. Dream Rogue just actually commit onto it, but it's going to be stolen by AG.AL. The crucial kill theft is going to give AG.AL that extra damage in the early game.
Eno comes in clutch, gets the Resplendent Revolver, steals away the crucial Tyrant of this potential elimination game. Look at the potential motivation coming in from Shrine. He's looking to give rotational advantage towards Eno.
And it's a double whammy because Eno did not have to burn out his Purify, right? So he still gets to keep his common spell, and now AG.AL in fighting shape.
In fighting shape, indeed. Look at Eno here. He is scaling so well. He's already finished up the Doomsday here. He is gonna be a menace. So much damage onto Sunrise and Ching because they are building HP.
Smart choice, right? Most players on the Marco Polo, they go for the Spark Forge Dagger first because they want to clear the ways faster. But Eno knows that TT Global wants to fight. And fighting against Ching on the Liu Bu as well as Sunrise on the Mankey, you need percentage health damage.
I have to agree with you. And once he gets that Doomsday, he's working towards the Spark Forge. He's gonna be getting this Crimson Golem here. More damage goes towards his first spell, Resplendent Revolver.
All about fighting. The first itemization core item coming out from Shun as well is a Mass of Agony. Also, hang on.
Okay, Joy having to use the Unbridled Outburst there just to keep away the bot side of the map. But I mean, we kind of see here that Jing and Crane are looking to try and push that T1 as well. Sunrise waiting in the wing, using the Dream Row just to maybe try and push away Chong.
They don't want to push them away so they can put pressure on the T1 on the top. But unfortunately for them, Ran is already there. So AG.AL, they survive.
They survive and they are looking pretty decent in towards this early game here. Look at damage from Eno right now. Doomsday with the Crimson Golem. He's hitting hard right now as AG.AL. They're looking mad confident in looking for this Azure Golem take.
Not ideal for them. They jump in from the side of Zoe as well. They're looking for an opening, right? Because Joy is so low.
Yeah, Solo as well as obviously, Joy here, obviously having to use the Leaping Saber into the T1 territory, but we are getting a fight on two fronts. Tremor Smash having to be used here by Shui to actually get out of that team fight. To the depths
Still okay. Now, it is going to be the mid lane clear. The will they want to chase is just information for searching for the side of Sunrise, looking at what is available for the taking.
It's just exchanging information, getting the vision game set up right now. Goal lead is decent for TT Global here, but I gotta say, AG.AL has decent scaling as well on Shun, onto Eno, and onto Ran.
Okay, they need to protect the T1. I think Ching might not make it there in time. But in exchange, they get the T1 at the bottom, which is great for Snowy.
And look at how they're treating maps right now. They know for a fact that both sides are looking to exchange the turret. They exchange the Crimson Golem as well. But look at the top side right now. Liu Bu, ultimate's in.
1v3, the backup's coming.
Yeah, backup is here. Obviously, the Devil Sunset is going to be landing in onto Crane. He does get taken down there by Ran, but intercepted into the back line is going to be Sunrise with that Dream Row. A lot of damage coming from Snowy here. Shui goes down. Zoe, Shang looking low, but it's going to be the Sea of Fate that saves Zoe for now.
The Sea of Fate bails out Zoe. It's a 1-for-1 trade in favor of AG.AL as they trade the Roamer for Crane, the Xiao Qiao mid lane here coming in from TT Global here. AG's Eno looking headman strong right now. He has a lot of gold in his pocket.
Totally agree. That's the best trade you want if you're on the side of AG.AL, right? At the same time, Snowy is out of mana. He does not have anything besides the Crimson buff, and he can't exactly fight here.
And we're looking at the goal lead real quick coming in from both teams here. It is just a small marginal difference here, especially towards the mid lane only here. So I would say both teams are dead even as of this point compared to Game 2 and Game 3.
I think it all comes down to this mid T1, right? Whichever team gets the T1 first, which, TT Global, they're looking for an opening. They want to get the kill so they have some space. The 4v5 advantage, that's what both teams are looking for.
And I'm loving this Marco Polo here. He's having so much side lane control here. Ultimate has been popped by the Da-Qiao here to transport Eno towards the mid lane for this potential fight.
Okay, Sunrise, he gets information. It is more important to get the neutral objectives. They can clear the wave at the bottom T1 as well. Joy, keeping eyes. And the call from AG.AL so clean. Let's not give a care about the war about this Tyrant. Let's split push.
The split push, but right now they have to put focus back towards this Crimson buff as Eno, look at where he's going. He's looking to secure the top one onto this map here. Zoe gets a smite in, bails out with Seal of Fate here. Double value coming in from AG.AL. They secure both of the Crimson Golems.
They're blocking them. They want to get a T2 on the top. It is all about Ran. How much damage can he do to this T2? At the same time, TT Global caught in between, lying in wait. And he may be hunted this time if there's not enough support.
That is a very beautiful rotation and macro play here coming in from AG. Utilizing the Sea of Fate, utilizing the ultimate coming in from the Da-Qiao here, getting so much value onto the map, getting so much mutual objectives.
He's melting Sunrise. This is the benefit of having a Marco Polo with the Doomsday as well. And he does have the Crimson buff, so there is a potential of a great fight for the side of AG.AL.
And they're looking to knock on this tier 1 tower here. Eno puts so much damage onto the side of TT members here. Rotation goes towards the chain here, but TT Global, they're looking to assist their clash lane.
AG.AL, they're so smart, right? TT Global, they always give them the choice, hey, who do you want to kill on my side? And AG.AL now poses the same question, but with turrets, with the map. Which lane do you want to defend?
I mean, for AG.AL, they're just utilizing the map stage so well. Eno's roam and gun on this Marco Polo is paying dividends, and it is paying well. But Shadow Tyrant will be spawned on the map here, but Shin gets forced his ultimate out.
Treble Ball has been committed, and the door to the depth is going to be through as well. Depth on Sunset, and we are trying to get the kill here onto Ching, but then the lockdown is going to be going onto the opposite side of AG.AL. Ron picks up the kill. Once again, they're looking to contest this Shadow Tyrant into the back line. It's going to be Shuai, just keeping them away, but Sunrise is just there, but it resets, unfortunately, for the side of TT Global.
It's a 2v5. They can't win this for sure. TT Global, they have to be really careful. Ron, he might be able to jump in.
Oh, using that dream roll defensively, that's going to be scary for the side of TT Global. I mean, Inouye is going crazy, he's online, and the damage is really hurting now.
Inouye is definitely feeling extra confident right now. He's doing so much, making so much room for the side of AG.AL in this team compositions right now. Sunrise and team, they're looking to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, the Sea of Fate being used there to take Shrong back to base as they're just trying to make sure they can maintain the provocation from the Tyrant at this point of the game. It is the Shadow objectives that are on the board right now. Zoe, Shrong, and Shui all in that bot side of the pit.
Yeah, but they're playing the map. AG.AL, look, it's so smart. Once again, this play was what got them the win against TT Global in their own server. And right now, it is a lost cause for the side of TT Global.
And look at the top side right now coming in from Ryan. He's looking to push down that tier 3 here. Once the Lubu spawns on his top side, we will be seeing an ultimate coming in from Sheng to spawn him onto this map right now. We are looking at an exceptional map play here coming from AG.AL.
They're pulling them in every single direction, and TT Global, they look lost. And what happens? Inouye helping to secure this 10-minute Shadow variant. Hang on.
There's the ultimate from Xiao Qiao. He's going to do enough burst damage onto the back of the AG.AL, but no run into the back line there. It's going to be the depth to the depth as well onto this back line of AG.AL. TT Global right now are looking a little bit worse for wear. Ching goes down. This is not looking good.
This is not looking good indeed, and look at the map state right now. Yino, he knows for a fact that the fight is over. He's so good at finding these resources, and AG.AL with that fight secures the Shadow Tyrant. 3 kills from TT Global. They cement a 4,000 goal lead.
Yeah, this is typical AG gameplay, right? They make you choose, and once you choose wrong, you're gonna die.
Yeah, there it is once again. Access into the backline, just really showing how impressive Ron is on this lane. Just drive them away from that T3 and get the objective. Don't care about the kill.
Yeah, this series is not over yet. Hang on, you know he has to run for his life.
He does, but I mean, right now they could obviously still use the Either Whirlpool if they really needed to. They have kept it there. They're just making sure they got a safe bet for Yinor to get out of that.
And just look at the goal difference here coming in from Yinor here. The roam and gun playstyle coming in from Yinor is paying dividends, and it is paying so sweet and well here. 10,000 onto the board here for this Marco Polo.
It's about 1,000 ahead between each lane and each row, and this is a difficult situation for TT Global. And now AG finally, for the first time in 4 games, they are having the lead.
Once again, as we talked about this, AG.AL, you can never count them out. Their experience, their achievements brings them thus far, and right now they are looking eyes sharp in this game number 5 of a best of 7 series.
They have no answers, right? Sheng on this Star Child is just making them play the map, and TT Global looks so lost. They can't make the correct decisions, and when they can't decide, this is where AG.AL pounces.
They are pouncing, and look at Joy. He is almost close to the Unbridled Outburst. A Resplendent Revolver hits towards his face. He's going extremely low, but right now they're just fighting for the map as Zoe secures their Shadow Overlord.
Not a good situation for the side of TT Global. AG.AL fans, they're happy with this. They want to see them win, and this time is an advantage you cannot ignore.
You cannot ignore the mid-wave goes into this tower as AG.AL has the supreme wave domination here. Zoe goes for a small push.
The Unbridled Outburst does catch onto the backline here as well, but it's going to be obviously Ron into the backline of TT Global with the help of Shui. We see the other Whirlpool being placed out into the mid lane, and Ron is finally getting taken down, but it's going to be that pressure just creating the illusion here for AG.AL.
What happened to that confidence? What happened to that composition? Ron now down, 5 members still alive on the side of TT Global. They will be able to deal with the threat from that Shadow Overlord and Vanguard.
That is a good defense play here coming in from TT Global here. Snowy surviving the insane dive coming in from Ron and Shui without even burning the Flasher. That is good news for TT Global.
Yeah, TT Global, they make that recovery. Snowy now catching up a little bit, still 1,000 behind Yinor, but Yinor already at 12, close to 12,000. He should be 6 slotted. He has the Crimson buff. This is a great fight. If AG.AL can recompose their positioning.
They are looking to recompose, and they force away TT Global's attempt onto this mid-tier 1 here. Look at the map state right now. Shadow Tyrant is about to be spawned another time onto the map. If you look at Yinor, he knows for a fact that he is so strong onto this side, and he is bullying everyone coming from TT Global.
AG.AL, they need to be very careful about the timings here, right? If they allow this game to go into a Tempest Dragon game, it might be that 50-50 chance that TT Global are looking at.
I have to agree with you. Look at the damage down here coming in from Snowy. 110,000 on this D-Range. As long as he doesn't falter towards AG.AL's dive composition, he will always out-damage Yinor.
But looking at the map composition, AG.AL, they have definite superior map control. They're going in.
Yep, Zoe going in. It's going to be able to get the takedown onto the damage output of TT Global right now. Obviously just using that Moon Slash into the backline as well, keeping them away, but also having that CC immunity here. Ron is staying very safe for now, but Shui just looking to try and keep them away. The Sunrise onto the backline of AG.AL.
So smart. AG playing the same thing again, poking and prodding, right? They don't go for the kills. The kill is a bug. And what happens? Now you're bombarded by all those super minions on the top, on the bottom. AG.AL looking strong in this game.
And the waves are coming in towards the mid lane of this final tier 3 towers here. Sunrise might look for an engagement as Zoe goes in.
Yeah, we'll put it there once the ball being committed. Once more is going to be AG.AL claiming that high ground. Turn the Triple Mortal into the backline here. It's going to make sure that Ching is not going to be able to get back to his team without dying here. The true damage not going to come through here for Ching as well. But the takedown of Inwa is going to be crazy. But with no T3s, this is going to be a hard defense for TT Global.
It's okay coming in from TT Global as they secure a kill on Yinor. Check out this replay real quick. Triple Mortals misses. Yinor is looking for the pounce on the backline here. Goes for the element but gets cancelled almost immediately coming in from TT Global. Expends a lot of spells here. That that is so much resources expended by AG.AL.
I get the idea of Ching's ultimate, right? He was expecting everyone to flash on the side of AG to go back, right? But unfortunately, AG.AL, for them, too smart, too composed, they did not commit the flash, and Ching outplayed himself in that one.
A big brain play coming in from both sides, I have to say, is the true explanations here. But as you mentioned here, TT Global, a barren base, no towers. But we've seen this before. Games like this can go towards the 20-minute mark.
Zoe, his positioning is the same way they lost one of these games. He cannot allow himself to be shown. I have the Whirlpool summon.
Oh, the collapse onto Crane though. I mean, they are picking up the price prior of TT Global and then back onto the backline of AG.AL. They get the same sanctuary up, but it is going to be that huge ultimates from the side of AG.AL. The Tremor Smash, the Death on Sunset. So much claim here.
And it's an ace for the side of AG.AL. They come back swinging, and right now with a wave in the middle, AG.AL looking for the equalizer. 2-3.
Minions are marching in, and they are eye strong in bringing us to a pivotal game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game 6.
Woo! I mean, all the fans wanted this. AG.AL, it looked like they had a lot of trouble adjusting to the playstyle of TT Global. But finally, we get this. AG.AL, bang your drums!
This is why you can never count out AG.AL. They are such a strong team, so experienced, so many achievements here. They are calm, composed, and these are the moments where they show up the most.
It really is about the map control, right? The KPL Titans are showing you how to play peak HOK. Number one, you don't have to do all the work. Let other people do the hard work. Come in for the crucial kill theft.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was that really kind of set the pace here for AG.AL was that crucial kill theft, right? I mean, getting that just meant that that early game had so much damage going over to their side, but it's then just down to the draft as well, right? Like the fact that Marco Polo is just so combative against Monkey Pig is crazy, and obviously Crate Buff as well, they were claiming it's going to be a 4-3 to AG.AL, so that's what they want, that's what they're looking to get here.
And that is what our viewers want as well. They want to see the ultimate battle potentially being unfolded at this stage, at the Grand Finals of Amazon Arena for this KWC 2025.
Yes, it's something that's so beautiful, because if you watch KPL, they have a saying, right? They say 让山追四, which means to give you 3 games and we'll win 4 in a row. And if AG.AL are gonna win KWC 2025 in that fashion, can you imagine the eruption in the fans?
I mean, speaking of eruption, he's not on the analyst desk, but we're going to throw it over to them anyway and see what they think of this one.
AG.AL in an AG.AL fashion, taking one victory that puts them closer to the comeback, right? Everyone thought, you know what, it might not be their day, but they came in and they proved us wrong. They came in and showed us how AG.AL can take control of this. They have played so many best of 7s, and they know they're not strangers to being behind, and they're going to come in and they're going to show to us how it's actually done. AG.AL taking that victory, amazing. We saw Dave just taking the chef's kiss right over there. It was actually, that last fight was insane.
Absolutely here. As you mentioned, this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? While TT had that really good momentum going, now AG.AL is kind of finding their footing here. I would like to mention, though, TT did a pretty economical draft there. You know it's economical? Because there's a lot of characters I like on their team, like the Lubu.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Lubu right in this whole KWC 2025. So. It was the first time that we saw that Lubu in there.
I kind of want to say it's kind of like the key to the victory also for the side of AG.AL, because their lineup was faster actually, and the lineup of TT Global was super slow, maybe because of the Lubu plus the Xiao Kiao combination. We fully understand why they chose this, but then again, look at this. Yinuo, guys, he finally got the chance to play his game with the dashes and everything of this Marco Polo. Dead staring, like locked in to do the clap back and the comeback of this game.
You know,
but have you seen, just as we look at the screen, have you seen that the most critical fights always come at this time? 17:30, 18:30, because nobody wants to push it for the Tempest Dragon. They decide, you know what, it has to be right over here.
Man, in this team fight, Zoe's position was next level.
Yes.
He had next to red buff bush for like, I don't know, a good minute. And then let everybody pass through, Lubu pass through. Nobody noticed he was there. And just when they find out exactly where Xiao Chao was, they find, oh, this is a crane. They went in, flanked the backline, instantly one-shotted him, and then clean up the rest of the team.
You're going to see here, TT's lineups are often revolving around Snowy here. Look at that damage dealt. But It's really hard for him to play the game here when he has Marco Polo jumping on him, he has that lane jumping on him, 2 tanks on him. He doesn't get the room to really play.
Yeah, and actually they don't have the ability to have a kill threat also because of Shang Zero. I would like to commend the Dakyo on this one. Like we fully understand the stun on the Lubu and the rundown, of course, with the Menke and everything. But of course, with the teleportation skill of the mid laner of AG, it was indeed the difference maker of this game.
I'm telling you, I agree with Manjin when we say that Shang was one of the key moments, was one of the key persons, to make AG.AL be able to take 1 point back. Shang over there with that performance, just understanding the tempos of the game, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the teleportation. By the way, now we're mentioning DaQiao.
Yeah.
Did you notice Floatborne Tank played by TTG as well as AG.AL is 100% win rate. They do not lose on these. It's actually quite insane. We had a 0%, right?
For
all the other teams outside of TTG and AG.AL. And they show us something completely different. That's why I want to take our notepads and start taking some notes and seeing how this character is played. The DaQiao as well as the Floatborne Tank. Even though the early game, they had such a horrible opening. But nonetheless, the resilience, the combos, the power of the combos showed off and they won the game.
They won the game because at the end of the day, it's about it of decisions. It's a matter of the communication. Just being able just to have the synergy that would allow them just to fight as one. And I know that Phil has a point on that from the previous game, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go again, bro. Okay.
Oh, let's go.
Dave has lost his telestrated privileges, has returned to his rightful owner as we go ahead and
all right, let me hold this for you.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Let's get started here. We're on here. This is going to be a very simple concept, all right? Nothing complex, nothing to get confused on here. Look here. This game drawn out really long, 22 minutes. Tempest is up. Everyone knows Tempest Dragon wins games. Let's watch what happens here, all right? Because of the early game advantage that TT has created here, you see, look at the base of AG here. They have no towers left. Because of that, we see all these elite minions pushing up. That is moving this Byron all the way towards the bottom side there, and they're forced to not have a favorable position for the fight. And once they go ahead and have the Byron go ahead and clean up the wave, TT goes here and forces the fight with the Furball.
That moment over there.
And it's just that simple. You know, it's nothing too complex. This is just goes down to, it's a numbers game.
It's a matter of communication, right? Because in the moment that they have eyes on the Byron just being in the high ground, that is the moment when they say, like, just push. Go for
pull
it.
the trigger.
Yep.
And it's a win-win for them. If Byron doesn't go, those minions will chip down, maybe even take down the crystal of them. And if he does go, they get to force a favorable fight here in this 4v5.
Now, I want to also give credit to AG. The amount of resilience, although it's a 5v4, and then to Phil's credit, that's a really important point. Honor of Kings is all about number advantage when team fights. And AG somehow hold their ground in that specific team fight. And just in the very last game as well, despite the horrible early game, they stay cool and collected, right? With Marco Polo, Ino stealing that crucial Tyrant. I think that turned around
that swung the game. That swung the early game for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to commend of course, the endurance of AG.AL and the mindset that they have in this game. Again, this is not new to them. They're champions for a reason. And again, going back to my point, if they manage to actually push this to an ultimate battle and probably like get the victory or just push it to the limit, they're gonna. I do believe they're the greatest of all time.
I'm telling you that everybody wants to watch an ultimate battle, but the TT Global fans, they just want to like, no, we don't want no ultimate battle. Just send us right now to get the trophy, and that's it. But I know that everyone else around the world watching right now our live, they want to see that Game 7 because in that Game 7 we could see interesting matchups that we don't get to see every day. But now, before we move into Game 7, we need to move into Game 6. Game 6 is one of the hardest games that you can play because of the VP. It just gets so deep. It gets so hard for the coaches to make decisions that it's going to come down to who set the chessboard in a better way.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of drafts strategies available for both sides. There's still a lot of really good picks. Lady Sun still hasn't been used. DRNG still hasn't been used. And by the way, the signature hero for Arlie still has not been used.
I doubt it's going to be used, though, to be honest.
I don't think that TT Global is going to allow it, right?
I kind of feel it really depends on the side, though. Like, if TT Global has the blue side, they can actually, like, steal the Arlie pick, if I'm not mistaken. Like, Snowy hasn't got a chance to use it as well. Even the Loong, if I'm not mistaken, is still free for TT Global. So the side selection here will definitely matter. If they go, like, the red side again, they will permaban the Arlie for sure.
That's one of the beautiful things about Game 6, right? Like, it depends if you're in the blue or you're in the red, it's just going to make a completely different decision, right, Phil?
Something to note is, since TT actually lost last game, they get side selection here, and one of the most important games here. So depending on what they want in their draft, first or second pick, you know, they can take one or two, they go ahead and have that option.
No, to your point, Phil, with Coach Jojo now having the power of the side selection.
Oof, that is a big buff.
God.
That is a gigantic buff for TT Global, right?
Dude, that might be why we saw some more economical picks last game, sizing up for this next game here coming up.
You know, the entire series, we're just studying what does this specific ban or pick mean?
Yeah.
It's such a masterclass on draft. I think going back, I'm going to take a few hours, just go back and look at every single game's draft because it's so good.
And Yixing is actually open all throughout this series. They rather they would rather prioritize the Nuwa or maybe an Angela. Maybe I'm not gonna be surprised if we're gonna see yet another Angela game for this.
You know, these drafts are so complex and so confusing because these players are able to literally play every single character.
Anything. You give them whatever hero that they want and they're going to create a composition just out of nothing, right?
Yeah, and guys, for those who did not know, AG.AL Sheng has one of the highest hit rate with Frost skill 2. And that hero is still available.
Still available, Princess Frost. Wow. I think Kong Ming also is still available for the mid laner. So I really want to see this draft right now.
So many different options. Ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be TT Global taking that victory and then just going for the totem where they can input their key? Or is it going to be AG.AL sending us to the ultimate battle? This game is going to be electrifying. Yeehaw! Casters, take it from here.
AG.AL were able to strike back, but have the tide shifted enough for them to get themselves back into this series, Kindofu?
I don't know. This one is so close. Everyone, even in the live audience as well as the chat, everyone's asking, make it 3-3. We want the ultimate battle.
The ultimate battle is what we want to see here, but TT Global does not want that to happen. If they have a shot, they have one more shot at here to close out the series in a 4-2 fashion here. So, coming into the pick and ban here, we talk about their Arlie. That hero is not getting the daylight it deserves.
Oh, this one is so painful. You have a Long on the side of TT Global. There is a big burst potential, but AG.AL, I like this response. The Dharma and the Yuan, two of the most picked heroes in KWC, and maybe this is their ticket into that ultimate battle.
For our KPL teams here, it is not just about the experience, it is also about the adaptation because this meta is entirely new in terms of the drafts and hero power towards them here. So being able to pick up this Dharma and Yuan on the side AG.AL, that means a lot. But that Zhuangzi from TT Global.
I just got punched, dude. It's a Zhuangzi pick. This silences and mutes the Dharma. We've already seen how well this pick goes. And AG.AL, they say, okay, never mind. We will back it up with a Musashi. We're going to try and chase this Long down.
We're trying to chase that Long down here. We're looking at so many engaged potentials here coming in from AG.AL's lineup here. If you have only one butterfly effect coming in from the side of TT Global Zhuangzi here, you cannot mitigate two engages coming in from AG.AL.
Exactly. AG.AL, very smart band here, taking out the Jing. They don't want that instant burst potential because that's still available for the side of TT Global. So one big burst hero in the form of Lung. What else do they have in their pockets?
They still have the Charlotte in their pockets here because we know for a fact that Ching, in the previous few games here, he has been so crucial towards the team here. If he can get his hands onto that Charlotte, that could be big.
And also AG.AL, they actually have a hidden strength in the first skill of Musashi, the Illuminating Slash will be able to cancel things like the Lady Jin ultimate, the Flaming Palms from Lung, and even that first skill from Zhuangzi as well. So a lot of potential of turnaround if AG.AL time their skills right.
That will be a very heavy responsibility here coming in from Zoe's Musashi. If he times it well, that's going to be mitigating a lot of damage output coming in from TT Global here. Look at the bans here. A lot of the focus here from AG.AL is towards the jungle, is towards the farm lane here. Same goes for TT Global here. The mid and farm lane has been targeted as well.
Okay, so do you pick up the Hoi if you're AG.AL? No, have they picked up the Hoi yet?
No, Hoi is still up and available for AG.AL here, and that will not be the case here as we get another Xiao Qiao for AG.AL. Will we see success in this game?
Great answer, right? Okay, why is this such a great answer? Because you force Zhuang to use her ultimate early. Like Xiao Qiao has great range, her second skill knockup is gonna force you to use your ultimate on Zhuang because there's too much damage for the follow-up.
Exactly the case, right? So we have to see here, going down to this draft here, we are at Game 6 here, Ken. Lesser and lesser heroes are available, especially we are not talking about the usual ones we're seeing here. When we go down to Game 6 here, that's where the big boys come out, that's where the rare pick comes out.
There's no more options left for the side of TT Global. You need a tank, something, and okay.
Oh,
wow,
Lanling!
Super greedy. The Prince of Lanling, a debut pick in KWC. What may be the success marker for TT Global?
We have the meme here, ladies and gentlemen, Lanling versus Xiao Qiao here. We know for a fact that Lanling is exceptionally good in hunting the Xiao Qiao players here. So we have the Guan Yu as well here. So that's a lot of backline access here coming in from TT Global here. And for AG.AL, we know for a fact that the Shoyu has been locked in here. More late game firepower.
Okay, both teams, when they play in the KPL, their average game times are roughly around 15 minutes. And for Soya, that's a beautiful timing because that's when his full power spike comes. So TT Global, they've equipped themselves with what they feel is the best. AG.AL as well. Who is going to come out on top?
Who is going to come on top? We have to figure out between these two contestants here because it is going to be a cat and mouse chase between these two lineups.
It's going to be actually crazy indeed. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted going into Game 6. You were talking about the fact that the players are kind of going deep into the hero pool, and to get some of these picks, it's going to be interesting going in because, of course, the Prince of Lanling, all eyes are going to be on this hero.
For sure. Debut pick, you want to have 100%. I mean, okay, for the stat nerds, it's either 100 or 0.
It is 100 or 0 here. Let's talk a bit onto the winning conditions of both teams here. For TT, it's simple. The heroes on your team, Lanling and Guan Yu, you find Shoyu and Xiao Qiao here. Same goes for AG. You need to make sure they are staying alive here and you remove the threat Snowy on this Long.
And Sunrise can kind of bait out a lot of skills on the side of AG.AL.
Yeah, he's going to be able to bait. I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. But of course, this is Grand Finals, Game 6, match point for TT Global, going up against AG.AL. Do they have enough firepower to bounce back and to make it go to the ultimate battle?
They need that firepower right now. Both sides, the fans, TT Global fans, are ready for the series win, the first ever KWC trophy.
That trophy is indeed what these two teams are eyeing right now. Sunrise here gets a small jungle camp steal here, but Zoe gets the major of the camp here. Look at the cheer here. TTG, 5 players stronger together, further than ever.
They need to get this steal, and it does not happen for the side of AG.AL, so they do protect that first camp in the bars, but Snowy falling a little bit low here.
Snowy is decently low here, so that control of the fire peak here, that spawns only one time in the game, goes over to the hands of AG.AL here, and this Shoyu, the snipes are hitting hard.
Yes, this is why you make that first rotation, right? As a mid laner, you want to have the 3-man advantage, push them away, get that initial neutral objective, of which AG.AL has hit the point and hit the marker.
And that is especially important here. If you get that marker here, you allow this Xiao Qiao onto Sheng, this Shoyu onto Yino to really scale towards the late game here. That is what you need. You need them to have all these resources.
And talking about resources, King's Fight redeemed that one. 4,000 EXP for your Honor Pass. Oh, I want that as well.
Head to the community tab in your settings. hit that CD key button and 4,000 Honor Pass EXPs will be yours. Just like the Wild Force being stolen away by Sunrise.
Okay, Sunrise, he makes a trade. There is a potential for him to come in. They know that he's around. They don't know where just yet. And maybe Ran in danger.
Ran here smells out the potential danger here, returns back to his tower here as we see a 1v1 here between Snowy and Yinor here. So far, game is looking really, really close in this early game.
I think, it just depends, how many snipes can he land onto Snowy before the actual engage, right? That is going to be a determining factor. Sheng looking for the knockup.
Sheng looking for the knockup here, does not get the knockup here, might be forcing out the infinite facets here. It has been forced out.
Yeah, but the backup is coming on the side of TT Global. They realize that, hey, this is not the point. The snipe does not make the count for now, but we're still safe on the side of TT Global.
Well, rinse and repeat is what AG needs to. One more time that happens, and Snowy might be in danger as this fight might break out topside.
Yeah, but Sunrise is going to be spotted out. The spider senses are tingling. They know something is astray, but they do have a numbers advantage. They will use this to potentially go for the sprite, and they do.
Yeah, backup is coming though. We'll be looking for the opening. Forced back by Shuai, a nice stun, and Ching now has the back off. That health bar not looking too healthy.
It is not healthy, and one thing we have to know for AG.AL, we've seen they picked up these Shuai's Yuan here, but they do not go for the traditional the tank build. He loves to go towards that magic tank build on this Rome Yuan.
Okay, I think it's a good build, right? I will disagree in the earlier parts of group stages, but now you have to go all in.
It is time to go all in, right? It is game number 6 here. If you don't go all in here, there will not be an ultimate battle for the potential blind pick here.
Yep, AG.AL playing the map so well, right? So they get a space sprite on the top, they amplify and enhance the farming rate of Zoe, who is at level 7. He hit 7 before Sunrise, and this is going to be a cause of concern, because Sunrise, while he is going for a tank, he's not as tanky as Zoe on this Musashi.
I have to agree with you, so we have to see here what is the backline access here coming in from both teams here. Whoever pulls the trigger and finds the correct engages will be the one to dictate the game, as game number 6, Tyrant has been spawned onto the map.
Okay, first Tyrant of the game. It's about the damage.
Two-man stun. Snowy taking a lot of it. He needs to go to the skies, and he's going to get on back. Sunrise rolls out with the wild wind from downtown. Hits him from downtown, and they're going to continue on. They're going to get Crane as well.
It's a double kill coming in. A third one maybe.
They might go for it, but ride the wind, pushing him back. It will create a little bit of space, but the Tyrant, again, still the next big target for AG.
Yinor comes up huge with the snipe here, getting Sunrise out of the map here. This is the early game we want to see from the Kings of KPL. AG.AL gets the Tyrant in their pockets.
So do they explode this lead? Because at 2 kills already, they're leading by about 1,500 gold. And there is no way to slow down the jungling rate on the side of Zoe.
I have to agree, but right now we have to see one thing's for sure. With that kill, with that Tyrant here, who's on board right now? Sheng on Xiao Xiao, Yinor onto this whole E here. They are looking really, really fresh. Look at Yinor here, holding that 600 gold lead over Snowy.
Already has the Eternity Blade, right? This is the maximum critical item on the side of a Shoyue. And he's hitting this power spike very early in the game. Zoe, he's not going to care about this.
Yeah, Zoe actually just being a little bit aggressive, but he's going to walk into Sunrise and go duel to death on this one, but they're going to shake that one off. You know what? Pick it up, Ching up from afar.
It's a difficult position to be in, because you can't stop him, and when you can't stop this guy, he's gonna reach that late game itemization so quickly. They have no answers.
They have no answers, but we have to look at TT Global's change here. He might be the solution that TT Global will be needing towards the later stages of the game here. But as we mentioned here, AG.AL fans, they are exceptionally happy right now as AG.AL holds a 2,000 healthy goal lead.
Yeah, you're all coming from all these little camps, clearing the waves early as well, and the turrets, right? So that turret T1 on the bottom already taking a fall, and TT Global has not responded well at all. Take a look at the T1s across the board. AG.AL in the pink of health.
Yeah, but the teleport in the bottom lane, Ron will be there to deal with just Snowy. He was kind of chipping away at that T1. Right now, it's all about that space, taking advantage of what AG.AL are giving you.
Yep, AG.AL, they need to push and make sure that TT Global does not hit that growth. Right now, they're stifling their growth. It's about a 2,500 goal lead for the side of AG.AL.
But AG.AL, as we mentioned, this team knows how to make their economy work, and right now it is working for them exceptionally well. Look at the difference between these two jungles here. Zoe is so far ahead of Sunrise as of this point.
I mean, it's a huge deficit for Sunrise to have to come back from. He's the main target on getting to the backline and to get on top of Yino. It's not going to be easy, especially since you're so far behind.
And the main concern here is Joy's not going to be able to tank too much. And when that is a problem, it means there's access for Sheng, access for Ran, more importantly, access for Zoe.
That is the case here, and look at the potential catcher towards the mid lane here. Butterfly effect has been expended from Joy.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow all the way up in front, but the Infinite Vastness will be used as well, so Altar being expended, but in the end, nobody's really dying on this one.
Ran, he's looking for an opening. Sunrise gets.
They're going to get the pushback. The top two Clash laners have been going at it for quite some time, but now Yuno is looking to join. He's got that damage, but Zoe getting so low, but Ching will die.
He clutches it so well here. Yuno with the cavalry to save his dear jungle here. Ching with the attempt. Good try, but not this time.
Showing you that picks are not just that important, the execution as well. 2v1 numbers advantage for AG. And Ran now, he's just ready to give it a go because Joy does not have his ultimate.
And you look at the goalie that we keep mentioning time and time again here. 3 kills are the side of AG.AL, but that goalie is just ever so slightly glowing as every minute passes on.
It's tough. TT Global right now don't have that map control. They've been pushed back. I mean, the 3 kills have definitely helped, but AG.AL, the way that they're moving across the map, they're taking advantage of everything.
And it's so hard to choose, right? Because on the side of Sunrise, like you said, you definitely want to go for Sheng on this Xiao Xiao, but at the same time, you need to deal with Enor, so they're never standing together.
They're never standing together, and they are currently standing as one to really counter this Crimson Golem. If they can get this, the lead further pushes over.
Yeah, Joy taking a lot of damage. The Crimson Golem has already been stolen away, but now the jump in. Sunrise finds Shang, just left them wanting, and that's it. But the Unending Sorrow, it looks like they're going to be trying to retreat on this one, but it's a 1-for-1 thus far.
They can't chase. Ran does have his ultimate. That Truth Mantra is available. Ching cannot make the steal. There is no jungler available for TT Global, and AG extend their lead to 4,000 gold.
And look at Rondo, he might be looking for potential engages here. These snipes here coming in from Yino are hitting hard right now as more snipes onto Crane here. Crane's recall has been stopped by Yino.
Not the ideal situation. Crane has to walk back to base. That is time wasted, and that is time bought for the side of AG.AL.
AG.AL looking at a very comfortable lead right now as they want to make sure Yino gets so much space. Yino, look at him, having the time of his life right now, unbotted, unscattered.
This cover by Shuai is so good, right? The range of his Tragic Beauty as well as the Mournful Tempo, the stuns, and look at the free hits he's getting.
He's just going in for free hits, and he knows for a fact if someone so slightly just jump on him, he can bail out with the Unending Sorrow here. Hence, he's just slowly chipping away this mid tower.
Sunrise, this is not the place you want to be. Another snipe hits his head here, and this is why the device is so irritating to deal with.
So irritating to deal with here. Yino exceptionally well here. Look at the engage.
Jump in, he gets the pushback with that heroic charge and he pushes him away. They get Shang, but the Infinite Vastness is going to be used by Snowy. He was so low.
Yeah, Ching makes it out. He will have to run away. TP back to hold. Nobody dies yet on the side of TT Global, but they give away the most important marker.
But look at Ching and Sunrise position though. They want to contest this.
Contest here. Ching dives on in for this, but Terrain has been picked off. The tire will be picked off as well. They lose 2.
They lose 2, and right now the chase continues by Ron here. Snowy does not have the Infinite Vastness. Gets caught out by Ron and Zoe here. 3 kills towards the side of AG.AL. Potentially a 4 of the Ching.
Oh, they walk right into this one. Ching pushes him away with that heroic charge, and it looks like Shuai wants to go for him. Gets the solo onto Ching.
Yeah, man, AG.AL. This is a door opening that they did not expect to get, but they will oblige.
And AG continuing on, putting that pressure onto the bottom T3. Yuno hitting like a truck, taking it down as well as the mid T2.
7,000 gold lead for AG.AL. That was so many kills. The Shadow Tyrant towards the hands of AG.AL right now. They are looking so damn confident.
So tough, right? Sunrise was looking for the flank, but he knows that it's too risky of a play right now, especially with Ching down. TT Global hanging on.
The counter pick or so, yeah, the device is working so well. Look, Sunrise is now, inhibited. He cannot move around the map anymore.
They cannot move at all here. Look at Sunrise. As you mentioned, he's just trying to delay the inevitable right now. More and more damage onto the Shuangzi. He's not tanky here. He will have to back off, and this tier 3 will be in danger.
AG.AL starting the siege on that top T3, easily taking it out. But look at the other side. I mean, TT Global took their first tower. The bottom T1 might open up the map, but man, it's been tough for TT Global thus far.
Sunrise, maybe he can get a steal here. He is appearing. They know that he's here. They see the marker. They're all chasing in.
Yeah, they know the spider senses are on point. They're trying to just survey the area. They're not able to find them, and it looks like Sunrise will recall back.
He will recall back, but the Shadow Overlord has been fallen towards the hands of AG.AL. The last tier 3 tower stands for TT Global in this game 6.
Look at the top 3 gold charts. All of them going the way of AG.AL. They've played this game perfectly. And with these Vanguards looking to crash into the middle lane, it's going to be less and less space for TT Global.
No more lifeline for the side of TT Global. They were looking so good at the start of the series. They're looking for something.
Yeah, they go in for this one. But the Infinite Fastest, he's going to look to try to go aggressive. They want to go, and they find Yino. That's a huge play for them. But what else can they get? They're on the run. The top T3 is looking to go down, and Zoe just wants to end the game. Slice and dice, and they will go to an ultimate battle.
Welcome to the ultimate battle. This KWC 2025 could not have happened in any other way.
热爱黑周 K 的朋友们，让我们用掌声和尖叫迎接这场巅峰对决 AG.AL versus TT Global. We are going to game number 7.
Ultimate battle, my friends and fans in HOK. There was no other storyline than this.
Man, what a series we got in our hands here, kid. We are going to ultimate battle here. We were questioning, are we gonna see a clean 4-1 from TT Global? But no, the resilience, the gameplay, the mature, the experience coming in from AG.AL is just too strong.
This is why they're a championship team, able to have that resilience to bounce back, know that no hole is too deep for them, and they can climb their ways out. Yes, they still have one more game. They have not crossed that finish line, but they've gotten themselves even with TT Global here.
So with this, you know what makes me really happy? Ultimate battle, we will get to see the early. I want to see that hero so bad.
Yino's early will be unlocked in this game 7 here. That is a staple pick, the FMVP Eno. His early will be unlocked here. So, game 7 here, we will no longer have pick and bans. It is just blind picks.
Yes, you work in silence and you let your results make the noise. AG, 真的是让山追势吗?
We have to see, kid. We have to see. Will it be a reverse of what just happened here? Because, man, what a series we got on our hands today. Because right now, we are looking at both of these coaches. They will have sufficient time for the first phase of the ultimate battle, which we will start with the side selection.
Okay, let's take a look at the side selection. I am pretty sure they will show it now. Now, what does TT Global for? They go for that blue side pick. They want Prio.
They want Prio, they want the blue side map advantage that is in favor of the bottom side. They want to put pressure onto Snowy to carry this game here. And Coach Jose and these two coaches, they shake their hands, and right now they are looking to formulate the draft. They have 3 minutes.
But do you really want to give AG.AL the red side, the counter pick side?
But kid, you gotta remember, ultimate battle, there is no more counter picks. We're looking at blind picks here, so coaches are going to be thinking, are we going to be drafting the most meta composition? Or are we going to be looking at the counter compositions, right? What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the buff positioning, right? Because this is where your farm lanes will be decided. If you're on the blue side, your farm lane is going to be at the bottom. The Prio buff, to start with, on the red side, is actually the blue buff. Your Crimson your Azure Golem, and that impacts your rotations.
That indeed impacts your rotation here, but since the side selections have been finalized by both these two teams here, we will definitely be seeing the early here being the pick here for both these two farm lanes here. But I gotta be thinking here, what are the potential other picks here that might be available?
I don't know, the jungle, like Ogren, we haven't seen an Ogren yet, right?
Are we going to see like the Ogren or potentially a Jing matchup? Zoe is a godly Jing here.
Yes. We have seen him in KPL where he took that Jing to an absolute different level.
It may be the Jing here, it might be the FMVP that he got with his pay pick here. There is so many options here coming into this ultimate battle here. We gotta see here, is mid lane gonna be a Mai Shiranui double matchup here? What are we gonna be looking at?
I mean, at this point, you have to take a look at the stats, right? Because for AG.AL, they are the #1 team in terms of wins in best of 7s. So TT Global, the stats don't look too good. But if there's any day to prove someone wrong, today has to be that day for TT Global.
And Coach Jose has a 100% win rate in Grand Finals as well, though. So you are clashing two of these statistics here.
Someone's going to walk away with 0 today. Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate for them. I mean, I think going into this one, it's going to be key to ensure that like you have a well-rounded draft, but at the same time, trying to counterpick what they could potentially throw at you. I think it's okay if we have an Arlie on Arlie action or even Mai and Mai in the mid lane, but some of the other heroes, the jungle one is going to be the most interesting, at least to me.
True. Look, this is a battle on many fronts. KWC, sure, you're here as the two titans from KPL, but even in KPL, they are now in the S group. They have fought each other. So this is not just pride on the global stage. This is also a home bragging rights you want to have.
You want to be having, if you're TT Global, you might be the ones to defeat AG.AL in the international stage. And if you're AG.AL, getting this win cements yourself even further as one of the best KPL teams out there. So the stakes are extremely high.
Yes, an extensive history, as you guys know. If you didn't, Eno is considered a veteran in the KPL server. TT Global, also known as the Young Guns team. They're very, very young, under 20, I believe. And now this question is, does tenacity beat experience?
Does tenacity beat experience? Well said here. Only time will tell as we are closing in at the final decision of the ultimate battle. 50 seconds on the clock.
Right, so welcome everyone. If this is your first time watching Honor of Kings, we are at the ultimate battle. 18 teams have come with 18 different expectations, but one destiny to be fulfilled. It was no other way. It had to be the ultimate battle. 50-50, who is going to take it all?
Who is going to take it all? Will it be the Youngbloods, TT Global, or will it be the legendary AG.AL from the KPL region? Only time will tell. 15 seconds on the clock for the final draft of KWC 2025.
Okay, so what do you expect out of this ultimate battle? Are we going like strong, aggressive, go into the jungle, or are we talking about play our cards safe, wait until we have our power spikes, and then we start fighting?
We gotta see, right? Because last game, it was so bombastic coming in from AG.AL here. All of these teams ramping up into Game 7, they have their own moments, have their own highlights here. It was so crucial for them to get that first Tyrant. I think whoever gets that first Tyrant on 4th Minimark and wins that team fight will secure the mid to early game.
I like that you say bombastic because straight away my mind went boom shakalaka.
I mean, going into this one, I mean, the biggest thing about this is that they're literally playing this game for about $290,000 USD, right? That's the difference between first and second place. $750,000 for first place and winning the KWC. You're talking about prestige, but hey, money talks as well.
Money talks and money is earned for those. It is not given, it is not given, it is earned by yourself here. We have so many fans in the Amazon arena and we are excited with them as well. Look at the AG.AL fans, they are wishing best of luck for their team.
That's right, we have made the decisions, or they have made the decisions. They have brought their destiny to this critical moment at KWC 2025. And you are all invited because as we enter this final stage of the ultimate battle, only one will come out. But let's hear from the desk. Isaac, what do you have for us?
What do I have for you? I have Game 7. It is exactly how everyone dreamt that it was going to be. When you woke up today and you said like, oh, I'm really looking forward to this AG.AL against TT Global, you're expecting the kind of action that you are having today. And I know that I was not the only one that wanted this to go all the way to the 7th game. If you're new to us, we're coming into the ultimate battle. That ultimate battle where everything is up for grabs, every strategy is out there, and all we're here is gonna come down to the players, to the coaches, and it's gonna come down to the fans to give us some noise and be able to allow them to get stronger and stronger. Boys, let's talk Game 6 before we go into Game 7. What happened right over there?
Oh my goodness! It's a mastery of ban picks, okay?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Now, we talk about this all the time.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we do. we started out with a Dharma and Zhuangzi pick and counter pick, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my god,
Yeah.
is it over?
Yeah.
But then the Musashi got taken out. And we're like, okay, Musashi, well, what do you do? Zhuangzi can cancel that. But it turned out he's a bait. He goes in, bait out Zhuangzi's ultimate, and Dharma goes in, right? So that's a strategy. On top of it, what AG.AL did is they have Shoyu have the poke comp.
Poke comp,
They
yeah.
have a lot of vision. They have Xiao Qiao, they have Shoyu. They constantly poke the other side. So they're low on HP to begin with, which allow AG.AL even better chance at team fights. That's why they're able to secure every single objective. What a game to bring us to Game 7.
AG.AL, they put in their hearts out like every time, every game. They want to prove to everyone that, hey, this is a championship. We need to go prime time. This is going to be ratings for everyone. Then again, I kind of feel like the Long first pick was a wasted pick there for the side of TT Global, because Long was actually already been picked by AG in game number 1. So I kind of like want them to go for maybe a different
order
or
in those picks, right?
Yeah, a different order, maybe an S tier, another tier in the Clash lane. But then again, they're the pros. They're not me, so
I think that they already had an idea of what they wanted to go for, right? Like they already had a composition in mind, and they already could predict exactly what AG.AL was going to do on the other side. But you know what? That's the main difference in between the good ones and the professional ones. The good ones would just go and stick to the script, but the professional ones can just turn things around and try to find a little bit of an advantage. Phil, tell me.
Absolutely. Following up off a little bit more of what Manjin mentioned there. Yeah, I do agree. They could have picked the Long still, but a little bit later on, so that they don't have to give away the Dharma. Dharma, one of the most contested picks in the tournament. And every time it gets picked, it almost always wins, right? It's probably one of the statistical highest win rate picks there, which is why I think maybe instead of the Long first pick, grab the Dharma and take the Long a little bit later on. You know they can't take it, and they can't remove it before you get it.
Dharma, it is statistically the highest win rate character in the entire series. We're talking about characters being picked out over 20 different games, okay? That's why there are a lot of stats behind it to support that this hero has performed extremely well in KWC.
Yeah.
And in esports, a lot of times it's not about how good you are with a character.
Yes.
Or whether characters matter or not. It's just about whether it fits or not in a specific tournament.
Yeah.
And Dharma does that.
Well, Dharma was a meta pick in the whole KWC 2025. Of that, I am completely sure. But what about if we just come in and then we explain a little bit about this ultimate battle to everyone watching at home? So all the band picks, right? All the global band picks, all of the heroes refreshed. You can pick anything that you want. And the coaches get to blind pick, which means that they get to, each one of them, just pick without knowing exactly what their opponents are going to do. Then after we come back, what's going to happen is that each lane, one at a time, is going to show us what is being picked. Boys, what about we try a little bit that? We're going to go lane by lane. Imagine that you guys are the coaches. Imagine that. Imagine that you need to be thinking about the meta. And then when I say 3, 2, 1, then you guys are going to show me exactly what you got. What about if we go for Clash Lane, all right? Clash Lane, one of the most important ones here in this meta. Clash Lane, 3, 2, 1.
Fatih!
Fatih, Dharma. All right, so Fatih, and Dharma. What about jungle picks? Jungle, 3, 2, 1, go. Ogran. Jing. Okay. Mid lane. We've seen great performances in mid lane, and we need to check what you guys are going to pick. Mid lane, 3, 2, 1.
Mai.
Okay.
Wait. Mai for your thing. Mai for AG, but Gan Mo for TT.
Oh. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
My for AG, Gan Mo for TT.
Hold on. Who is Jing for?
Both.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Good. Let's come back. Boys, let me take the game. game, all right? What are you doing? All right, farm lane. 3, 2, 1.
Arlie.
Arlie? That was, no brainer, right? And then last one, support.
I also do have an adaptation there as well.
Phil,
but
you can come back with an adaptation after we finish with the comps. All right, Roamer, 3, 2, 1.
The idea. Wait.
The idea for TT, you won for AG.
Oh.
Okay, Diadea.
I said Liang. And
Liang
it's for Liang is for
okay.
TT.
Okay,
Because he has the Gunmo.
Boys, you know what? We will find out if we are correct, if our analysts are actually accurate with this after this very, very short break.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
AG.AL against TT Global, Game 7. This is the KWC 2025. This is the Grand Final. A 3-3 draw right now is sending us to the ultimate battle. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Amazon Arena, I know you're waiting for it. Boys, what can we expect out of this last game?
I expect bloodbath. I expect rumble. I expect 5-on-5 outplays. I don't know, man. I just want to go crazy.
Oh, please let it go crazy because it's going to go nuts right over there. Look at the screens, and they can just amazingly just go AG43 TTG over there on the screen.
Whoa, some predictions live.
All right.
Woo! Man, both teams fought tooth and nails to this exact moment. If you're watching, doesn't matter where you are on the globe, I have only one question. Are you not entertained?
We are entertained, bro.
You cannot ask for a better final. You cannot script a better final. We're 3-3 going into Ultimate Battle. We mentioned how Yino will never get his Arlie. He's going to be banned every game. It was banned every game. Guess what? Ultimate Battle, there are no bans. If he wants the Arlie, he's getting the Arlie.
The drums are getting ready right over there, my guy. It's ready to hit on those. Yes, sir. You know it.
Oh,
you know it. You know it.
It's
Everyone over there just said they're ready for this to go, Manjin.
It's Saturday, it's dinner time, it's probably morning in the other regions, but welcome to Saturday night Hawk Down. They're gonna lay the Hawk down, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, here comes the drums.
Here comes the drums.
Thank you very much right over there to everyone watching at home. Say hi to them. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. It's been really nice being here all these long hours, just getting ready. You can see that Ino is locked in. He's locked in. He knows that. Like right now in his mind, blank. The only thing in his mind is the trophy. The only image that he's got right over there.
If you're a fan of TT Global, you need to send them your energy right now. If you're a fan of AG.AL, you need to send them the energy right now because this next match is for all the marbles.
If not right now, when? If not right now, when, ladies and gentlemen?
Exactly. For everyone watching at home, it's time to share this with your friends, share this with your community. Have them come in and support the team that of your favorite. 对现场的观众，你们准备好了吗？ Seems like they are excited.
For the group chat, for the chat out there, press 1 if you want AG, press 2 if you want TT Global.
Regardless, drop a like and subscribe.
I'm telling you, since day one that I started playing Honor of Kings, up until right now, I have been waiting for a game like this, in this exact place. You see, this is just worldwide stage. It's been years to make this happen. What about if right now we send it to the casters? They're gonna bring us the energy, the action of this Ultimate Battle Game 7 TT Global against AG.AL.
Well, amping us up, Isaac. We are live and loving it. We are in the ultimate battle between AG.AL and TT Global, and we are going to be seeing the pick reveals come through now, guys. Take it away. Let's see what's going down.
We're going to start with the Fatih on the class lane, mirrored by both sides.
Fatih, the main key hero here, and Ogren for the two junglers here being locked in here. Further tempo for these two junglers, so pivotal.
Yep, instant executes available for both sides. Let's take a look at what is next between the mid laners here. I am expecting a Mai, but it's going to be Princess Frost. Wang Zhaojin comes into the gorge.
Changsheng's Wang Zhaojin has been locked in here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the crucial pick that won them the KPL Spring Season 2025. Right now, let's move our focus towards the farm lane. Snowy's legendary Hou-Yi versus Yino's Arlie.
You pick your best, you want to win with your best hero, and we are left down to that final pick in the room between both TT Global as well as AG.AL.
And I just received news. Both of our roamers will be playing the Liang Roam.
All right, perfect combination that goes hand in hand with the Princess Frost in the mid. And yes, it is not KWC Final without the Ultimate Battle.
Ultimate Battle game number 7 between the two legendary teams hailed from the KPL region. This is the perfect way of ending the KWC here, Kin.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now in the presence of masters.
Presence of masters. These two teams, one will walk away with the trophy, one will walk away with the bragging rights and be the best team of the world.
Okay, so they're locking in now. I mean, we would not have it any other way. Blam, any expectations for this game?
I mean, it's got to be just ultimate battle to the T, right? I mean, I want to be seeing this just composed by both teams. Like, we've seen a little bit of disparity within the ultimate battle, but only the marksmen, right? Only the farm lane are picking their big picks, right? They are looking in the Ali and the Ho Yi.
And those are the picks that they have done so well in this tournament here. Eno, his legendary Ali here, always there to clutch and save the day. That's why he is the FMVP user of that Ali skin here. Snowy, his Ho Yi has been so crucial in this KWC.
A lot of different winning moments available for both sides, right? You have the Burning Sun arrow coming out from Ho Yi, which can kind of set up from afar. And this goes very well with the Princess Frost and Liang combination. But with Eno, he can make those solo outplays for the side of AG.AL.
And that is why the audience love Eno and AG.AL so much, because he is one of the brightest stars in honor of Kings that we have here. We are almost ready to get into this ultimate battle here.
Almost ready into the ultimate battle. We are just waiting for the players onto the gorge. It's been locked in. Your ultimate battle drafts are here on your screen.
Take note of the main difference here is flash for Snowy on his Ho Yi, but it is frenzy for Eno. He does not need that flash at all.
And ladies and gentlemen here, we are going into game number 7. Ultimate battle between TT Global versus AG.AL. 荣耀就在前方，让我们一起见证谁能登顶。
That's right, your glory is in sights. Let's see who is going to be at the peak of the mountain of the competition of KWC.
They've already started off with a frigid prison, the lockdown on
Sunrise!
The blood goes to AG.AL.
And right away they punish them hard. AG.AL looking for their first snipe. They get the steal on that Azure Golem. And right off the bat, AG.AL are swinging.
They are swinging and they are swinging hella hard right now. They already secured such a comfortable early lead.
It's not only that, they also take the entire jungle camp away from the side of TT Global. Not the best fight you want to see on the side of TT Global, but once again, this is something you want to see. Fight for KWC. Log in, draw that Blossom Aquanite chest for free.
Get that into the CD code and try your best here. And right now, both these two teams, we talk about TT Global here, they always manage to find the comeback potential here, so we can never count them out into the series.
Okay, so it's not the best start, and once again, you know, they lost their space prep on the top, so the aggression, rotation, very fast coming in from the side of AG.AL.
That is definitely true here, and right now we are looking at the level 5 onto Zoe here, and Sunrise, only level 3.
So I'm curious, right, what does Snowy build here? Does he go for that Doomsday first, or does he go for the Spark Force Dagger first?
I think coming to this game 7 here, everyone is looking eyes sharp onto Snowy here. He definitely will go for the critical build.
Yep, and you can already see, right? At the start of the game, Eno will have a slight advantage against Snowy here, especially when he has Frenzy on hand.
Frenzy is a very strong spell, ladies and gentlemen. It gives you life steal, it gives you physical and magical reduction here. Look at the positioning coming in from AG and Zoe here. They're looking for the level 4 breakthrough point.
Yep, that first play allowing a 1 level advantage coming out from the side of Zoe. And of course, Sunrise just hit level 5. He needs a little bit more funneling.
He indeed needs more funneling here. Look at the respect that Snowy is paying towards the side of AG here. No members are shown onto the map here, but a collapse might be happening right now as the members of AG are collapsing.
Yep, they're buying time. They come in.
Oh, okay, Zoe as well as Ron trying to get the dunk onto Joy, and that is no Joy for TT Global's Joy, and there is no Jing as well. This has been a great rotation here from AG.AL, looking to just put some pressure into this top side of the map.
Being a true seer, you can see my eyes, but you cannot see my vision. And with the vision, it is going to be AG.AL who step ahead.
They are 1 step ahead and they are now with a 1,000 healthy goalie. Let's break down this play real quick here. Ron with the amazing engager, not even burning any spell to execute the roamer coming in from TT here. Joy gets taken down, Ching gets taken down as well.
Okay, Sunrise maybe trying to go for a bit of contest here for that Azure Golem. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to overstep, right? Obviously, Shuai has knocked out the ultimate, but does he know that? Probably not just yet.
I mean, the timing is so important from the side of AG.AL, right? It almost feels like anytime there's a potential fight, Zoe does have the steal state. He's ready to execute you when you are less than 10% health. And he has the help of Sheng as well as Shuai. The timing has been perfect.
Timing is indeed perfect, and that is what you want coming in from Princess Bronze, and engage goes through!
Suppression, but obviously he tried to use the Burning Sun Arrow there, but it got wiped out by the Maple Dance.
Exactly. This is timing at its peak. AG.AL, you have tasted and poked and prodded the demon. They are on form now.
And the 1v1 goes through topside here. Ron goes extremely low. Ching wins out in this exchange as they are forced towards here, and Tyrant spawns.
Oh, nice freeze!
Okay, the Winter is here. Just going to the side of AG.AL, looking to put a bit of pressure into the back line here. We do see that Sunrise already used the Conductor's Souls, but we are seeing that Ching needs to do the damage onto Zoe to keep him away. Looking to contest this Crimson Golem.
Song's Princess Frost is so clutch there. There was no setup that he single-handedly frees 2 members of TT Global.
And one decision, it is close to a 2,000 goal lead for the side of AG.AL. How do you come back into this game as TT Global? It is so hard. And Eno has not been checked at all. He's already at level 7. And this Burning Sun Arrow, unfortunately, representative of TT Global's game state right now.
But Jin, we gotta remember, TT Snowy, this man, his whole is so darn good here. If TT Global can drag the game to a 15-minute mark, we might see Snowy pop off.
You might see, but Shuai has been hitting all the correct markers all game for now. And with the help of Sheng, this duo in the side of KPL has had a great win rate, close to 100% on most of their hero picks.
And right now we see Zoe coming in for the flag.
It's going to get hit here onto the side of AG.AL, and it's going to be Ron getting taken down here into the back line. It's going to be Ching. That's going to be a pick-off trade for trade there. 2 for 1. Snowy going down, but Inuard going down as well.
The bad thing here is Zoe has been getting everything for free. He's been getting kills. He has not been taken down just yet. TT Global, they are trying, but trying is not enough.
Trying is indeed not enough, but no one is giving an eye onto Zoe right now. He is rampaging across the gorge as all resources are going towards his pocket as we check out this replay.
Yeah, this is a nice movement here. Snowy actually committed his flash, so he knew he was out of the battle straight away, gave his life, tried to put as much damage as possible. But with such a monstrous lead, look, the TT Global fans, they know what's going on. They have to hold on.
They have to hold on, and Ching is one of the key members that they have to look out for because he was the one to single-handedly remove Eno from that battlefield.
But hey, I mean, TT Global fans, you gotta have faith, right? Keep it in, keep your spirits alive. Your team needs you at this point, right? I mean, it's not too far in between these 2 goal leads. It's only 2K. They can still bounce back.
Yes, but the itemization is a huge damage, right? Because look, they have to make up for the damage due to the lack of EXP and itemization. So Stolen Sorcery going in the hands of Crane. They're looking for the turnaround, but they need kills to complement and supplement that growth.
And when you talk about gold here, look at the difference between the 2 Ogrons here. Zoe, 6.2k versus Sunrise, 4.4 thousand. That level 1 invade here coming from AG.AL was so detrimental.
And he really is very close to that Blood Rage, that fist in red. At the same time, he also has the Protector Cuirass, one of the heaviest physical defense items available in the game as a sub-item.
We have to see whether TT Global has enough time to allow Snowy on this whole Yi to scale into fruition towards the late game because that is their winning condition here. If Snowy can outscale Kinor, that will be huge.
He needs the help of Crane, right? So far, Sheng has been on point with the Frigid Prisons. The freeze has been great. Oh, catching out.
Yeah, bit of a speed come through here. 0 to 90 for the side of TT Global. Able to protect down Shuai. But now they are looking to get a few more kills on the board here. Ron gets taken down. But it is going to be traded for Crane and Joy. And we are seeing some joy for the side of TT Global. Or Sunrise gets taken down. And that's a double kill.
If you dare come at the Kings, you better not miss because AG.AL will take your life.
They will take your life and they will take your towers, your buffs, everything on the map of TT Global is under the invade of AG. Look at this invade here. The invade starts off with the side of TT engaging on Sheng. He gets removed from the map here. Ching once again crucial in the team fight here. He gets 2. He has to back off here. Look at Yido, untouched here. He gets all the damage onto the members of TT.
This is why map information is so critical, right? You need to know where the members of your opponents are at, but right now, for 8-minute marks, they will be able to secure that Tyrant for themselves. So TT Global, there is some life, there is some hope.
There is some hope. The final hope lies onto whoever gets the perfect engage. Will Ching be able to assassinate Yinor? Will Snowy be able to scale towards the late game? Or will AG.AL come out on top in all these team fights?
It's not going to be easy at all because Ran just secured that Overlord for the side of AG.AL. I was about to say Shadow, but it's not that state yet. Because look, AG.AL looking like late game heroes already.
Yeah, I mean, you're running away with Fairies a little bit there, thinking it's going to get to the 10-minute mark just yet. I mean, it's been pretty much brutal, but there it is, the Burning Sun Arrow with the Winters here, trying to keep Shuang alive, but the flash in coming through for Ran as well. We're seeing here that Zoe is trying to put the pressure onto the side of TT Global.
That level equilibrium between Ran as well as Sunrise is hurting TT Global so much. This guy, Ran, on his fatigue, now able to be a thorn in the sides of TT Global, and being in this position of absolute strength, AG.AL are playing superbly.
They are playing superbly here. This is the AG.AL that we, the fans, the audience want to be seeing right now. 4,000 gold lead heavy goes towards the side of AG.AL here. Right now, they're knocking onto yet another tier 2. The final tier 2 goes down towards the top side.
Yep, this 10-minute mark is going to decide the fate of TT Global here. If they lose the important neutral objectives, it could be game very much over.
Game very much over here. 10 minutes has reached for this ultimate battle here. Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord has arrived onto Hero's Gorge.
Yep, they have the map advantage here. There is a Vanguard on the top side pushing away that top side wave, and with this, AG.AL have complete dominance. This Shadow variant of the Tyrant will go into their hand.
Yeah, creating the pressure, the top side of the map is going to be huge here, but the Burning Sun Arrow does land up, but it's not going to actually claim anybody just yet. It's just going to make sure AG.AL is able to get that Tyrant, and now they are getting the results from that extra damage. Inwa getting the claim onto Sunrise.
The team that is known as the 10-minute buff, they themselves take the Tyrant's buff, and they're going to make absolute value because they are knocking on the doors. T3 open, and here is AG.AL.
Looking to put pressure onto the T3s here is going to be AG.AL, right? 7k up at 10-minute mark, going to that 11 minutes. We've seen that the Winter is here being put down, just trying to keep away from those minions, but it is enough to wipe out. A trade for the trade. Crane and Shuang trading ultimates.
Right now, we are seeing such a strong AG.AL onto Hero's Gorge right now in this pivotal game number 7 right now. They have a 7,000 healthy goalie. It is super huge in the 11-minute mark.
You truly are seeing a master at work here. AG.AL, they look so dominant from the get-go. That first blood led to so many benefits to the side of AG.AL.
Yeah, I mean, look at Zoe here, right? Like 6-0 and 3, 10.5k to 6.9. That's already showing just the devastation of that first blood. And they're not looking to stop here. They know the timer. The Primal Bond wasting up in 6 seconds.
6 seconds onto the clock right now. Primal Bond is not an issue for AG.AL. The prize Shadow Overlord has been secured for AG.AL. They will formulate this massive push.
Pressure is increasing for the side of TT Global, and also Snowy went for the full damage build because they need it. And at this point, if they fight unfairly on the side of AG.AL, they get the stuns whatsoever, it's gone case. Snowy will be taken down in an instant.
That's why Snowy is so important in this coming team fight here. If he can stay alive, if he gets distance of TPS here, he'll be important here. But Burning Sun Arrow gets blocked by the Ali spell to Maple Dance here as the minion waves are slowly crashing.
They have to be careful here for the side of TT Global. They are getting caught out by those CC moves. They have to make sure they're having a bit more of a micro transition here within this fight. They have to make sure they're just going around AG.AL.
They have to do something. Crane, he has to be responsible for the defense. He needs to block them away. But AG.AL, they're so strong. Ino ready to go.
Yes, it is activation time. They are looking to take the T3.
Sunrise
down goes Sunrise. That is your frontline gun. access into the backline gone, but also Inwa is gone down for the side of AG.AL. Do they need it right now? Probably not. They're just looking to get some of these high ground turrets and then push away.
Yep, that is 2 T3s for the price of an Eno. That's a good deal any day, right? AG.AL, they'll take that anytime. Also, they get the Crimson Golem.
All the resources are going to the hands of AG. Let's look at how that happened right now. Shuai gets frozen. Eno goes in with the 1v1 against Ching. Takes a lot of turret damage here. Sunrise, without the items here, he gets taken down. Ching, once again, takes down Eno with it.
This is why Eno is so good, right? He's always going for the important targets. The turnaround has to be Ching, because once you deal and push back Crane as well as Joy, there's no other follow-up damage. Snowy cannot stand on its own against 4-5 members on the side of AG.AL.
Exactly the case here, but Snowy, he has still yet to falter in these team fights. Ron will have to find him in the backline here. Shadow Tyrant has been started by AG.AL. Look at the positioning coming in TT.
Yeah, Verdict Sonaro being committed once again, just trying to be like, hey guys, we have caught your number here. But I mean, is TT Global playing from the position here where they can be able to expand those Verdict Sonaros at this distance?
They can't. There is no fight. AG, Zoe, they cast him out.
Okay, the suppression. He does have the Sage Sanctuary Dome, so obviously Zoe is going to get taken down.
Inua!
Go down. Inua gets taken down by Ching. Can we get some more here? But no, it's just another one trade for 3. Miniwave crashing through.
There is no more life. One more push. AG.AL on the cusp of victory. This could be the winning moment.
They're looking for it. They're looking for it. Crane's going down here. It's only Ching alive. The Miniwave trying to be feeded through here. He gets frozen.
There's minions!
Placed down.
AG.AL wins!
Takes the KWC Championship.
Truly the kings of Honor of Kings, not just in KPL, but in the entire world. KWC 2025. They came back from a 3-game deficit.
心怀荣耀，勇往直前。The summit stands unshaken. AG.AL, the kings of KPL, the tallest mountain and the longest river of Honor of Kings. AG.AL is your 2025 KWC champions.
This has been a great experience, truly been an honor. I mean, I'm so glad to have shared the stage with you. Glam, Sagi, once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. The 3 of us, now we will crown AG.AL as the champions of KWC 2025.
I mean, even more notably, right, Inua has been here twice. He did it with the KPL Dream Team last year. He's now done it with his homeboys from the AG.AL Dynasty. They are looking to take another crown and obviously club membership points as well. That's going to boost AG.AL up the board.
They could potentially take the entire club championship, because if you win, which they did, you get 1,000 points. And once again, lifting up the trophy, well deserved. AG.AL,
your champions of KWC 2025. That is the golden reign that you won from AG.AL. But let's hear more from Sky in the front stage.
AG!
Well done, boys.
Please, let's make some more noises for a new world champion, AG.AL! 心怀荣耀！
心怀荣耀！
Alright, it was AG, it is AG, it will always be AG who make the rules in honor of Kings. This will be the moment that I believe you'll be memorizing for the rest of your life. But I believe now it will be the time that we have a little talk with the world champions. Here we go, Shai. So, miracle does happen in this. How did you exactly make this happen? 大帅，真的，今天这种翻盘太恐怖、太不容易了。你们究竟是怎样可以拿到今天这样的胜利呢？
就没觉得会输吧，然后只是再走一次年总的剧本吧。
We never think we're gonna be losing, and we think we can make miracle happen one more time, just like what we did last year. All right, thank you. It will be Eno then. So, as a team leader for AG.AL, what do you think about today's performances, and what will be the thing you want to say to the world right now? 作为 AG 的队长，对于今天的表现有怎样的评价？包括对于接下来的所有赛事，对于全世界的观众朋友们，有什么话想对他们说吗？
我觉得大家今天都表现得非常好， 我们逆风的坚韧不拔，一步步走到了巅峰对决，包括巅峰对决开局的设计，我觉得我们都做到完美了。
I feel extremely happy, and I would like to give a huge applause with all my teammates. We did make miracle happen. We show our persistence and perseverance during those times when we are losing and quite behind. And for those opening designs in the ultimate battle, we think we did a great job. Thank you so much, Ino. And up next, will be Shen standing side by me. Sorry, please give me some spaces. 让我钻进来啊，谢谢两位。Okay, Shen. So you have a lot of championship titles together with AG for KPL, but this will be your very first KWC champions. Is that feel differently for you? 我们其实和 AG 的所有选手并肩作战，拿到了非常多的 KPL 的冠军，但是这一次是第一个 KWC 的冠军，世界级别的冠军。此时此刻的感受会和以前会有不一样吗？然后注意好好说啊，这次不要嘴瓢了。
之前一直嘴瓢，这次就说一句话吧。既然打到巅峰对决了，就让你们看看我们是 F。你让我重新说。既然打到巅峰对决了，就让你们看看我们3个 FMP 英雄的组合技。
All right. As we are reaching to the ultimate battle, we'll show the world what it feels like to have 3 FMVP hero and players in our team to shine our glory. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Shen one more time. And Zoe, what a game. What does this champion title mean to you? 钟毅，这一次你说了非常多次来到世界级别的舞台，你感到非常的荣幸和兴奋和开心。那这一次这个冠军对你来说意味着什么呢？
这冠军肯定是来得很不容易的嘛，因为我分享一下我的经历吧。就我们1比3落后的时候，我出去上洗手间的时候，我醒了8点，告诉自己，这是上天给我的最后一个机会了，这一分，所以说我必须把握住。然后回来的时候，我就想着这一分肯定不能再给对手了。
He shared a little story and personal experience for us because when they're 1-3 behind, Jung-Yi Zoe took a wash in the washing room. He told himself that this will be the very last chance that God gives him, and he grabs this opportunity to be crowned as king for this one. Please make some noises for Zoe. And our last player, Ran. Very simple for you. How do you feel right now? 轩然，每一次决赛都会问你这个问题，你现在的感觉怎样呢？
太爽了
Actually, you can say that for yourself. Learn, awesome. 说这个词，这句话的英文，你自己翻译，我就不帮你翻译了。Awesome.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much for your crowds and your cheering, and I believe this will be the time where we share something more important to you guys. The world awaits for our Sony Final MVP. 你们觉得今天谁会是决赛 FMVP 呢？让我听到些声音。Allow me to present you your Sony Finals MVP. He is Zoe! Please take a step up to the front and enjoy your trophy together with our host.
Congratulations, Zoe Gongxi. Very well done on the MVP. My question is very simple, and of course, Sky will be helping me out with the translation here. You've won KPL, you've won KWC, you've won MVP. What's next for you?
非常好的一个问题，钟毅，你拿到过 KPL 的冠军，此时此刻你也达到了 KWC 的世界冠军，你的下一个目标会是什么呢？
下一个目标就接着拿更多荣誉吧。但是其实我更想说一个点，就是如果我第2把不送的话，其实我们早赢了。所以说，我觉得这个 FMP 是我们5个人共同拿的。
All right, I think this FMVP should be awarded to every single players in our team. Actually, I think I can do better in game 2. So I will say, let's give applause to the entire team, and we are the final champions.
One more time, your KWC 25 champions, AG.AL!
And ladies and gentlemen, this will be the end of Honor Pins World Cup 2025 here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It has been an amazing journey on these past 2 weeks. It couldn't be that meaningful without your support and your love. Thank you so much, every viewers from all around the world. We will see you next year. Bye! Studio, take it over.
AG.AL, your KWC 2025 champions. Congratulations to the boys. They came in, they were 1-3 down, and they were able to manage it, turn it around, and finish it in a 4-3. What a final. Boys, your thoughts on this final that has been amazing.
AG.AL, absolute masters of the game, and not only the game, masters of the mentality, right? They kept their composure while down 3 games. They did not let it go ahead and hurt them, and they went into the ultimate battle, and this was the ultimate final, I would say, too.
Yeah, this is also because of their experience, right? All of the tournaments that they won, and I should say, like I said earlier, GGOAT, greatest of all time.
Man, this entire series is basically a definition, I mean, it's a ramification of their motto. 心怀荣耀，勇往直前, right? It means like with glory filled in our heart, we charge fearless ahead. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 behind. What an ultimate comeback that was.
No, and when Shuai was asked about that, right? Like Shuai's been asked, like, what was going through your mind when you were down 1-3? And then he said, like, we never thought we were going to lose. And that's it. It's just a mentality. Winning is a mentality. It's a matter of believing that you can win, and at the end of the day, just try to get that result, work for that result, and AG.AL has shown us that it is completely possible.
They didn't think about what already happened. They think about what they want to happen in the future, how they want to come back, what they're going to do next game. Do not dwell on the past. Always move forward, waiting for the future.
I also like the fact that Zoe has trust on his teammates. Like, he wants to share all of these awards to all of his teammates. Ooh.
All right. Let's see. AG.AL is going to be choosing right now the keys that they're going to be engraved in their trophy. They have
TT Global.
TT Global. Genji Esports, it was the first one. And this one is going to be Nova Esports. I don't know how to feel if I would be one of the players inside of those teams, right? It is a matter of understanding that your opponents respect you so much that they thought that winning over you was pivotal for them to make it to the champions. So if I would be their opponents, I would take that with big pride.
I would say that was an absolute honor, especially for Nova at the end there. They didn't even play against Nova, from my understanding, right? But they still went ahead and looked at the games probably and saw their gameplay and acknowledged them and respect them enough to put them in the trophy.
That is indeed a privilege. Like, for sure, if you're gonna be chosen, you are the 3 strongest teams that they fought, right?
I want to feature TT Global.
Yeah,
I mean, in the ultimate battle, when the entire draft, I would say draft, the picks were finished, when Coach Jojo and ZWI were walking off stage, they were shaking hands. They were like, they have hands on each other's shoulders. They were talking like really good friends. And they respect each other so much.
We might be opponents, but we're never enemies. That's super important for people to understand at home. We might be right now just on the opposing side. Yeah. But after this finishes, we can all go back and really talk about what happened. Just say like, you know what? That BP in game 3, wow, that was so good, man.
Yeah.
Something like that, just like a big HOK family, no?
People always say it's lonely at the top. Well, not here, right?
Nope,
they're doing together to the top. Win or lose, they are both great friends, as Dave mentioned there. A lot of great camaraderie there coming in between the teams.
And I think they came here as one to prove to everyone that, hey, it all started at KPL and we're gonna end it still in KPL, proving to everyone that KPL is still the region to look at. but then again, also sharing all of the knowledge and all of the learnings and the lessons, especially in playing this type of HOK game.
It was just such a lovely event, this match, because of that, right? Like, we got to actually show worldwide to everyone at home just the top level of competition. And when everyone at home can see this top level of competition, they know what to look forward to. They know what the direction is. They know what they need to be working for, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely, man. When you watch, I've said it over and over again, when you watch KWC, it's all about learning.
Yes, exactly.
Because this is serving the global audience. Yeah. So when you're watching the top team play, what you want to do is take notes, share with your friends, have them share with their friends so they can play HOK at the highest level, or at least try to aim for the highest level.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. AG.AL shaking hands with the one and only His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. They're receiving right now more than a trophy. They're receiving recognition. It's recognitions for their discipline, their resilience, and their spirit. I'm telling you, right now, this walk is more than a celebration. It's a reflection of every comeback, every scrim, every doubt turning to belief. They were down 1-3. Here we are. Look at that. The wait is over. The climb is complete. The crown is claimed. In this moment, they're not just winners. They are immortal. They've walked through doubt, past failure, across pressure that most will never feel. And they've come out on the other side with heads high and hands raised. These 5 men, these 5 boys right over there, the champions of our KWC 2025. Once, in Honor of Kings, we had a dream of a worldwide platform, a worldwide stage. Honor of Kings is no longer just a dream. It is a movement, a world stage, a family, a place where new legends rise, not from the spotlight, but from the persistence, pain, and passion. This victory will echo for years, I'm sure of that. But so will the fire lit in every team that fought to be here. The Alpha 7s, the Blacklist, the BSE, the Team Vitalities, the Nova Esports, all of them. Those who bled in silence, those who lost by inches. It's been a pleasure having you here. We're gonna leave you with the Qiddiya top place of the tournament. Thank you very much. We say goodbye from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and I hope to see you one more time. This was the KWC 2025. Good night.